Go.
You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in the right file.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room.
I drink your milkshake.
Welcome to In the Can.
Take 8.
Take 8. I'm Leo Costello.
I'm Jared Wiedmeyer.
All right, how you doing, Jared?
I'm
feeling
good. Yeah.
Last week was a really fun episode. We finally got to record in person, and now we're back in different states.
That's the way to do it, though, in person. That makes all the difference, I think.
Oh yeah, and it was really nice having Kayla there too. A 3-person format's really fun.
It is.
So right off the bat, I wanted to talk about some stuff about the podcast real quick. Our numbers are doing decent for a beginning podcast. I mean, we're not even 10 episodes in. We seem to be averaging about 24 or about 30 plays per episode, which is pretty good for just starting out.
Yeah,
and we have 222 plays in total, which is great.
Yeah, I can dig it.
Yeah, and we have our first reviews up on iTunes. They're not written reviews, but we have a 5-star rating right now, which is great.
Okay. Nobody's saying like, "Oh, this person's voice, let me die," or anything like that.
If anything, they'd be complaining about me for talking too much. But yeah, those reviews really help us out. So if either of you guys are listening who made those reviews, thank you very much. And if you like this podcast, leave a review on iTunes. Those help us show up on the search results. Right now, if you search In the Can just by itself on iTunes, we don't pop up for a little while. So we'd like to do that. So that'd be really great.
Number one.
Also,
what I want.
Also, for one of my classes I'm in, visual media design class, we had to take some studio photos. And right before we recorded last week, we took some really nice studio photos that we're using for the podcast. And they turned out really great, didn't they, Jared?
Yeah, love them.
Yeah, so the only place that's really available is if you go to our SoundCloud page. That's soundcloud.com/inthecanmovies. You can see our ugly mugs on the head on the page there. So if you don't know what we look like, you can finally get a chance to judge us. So
the spell can be broken. Do you think you look like, or do you think you talk how you look?
That's a good question. I don't know. I guess so. Yeah. I slur my words a little more than I should.
Do you think you look like someone who slurs their words?
No, I mean, I have a theater background, so I've been trained to sort of not do that. So it always makes me cringe whenever I hear myself and I'm like slurring my words a little bit, or I say the word like a lot, or ums or ahs. That's a hard habit to get out of.
It is.
What about you?
I always sound, when I hear myself back, I always sound more nasally than I think I do.
Yeah, do you know the reason for that? There's a scientific reason for that.
No, what is it?
So when you talk, there's a lot of sounds, a lot of subtle, really deep bass notes that are literally going on inside your head and your bones and stuff that you hear because you're inside your own head, but it doesn't get projected outwards because they're very subtle sounds. So everybody thinks that their voice sounds higher pitched than it actually does.
Interesting. That's wild. Huh.
Just because, I mean, if you put your hand on your throat, you can feel those vibrations, and those vibrations are making noises, but they just don't get out to other people's ears. You know what I mean?
Wild. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
I'm not sure if that's 100% true. That's what I've heard, and it sounds right, so I'm going with it.
That sounds scientific enough. Yeah, I believe it. I agree. Keep it going.
All right, so let's talk about what we've been watching. Oh, we're going to talk about Nocturnal Animals later in the podcast, but first, what have you been watching, Jared? You mentioned you were watching some Criterion Collection thing?
Yeah, so the Criterion channel is now, it's up and streaming since the 8th. If you sign up, you get 15 days free. I was a charter member, so I get a month free.
How much is it per month, normally?
Only $10.99 a month.
And that's the whole collection?
That's the whole collection.
Okay.
So you get a lot of the greatest films ever made. You could watch Mulholland Drive and Charlie Chaplin and Bergman and Fellini, all for $11 a month.
For listeners who don't know what the Criterion Collection is, can you give them a crash course on what exactly it is?
Sure. So they're a company that they really specialize in foreign films,
and independent cinema too.
Independent cinema and like old Hollywood. Like, my benchmark is always it's usually pre-Godfather Hollywood. So they do a lot of restoration stuff. They like take all these old films who had kind of crummy prints and they remaster them to maybe 4K. They redo the audio. They bring the directors in who are still alive and do commentaries. They bring in the actors and stuff. So they have a huge amount of like commentaries from critics and filmmakers. And
their goal is sort of to give you the definitive version of any movie.
The Criterion.
The absolute collector's edition, highest quality possible.
Yeah. And when I first started film, I was in my class and I started becoming a junkie for it. Criterion was on Hulu, and so I would watch maybe 3-4 movies a day off the Criterion Collection, and it totally just opened up a lot of world cinema to me. And there's some stuff in there you can't find anywhere else. Some films that may have been lost without them. I'm looking at
a Wikipedia page right now. It looks like if this is right, it looks like there's 983 films, which sounds like a lot, but it's very narrow.
Yeah.
They're very selective.
Yeah, they're specific. They're selective. There's a couple of really contemporary films, too, from independent cinema.
Yeah, I remember when I first started paying attention to the Criterion Collection, Fantastic Mr. Fox became the first animated film to be in that collection.
Yeah, Wes Anderson is actually pretty well represented in the Criterion.
Yeah, I back when I had my DVD collection, I kept my Blu-rays, but I had the Criterion Collection of all of Wes Anderson's movies, and a lot of times they do specialized artwork for these, and I really love the DVD covers for the Wes Anderson movies.
Yeah, the DVD covers for a lot of the movies are really cool. And now, too, it's a weird thing, because I used to, usually once a year through Barnes & Noble, and then once a year on their site, they have, 50% off sales. So now that I get most of them on the streaming service, I'm probably only going to buy, the really special box sets and stuff like that. So
do you know the website Blu-ray.com?
I don't know.
Somebody I know who's really into I'm just double checking the exact website. Somebody I know who's really into buying Blu-rays, frequencies. It's just Blu-ray.com, BLU-RAY.com, and it's a great website that just tells you what DVDs or what Blu-rays are on sale right now, and he ends up getting Criterion Collection movies for under $5.
That's super cool.
Yeah,
That's
it's a
really
great website to just keep up to date with that if you like getting physical copies of stuff, which I know you do.
I like the way I see it with the physical copy stuff. Well, for one, Blu-rays are 4K, right? So I can play them in 4K, and I can't always...
Well, technically not. You can have a Blu-ray that's 1080p. Blu-ray is just how much storage it can hold, but typically they are 4K.
Right. A lot of the ones I buy, usually I buy 4K restorations of movies. The other thing I like about buying the actual physical copies is sometimes they'll have these nice booklets with them.
They really give you an experience.
Yeah, I like it. And also, I don't know, it's kind of fun. It's honestly, I'm happy now because I feel like I'm going to have a lot less pressure to buy so many, and I can really be more selective with those purchases.
Yeah. In the future, I really want a really nice extensive Blu-ray collection, but for right now, digital has been the cheaper way for me to go, and but it is a little scary knowing that if something happens to your hard drive, all your movies are gone, But with a physical copy, you're a little more safe that way.
Physical copies too. You also don't need Wi-Fi to play them, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, so the you mentioned that you were watching some Turkish film or something?
Yeah, so it's called Dry Summer, and it's this Turkish film from 1962, and it's essentially about these two brothers who they own a spring that supplies water to all these people in the valley, and one of these really greedy brothers is just no, let's keep all the water for ourselves and make our crops grow. So it's like partially about that. The nicer brother gets married, and it's kind of about their relationship a little bit too. It's like it's like kind of a standard melodrama in a lot of ways, but it's also has some really cool visual stuff. They really took a lot of risks. And it's cool to see a sort of small independent cinema like in Turkey in the 60s really pull off some of these very kind of elegant and sort of bombastic camera moves. Like it was almost shot like an Orson Welles movie, which is crazy to see such a small independent cinema kind of pull off a lot of things Welles pulled off, you know?
This is a little off topic, but do you generally prefer when movies have a lot of camera movement, or do you like it when they kind of lock it down? Or does it just depend? I'm
a sucker for both, honestly. I just really like movies. I think.
Oh yeah. But I'm just saying. Do one of those styles kind of stand out to you? Like if a movie has a camera where it's like not moving at all, are you intrigued by that? Do you find that kind of challenge interesting?
Yeah, I do. I think it all comes down really to like, does the scene make sense still? One of my favorite things, and I think a thing that happens too much, this is my general thought,
Okay.
If a camera's moving, you can kind of move around the scene as this camera, But if a camera's still, it's really interesting to be like Steve McQueen, the guy who made 12 Years a Slave and Hunger and Shame.
I thought you were talking about the Bullet Steve McQueen.
No. He does these really great locked off shots that are really long, but something he does that's really good is he knows how to add enough visual movement to make them interesting. So it could be two people sitting at a table talking for like 15 minutes,
Yeah.
But they're both smoking and the sunlight's coming in and you kind of see the smoke billow up in the sun. So it's still visually interesting.
Yeah, if you have your camera locked down, you have to be really conscious of what you're putting in the frame.
Absolutely.
Yeah, a lot more conscious, yeah.
I also like camera, and a big reason I watch very, very small films from other countries is because realistically that's closer to the means I have to make my own work. So I can for real I can actually learn more about what I can actually do versus watching a lot of bigger movies because I just don't have the budget that they have.
So it makes you think this is something I have the tools to do.
Right. It makes you really like think about it like, oh, this is actually achievable. That's why I like this Turkish movie and I saw all the really cool camera work they had. I was like, well, I could like think about how to make some like intricate moves like that and not limit myself,
When you were younger and didn't understand the intricacies of film, did you feel that way about bigger movies? Like you would watch like Jurassic Park and be like, I want to make one of those someday. Or was it always with smaller films?
See, that's funny. I actually never grew up thinking about film. Like, I loved movies as a kid, but I was never Spielberg, like, blowing up his toy trains, thinking, like, oh, I'd love to do this someday,
Yeah, I've never been like that either. It wasn't until late high school that I started realizing that it was such a big part of my, identity.
Yeah, I didn't... Like, my senior year in high school was really when I got sort of introduced to a lot of the films that made me think like, oh, this could be a really great medium for expression. So
yeah, I was just watching an interview with Quentin Tarantino talking about what he would do if he made a superhero movie, and he was like, I love reading comic books, but I'm always thinking about how would I structure it as a movie. And the reason why he was talking about Luke Cage. He's like, the reason why I like Luke Cage is because I can imagine how I would shoot it. When I read Spider-Man, I can't imagine how I would do that. So he's always like thinking about how can I turn this into a movie.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Has there been anything else you've been watching, or can I talk about something I watched?
Oh, the one thing, I don't have a ton to say about it, but I watched Venus and Fur last night. It was a movie.
What's that?
It's a Roman Polanski movie from like 2014.
Okay.
And it was all right. I don't really have much to say about it, but I did watch it, so.
All right, well, I didn't mention this last week, but I had just watched Shazam last week. And I know you're not a big comic book guy, but I was actually kind of blown away by Shazam. I've been getting kind of superhero fatigue like you, especially with the Marvel movies. They a lot of them are just so bland, and mostly the way they're shot. But Shazam is really a breath of fresh air, and it's exactly what a dumb superhero popcorn movie should be. One thing I really like about it is that they don't try to make it dark or edgy. If you look at the costume, it's bright and colorful and everything, and it's just wearing its what is that term? Wearing its badge on its sleeve, or
heart. It's heart.
Wearing its heart on its sleeve, and it's shot really well. And I think my favorite thing about it is that it balances tone really interestingly, because the villain, and I love it because this is kind of a kids movie. It's PG-13, but it's really made for people who are 10 to 12, and what I really appreciated is that it's not afraid to go to some dark places. It gets kind of violent, but only with the villain. He's a real severe threat, and it really there's a couple scenes that are kind of scary. When I watched it, there was a kid in the theater, and he was one of them started crying, because there's a scene where Mark Strong walks into this boardroom, and he plays this character who can conjure these demons, and the demons are biting people's heads off, and he throws a guy out the window and feels nothing, and then that's juxtaposed with a kid who says the word Shazam and he becomes an adult.
That sounds so interesting.
Yeah, because it really raises the stakes, and the payoff at the end is so much better because you actually fear this villain. And it's such a great juxtaposition. And Zachary Levi, who plays, he's not called Shazam. The actual superhero character's name is Captain Marvel, but they don't call him that for obvious reasons, because that's a different Captain Marvel.
Right.
But he plays this grown-up version of this kid so well. You know the basic premise, right?
No.
Okay, so the basic premise is there's this old wizard named Shazam, and he has to pass on his power, and he's looking for somebody who is pure of heart, and he brings people into his lair and sees if they're pure of heart. And Billy Batson, he passes on his powers to Billy Batson, so when he says the word Shazam, he turns into what in the comics is his fullest potential. So him when it's an older version of him, and he's super ripped and buff, and he has he can fly, and he has electric powers and stuff. It's sort of, the movie's sort of Big, you know what I mean? Tom Hanks movie Big.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
There's this great moment. So they set up this villain, and he's this great threat and stuff, and then you're goofing around with I'm just gonna call him Shazam, even though he's not called Shazam. And then the villain finally meets Shazam, and immediately the villain just picks him up by the throat and flies him up 2,000 feet. And then Shazam's no, you don't understand. I'm just a kid. I'm exactly what a kid would do if he's threatened like that. And it's just, I don't know. It's got a lot of great moments, and it does. There's a lot of times in superhero movies where they tease something really cool, but they don't do it because they got to plan out sequels, and if they give you all the goods right away, then they're not leaving much, for the second movie.
Right.
But this movie, it gives you the goods. It's so satisfying, and it kind of reminds me of the Sam Raimi movies, where it balances these tones, and it's just super satisfying to watch. So I know you're not a big comic book guy, but I think this one's worth watching. It's really
should check
good.
it out. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it still is definitely a comic book movie, but it takes some turns that you would not expect, especially when it comes to the main character, because he's a foster kid and he's looking for his mom, and the payoff for that story arc is really fascinating, especially for a movie aimed towards the age that it is. So highly recommend that one.
Sweet.
So Jared, after we recorded the podcast, when we were visiting each other, I got you to watch a couple of from Love, Death, and Robots. And I never asked you what your thoughts on them, so I was just curious if you could talk about that real quick. We watched Zeba Blue and 3 Robots. So I'm curious which of those you liked more, or if you didn't like any of them.
I liked Zeba Blue more. And I think I liked the art of that one. It was very
Very minimalist.
Very minimalist, very sharp.
Mm-hmm.
Like, had some like cool kind of very futuristic, you know. The story was kind of weird to me because I think like this idea of this guy who, you know, climbs to the top of the art world and then he all goes back just because he wants to like be a pool cleaner, and it's especially like strange considering, you know, he's black in the story. So
well, technically he's a robot.
I mean, but his creator was black, and like he obviously had black features.
Sure. In
the story, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like a sort of like weird racial undertone to that, being like, all I ever wanted to do was be the cleaner servant again, you know.
Okay. Well, what I didn't even think about it that way. I was more thinking about it as this artist who became really well known, and he wasn't satisfied, and he was looking for peace. He was looking for answers. He was looking for truth. He was looking for singularity, you know. And he ended up just wanting the most basic pleasures in life. And he originally was this robot that was just designed to clean pools. And he's like, he realizes that's all I need, you know, just a simple task is so pleasurable and so it's so meaningful. And I thought it was just really deep because I think it's a short story about like trying to understand the simple pleasures in life and that you don't need all this complexity.
Definitely. Yeah. I like that. I like this idea that like I think sometimes complexity can just make things more chaotic instead of like clarify things, you know, the way we want it to.
Yeah.
And really, in a lot of ways, the other side of complexity is simplicity, you know? So, I did like that message.
Yeah.
And I did like the art a lot. I think it was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about Three Robots? I mean, that one's a lot lighter. You know, it's just three robots exploring the post-apocalypse.
It's a lot lighter. It's a lot more like I could see a lot of other. It like reminded me a lot more of like other movies and stories I'd seen. Whereas like the blue one was a little bit more original, I think, in its storytelling.
The Zima Blue, I believe, is based on a short story, so it's ripped straight from that. But it feels very original because it's very odd. The turns that it takes.
Yeah, definitely.
But I do like the idea of in Three Robots that one of the robots is like a descendant from an Xbox.
Yeah. One's a baby monitor.
One's a baby monitor, and one's like a metronome that kind of reminds me of I don't know, 2000 HAL from 2001.
Yeah. I think there's always that interesting like sort of like these robots contemplating the human existence.
Yeah,
you know?
my favorite bit in that when they're describing how humans eat, they're like they would intake this material and put it into an exterior vat of acid, and they're like, why don't they just directly put it into the an exterior vat of acid to begin with? Like they don't understand the logic of digestion. I thought that was funny.
Mm-hmm. It is funny. It was good. I liked that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that was just kind of what I was gonna say. Did
it make you interested in watching any more of those shorts?
Yeah, I'll watch. I haven't seen any recently. But I'll probably like go back to them and watch a few of them. Yeah, I really like the difference in styles.
Yeah, and the fact that they're so short allows them to really, you know, put a lot of money into different ways of doing things. You know, with these short stories and also with Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, I'm really fascinated with the future of animation has to offer, because I think I think the general public is now beginning to kind of get tired of everything kind of looking like a Pixar movie, and they're kind of craving some things that look different, because you can literally do anything in animation. And most animated movies that come out in America just all look the same.
I mean, I think that's a big reason people really like anime, is because those films really push the limits of what you can do with the medium.
That's true. but at the same time, you can look at any still frame of an anime and know that it's an anime.
Yeah.
But with like
definitely.
Spider-Verse, it looks unlike anything else I've ever seen. You know.
I still need to see that. Is that on like a streaming thing yet?
Probably. You need to see it. It's probably in my top 20 favorite animated movies ever. I love it.
I have not heard a bad thing about it.
Yeah,
so.
it's pretty incredible. It's amazing what they pulled off. So it's trailer season, Jared. There's 3 big trailers that came out this week, and I thought we should talk about them.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's chat it up.
So
where do you want to start?
I'm guessing that the one you're least interested in is The Lion King.
It's probably the one you're least interested in too. Am I right?
Yeah, I guess so. Because I always complain about the live action remakes, even though this isn't live action. It's technically animated. It's just hyper realistic.
Sure.
But yeah, there's a longer trailer that got released for the Lion King remake, and it seems they've said that it's not a shot-for-shot remake, but from this trailer, it looks like it's a shot-for-shot remake.
Right, exactly.
You could tie every single shot to this to something from the original. And the thing I can't help but wonder is, why not just watch the original? It's still there.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, maybe I'll just not go see this in theaters and just watch the original. Because I love the original. Why would I need something other than that, you know?
This is a perfect example of why I'm saying that Disney doing this to their properties is informing people, especially kids, that, these live action versions are more important, or they're like the real version of the movie. And it's just such a slap in the face to all the people who worked on the original.
Yeah, definitely. It's also it
just seems like it doesn't seem like a movie. It seems more like you're going to the theater to watch a tech demo. You know what I mean? It almost looks like they've put the original movie through some really complex computer algorithm, and you're just watching the result of it.
Yeah, totally. I think too, like what you're saying, like in just watching what I saw on the trailer, I don't know what any of those characters feel or think.
Yeah.
None of those expressions come through. You're so right on that.
Did you notice that you only see somebody talk once in the whole trailer? Besides the Timon and Pumbaa at the end singing.
It was Mufasa, right?
It was Scar, actually. And that's the other thing.
Oh,
all lions look the same. So
I couldn't tell Scar apart.
It's really challenging to make them visually distinct. I think Scar, he has like a thinner mane, and he has the scar on his eye.
Yeah, he has the actual scar. But, in the movie, he's like brown.
Yeah.
It's easy to like recognize him right away.
Yeah, he's like caramel.
He also had the kind of like goatee kind of thing going on.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of animals that are just expressive in the real world. Like maybe chimpanzees and dogs are probably the most expressive.
Some of those colorful birds you see on planet Earth are kind of expressive. They do the like.
Are they? Oh
yeah, they like dance around,
Yeah, I know, like the mating calls or whatever.
Yeah. Dude, I'm hooked on those characters. I know exactly their feeling,
But yeah, so just if you if you remember Lion King, the shot of Simba when he sees the stampede, and it's like I don't know what is it called when it zooms in on them, but the background looks like it's going backwards. That Spielberg thing.
Yeah.
Is that called something?
A dolly zoom. You call it a dolly zoom or the vertigo zoom because Hitchcock originated it.
You're zooming in, but you're dollying out, right? Is that how that works?
Or you can zoom out and dolly in, right? Because what it does is it compresses the image but moves the camera.
Moves the perspective, yeah.
Right.
So there's that classic shot of Simba seeing the stampede, and that shot of him, and he's his mouth is agape, and he's terrified. I just can't imagine what that's gonna look like with like a realistic looking lion. It's just gonna open its mouth.
It'll make no sense.
There's got to be a reason why they're not showing a lot of dialogue, and because they know what they're doing.
How well do you think it'll get reviewed? because the Jungle Book, when that came out, got really good reviews, and then like Beauty and the Beast and Cinderella didn't get as good of reviews. So where do you think The Lion King is gonna fall on this one?
I'm gonna guess it's gonna fall in the 80% in Rotten Tomatoes.
So
because
you think
it's
it
Lion
will
King.
get good?
Because
Yeah.
it's Lion King.
People love the
Lion King.
story. It's a great story.
If you like Lion King and you like good visuals, it's gonna be hard to say it's a bad movie, but you're still gonna be like, but why?
Yeah.
You know, it's probably gonna be. But I think not enough people think about expression and stuff like that like we do. They're seeing the beats as they remember them, and where the expressions aren't there, they're remembering what they were like.
Right.
You know, if this was the first time they ever made Lion King, it would probably get a lower score because they're like, these lions aren't very expressive.
Yeah, definitely.
You know?
Definitely.
It's just you're basically watching your memory of watching the movie, but in higher quality.
It was also so like gritty and grimy looking, and I remember so many scenes in that movie that were so beautifully colorful and really like extravagant. And I really hope for some of those scenes it really tries to lean into that, because I remember like even the live action Jungle Book, the scene where Christopher Walken plays the orangutan is like so it's so dark
and gloomy,
creepy.
Yeah.
And in the original Jungle Book from 1967, it's a really fun scene.
And you got Louis Prima, the king of jazz, doing his thing.
Yeah. It's great.
That. That's a great song.
It's great.
To defend that slightly, Jared, I do have to say that a lot of the shots are from the what is it called, the area with a bunch of the skulls, you know,
the elephant graveyard or whatever.
Yeah, there's a lot of shots from that, so that might be why it's kind of dark. But you can watch a side-by-side comparison of the original and this new trailer on YouTube, and the difference in the color palette is night and day.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine. Because that's the weird thing, too, is, like, you know, it's not even... It's, like, essentially just hyper-real animation, and the image ends up just looking like a really underexposed, like, digital camera.
Yeah.
You know? Really crushed colors, and I don't know.
You know, somebody brought this up to me, which was an interesting take on it, but, like, when you go see Lion King on Broadway... You know, you're not thinking, oh wow, how could they do this to the original? You're like, okay, this is just a cool, interesting interpretation of Lion King. And maybe if you looked at this movie from that perspective, it's a little bit better. But I think it's kind of apples and oranges.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the thing with the Broadway one too is like, you're giving actors the chance to kind of embody and put their take on the character.
Yeah, and you get like puppets and all this stuff that's interesting and not, you know, it's not animation.
Right. It's a whole different art. I am really interested though, like kind of going off the whole, like we didn't really hear a lot of people talk. I really am interested in hearing John Oliver's, what's his name? Zazu?
Yeah. I'm going to miss Rowan Atkinson because I love Rowan Atkinson, but I think John Oliver, would do a decent job.
Yeah, he kind of looks birdish anyway. He says that all the time.
Yeah, he always makes jokes that he looks like a bird, and now he's going to be one. The casting choice I'm looking really forward to is Eric Andre as a hyena. And if you know anything about Eric Andre, that's inspired casting.
Yeah, that's great. I love that.
That dude's like a living hyena. He's absolute insanity.
Is Beyonce Nala?
Yeah.
Okay. You know it's going to be a super awkward scene in this? Remember in the original one when Nala gives Simba those bedroom eyes?
Yeah.
Dude,
they show that shot in the trailer of them. They're oh wait, no. It's
they were like rolling around together,
yeah.
And he like lands on top of her. Dude, I'm waiting to see those live action bedroom eyes.
Yeah, it's going to be really uncanny.
Gonna see the lion seduce me, you know.
Yeah. I guess here's an interesting idea. I'm curious. You know what I would be a fan of? People wouldn't like this, but I would absolutely be there on opening night if they did this with this movie. So nature documentaries are really popular, like on Netflix and stuff.
I
right?
love them. Yeah, they're great.
Imagine if they did this exact thing. If they did The Lion King with this animation with no voice acting and made it look like a nature documentary, and they did all of the storytelling through visuals.
That would be hype. That would be super cool.
Yes, like a nature documentary with the most compelling narrative you've ever seen.
That would be a really interesting thing too, because you would then actually, it would make sense to redo a well-known story because people can infer the story they know on the visuals they're seeing.
Yeah.
So it would actually be an instance where a remake would really be a great asset to the storytelling. It would be a very creative way of using it.
I would love to see that. And just the experiment of seeing if you can do it. Just pure it'd be like a silent film essentially. Just pure visual storytelling.
Well, and you could probably get really good
make
sounds. You could get great lion roars and great cackles, and it'd be really cool.
Yeah, and you could even get, like, on a Blu-ray, you can get the David Attenborough edit. Or
Simba looks to the paw. He sees the paw is much larger than his. How could he fulfill the shoes of the father?
Yes. His father explains to him that everything the light touches is his.
And now the Buddhist baboon comes and explains to him the importance of remaining in the moment. Here the lion learns spirituality.
Here the lion looks up in the sky and sees his father in the clouds. I
He
would
is
love
having
to see that.
what you call an out-of-body experience. He is
Ooh.
having what you call a transcendental moment.
The female lion expresses bedroom eyes to the cub.
The female lion shows attraction through the bedroom eyes.
The warthog is flatulated and has scattered all of the animals in the pond.
Here we see the natural friendship between the warthog and the meerkat. Look at them laugh. Look at them be lazy together. Look at them eat grub.
They need to make this movie. I would watch the shit out of this. Are you kidding me? That would be hilarious.
Sign me up for like 6 tickets right now.
Yeah.
Put it in IMAX. I would just eat all the popcorn.
I wouldn't even enjoy that ironically. Like, I would legit find that interesting.
The time of my life. It'd be the time of my life.
Let's talk about Joker. The teaser trailer for Joker.
Okay, just quick for clarification.
Yeah.
What's the difference between because this is like kind of a longer trailer, so what makes the difference between a teaser trailer and a trailer?
I'm glad you brought that up. So a few years back, Screen Junkies? It's a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
A while back, they did like a casting call for Screen Junkies News, where you could make a video talking about something film related, and I submitted something. Obviously, I didn't make it, but I made a video it's on my YouTube channel. It's on the In the Can YouTube channel about this very topic, about the difference between teasers, trailers, extended trailers, and I talked about how there's not really a defined and standard definition for these things, because they all vary in length, and they all vary in how much of the story they give away.
Right.
So the whole video was, the only thing it seems like that's in common is that the teaser is the first one, the trailer is the second one, and the extended trailer is the third one. But it's not really defined by length anymore, because it says it's a teaser trailer, but it's 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, and I feel like I got as much information as I would get in a regular trailer through this. So
I think you would agree with me that everybody wants to walk into a movie expecting different things. Some people don't want to know anything, and some people want to know exactly what they're getting themselves into, especially if they're a parent, So the video that I made, I was like basically pitching an idea of what the standard could be for what a teaser, a trailer, an extended trailer is. So if I could have it my way, a teaser would just give you, would just be a tone trailer. Like a trailer giving you some of the visuals, what the tone's going to be, how it's going to make you feel, and just a small taste of what the story is. But you shouldn't know anything about what's going to happen. And then
I made a trailer for the... Oh, sorry, one quick. For the, like, longer 40-minute movie I made, before it was shown in the festival that it was in, I made a little teaser trailer for it, and that's exactly what it was. It was like a mood piece, some music. It showed some, like, sort of snapshots of the film, but it didn't give anything away. It just kind of set the standard of, like, this is the kind of film you're going to get into if you go see it, you know?
So that's what I would call a teaser. And those are my favorites, because it gives you the advantage of walking in blind, but also knowing enough to know that you would want to see it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So if I were in the movie making industry, I would want to work for a trailer house, because I find all this stuff interesting, and I love the analyzing the art of the trailer. But so then I would call it a trailer, giving you some more story beats, like stuff from the first and second act, and maybe giving away a couple jokes if it's comedy, or a couple action set pieces if it's an action film. And then the extended trailer would give away, which would show parts of, like, the third act, you know, show you a little bit about the whole story arc. So if they did that, if that standard that I just expressed was the norm, then you'd be able to watch a trailer knowing you're not going to get spoiled just by the way it's titled, which would be nice.
Why is it called a trailer?
Because they're like they trail behind the movie. I think that's where it comes from.
Wouldn't it be playing after the movie then?
Yeah, or maybe it has something to do with that. I forgot exactly.
They should be called like primers or something, maybe.
Primers?
Yeah, I say we do that. We start calling trailers primers. They prime you up for the movie.
I don't know if that's gonna work out. I don't know if that's gonna catch on.
A guy can dream.
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up later, because that's interesting. That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't like it.
So,
what's it about?
So, I know you're not a comic book movie guy, but how do you feel about The Dark Knight? Do you like that movie?
So, I love The Dark Knight.
Okay.
I think that to me is... I mean, I haven't seen it in a few years, but it was always, to me, my favorite superhero movie.
I love it too. I think it falls a little bit... I think it falls a little bit apart at the third act, just a hair. I think they could have probably done the movie without Two-Face.
Yeah.
He's kind of shoehorned in at the last minute.
Yeah, they could have.
The only reason why I bring it up is because every time there's a new Joker, you know, everybody compares it to Heath Ledger and everything. So, and there was rumors about this Joker movie with Joaquin Phoenix, and then some footage leaked, and it's a weird design and everything. And the trailer came out, and I'm really curious what you think, especially since you're not a big comic book guy and you like The Dark Knight. Because I think this trailer looks amazing. I think it looks gorgeous, and I absolutely love the tone of this. It's so moody, but not like dark for the sake of being dark. It seems appropriately dark, thematically dark.
It's cool that it's thematically dark, but the actual visuals are like properly exposed, which is nice.
And I love the color palette. It's set in the 80s, and you get a lot of these oranges and greens and purples. I really like
which
it,
of course is the Joker's colors.
Yep.
It's cool because Joaquin Phoenix is probably my favorite living actor.
Me too. I love the guy. Okay, just a quick question real quick.
Sure.
Were you a fan of Joaquin Phoenix? You know about the whole I'm Not Here thing where he grew
It's
the
one
beard?
It's one of my favorite movies.
Okay.
Yeah.
So were you a fan of his before then? Because it was after then that I think he really started putting himself on the map in my mind.
Before then, you know, he was in Gladiator, he was in a few other things, and I always liked him when I saw him in things, but after
I'm Not Here.
After I'm Not Here, for one, which I think is one of the top 5 acting, like male acting performances of all time. I'm Not Here. I think it's incredible. I think that movie is like the height of experimental American acting films.
He did this, in case the listeners don't know, he had this shtick going on, like a Andy Kaufman-esque ruse that he did for like 2 years, where he grew out a beard and he was like pretending he was like a rapper. And it was this whole character that he was doing, but people thought he was legit. He went on Letterman, and Letterman made fun of him and everything. And then it turns out it was all for this fake documentary called I'm Not Here. And it is such a weird experiment. I wasn't the biggest fan of the movie at the time. Maybe I would like it more now, but I think it's a fascinating story.
Yeah, I loved it. And not even for... I just think his performance is just incredible in the movie itself, but also like contextualizing it, like what he had to do in the real world to pull it off. I think it's incredible.
Yeah. So think about that. What did you think about? What do you think about his performance here in the Joker trailer?
So it looks like it's going to be lighter than Heath Ledger's Joker. It's going to be a lot more human than Heath Ledger's Joker, because we already meet Heath Ledger's Joker as like this very psychotic villain. And this looks like we're going to get the build up to it. We're going to get the story behind it. But we're still going to get a villain.
The Joker in The Dark Knight is mysterious. He's crowded in mystery. You don't know exactly where he came from or what created him. So he's sort of, even though he's a human, he seems sort of out of this world. But here, I think the thing I'm looking really forward to is this is like a $50 million budget, which is pretty modest for these kind of movies. And I love the idea of a comic book movie that is just like a small character study on...
It's
like
R-rated, right? Is it R-rated?
It's not confirmed yet, but it's with that budget, I imagine it will be.
If it comes out and it's R-rated, I'm going to be 20 times more excited. Like, because I think the Joker character really deserves an R-rated movie.
Do you think this is going to be the story of a good man going bad, or somebody who's just kind of mentally deranged to begin with? Because it seems like he has like a relationship with his mom, and I'm guessing that something happens to her.
I think it's not going to be... So I don't think it'll be necessarily like a good man going bad or a man going deranged. I think it'll be a weak man who can't handle the world and becomes deranged because of it. But to me, it seems like it's not necessarily he starts out with any sort of moral good or bad. It seems like he's very weak. And this is the story of a lot of people who resort to violence. You know, they're weak people.
Sure.
Who use violence to somehow control the world, you know?
In the trailer, he gets beaten down a lot. Like, literally, he gets beaten up a lot. And it doesn't say it outright, but I assume something bad happens to his mother, and it just seems like he ends up taking it out on the world. There's also the implication that he has something against the Wayne family. It's been confirmed that the kid that he forces that smile on is Bruce Wayne.
All right, I dig it. I dig it.
But I tone above everything else is what sells the movie for me, and the tone of this just looks so interesting. Obviously, it's taking a lot of notes from the King of Comedy.
Yep, and Taxi Driver.
Yeah,
and Raging Bull a little bit too. Like he's like a comedian and stuff, and the third act of Raging Bull, you have a lot of him trying to do these like stand-up routines that suck. You know, so it's kind of like the mix, the mashup of Scorsese's 3 best movies, you know. And well, 2 of his best movies in the King of Comedy.
There's also just a lot of individual shots that I just love in this trailer. Like, everything's framed so well. There's a shot where it's only for a brief second, but it's like he's in the Joker makeup, and he's like leaning back on a chair in the green room, and just the camera's like placed behind his shoulders. It's just a really interesting dynamic shot. And especially speaking of King of Comedy, De Niro is in this movie. He's in the trailer for like a second.
He's the guy on stage. He's the
Johnny Carson.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. And Scorsese's producing this movie too, which is awesome.
Yeah. And this is just a small thing, but the look on De Niro's face in that shot, he just looks like he's having so much fun. And you don't really get to see that out of De Niro very often.
Not anymore.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. He kind of plays sad old men now.
Yeah.
It seems. But this, he looks like a TV host. You know? I thought, when I first saw the trailer, I thought it was, what's his name? From The King's Speech? Not Colin Firth. But Jeffrey Rush. I thought it was Jeffrey Rush.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm looking so forward to this.
I haven't been this excited.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I haven't been this excited about a superhero movie, I think, since The Dark Knight Rises. Before that came out. Yeah, and so many comic book movies are lit so flatly and just look so uninteresting. Like Spider-Man: Homecoming is a fine movie, but it's just so bland looking. And this has so much character and color and texture to it. I'm really excited. Yeah, me too.
Are you surprised that the guy who is making this movie also made The Hangover?
Yeah, I think that's funny.
Yeah.
He's kind of, though, like, I don't think he is... Well, for one, it'll be interesting because, you know, the Joker's a comedian in a certain kind of way.
Sure.
And I need to check out the rest of his filmography, but has he done mostly comedies outside of The Hangover as well?
It seems like he's done mostly, what do they call them? College... what do they call them? Those frat house comedies kind of thing?
Sure. I know what you mean.
His name is Todd Phillips.
Yeah, so it'll be an interesting turn for him. He's also never been given this much talent with an actor, you know, which makes a huge difference.
I've never seen a bad Joaquin Phoenix performance ever. Yeah, he's only made what do they just call them? Frat house comedies. He made Road Trip, Old School, Starsky and Hutch, School for Scoundrels, The Hangover, Due Date, and The Hangover sequels, and then this. So this is a big turn.
Yeah, we'll see how he we'll see how he handles it. We'll see what he chooses to do.
Yeah. Last thing I want to bring up about the trailer is there's a trend that you probably know of in trailers now where they'll take like a pop song or a famous song and do like a weird sad cover of it.
Yeah.
And they did it with the Suicide Squad trailer where I forgot exactly what song it was. But in this trailer they play the song Smile Though Your Heart Is Aching, that song. And they just play the original one and it works so well.
Yeah, they didn't like do some weird stupid remix or anything.
A children's choir. Smile, you know, you could totally see them doing that.
Yeah, definitely.
So our discussion here is running a little longer than normal, but we gotta mention the Star Wars Episode 9 trailer.
For sure.
We can't not. It just dropped today, and I assume I never asked you about your opinions on Star Wars, but I assume you like the original Star Wars trilogy.
Oh, of course. I mean, so this is kind of so Star Wars, obviously, I came to it when I was really young. I fell in love with the originals. I would walk to the library maybe twice a week to rent Star Wars like VHSs, you know?
Yeah.
And I loved the visuals. I loved the story. When the prequels came out, I loved the prequels because I was still a kid. You know, I was 5 years old when Episode 1 came out. I had all the action figures and stuff. My mom took me to Episode 3 when it was in theaters. But a funny thing happened in high school. I rewatched Episode 3 with some of my friends, and I never knew... Like, it hit me like, holy shit, this is, like, bad acting and green screen.
Oh, yeah.
And just, like, this is just, like, really
You
shitty.
turned her against me!
You blew me away.
That to yourself, Anakin.
It's just so bad,
Yeah.
the prequels. But the original one, you know, those are timeless stories. And, like, I think The Empire Strikes Back, out of all of them, I mean, that's a legitimate great movie.
Yeah.
I think that's a really great movie.
Yeah.
And
Star
A New
Wars
Hope and Jedi have their things too.
I think Empire is technically a better movie, but I prefer the first one just because it's like the perfect example of Joseph Campbell's hero's journey story structure, and it's like, I don't know, it's so fantastical, and I love it.
Yeah, and as far as the new ones too,
that's where I was gonna go. I'm curious.
I
what
liked
you think
the
about
Force.
The new ones.
I liked the Force Awakens a pretty good amount.
Me too. JJ somehow was able to match the tone of the original Star Wars movies, but in a different way. They feel not majestical, but of majesty. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Jar Jar Abrams really did a good job.
Jar Jar Abrams. Yeah. But what about The Last Jedi?
So I actually didn't see it in theaters. I saw it when it was on Netflix.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I just didn't get the time to see it in theaters.
Wow.
I liked it all right. It was like kind of cool in that it was very much trying to do a completely different story than The Empire Strikes Back, which I appreciated. It was a fun watch.
I feel the same way. I wasn't blown away by Force Awakens. I don't tend to rewatch movies a lot anymore, but I rewatched The Force Awakens. I've probably seen that movie like 8 times. And it was all within like the first year it came out, just because I loved it so much.
Yeah.
But I've only seen The Last Jedi once, and even though I enjoyed it, I've never wanted to go back and watch it.
Huh.
And I think a lot of that has to do with the screenplay and the way they handle some of the characters. I love Rian Johnson. He directed some of the best episodes of Breaking Bad. I think he's an incredible director, but I don't think he's the best screenwriter. So I think if anything, they could have gotten somebody else to do the screenplay for that one.
Yeah, and I also haven't really watched... I didn't watch Rogue One. I didn't watch Han Solo. I'm, like, not very interested in those, like, side movies.
I am not... Yeah, those are real bad.
Are they?
Solo... Rogue One, I think, is a perfect example of why you need character development in a movie, because you have no reason to care for anybody in that movie. Nobody's given any character. You're just told that you're supposed to like them. And it's really insulting. And then with Han Solo, in A New Hope, or in the original trilogy, Han Solo has the story arc where he's just a selfish asshole, and he learns that there's more important things in life than money, and he gives his life to a better cause. That's his story arc. That's his arc in Solo. They give him the same story arc.
Which makes no sense, because it would have to end with him being a scummy guy.
Yes, exactly. The story arc, imagine, okay, the story arc of Solo, a Star Wars story, should have been he's an optimistic go-getter, and something awful happens to him, and he becomes a cynical, selfish asshole.
Yeah, he becomes cynical.
But Disney would never do that.
Right.
Never. And then they put Darth Maul in the movie. They gave him a cameo.
Really?
Yep.
Do you see his lightsaber?
I don't even feel bad. I don't even feel bad spoiling that. There's a scene towards the end where the bad guy behind closed doors turns on a hologram, and he's like, "What is your bidding, my master?" And it's a guy in a cloak, and he's like, "Do this for me." And he opens up his hood, and it's Darth Maul, and he's got robotic legs. Because it takes place after episode 1, so the top half of his body was chopped off.
Yeah.
And you do see his lightsaber, the double-sided lightsaber.
So do you think Darth Maul will be in other movies? Do you think Darth Maul will be in The Last Skywalker or whatever this
Oh my
one's
god,
called?
I hope not. Although I did hear that J.J. Abrams is hoping to sort of tie all 3 of the trilogies together into a nice little bow at the end of this one, which is an interesting idea. So going into that, what do you think about this trailer that dropped? JJ is back, and I will say that, man, the people who edit these Star Wars trailers, they really fucking know how to make a trailer. Holy shit.
That first scene with her jumping into the ship or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it looks so good. I mean,
these are Star Wars movies. These are seen as royalty, kind of, and they really spare no expense to make these movies look gorgeous. I mean, every shot of this trailer is beautiful.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, I think as far as like action sci-fi goes, I think Abrams is a real solid mind to sort of helm that. I'm really interested in. So, like, I think just sort of those first opening shots, you know, in the desert and stuff, it kind of reminded me of, like, the sort of, like, operatic spaghetti western kind of feeling.
Yeah.
And it would be,
it
would honestly be really cool if it kind of leaned into this sort of, like, spaghetti western samurai movie thing, because that's kind
That's
of like
what Star Wars is.
That's
Star Wars,
exactly what
it's
Star
a
Wars
space
is.
western with samurai in it. That's all
Exactly. Yeah. So I'd love it if it leaned into that and gave me the goods on that, because honestly, so that we have like an old like kind of independent art movie theater that goes here, and they play a lot of old movies. I have the most fun, like not like, you know, intellectual fun, but just the most like pure fun going to those movies when they play old westerns from the 60s and old samurai movies.
Yeah.
So if this movie could kind of lean into that sort of ethos, I would love it.
I kind of doubt that they're going to do that for the whole movie, but I imagine there's going to be some parts that are going to be reminiscent of that. I mean, there's shots of Poe Dameron and Finn going off on their little adventure, and those shots kind of look like a Western adventure as well.
Yeah.
They're just kind of on their own, you know, it looks like they're searching for something.
Who isn't, you know?
Yeah. But I think this looks great, and I'm really curious to see what JJ's going to do, because he did such a good job with the first one. And so they tease at the end. You hear the Emperor laugh. Do you think he's legit going to be back, or do you think it's going to be like a Force ghost? Or
it'll be a Force ghost.
Do you not? Okay.
I'm saying Force ghost. Either that, or it's like he recorded himself on his iPhone or whatever, you know, and it's just like being played back through like smart speakers or something.
You see, I tend to not like to speculate about things, because I just like to be surprised by it. You know, it's not really worth like speculating what's gonna happen.
No, it's not.
I've never understood the idea of somebody wanting a movie to be spoiled to them. Like, can you tell me what happens at the end of Game of Thrones? And like, don't you just want to watch the story?
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
You don't see people who watch sports going like, can you tell me what the score is going to be? I don't want to watch the game. Just tell me what the score is.
Yeah, no, that never happens.
Yeah.
Even like almost every time, you know, my dad will call me if he's DVRing a game. He'll be like, don't tell me the score, before he even talks to me and says hello, you know. Movies should be the same way, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, this movie, it feels more tonally similar to The Force Awakens than The Last Jedi did.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate that.
That scene where Kylo Ren
gorgeous
uses his like handle lightsaber to stab that guy in the stomach.
Yeah, he like picks him up and slams him on the ground like a wrestling move.
Dope. I'm all about it.
Yeah. You want to hear one of the dumb fan theories that I've already heard?
Sure, let's hear it.
It's so dumb. The fan theory is that Darth Sidious, or the Emperor, has basically hijacked Kylo Ren's body and has been using him as a puppet this whole time. And there's going to be some sort of exorcism where you'll find out that Kylo Ren was good all along, and there'll be a scene where he goes, "My name is Ben." Isn't that the dumbest shit you've ever heard?
Terrible, yeah. Man, I hope that's not true.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm curious where it's gonna go, and I'm open to anything. Yeah. So those are some trailers that are coming out. Should we talk about Nocturnal Animals?
Yeah, let's talk about Nocturnal Animals.
Okay. So we're gonna play a clip from the trailer starting right now.
Do you ever feel like your life has turned into something you never intended?
I'm worried about you. Were you sleeping? You scared me the last time we talked.
You know me. I never sleep. My ex-husband used to call me a nocturnal animal.
I didn't know you had an ex-husband.
I've been thinking about him a lot lately. And then recently he sent me this book that he's written. It's violent and it's sad. And he dedicated it to me.
Did you love him?
I did something horrible to him.
question of how serious you are about seeing justice done.
Don't do this. You'll regret it.
All right, so that was a clip from Nocturnal Animals, a film from 2016. It was one of my favorites of that year. It's about Amy Adams plays a woman named Susan, who works in the art world, but she's not very happy with her life there. It's a very hoity-toity kind of society, and she begins to miss her ex-husband, played by Jake Gyllenhaal, who reminds her of her, because he was very romantic, but they split for different reasons, and he coincidentally sends her a manuscript of a book that he's writing, and he dedicates it to her. And it's a very touching story for her, and it makes her sort of rethink a lot of her decisions she's made in her life. It's directed by Tom Ford, who only made one film prior, which was, I believe, A Single Man. He is a fashion designer. Yep. So I really enjoy this movie a lot. It's a drama thriller, and Jared, I've been wanting to talk to somebody about this movie for a long time because there's so much to talk about. And I'm really curious what you thought of it.
Okay, so after it, I read some like snippets of reviews for it when it came out, and one of them gave it like 5 stars and said it like beautifully blended romanticism and pessimism, and the other one that was kind of that liked it less called it gynophobic death porn.
What does that mean? Gynophobic?
Yeah, like afraid of the vagina.
Oh.
You know, gynecologist. Yeah, gynophobic. And I think they're both a little right for this one.
Okay.
I liked the movie, definitely. I would definitely say I liked the movie. I really liked its narrative structure. I really like movies that jump around narratively and like show maybe like a couple beats of one shot and kind of goes into a different story time, and it's balancing 3 different arcs, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, so for the listeners, there's basically 3 storylines. There's the main storyline with Amy Adams in present day, where she's reading this book that her ex-husband sent her. Then we get to see the book itself. We get to see that... Kayla's trying to listen. Hi, Kayla.
Hi.
We get to watch the book itself, where Jake Gyllenhaal plays a different character, and then we get to see the past in the real world where Jake Gyllenhaal and Amy Adams met. Is the gynophobic aspect the part where it's where there's like a lot of violence against women or anything like that? Is that where you're sort of going with that? Because I'm finding it a little difficult to understand.
Yeah, and I wouldn't totally agree with it either.
Me neither. I would have never thought that.
Yeah, there's definitely a very like. I feel like the film in general kind of. So for me, honestly, it's a lot more about Jake Gyllenhaal and Michael Shannon's characters than it is about Amy Adams, right? I think Gyllenhaal and Shannon kind of drive it more, and it's much more of a commentary on masculinity than really a lot of what Amy Adams is going through. Okay. And I don't think there's like, it's definitely not misogynist, I would say, although there is a lot of violence against women. There might be hints of misogyny in there, but there is this sort of very like, and Tom Ford's gay too, so.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's a sort of like distant kind of view of women in it, kind of women maybe as, and you see this right in the beginning, right? Maybe like women as props or like objects.
Sure.
They're always very beautifully laid out, but there's a sort of like there's a sort of like sanitary kind of distance, I feel like, that's applied in it.
Okay.
Just visually.
What would you think this movie was about? Like, if you had to say one thing it was thematically about, what would you say that is? What's the message?
I think it's about. So I think it's about a couple, because there's a couple different storylines going in there. I think one of it is definitely about men whose masculinity doesn't fit the sort of normative definition of it,
yeah.
and a sort of rage involved when you can't fulfill the roles you want.
there's sort of the theme where Amy Adams, when her character is younger, her mom's telling her that Jake's character, whose name is Edward, she's saying Edward's a weak man. You know, you can do better than him, and that's because he's romantic and he doesn't have a lot of, you know, concrete goals. He's not ambitious.
Right, and then his version in the Edward, for lack of a better name, in the actual story,
his character's name in that is Tony.
Tony can't protect his family, right? He allows this. He's chasing these very brutal, hyper-violent men. The Michael Shannon character, while kind of embodying the sort of like cowboy archetype, he's also he's also pretty sensitive, I would say.
Yeah.
He was my favorite character in the movie.
Oh my god, he's so fun to watch. He's, for the lack of a better term, the comic relief. There's not a lot of comedy in this, but if there is any, it's from Michael Shannon.
Yeah, I think Michael Shannon's performance in this was incredible.
Right. He's got amazing eyes. They stare you right in the soul.
Mm-hmm.
And they're small. There's a lot going on behind those eyes of his.
Yeah, he's a great actor.
He's so intimidating in this movie. But also you can see a lot of pain in his eyes because his character is, he has lung cancer, so he's a day away from retirement. You know, that classic cliche.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think the thing that I find most fascinating about this movie is how it ties all three of those stories together. There's always some sort of tangible. I'm sorry, you're going to have to flip that headphone around. I'm hearing myself in my ears.
Oh.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
In the future, you got to get a headphone splitter.
Yeah, in the future. We can just cut this part out.
No, it's okay. I'll keep it in.
Okay.
Kayla's trying to listen in by flipping his headphones around, but it's screwing with the audio. But what I find really interesting about this movie is that how it seamlessly blends all three of those stories together. And there's always some sort of tangible thing that ties them together. Like, there'll be a fireplace in the book, and then it'll cut to Amy Adams, and she's at a fireplace. You know, there's always some sort of connective tissue.
And I thought that was the best part of this movie, was how it handled its multiple narratives, which is a very difficult thing to do, to handle multiple narratives.
Especially since Jake Gyllenhaal is playing a real character and a character in the book.
Absolutely. And as part of the connecting it, the editing is very good in this film.
Yes.
The editing is very intentional. It's very good at synchronizing all these things.
Mm-hmm.
But then going back to what it's about, I think on Amy Adams' side, you know, there's a sort of, it's about in a way selling out. It's about kind of giving up on the things you wanted to make your life about. I think it's sort of about, she's kind of, for a long time, kind of deferred meaning in her life, and she's decided to pursue material things instead of meaning or things that'll fulfill her in a deeper way.
And tangentially related to that, it's sort of a little bit of a story about how, you know, the mom says eventually we all become our mothers, and she can't stand her mother, and she does end up becoming like her. So we're gonna spoil this movie, so we're gonna be talking about some spoily elements, but the turning point I think in the movie is when you realize that when Susan and when Sue and Ed were together, she got unsatisfied with him and started cheating on him with Armie Hammer's character, and she ended up getting pregnant. I assume it's Ed's baby, and she aborted it.
It is.
And
it is Ed's
she
baby.
Feels Armie Hammer's character is consoling her, and she's like, "What have I done?" I hope Ed never finds out. And then it turns out Ed just happens to be there, and he sees that she's cheating on him, and he sees that she's at an abortion clinic. So
which is heartbreaking.
Which is very heartbreaking. So for me, this story was, in a way, it's a very, you don't realize it till the last shot of the movie, but to me it seems like a revenge movie.
Well, and the whole book is about revenge too.
The whole book is about revenge. And so Jake Gyllenhaal's character Ed, he writes this book that is about a family where something awful happens. So in the book, Tony, he's with his family and they're driving along, and they get pulled over by these creeps, and they end up kidnapping his daughter and his wife, and they end up raping and murdering them. It's all about that scene, that the whole scene with where they're chasing him in the car. It's so tense.
And a thing I like about it too, a thing I like about the book, those villains in that book arc, they're just pure evil. He never tries to make them anything other than that. Kayla said this when we were watching it, and I agree with her. It's very David Lynchian, where the villains in the story are just these embodiments of pure evil, which I really like, honestly.
Yeah.
I think people who do those despicable, horrendous things, I hate it when movies try to make me empathize with them somehow, because I think they're just disgusting. And I think this film did a really good job of just making sure those characters are disgusting.
Aaron Taylor Johnson, who is well known for playing Kick-Ass, plays the main creep, and he is so good in this movie. He's just ugly and inside and out.
Yeah, there's like just nothing. You just want to see him die so bad. Yeah.
So that happens in the movie, and the whole novel that you see played out is Jake Gyllenhaal trying
and
to...
the novel is titled Nocturnal Animals.
The title is...
Which is important.
Which we can talk about in a bit. But the point I'm trying to get to is that the book is about Tony getting revenge on somebody who killed his daughter and his wife. So in a way, Jake Gyllenhaal, this is my reading of the film, is that Jake Gyllenhaal, in the same way that Tony's getting revenge on the person that murdered his wife and child, Ed in the book is getting revenge on Amy Adams for destroying their relationship and aborting their baby by writing this incredible novel that he knows she's going to...
He dedicates it to her.
He dedicates it to her, and he knows that it's going to make her fall in love with him again. So she asks, and he knows that she's not happy with her marriage and her life choices. So by the end of the movie, she asks if she can see him for dinner, and she's in love with him again. And she goes to the restaurant to meet him, and the end of the movie is just her waiting at the table, and he never shows up. That's like the hardest cold shoulder I've ever seen in a movie ever. You know, it's so that another thing I find really fascinating about this movie is trying to find the thematic connections between what's happening in the novel and what's happening in real life.
Yeah, I totally agree with your reading of this movie.
Yeah, you do?
That's exactly how I read it too. Totally. Yeah.
Sure. And I don't really understand the idea of I know you said you don't completely agree with it either. What did you call it? The vagina thing?
Oh, gynophobic.
Gynophobic. Because I don't think this movie's really like against women or anything like that. I think it's just more against this specific person. You know, she left the person she loves because he wasn't giving her the material things that she's been told that she needs in her life. You know?
Yeah.
So, but it kind of ties to the opening of the film. In the previous episode, even though it shouldn't be a trigger warning, I told you that the movie opened with slow motion footage of like morbidly obese woman dancing in slow motion, and it turns out to be part of an art exhibit that Amy Adams' character is exhibiting, and she says in the film that it's about junk culture. So I'm curious what you thought that was all about and why you think the movie started with that.
Yeah. My mom actually had a really interesting reading on this. Yeah. She was talking about how, Amy Adams, obviously, her mom, super bourgeois, super rich, really like pushing this image, like you should look like this, you should be like this, you should live like this, you'll live like me, this is how you'll be happy.
What is that line she said about Ed's character? She's like, he's not your type, or not your type, but she said something specific. He's not one of you, or something.
One of you. He's not your equal.
That was the term.
He's not
She's
your
like,
equal.
really? Did you really just say that?
Yeah. So Adams lives in this, which is a trap, And there's these images of these very obese women who are dancing, but they're also enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
During the dance.
And then it's followed by an exhibit, it turns out that footage is playing on video in this art gallery. And then the actual exhibit is those same models lying as if they're dead on like these platforms.
Right. So my mom really read into that, about this whole thing about sort of female expectations sort of suffocating the life out of women, and by not sort of adhering to those norms, there's a possibility for joy there, regardless of how you look or sort of how your life plays out. That's kind of how it hit her on a personal level, and I really like that view, you know, like that's a view of it that I, as a guy, could never have come up with because I don't experience that. So it's really like cool to get that and like kind of gain that insight from her perspective.
Okay.
And again, and that was another thing too of like, I also read into that, the sort of thing of like on the video they're like joyful, but then in Amy Adams' world where she physically is and where these models physically are, they're also kind of like, they're like things, you know?
Yeah.
They're like objects.
And Amy Adams her character has become a little bit of an object because she wears all this, it's not obnoxious makeup, but
no,
it's night and day when she's at work and when she's
she's very put together. And also the other women who work with her in the art museum are all kind of put together like some sort of weird Andy Warholian character.
Sure, yeah.
You know, but there's this sort of very like this sort of like, dressing the part, life is all aesthetic, there's no real meaning here, you know.
And Amy Adams, she basically has a trophy husband. That's essentially what Armie Hammer is, right?
Yeah.
He's just
this beautiful boy.
Beautiful boy. And I love the way that they you know, it's a scene you've seen a million times where the wife finds out that the husband is cheating on her, but the way it's done here is really clever, I think.
Via phone.
Via phone, and he's getting a hotel room with this other woman, and the doorman just goes like, "Right after you, miss," and she hears him like, "Oh, there's a woman with you."
Yeah.
That was a nice reveal. Another thing I wanted to talk about is, you know, there's been a lot of movies where you're seeing a story within a story. You're seeing like a book played out in film, you know? So it's always interesting to see who's interpreting that. So when we're seeing the book played out, I think you can read it. You can read it three ways. Either this is the objective view of what this book is, or this is what Jake Gyllenhaal's character interpreted the book to look like, or this is how I read it, is that you're seeing Amy Adams's perspective on the book. Jake Gyllenhaal plays Tony, the character in the book, and he plays Edward. So my reading was that Amy Adams is reading this main character Tony. She's imagining him that he looks like her ex-husband. And then Isla Fisher plays Tony's wife, who a lot of people in real life confuse with Amy Adams. So
looks
it's
just
really
like her.
casting. Yeah.
And the daughter I think the daughter in the story is played by the same actress who is actually Amy Adams' daughter.
I wanted to ask you about that real quick, because they show in the movie that she got an abortion, but then whose kid did she have her daughter with? The one that's alive?
My assumption was that it was Armie Hammer's kid. She looked about like 19, 18 years old. That would fit in the timeline.
It just didn't seem like they were married for that long, so I was a little confused by that.
Well, they just look so young, I think. But, you know, they like got together in the story, and that story happened 20 years ago. So they've been married for a while.
So the interesting thing is that she's seeing the main character as her ex-husband. She's seeing the daughter as her own daughter, but she's not seeing herself. She's seeing somebody who looks like her, but it's not herself. And I think there's something to be said there.
That's very interesting. What'd you think? What were your thoughts on that?
I guess the thought is that maybe because she doesn't have as close of a relationship as Ed as she used to, so it's hard for her to put herself in the story, to be able to empathize with that character in that way because she's become so removed from it. I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but that's what it seemed like.
I think there's a super interesting psychological thing going on there.
Yeah.
And I think too, if it was her, you know, it would have been this sort of fantasy of a family, and it's maybe a little too overt at that point. But there's also sort of thing you do when you're always in a story, either you're watching a movie or especially when you're reading a book, because you're allowed to create those images in your head. You kind of always put yourself on the character that seems most like you in the book, you know?
Yeah. And the difference between Jake Gyllenhaal in real life and in the book, they play similar characters. They both have Southern accents, you know, and
they're both from Texas.
But Tony in the book, he has a beard, but that helps you kind of visualize, tell the difference between the two storylines when they jump back and forth. But there's a point in the book where Tony shaves his face, where he looks more like Jake Gyllenhaal in the flashbacks that you get to see. So then it's sort of blurring the lines between reality and fiction there, which is interesting.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, we never see Jake Gyllenhaal Edward. We never see Edward in the present day.
That's right.
We only see him through Amy Adams' filter in some way, whether that be through memory or through the book.
You're a lot better at looking at films in terms of different perspectives, looking at how they treat different races and genders and stuff. That doesn't come so easily to me. But one thing I will probably give you is that this movie is a great example of a movie that absolutely fails the Bechdel test.
Oh my God, yeah.
So if you're listening, you don't know what the Bechdel test is. It's basically the idea of, if a movie passes the Bechdel test, it means that there's a scene where one or two women are talking and they're not talking about a man. So everything that Amy Adams talks about in this movie, she's always talking about Jake Gyllenhaal's character, which makes sense for the story because she's reading his book, she's thinking about him, and in the flashbacks, she's trying to convince her mom that he's a good person. But I think the Bechdel test is a good rule to go by, but in my opinion, it doesn't automatically make a movie bad if it doesn't pass it.
No. And I think a lot of these things are never necessarily to say a movie is good or bad, but just rather to sort of make you aware of what's going. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's just like a thing to be aware of that people for a long time really never were aware of. I think. Also, as far as like the reading it, you know, I went to school and a lot of the classes I took were about like how to learn to read it from those perspectives. So don't feel so bad.
Also, Rachel is really interested in that stuff too. She's taking a class called Race and Gender in the Media that's all about this kind of stuff.
Super interesting.
So she's always telling me these perspectives that I never think about, which is interesting. So I just want to talk about some of the more technical aspects real quick. The acting, I think, across the board is incredible. Like I said, Jake Gyllenhaal and Amy Adams are some of my best favorite actors, and along with Aaron Taylor Johnson and Michael Shannon, they turn in, I think, really incredible performances.
I think every performance here is rock solid.
Yeah.
The only performance, and it wasn't bad, it was just maybe slightly caricature-ish, was Amy Adams' mother. But again, that was one scene, and it was filtered through Amy Adams' head, so there's a sort of, you know, and I'm not taking marks against it. But...
Also, the mom is supposed to be this really bourgeois, surfacey person, so it makes sense that she's not very realistic. Because there are people like that in real life.
Yeah, you know? Well, and she's also in like a very public setting in this very upscale restaurant in New York, so those kind of people would probably be the most exaggerated version of themselves in that kind of environment.
Yeah, because they're trying to put on a show.
They're trying to put on a show, especially, you know, this is a Texas woman in New York City, so there's a sort of like, you know, thing going on there.
Another thing that I think this movie does really well is revealing information. Like I said about revealing that, revealing the abortion, revealing that Armie Hammer is cheating on Amy Adams. But another great reveal is the way that it shows that Amy Adams has a daughter. Because in the scene in the book where Tony discovers the bodies of his wife and daughter, they're naked on this couch that's outside, and the daughter has her back facing him, and it's like it's supposed to look innocent, like, you know, these beautiful creatures had something awful done to them, and then it cuts to a very similar looking shot of Amy Adams's actual daughter, and at this point in the story you don't know that she has a daughter, so you're like, who's this person? Yeah. And then it forces you to make the connection between her real daughter and the daughter she's seeing in this movie.
Yeah, definitely.
And then later on, when one of her coworkers is showing her like this baby monitor thing, a flash of the Aaron Taylor Johnson's character shows up, and you can tell that she's starting to she has like these latent fears, or not fears, but regrets of aborting this baby, and this book is pulling those all to the surface.
Ooh, that's good. That's interesting. I literally I kind of went a couple inches off the couch when that scene happened.
The only two parts that I don't like are there's like two weird jump scares like that. There's that moment where Aaron Taylor Johnson's character pops up, and then there's also like Tony in the book is having like a nightmare, and that happens too.
With the big tongue or whatever.
Yeah, it was kind of obnoxious for my taste, but I get it.
Yeah, a little garish.
But everything, I don't know. This movie, it feels so precise in terms of its themes and how everything sort of connects to each other, and the payoff is so satisfying.
It's incredible too to be able to make a movie with 3 different storylines and make it also feel precise. I mean, that takes a lot. You know?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
To have a movie that has 3 different storylines, but also make it feel precise. That's good storytelling. That's not easy to do.
And they don't do cheap things like having like a completely different color palette or going black and white or anything like that.
No, which I like.
Was it a little jarring at first, or did it seem natural from the very beginning?
No, I mean, obviously it's like different. Not different isn't like totally unique, but it's not something that a lot of movies do. But I think it does a good job of it sort of establishes its rhythm, and you kind of go with it, you know, once it's like, okay, this is what the movie's doing. I usually don't have a ton of problems like figuring that kind of stuff out with movies, you know? Like I usually let the movie kind of wander as it will.
Sure.
And I totally think it works. Like you said, the editing is so well done and sort of elegant. That it doesn't
I said, there's always something tangible that connects the two.
Yeah, so that's always a good thing.
You could interpret that as being convenient. There happens to be a fireplace in the book when she's at a fireplace, but it's because she's at a fireplace that she's imagining a fireplace in the book. You know, so it's really a neat exploration of how you visualize a story when you're reading it. I think it would have been really interesting if something changed in the narrative in the present time, and then when she went back to the book, something has changed. That I would like to see a movie where that kind of happens, where the visual reading of the book changes as you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of movies right now that might do that.
Like if hypothetically some point in the movie where she realized that she loves Armie Hammer and didn't want Jake Gyllenhaal, then all of a sudden Jake Gyllenhaal's character is played by Armie Hammer in the book. Something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, for this movie, they did it perfectly fine, but it made me think about opportunities or things you could do with that idea.
And I think about that stuff. I've been thinking about exploring that in some work I've been doing, but like having the same character played by multiple people or, you know, things like that. I think that's so interesting. But yeah, I can't think of too many movies that do that. This one didn't, but it would have been cool.
Another really subtle thing I really liked about Amy Adams' performance is the dinner scene. It's a flashback, the dinner scene where she runs into Ed in New York and they have dinner together. I guess you could probably read this as like a misogynistic thing or a male fantasy thing, but I just love watching a character fall in love with another character, and you can just see in her eyes like she's just like head over heels with Edward in this scene.
I like that scene too. Oh, that obscure object of desire has two actors playing the same character. Actresses playing the same character. Sorry, so totally side.
Is that a different? Oh, that's a different movie.
Yeah, it's by Louis Buñuel, The Obscure Object of Desire. Anyway, back on track.
Yeah.
And that scene works well too because they know each other and they had always kind of had a crush on each other.
They were childhood friends.
So it feels more organic that way, that them seeing each other as adults could kind of kindle some of that stuff. I think a lot of movies maybe make people fall in love too quickly, but because it had that sort of historical background between them, it really allowed it to feel more real and organic. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Do you think the story in the novel was too dark?
No.
Like overly violent or anything? Because I think it fit the story well.
No. Yeah, I don't think it was too dark.
What did you think of the first scene in the book where they're chasing him down in the car and that whole sequence goes down? Did you find that like incredibly tense? Because like
I was so scared the whole time.
There are a few scenes in a movie that make me that makes my heart race, and I'm dying to know what's gonna happen next.
Yeah, no, that whole scene made my skin crawl the whole time, and I think part of that was Johnson's performance. He kind of would swerve in and out of, oh, I'll fix your tire. Oh, I'm gonna go right up against your daughter. Oh, I'm gonna,
And his physicality is like he's his character seems like he's constantly changing his opinion on what he's gonna do. So you never know exactly what his plan is. You know.
Yeah.
He's I don't know, at the same time, it feels like a planned attack. And I think part of what makes it so tense is you have to wonder what would you do in this situation.
Oh, definitely. Well, and that was the thing too, is during that whole attack in the beginning, I knew that he was gonna do what he ended up doing. But he was just kind of, because he's so like evil, this character, he was just kind of milking the moment because he knew he had the power, which is obviously terrifying. So.
I also like the fact that he is just like pure evil, but the only line that I think might have been a little too much in terms of that is the final confrontation with him when he's like, "It's fun to kill people." You know, that seemed just a hair over the top for me. What did you think of that? He's constantly like trying to ask him like, "What did you do to my wife and daughter?" And then eventually he's just like, "Nah, man, it's fun to kill people."
I can see that being a little over the top. At the same time, I could see people who do that actually say that, So I think there's a balance there. It didn't take me out of the character, but I can definitely see where you're coming from, that it was maybe a little bit
like
much.
It made him seem a little bit less than human, because like, I mean, I know he's less than human because he's evil and everything, but like, I'm having a hard time describing it. Like, you can accept that there's evil people in the world, but it's an extra rare type of evil where it's just like, I'm doing it because it feels good to kill people, not necessarily because he's like acting in the moment. It's more. It
happens. I think maybe more often than we think, though. People like that.
I suppose.
Yeah.
It just, okay, let me put it this way. It didn't seem like he was the kind of person that enjoyed killing people. It just seemed more like the person who didn't have any empathy and enjoyed just doing whatever the hell he wanted with people. And if he ended up killing him, that was just part of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Do you think he was saying that? Do you think he was saying that line though, just to kind of get under that character's skin?
Yeah, that's another thing too. Yeah.
He was kind of hamming it up
classic, for. It's that classic scene where the bad guy calls out the good guy that he's too weak to pull the trigger, and that's another theme in this movie is, you said it before, is strength and weakness. Because Ed, Jake Gyllenhaal's character in the real world, was constantly being told by Amy Adams and her mother that he's weak, and then at the end of the novel, the killer is telling Tony that he's weak.
Mm-hmm.
So he's sort of expressing that feeling that he has towards that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So at the end of the novel, did you Aaron Taylor Johnson's character, Tony ends up killing the murderer, but then the murderer ends up hitting him in the face with the crowbar. Did you interpret towards the end that he was blinded and then he fell on his gun and shot himself in the gut? Do you think that's what? I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I think he definitely, his eye got hit, right? So it's bleeding. So,
yeah.
And when only one of your eyes works...
He's at least visually impaired, if not blind.
Oh my god, absolutely. He's visually impaired. And the thing, too, is when one of your eyes doesn't work, you kind of lose your depth perception. So that really makes a lot of things difficult. He also got hit in the head, so he might be concussed somehow and not totally mentally there. So yeah, his physical injuries definitely is what caused him to fall on his gun.
I'm just curious what you think that means, how that ties to the real world.
Well, I think that story couldn't have ended happily.
No.
So I think it kind of had to call for the hero somehow dying as well, you know?
It kind of ends in a similar tone that the actual movie does. I mean, Amy Adams doesn't die, but she's devastated, you know? I like the idea of the last scene of the movie, because if you watch that last scene out of context, it's just a woman sitting at a table with this dramatic music, but everything that is built up to it, that dinner scene, just it's so important. And
I thought it was a really strong choice. I also didn't totally see it coming, so it like surprised me in a good way too when it happened.
I like that it lasts. That sequence is so long to the point where you start to think, wait a minute, is this how they're ending it? Did that thought cross your mind?
It was great. It was great too that she stayed for so long. She dragged it out so long, and in the same way, you know, by the end you watch it and there's kind of that empty feeling, but then you also think about it for like a second and you're like, well, they could have never said anything to each other at that table. You know?
What would they have said? She was expecting to fall back in love with him, and she possibly thought that Ed wrote the book for her because he's still interested.
Definitely.
You know, and he was kind of telling her, no, it's off the table now. So I'm curious, do you think Ed is a good guy? No.
Do you think... Oh my God, no. Ed's kind of a dick. No.
Okay.
He like.
What about Amy Adams' character? Is she a good person?
So let me start with Ed first.
Sure.
I actually, for a second, I was wondering why Amy Adams. Because clearly Amy Adams must have seen the sort of parallel with her life, because she's going back in those memories, and it's causing her to go back by reading this book.
Yeah.
And to have this guy write this really violent, like, really hard to watch, hard to read, like, painful story, and her to, like, want him so bad, kind of weird, I think. But, I mean, it's a pretty vindictive, spiteful, angry thing to do.
But she's not fascinated by the book because it's dark. She's just fascinated by the book because it's making her think of things in her own life, and it's moving her.
Yeah, it is.
It's very moving to her. Yeah.
Which a lot of the other art she's surrounded by doesn't move her at all. You know?
Right.
So when this piece of art that does move her comes in. But this is
when she's in the beginning of the movie, when she's asked, I assume it's her art piece in the beginning of the movie. And when she's asked about it, she doesn't have much to say.
Well, she's the curator of the museum. So I don't
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
But when she's asked about her opinion on different art pieces, she doesn't have a whole lot to say.
She's not moved by it.
Yeah, but then there's a scene where she's talking to her colleague, and she's talking about the book she's reading, and she's like infatuated by it.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, and with her though, with her, she's not necessarily a bad person, but she's pretty like hollow, I think, at this point in her life.
Do you think she really did become her mother?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, I feel like it's an objectively bad thing to cheat on your boyfriend and then have an abortion from that boyfriend without telling him.
Yes.
That's pretty messed up.
That's pretty wrong. I would definitely agree with that. Yeah.
So what is there to, for you, what is there to hold on to in this movie if the main characters aren't very redeemable? It's
a good story.
Yeah. That's what I would say.
that's enough, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think a movie needs to make redeemable characters.
You weren't rooting for Amy Adams, and you weren't rooting. I think the only character you really root for is the fictional Tony character.
Yeah, and I don't even necessarily. I mean, I root for him. I root for Michael Shannon's character. I mostly just want to see those guys who committed the crimes get killed. That was like the number one thing I really wanted to see.
Yeah, and I'm not much of a guy who likes those crime dramas, but I got a lot of satisfaction of just watching the process of how they're doing this.
Yeah, I'm the same. I almost never watch crime things, but I really liked this as well.
Yeah, and just the interrogation scenes that Michael Shannon does are just so fun to watch. Mm-hmm. And he's just like right up in this guy's face. Mm-hmm. It's that, and it's also the classic thing of like, we're going off the books, but it does it in such a satisfying way. Mm-hmm. Have you seen Prisoners? It's with Hugh Jackman, and I think Jake Gyllenhaal
and Denis Villeneuve.
Yeah. Have you seen that?
I haven't actually.
That's really good. Yeah, basically, the way Michael Shannon's character acted in this movie kind of reminds me of that movie, because basically in that movie, Hugh Jackman's daughter gets kidnapped, and the police aren't doing much, and he goes out to find out who did it himself, and he thinks he found the guy, but he won't talk, so he like ties him up to a radiator and tortures him for like a week.
Jeez.
And then he begins to have doubts that he got the right guy, and then he's like, I can't let this guy go. I'm gonna go to prison. It's a really fascinating. It's a really fascinating movie.
Interesting.
So it kind of reminded me of that, just like taking the law into your own hands, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Did you notice the like 3/4 of the way through the movie, it's the scene where Amy Adams' character is at her office and she's talking to that woman who has the baby monitor. There's a painting in the background that says revenge.
Revenge. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like subtle foreshadowing to what's to come.
Oh, absolutely.
Was it obvious to you that this was sort of a revenge story until the end? Because it didn't really hit me until the last shot.
No, I mean, and you can't really understand it in the story until you realize what she did with the abortion and stuff. Because you really don't. You hear sort of things about how bad it was, but it can't really fully hit you, and the whole meaning doesn't really come together until you realize what she did.
Yeah, because she says early on that I left him in a brutal way, but you don't really find out what that is till later. This is just, I'm looking at my notes, and I always find it funny. I always find it fun when a movie gives you just a unique visual. I always like movie posters that show you like a very minimalist image, but you know exactly what movie it is. Like Inception, you could just have like a spinning top, Yeah. And for this movie, it would be a guy sitting on a toilet outside. So when they find Aaron Taylor Johnson, you find out his character is like a plumber, and he just has a toilet rigged up on his porch. It's such a unique visual. I love it so much.
Yeah,
it's
one
of the few lighter moments of comedy there.
Yeah, definitely.
Like this guy's such a piece of shit. He's got nothing to do with his time. He just rigs up a toilet on his porch and sits out there all day.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think. What do you think is the best performed scene in this movie? To me, it's got to be Jake Gyllenhaal's final confrontation with the guy, or not final. It was one of his first confrontations where he's saying, "I want to know what you did to them. I want to know what they felt." He wants to feel like he was there, because he feels guilt because he could have stopped. He feels like he could have stopped what happened.
That scene was interesting. I also really liked the scene of Michael Shannon's character and Tony at the diner.
When he says he's got cancer, that scene?
Yeah. I think Shannon's like both funny and tragic in that. I think the acting in the eyes from both of the actors in that is incredible. Mm-hmm. That's a lot more subdued than when Jake Gyllenhaal meets them. But I think those are really strong. Those images of their eyes kind of staring at each other very heavily, really, I remember it still. I do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how the hell do they do that. I mean, I studied acting for a few years, and I don't know how the hell you get so much emotion behind your eyes like that, like those two actors can.
There are some, yeah, they're pros, and you know there are levels to pros too, and we're talking about the A tier actors of the professional acting tier with these two. You know, I mean, some people just have a gift. You know, it's like, how do Olympic swimmers? How are they so good at swimming?
Yeah,
it's just kind of like that. You know.
Yeah. What I'm just curious how much of that is trained and how much is just genetic, you know?
I think it's interesting. I think a lot of it too is, you know, that might have been the first time they played that scene. That might have been the 50th time.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Yeah.
And a big thing I notice when I direct, even with people who, you know, a lot of the people I work with are either very early in their training or not trained.
Yeah.
And the difference between take 1 and take 10 is startling. It's very different. So you can kind of work into that headspace, I think.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is actually not necessarily like telling them what to do, but it's maybe telling them what not to do and then being a very strong reactor as you're watching it. I think a lot of great directors sit right next to the camera and just like very deeply watch and react and be the audience.
Tom Ford is such a talented director for just doing 2 films. And you would expect the movie to be, I don't know, have some sort of quality because he's a fashion designer, like have really elaborate costumes or something. But aside from the bourgeois art people, you don't really get that sense, you know? You just get the sense that he just wants to make a good movie.
Well, he obviously has very strong aesthetic taste. You know, he very much has an image in his head, which is half the battle. He's really, and I think A Single Man too is kind of a very like labyrinthine sort of modern, very stream of conscious kind of film. So he's really interested too in like very, very sort of complicated plots. Like structurally, not necessarily the plot itself, but like structurally, he kind of plays around a lot.
Yeah.
So if you've got a strong taste and you are like interested in complicated plots, you're like going somewhere, you know?
I think this is a great example for you to look at what I value in a movie, because this hits all the beats that I like. You know, an interesting tone, a story told in a unique way, and it's got a really strong narrative structure, which I really like, and a really tight script too. Like almost every single line in this movie, you can infer different interpretations or read into something. Like early in the movie, or like the first flashback sequence, Ed is having Sue read something that he wrote, and he says like, I always end up writing about myself. So then when you see in the future, when you see the book, you know that he's putting himself in there. You know, it's not an interpretation that is what's happening, you know. I'm almost at the end of my notes. I'm just pulling out some random stuff now. I mentioned the weakness thing. Tony falls on his gun, revenge story, weakness and strength. Yeah. I like the moment at the end where so Sue in the present day, she puts on the makeup. She literally puts on a face when she goes out in public, but when she's at home, no makeup or anything. And then at the end, when she goes to meet Ed, she puts on the makeup. She looks herself in the mirror and she takes it off.
This is a very mask off kind of. It's an image. You know, it's a very like.
It's her trying to try to remember who she used to be and what she likes about herself, and trying to become that again for Ed. But then it turns out he's not there. You know, she wants, he makes her regret. It's not just like, you're gonna regret leaving me, but he knows that she doesn't want that lifestyle, and he's making her regret that decision. You know, and wish that she could take that. It's not about her coming back it's not about him saying like, you're gonna be jealous that you wish you were with me. It's like, you're gonna be jealous you wish you had your life back.
Yeah, which is interesting. Yeah.
One thing I'm still a little confused on is why is it called Nocturnal Animals? I'm a little lost on that. Why is the book called Nocturnal Animals? And why is the movie called it?
Well, I mean, I know Amy Adams' character doesn't sleep. Is there a point earlier in the film where, like, Ed or one of them says one of them calls the other one a nocturnal animal because they're always up late? Am I just like...
So I remember a scene where Amy Adams said something like, he always called me a nocturnal animal, talking about Ed. But I don't remember her saying that when I watched the movie, but I think it's in the trailer. So I don't know if that was cut or not, or maybe I don't remember seeing it in the movie.
Well,
do you remember her saying that?
I think I do, and I know she had sleep problems. I'm pretty sure it's like a pet name for her. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, because she's... Yeah, there's a lot of scenes where she's... Almost every scene with her, it's at nighttime. When she's in the flashbacks, when she meets Ed, when they're having an argument, it's always at night.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. But I'm curious what the significance is of that. I don't know.
I'm not sure either. I don't know if there's too much to read into it. I'm not sure. It's a very striking title. It's a good title. I don't know.
Have you seen the poster? I'm not a big fan of the poster.
It's pretty wild. It's like her face, and then there's like parts out of it, and
it's her face and then Jake Gyllenhaal's body, but they both have like a 50% opacity on them. I think they probably could have done better, but yeah, I think let me see if I rated this on Letterboxd real quick. Do you have any other thoughts?
No, I think that about covers it. We got through a lot. You brought a lot into this that made me think about a lot of scenes differently.
These thoughts have been brewing up for a long time, Jared, and I haven't had anybody to talk about it with because this movie just flew under the radar. People didn't really talk about it, which is sad. It's got like big name actors in it, you know.
And it's weird that it did. And I mean, here a lot of the people I work with, like a lot of my film friends here, raved about this when it came out. I remember a lot of people telling me it was their favorite movie of the year. I remember you expressing
interest in this. So did this meet your expectations?
Yeah, I thought it was good. Yeah, it was like as surprising as... I mean, it was like obviously a much different story, but as far as like the overall impression, I think it was about where I thought it would be. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I gave this 4.5 stars. I think this movie is incredible. What would you give it?
I would like to watch it again, and I think that would change my rating maybe, but I would give it 3.5 stars.
3.5. I would say it is better upon second viewing.
Yeah.
I mean, I get more out of it.
Yeah, I can see that. So, but yeah, 3.5, which is like, I would say very good.
Yeah. Highly recommend this movie. All right, that was our review for Nocturnal Animals. That was a good discussion. Again, I think we're starting to get the hang of this, Jared.
Yeah. I think the ball is rolling, as they say.
Yeah. I hope I didn't talk too much there. I had a lot of thoughts, but I think that was a pretty good discussion.
Yeah, no, I think it was good.
Okay,
yeah.
We're gonna reveal what we're gonna talk about next week, but first, check out the In the Can YouTube channel. If you like the podcast, make sure to share it with others, and leave a review if you have a minute. A review helps us show up on the search results, so that would help us out a lot. If you have any questions or comments about the podcast, or if you want us to weigh on our opinion about something, like you have a question like, what are your thoughts about whatever, we'd happily answer those questions. I mean,
any insults are welcome. Any complaints.
Even if you just want to troll and make a dumb question, we'll answer it.
I'd love it. We'll answer it authentically and in depth.
Yes,
truly.
Yes. So, Kayla, Jared's girlfriend, was a guest last episode, but it was more of like a sporadic thing. So next week she's going to be a proper guest where she's going to choose a movie. And Jared, what is she picking?
She is choosing Perfect Blue, by Satoshi Kon. It's a 1997, anime film. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I don't watch too much anime, so I think this will be a good experience.
Me neither. my brother's really into anime, and he's tried to get me to watch a few different shows, and I never really quite get into them. But I tend to enjoy anime films more than I do the TV shows.
I could see Luke being really into anime.
Yeah,
that makes
Luke's
sense
really,
to me.
Yeah, Luke's really into anime.
Yeah,
but I tend to enjoy the feature films that I see. So I'm very curious. It's not a Miyazaki movie. No, it's not.
No,
okay.
Satoshi Kon. Yeah. So.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you next week with Perfect Blue.
Perfect Blue.
Perfect Blue. All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Welcome to In the Can Movies Podcast. My name is Leo Costello.
Take 9.
Take 9. My name is Leo Costello.
Jared Wiedmeyer.
Okay. Let's try that again. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'll say welcome, you say take, and then we do the intros.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay, we haven't really established the order there. Okay. All right, welcome to In the Can Movies, the podcast. My name is Leo Costello. Oh, shit, I forgot to do the... Okay, for real this time.
You should just leave all.
You know what,
this in,
Jared?
Leo. Let them know the true you.
Jared, why don't you start with take 9, and then I'll say welcome to In the Can.
Okay, how about you say welcome to In the Can podcast? I'll say take 9, and then you say I'm Leo Costello.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Here we go. All right, welcome to In the Can. Shit, I keep wanting to say my name. Okay.
Okay.
For real this time, okay.
Here we go. You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in the right file.
I am serious. And don't call me Syrocki.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room. I drink your milkshake.
All right, welcome to In the Can.
Take 9.
My name is Leo Costello.
I'm Jared Wiedmeyer.
And we have a special guest today. We have Kayla Syrocki.
Hello again.
Jared and I are giggling because it took us forever to get that intro right. We can never figure out exactly what order we want to do things in.
We'll post that outtake thing just as like a little like side bit maybe.
I think you should just post the whole thing. Let people know yourselves.
It's super unprofessional.
I'm trying to think of like a movie that has ever like put in like bad takes. Because there was a lot of movies, in like the 60s that were really into like experimenting with like reality versus the fiction. I could totally see a movie from then that would have put in like takes that didn't work.
I know you haven't seen Black Dynamite. We'll watch it sometime on the show, but it does that intentionally. Like it leaves in bad takes intentionally.
That's cool.
Like actual bad takes or like pretend ones?
You can't tell, to be honest. Oh, some of them are pretend, and some of them seem like they're genuine.
Interesting.
But yeah, so today, Kayla, you said you wanted to talk about a movie called Perfect Blue. So we're going to be talking about that later. But first, well, actually, before we talk about what we've been watching, I kind of want to say something exciting we're going to be doing next episode. So Avengers Endgame is coming out this Thursday. I'm going to be seeing it Thursday night. And Jared, you're not the biggest superhero Marvel fan, but I told you all about what is it called now? Dolby Cinemas?
The Dolby Cinema, yeah.
Yeah, so if you guys don't know, there's IMAX cinemas. Well, Dolby has its new thing now. Well, they have Dolby Atmos, which is their own sound. And if you go to like the Marcus Theaters in Wisconsin, some of the screens have them. But it's basically a lot more speakers, and they're supposed to be so good that like a blind person could, like, you could convince a blind person that there's like a bird flying around in the theater. Like that's how good the audio is supposed to be.
Oh,
yeah.
Cool.
And well, the thing is, movies have to be optimized and mixed for these. So only a handful of movies you're really getting the full Dolby experience, and obviously Endgame is going to be one of them. And they have these new theaters that are the Dolby Dolby Sound and Dolby Vision, and there's one right near you.
Yeah, in Rosedale, AMC. It's actually in the same city I work, so...
Yeah, so from what I hear, these are supposed to be like the highest class like movie watching experience, like the echelon.
This is the summit. This is the peak. So
yeah, so I figured, what better way to introduce you to it? I haven't ever experienced it. I've experienced Dolby Audio, I think, Dolby Atmos. So like, I'm like, what better experience to do that with the first time with Avengers Endgame? So
yeah, absolutely.
I'm sending you on a mission.
Yeah.
So you're gonna be. Yeah, I paid for half your ticket, so I'm invested literally in your experience. So
yeah,
how do you feel about doing that?
Oh, I'm super pumped for it.
Yeah.
I'm like ultra excited.
Are you gonna watch the Avengers that came out before?
Yeah, I'm gonna rewatch that.
Okay. So you have seen Avengers Infinity War?
No. Wait, is Infinity War the one where they all like crumble into little bits?
Yeah, spoiler, but yes.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I've seen it actually. I've seen Civil War and I saw the first one.
Okay.
And I know it's on Netflix though, so it's easy
I guess
to get.
You might be a little lost in terms of like why is this character in space or whatever, but you'll get the gist of it.
I can just see it on Netflix. Infinity War is on Netflix.
No, I'm talking about like at the beginning of Infinity War, there's like characters that are in different locations, and because you haven't watched all of the Marvel MCU movies, you might be a little lost. Yeah,
sure.
So I'm not gonna.
I'll pick it up.
Yeah, you'll pick it up. It's you know, I think Infinity War is a good movie, but it's not really a movie. It's more like a event. You know, it's like a WrestleMania thing.
Yeah, you have to like know all of the storylines going into it or whatever to fully appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm really we're gonna have you report back on your experience with that, and so next week we're gonna do an in-depth review of Endgame. It's gonna be a little bit of a late episode because you're seeing it Sunday, right?
Yep, Sunday night, Sunday afternoon maybe.
So we'll probably record on Monday then, and I think for our discussion topic, we're just gonna talk about superhero movies. We're gonna just get into what you don't like about them, what you like about them, you know, all that sort of stuff. It'll be fun.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I'll be interested in it.
Yeah. So what have you been watching this week, Jared? Or Kayla?
Yeah. What have you seen?
I have seen. I just watched Black Swan last night. Kind of to be able to talk about it with Perfect Blue. Because there's similarities.
That's right. You wanted to do that.
Yeah. So I watched that last night, and I absolutely loved it. I thought it was really, really well made and really, like, just very captivating the whole time.
I just got done watching Perfect Blue, like, 45 minutes ago. So I don't think I would have compared it to Black Swan, but now that you say it, it makes a lot of sense.
Having seen, I mean, we'll get into this, but having seen Perfect Blue first, it was like everything that was similar in Black Swan. There's a lot of similarities.
So did you guys watch Perfect Blue together? And then Jared, you said this is a lot like Black Swan, and then you watched Black Swan for the first time.
No, I actually when I was like looking it up before I watched it, I saw it compared to Black Swan. A few different times, and Darren Aronofsky owns the movie rights. Or something?
To a remake, yeah. He owns the remake rights to Perfect Blue.
Because he took a scene from that and put it in Requiem for a Dream. But then there's also these other influences that come through in Black Swan, too. Yeah.
Interesting.
So I watched that. We watched the new Twilight Zone
What'd you think of
episode. Oh, I loved it, yeah. I thought it was great.
You liked it? Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was like... I had a film review column in the campus newspaper, and I think that was one of the first movies that I reviewed, so
cool.
That sticks in my head for sure. But you guys watched the new Twilight Zone episode 3?
We did.
Yeah,
I watched it too. What did you guys think? Jared, you gave me a little snippet of what you thought.
It was pretty heavy-handed, and this one especially, and you kind of brought it up when we were talking a little bit, but like, man, that is really drawn out for an hour. Like,
so can we talk about what it's about real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to explain it?
Yeah, I can. So it's basically this. It starts out in this diner. You have this mom and the son, and they're both black, and they're on a road trip to take the son to college, like his like first semester of college.
I think it's an all-black
they
college
go to this,
too, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think that plays a role. Yeah.
It does, yeah. And they are at this diner, and the mom takes out her like old school camcorder to like record a little like, oh, so you're going to college, whatever, and then rewinds it and goes back in time. So she like goes back to when she first started, or
classic
like right
Twilight Zone trope.
Started recording or something. Yeah. And then so as she does this, I think the first time is just an accident, and then they start like they get back on the road. This cop pulls them over. It like you sense that it's about to get violent, and so she grabs the camcorder, hits rewind, and so it's just like again and again they're kind of redoing these they're trying different things, and they're always running into this same cop, and it kind of is escalating every time that they run into each other.
And
so
the
every
message
time she's rewinding it.
And the message of the episode seems to be, man, some cops can be racist sometimes, right? And that seems to be about it. You know what I mean?
I think there's a lot. I don't know. I think there's a lot of like what happens when people band together, I think is a big part of it, because you have this mom who is like really distanced from her family and like refuses, like even though like her brother lives really nearby, she's like not wanting to see him, and then ultimately goes to him for help, and he helps her get to the college, and then when they're at the college, there's this like
the whole
big showdown, and all of the people band together kind of to like stop it from happening, this violence or whatever. So I think that's like
and the whole time the son wants to see his uncle, and the mom, she has like a broken relationship with her brother, so she keeps wanting to avoid that road, but it's not until they go down that road that they stop running into the cop temporarily. So it was I think it had the same problem as like one of the as the first episode, the comedian one, where you know exactly where it's going from like the first 5 minutes. And it's like a 45-minute long episode.
I would say I didn't know exactly where it was going. I definitely thought she was going to like drop the camera and break it at like the most extreme, like she. Can I give spoilers or no?
Yeah, sure. I mean, nobody's watching the show because it's CBS All Access.
So there's a scene in it where her son gets shot, and she does drop the camera. And I thought like for sure it would break. You know, she's kind of using it in these ways where she's like preventing anything from happening. So I was imagining that it would like go down where the thing actually happens, and then she has broken it or like run out of tape or something, or done something to the point where she's unable to rewind because she was so overly cautious before. So I mean, it was a little different. And I actually thought, I thought the whole thing with the cop, the first, 3 times or something it happened, was pretty scary. You have these like things where you're like, okay, they're out of the woods. And then again, somehow like this guy just comes up, and he's always very intimidating. And I thought that was like pretty well done. But they just kind of, I don't know, they kept going, they pushed it too far, and then the ending was like way too
cheesy.
It was like an Apple,
cheesy.
It was like an iPhone commercial.
It was,
They all brought out their iPhones to do it. It was like if the Kendall Jenner Pepsi commercial
was also
was
kind of like
an iPhone commercial.
It was also kind of like an I Am Spartacus moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We're Spartacus. We're Spartacus.
It
was like a little jacked up, but
the whole thing could have probably been done in like 15 minutes. I made a comment to you, Jared, that there's a 5-minute scene in Get Out that's pretty much the same thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where he gets pulled over by the cop
with the deer and stuff. Yeah.
I don't know. And also, Twilight Zone didn't have a whole lot of like. I mean, it did have social commentary, but not this kind.
Not
a lot of Twilight Zone
commentary.
Yeah, exactly. Most Twilight Zone, it was. I mean, usually it's more like existential crisis kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, there's ones like there's the one where the Nazi, like the war criminal guy, he goes to like after the war, he goes to visit the place where he, like one of the concentration camps, and like is like haunted by the ghosts of the people he killed. So that's a little, social commentary-ish. But Yeah, a lot of them were not so much. But I think the social commentary thing is like necessary. I think it's good. I think that's like kind of the boost that Twilight Zone would need to be rebooted in a way. Not for every episode necessarily, but for some of them. But I think really the problem with it is like they're taking a 20-minute story arc and pushing it to 45 minutes instead of kind of either rewriting the arc or shortening it down, which I think either one would be more successful.
And this is gonna sound like a weird criticism, but I feel like this new Twilight Zone show, I feel like it's shot too well almost. Like the production value, you know, there's something that one thing I really liked about the original Twilight Zone is just how cheap it looked, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't know, something about the fact that it's like so overly produced, it takes a little bit of that charm out for me.
It also, like, I mean, the old one, you really go into it being like, I'm watching, like, a fun old, like, thriller or suspense or whatever you want to call it, horror sometimes. And this new one is, like, very, like, I'm watching, like, a short movie and it's just not delivering. You know, the old one, the worst that could happen is it's just kind of boring, you know, but it's still got that kind of charm to it. And this new one is, like, pretty drawn out, pretty tiresome in a lot of ways, and, like, has all the feeling that it should be really good because it looks good and all that.
Did you guys see the teaser for the next episode with Steven Yeun?
No, I wanted to watch it and Jared stopped.
Well, it wasn't on. You haven't posted it.
No, it was on. Remember, it was like at the end of the last.
episode. The teaser. I think meant the whole episode.
No.
Oh no, the teaser. I mean, the tone of that one seems a bit campier, and I kind of like that, so I have higher hopes for that one, I guess.
What's that one about?
I don't know. Steven Yeun plays a mysterious man, and he's wearing like a zoot suit or something. It looks fun. He's wearing a pinstripe suit. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it looks goofy, and I'm all for goofy when it comes to Twilight Zone. You know?
Me too.
Have you guys been watching anything else here?
I watched The Straight Story, the David Lynch movie.
Oh yeah, I watched that with you too.
Which you'd seen before, Jared, but yeah, I really enjoyed that. It's like a Disney David Lynch movie.
Disney David Lynch movie.
Yeah.
That seems like an oxymoron.
Yeah, I know. It's like this based on a true story about this guy who rides his lawnmower across states to visit his like dying brother or sick brother or something.
Yeah, he had a stroke. It's really good, actually.
It's very like quiet and like this road movie, this like very sort of slow, like I'm on the way, you know, to see this guy who I haven't seen in 10 or 20 years or something. And yeah, it was really nice. I mean, I like David Lynch, but it was so like not David Lynchy in a lot of ways that I wasn't sure about it. But I liked it a lot. It was very like soothing, I thought.
David Lynch has always been a tough sell for me. Like I'm always entertained by his movies, but I'm never quite sure if I like them or not. I feel the same way about what's his name? The Melancholia.
Lars von Trier.
Lars von Trier, yeah. I feel the same way about him.
Ooh, really different people though.
Well, they're both extreme. They have their thing going.
Yeah. Did you ever see David Lynch's cameo in Louis C.K.'s show, Louis?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He plays like an executive or something, right?
Yeah, he plays an executive trying to get Louis to host the Late Show. He's like, all right, Late Show, be funny. 3, 2, 1, go. Funny.
And he like can't like tell a joke, yeah.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
He was in this movie we watched last year, but I can't remember the name of the movie, but he just plays this guy who lost his pet tortoise, and he's like, that tortoise was bigger than us. It was bigger than all of us. That tortoise was everything. And he's just like kind of this guy who sits in the bar and he's like, I still haven't found my pet tortoise. That's like the whole thing.
It's like that movie was
such unique delivery.
Yeah, that movie was pretty but that like one or two scenes with David Lynch in it was just truly incredible. I'm trying to find it's called Lucky. It features Harry Dean Stanton.
Oh yeah, Lucky.
Which speaking of Harry Dean Stanton, I also watched Paris, Texas this week.
Have you ever seen that, Leo? Paris, Texas by Wim Wenders?
No. Nope.
It was really, really beautiful. It was like I've been meaning to watch it for a long time, but it was just a really sweet and sad movie.
You guys have been watching a lot.
Yeah, and I saw this movie called Tucky Bucky. It's a Senegalese movie from the 1960s, and it's about this like Senegalese couple who are trying to like steal money so they can go to Paris from Senegal. And it was like, it had really cool images. He like, the main character, he rides a motorcycle that has a bull's skull on the front of it, which like Jay-Z and Beyonce, I guess, used for a tour they had together. They used some of the like imagery from it, and it was like super saturated, like Techniscope colors, kind of. Really weird, really experimental. It was cool.
Cool.
What have you been watching?
Not a whole lot. I've been working on a lot of projects for school, but this isn't really movie related. Well, one kind of is, but I've been playing a lot of video games this week on my free time. Smash. Did you play Smash Bros growing up? Super Smash Brothers?
I played it in college a lot.
Yeah, I played it in high school and college a little bit.
There was a new update for the new game that has a stage builder, and I've been having a lot of fun with that. But also, this is movie related, kind of. But I've been playing this game called Cuphead on the Nintendo Switch. It's been out for a couple of years. Have you heard of it?
No.
Mm-mm.
Oh, man, you gotta look up a clip of this sometime. It's, I don't know how long this took to make, but 14 people made this game. It's like a shoot 'em up kind of game, but it's made to look like a 1930s Fleischer cartoon. And every single...
what cartoon?
Fleischer, which is the name of a guy who made a lot of like Betty Boop, Popeye, that kind of...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and every single frame of the animation throughout the entire game was drawn by hand on paper and scanned into the computer. So it's like... And there's like live jazz bands and stuff. It's like 100% authentic to like 1930s cartoons. And it's like a wicked hard game, but it's so much fun. I've been playing it a lot.
Interesting.
That sounds cool.
Yeah. So when I was a little kid, my mom had this, or I had this VHS tape of a bunch of like old cartoons from that era, and I watched it over and over and over again. So it's kind of nostalgic to me, even though it's like way before my time.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. It's a really, really fun game. And then the Twilight Zone, but yeah, haven't really been watching a whole lot. So Kayla, you thought of was it you that came up with the idea for our discussion topic?
It was not.
Was it
me?
Leo?
I think it was you, yeah.
Oh.
I think it's a good topic though.
Okay, yeah. We were gonna talk about movies we're afraid to watch. Not like horror movies, but I guess for me, well, I guess here's the crux of it, is that obviously we both love movies, Jared, but I have a really hard time getting myself to watch a lot of the classics. My roommate got me this great book. You know, it's one of those like 101 best movies of all time. You know, there's shitloads of those books.
Yeah.
Like, she got me one. And every time I open one of those books up, I haven't seen like most of them. Like, you name like a classic movie, I probably haven't seen it. And it's not because like I don't want to. It's I don't know what it is. Like, I wish I had like the energy to just like watch Lawrence of Arabia or Citizen Kane or something. But something in me, it makes it hard to watch. I don't know why.
See it. So you never saw them in any classes or anything in college?
I've seen a handful in college and stuff. So yeah, I've seen a handful, but it's hard for me to go out of my way to do that because I enjoy watching new movies so much, like what's out in theaters, and I like knowing, being part of the current conversation in movie culture. So like going back and watching like Citizen Kane or something isn't really in the current like. What's the word? It isn't in the current dialogue of what people are talking about.
Yeah,
so
it's not on the current Twitter feed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, and maybe part of it is like, maybe part of me is like afraid that I'm not gonna like it or something, you know. And a lot of times when you watch these movies, sometimes they seem boring just because like it's doing things you've seen before, but they're the first ones that have done it.
Yeah.
So,
the pace is usually a lot slower too, and
Wait, so you said Citizen Kane, so what are like some other classic
You seen
ones?
The Godfather?
Let me get that book real quick. It's right here.
Okay.
This is a really cool looking book. Here, look at this. I know listeners can't see this, but it's like this super cool book.
Okay, let me describe. It's a red cover with 4 gold stars. That's what the book is.
And it says, 4 stars.
And it has like I don't know if you can see it, but it has like a sparkly texture to it.
Ah.
Yeah, very up your alley.
Yeah. But, you know, it's just got like, she got it from an antique store, even though it was made in like 2003 or something. But, okay, so like the first ones is like Godfather 1 and 2. I've seen Godfather 1, Casablanca, Citizen Kane, Gone with the Wind, Lawrence of Arabia, North by Northwest, Wizard of Oz. I haven't seen most of those. I've seen Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
I think I've seen Gone with the Wind in its entirety.
Well, no, those are all American movies too. So you're saying you haven't seen a lot of classic American cinema?
Yes. I think these are all, I mean, this says best movies of all time, but I think these are all American. I think it's implied that these are all American.
Which is funny because I kind of got into film the exact opposite way, because I got the AFI Top 100 movies of like American movies of all time in a senior year high school class, and I went through that list. So that's literally probably almost all the movies in that book, and that's kind of was my introduction to it.
Yeah, I've been wanting to work my way up that list. My previous podcast that I did 19 episodes, and the last few episodes where I had this idea that every episode I would watch I would go from 100 to 1 of the AFI Top 100, and I watch it with somebody and talk about it, and we only got to like number 99, or 98.
Oh, yeah, you got like to 2. You saw like Ben-Hur and Toy Story.
Yeah, and then I stopped making episodes.
Jeez, yeah, they're worth seeing.
I know they are. Yeah,
and even movies like Citizen Kane. Like Citizen Kane is. Honestly, it's doing like as old as it is, and yeah, there's like a lot of things that really became mainstream, but it's like doing a lot of things that are pretty particular. Like Citizen Kane, you never actually meet the character in real life. You only see him filtered through memories of other people. Mm-hmm. So it's almost like different every time you meet him. Like there's a lot of like things going on in that movie that still aren't really done super frequently now. And even things like, you know, like deep focus cinematography was a huge thing with that, which has kind of fallen out of style. It was like the default until like maybe the 60s.
What is deep focus?
Deep focus is when like almost everything in the frame is in focus.
So opposite of the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, where everything is super shallow focus. Yeah.
I think another aversion I might have to these classics, and this isn't the movie's fault, but it's more the culture around them, is there's a bit of a snootiness to a lot of people who who really like these older films, where like whenever I see these lists, like 100, best movies you need to see before you die, it's not very often you see movies that were made like after 2000 or even after 1990. Mm-hmm. There's like a little bit of an aversion to contemporary film, even though I think there's a lot of contemporary film that is extraordinary and belongs on a lot of these lists.
I think though a lot of those people are making those lists with the sort of idea that like a lot of people are already seeing contemporary film, and this is sort of a way to make sure that history stays intact. It's almost like a archival project, more than it is like a definitive actual list. It's like, let's make sure people don't forget about like Howard Hawks movies and
that's true.
John Ford movies. It's like a way to kind of keep that history alive, maybe.
I would also say it like has to do maybe, I mean, this is totally just me thinking about it right now, but like it has to do with sort of, does it stand the test of time, which modern movies just kind of can't do that.
Yeah, you're not sure.
We're like that's we're true. In the time that they're created in, so we don't know how they're going to play out.
And another thing too,
well, that's a whole different conversation, because there's so many more movies being made now that it's harder for films to withstand that test of time.
Absolutely. I think too, another thing to keep in mind kind of with some of those lists, like every single of those 10 movies you mentioned, those were made as commercial films with the intent of like, those weren't necessarily made as like art films, or as like small like cinema. Like you don't really get that in America until like the 60s or 70s maybe.
Okay.
But I mean,
because you were saying like they're meant to be like big spectacles a lot of times.
Yeah, and they're meant to like make money. They're thought of as commercial. The people making them at the time weren't exactly like considering themselves like art film directors, you know, like John Ford or something would have vomited if somebody called him an art film director. He just made westerns, you know.
Yeah.
So
it was more of a working class thing, especially like during like the Depression era and onwards. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a form of entertainment everybody could afford and anybody could go to, but
it was a pastime.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think though, yeah, just try to get yourself in the mood maybe once a week to check out one of those movies. I think you'll like it.
I think it's just a habit I need to start getting into. I think most of it is part of that thing that it's not part of the current dialogue. That's the word I was thinking of earlier, dialogue.
Oh, sure.
So I'm curious, I'm talking about me. I'm just curious, Jared, if there's any sort of movies that is hard for you to get into for some particular reason.
Ironically enough, considering like the movie we're seeing, it's kind of hard for me to get into animated movies.
Animated or anime?
Animated, like any animated
kinds.
of all kinds. Because when I watch a movie, the thing I connect to the most usually is the acting, and those are real people, and it's easier for me to connect to the emotions of like real people. But sometimes when I see animated movies, I have a trouble sort of like relating to the characters. There's like exceptions, obviously, like Inside Out was a movie I liked a lot, but animated movies generally are like just like tough for me to kind of enjoy.
I think it's a lot harder to connect with characters that are animated just because, you know, you're not looking at real eyes when you're looking at the actor, you know what I mean?
Right, right.
But
so
obviously there's some things that animation can do that you literally just can't do in live action.
Yeah, visually. I mean, although the lines of that are almost blurring more and more, you know? Like, think of like the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, you know? That's almost doing anything an animated movie would try to do in the past. The way like digital film production is kind of changing what the possible is. I mean, even like on a lower level, you know, something like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is doing some wild stuff that would be hard to do, you know?
Well, I'm going to bring up Lion King again real quick.
Okay.
And, well, one thing animation can do really well is make animals really expressive. Because, like, we talked about this before, but if they made the lions realistic looking in this new version and made them as expressive as the original animated film, it would just come off really weird and creepy. Yeah. That's just something animation can do and get away with.
Yeah, definitely. That's super true. And it's like,
well, are there some classic animated movies that you just haven't gotten around to seeing?
That's a good question. I mean, I've seen kind of all the Disney like stalwarts. I just don't see a lot of Pixar movies when they come out. I don't see like anime ever almost.
Me neither. That's another hard one for me to get into. I think a lot of it is a cultural barrier. Kayla, we're talking about an anime later today. Kayla, do you watch a lot of anime, or is this like a rarity for you?
Nope. I like literally saw, I think it was on Twitter or something. Somebody was like, Perfect Blue, super, super, super underrated movie. And I just like looked it up out of curiosity and found it. I like never really watch. I mean, last year I just started watching Studio Ghibli movies.
Yeah.
So I watched Spirited Away and 3 or 4 of those, and I like loved them.
Which the only one I've seen of that is the one with she's got the broomstick and she delivers stuff. Kiki's Delivery Service maybe is what it's called. I don't know. But I've never seen
movies
Spirited
a lot of
Away
times.
or anything.
Those movies a lot of times don't make a whole lot of sense to me, but they're kind of like you're watching somebody's dream.
Yeah.
It's not really designed to make sense, really. It's just sort of fantastical.
And I think, like, he does a really beautiful job of, like, creating these just, like, really, like, wonderful places and people and characters and just, I don't know. I really like them. We should watch Spirited Away, Jared. I think you'd like it. It's good. It's just really, like, it's like a ride.
Yeah, and I mean, that's, like, such a famous, that's almost a classic on the level of some of the movies you were talking about, you know? Like, Spirited Away really gets a lot of cred. Mm-hmm. So I'd love to see it. And just like no.
Yeah, when it comes to like the classic animated films, it's mostly like the old Disney stuff, like Snow White, Bambi era, and the Studio Ghibli stuff. There's not a whole lot else.
Yeah, I can't think of a lot of classics. I can't think of a lot of other countries even that do a lot of animated. In some classes in college, I saw some like weird stop motion stuff from like Eastern Europe. But their whole thing is just to kind of be a little unsettling and creepy. Mm-hmm. It's like Tim Burton, you know? It's like where Tim Burton got a lot of his like world from. Bluff. Which also I don't like Tim Burton animated movies that much either.
Well, most of those aren't even Tim Burton movies. Like Nightmare Before Christmas isn't technically a Tim Burton movie. He produced it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
He didn't direct
that. Yeah, it feels like it though. But even like Wes Anderson's animated movies are like not. I just don't like him as much as I like his like live action.
But you haven't seen Fantastic Mr. Fox, have you?
Yeah, that's true.
That's only okay, I think.
It's one of my favorite movies ever.
Really?
Yeah,
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed every Wes Anderson movie.
I think it's super charming and very delightful. But and I think that's a great example of some animated characters that you could emotionally connect with. That one.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give that one a watch.
I'm curious if that includes like movies with puppets, like the Jim Henson movies. Because I love. Yeah, I love the Muppets.
I don't know. I haven't seen a Muppets movie. When I was a kid, I liked them. I haven't seen them in years, though. I wouldn't even know how it would react.
You know what's funny?
The Muppet movie is pretty classic. It's pretty good, yeah.
You know what's funny is, I didn't really. I mean, obviously, I watched Sesame Street when I was younger, but I didn't watch a whole lot of Muppets growing up. But it wasn't until like I came into college that I got really into the Muppets, and I like watched the Muppets TV show from the 70s. Like, it's so good.
Yeah,
like,
it is.
It holds up today really well for adults and for kids.
Yeah, my mom really loves the Muppets, and we had like one of those big box sets of the Muppet Show, and I used to watch those a lot in like middle school, maybe elementary school. But yeah, I am a pretty big fan of those. They're fun, you know. They're just like they're a kids show that's like sweet and cute and enjoyable.
Are there any movies
but it also has like a meta aspect to it because the Muppet Show is about the Muppets putting on it's like a vaudeville show essentially. Yeah, and there's like shenanigans going on behind the scenes and stuff. It's great.
It is good.
Are there any movies you're against or adverse to watching?
Not adverse to. I think,
but are like hard for you to get into.
Scared of watching, yeah. I think so. I have a few of that. Like I haven't seen Citizen Kane or Casablanca. I watched an Orson Welles movie recently. Well, we watched the Magnificent Ambersons.
That's not like the best. That's not the best example.
The what?
Magnificent Ambersons. It's his second movie. It's like 40 minutes of it are missing from the final cut, and it's like just the ending's different, and it's really slow. It's like not his best movie.
It's just like a pretty dull story about a family, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't seen Citizen Kane or Casablanca or a lot of those classics, which is more of like, I don't know. Yeah, there's a sort of prestige to them that I'm like, I'll watch it someday. I guess that's the feeling.
Do you kind of feel
not
like
that I'm scared, but it's that I'll like.
Do you kind of feel like you have
someday.
to be? Do you kind of feel like you have to be like invited to a club to watch them or something?
No, I feel it's more like I just have to like push myself, you know, because it's one of those things. It's always going to be there, you know. It's always just kind of waiting around for you to see it. I would say the big one for me that I'm like scared to watch, the big like genre is the sort of movies that everybody grew up with except for like I just didn't watch them. Like I've never seen Star Wars or Indiana Jones or Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park, is that what it is? I haven't seen a lot of those ones, and I just feel that those are a thing that I can't come to as an adult.
No.
I don't think if I watched Star Wars today that I would like them.
No. Especially like the prequels. There's no way you can enjoy
the prequels are awful.
Yeah, you couldn't enjoy those as an adult.
No, those are pretty bad. But
which are the
original?
Like 1, 2, and 3 from like the 90s and early 2000s. Yeah.
But I think the originals, I would like to say I disagree, but I can't watch them with fresh eyes, so I can't say that for sure. But
yeah,
I mean, they're perfectly well told stories. I mean the original 3. So,
but I feel like all of those, you know, there's such a like pop culture awareness of them, and they're so ubiquitous. And I just feel like because I didn't get on those kind of from the start when I was young, I don't know.
I think those movies specifically, I think a good way to watch those for the first time would be like in a theater. Like if you see a theater that's playing like Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade or something. Or what's the first? Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
I think that'd be a good experience to go see on the big screen because that's what those were really made for.
It would also probably be a good thing to see with kids, like with your nieces or nephews or something, or like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's because you can also kind of gauge the reaction of that age when they're seeing it, and you kind of understand like, oh, it's affecting them like this, you know?
Well, the thing that's interesting about Star Wars and Indiana Jones specifically is that kids love those movies, but they're not made for kids, but they're also not made for adults. Because like
George Lucas said his ideal for Star Wars was a 10-year-old.
But the way that it's made, it's not directly aiming towards kids.
No, it's not like a children's movie.
When he made the prequels, it seems a lot more that he's trying to aim towards the kids. Kids gravitate towards Star Wars because they want to be those characters, you know. They don't want to be Jar Jar Binks, you know what I mean?
Well, speak for yourself. I mean,
no, is Jar Jar Binks the weird goat one?
Jar Jar, yeah, he's like the amphibious kind of like.
Yeah, the one that like talks really stupid.
Yeah.
Jared's shown me some clips of those, and it's pretty horrifying.
But there's a reason why kids go to the playground and they want to act out scenes from Star Wars, but they don't want to go and act out scenes from like, I don't know, name any kids movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's because they think that it's like, you know, this movie's for grown-ups and I really like it, even though it's accessible. So they're not made for kids, but they're accessible to kids.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
not a lot of
like,
movies.
As a kid, like,
not a lot of movies do that
lightsabers
anymore, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I think like Harry Potter, though, you know, Harry Potter is the sort of thing that if I hadn't seen it as a kid, I would like absolutely hate it now. And I mean, I had seen the first couple and I like rewatched those and some of them last year, I think. And it was like, I don't know, not my favorite, you know. They're kind of things that have to have that nostalgia aspect for me, like Harry Potter, right? That's the only one I can kind of speak to in that way.
I agree with that one because, you know, I grew up with Harry Potter too, and I never really quite liked them, ever really.
Yeah, I'm not the hugest fan for sure. But I don't know.
I would love to get somebody on the podcast who's like a big Harry Potter head or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
And
yeah, Harry Potter head, I think, is the fan term. I'm a Potterhead, man. Not a pothead. Instead of a pothead, you're a Potterhead.
I think people say that, don't they?
I'm a Potterhead. That sounds so stupid.
Maybe not. I don't know. They have like a name though. There's like a name for people who are really into Harry Potter.
Oh, I'm sure there is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I just think with those, yeah, there's such a thing of being like, I just didn't get into them at the right time, and so I'm never going to get into them. Because even if I watch them and I'm like, these are okay movies, I'm not going to be like into them in the way that I would have been if I was a kid who grew up with them.
Well,
you know?
Another thing to think about with Star Wars specifically is that there's like two kinds of fandoms. Like, you know, I love Star Wars, but I'm not really a fanboy. I like them because they're really well-made movies, and I like the tone and the characters and the world a lot. But I'm not like, I don't like care about like the ships or the names of the planets and stuff like this. I don't go dress up in cosplay and stuff. You know, I'm not a fanboy in that sense. Sure. I don't get tied up into all the nostalgia stuff. I just think they're great movies, you know.
Yeah.
I think my other one too would be like my other genre or whatever would be a lot of superhero movies. Like I just didn't watch like Batman or whatever as a kid, so I just like can't get into Batman.
I was all about Batman when I was younger. I wore a Batman costume everywhere I went. Not like I wouldn't take it off. Like you watch these home videos of me, and like they pan over and like, "What you got there, Leo?" And I'm like holding a Batman mask. I'm like, "I got my Batman mask." You know.
My brother was super into Ghostbusters and Back to the Future, so I'm like really into those movies because of that. But no, I don't. I watched the old Batman show sometimes as a kid, but no, a lot of those like superhero ones, I'm just not. They're not my.
Well,
I
never.
alley.
Leo, did you ever read the comics when you were a kid?
No, I never got into comics.
Me neither.
It seemed too daunting for me. Like I didn't know where to start. But I've read a few graphic novels. Like I've read Watchmen and I've read The Killing Joke. You know, I've read some of the classics, the longer form stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I really like those, the self-contained stories, but I could never really get into the comics. But a lot of I'm not really huge into superhero movies, but I don't really rewatch them. But there's a handful of them that I really like, and I think most of the reason why I get enjoyment out of those is the wish fulfillment aspect of it. Like, oh, I wish that'd be cool if I could be Iron Man, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But we're gonna watch a superhero movie on this podcast next time my turn is up, but which won't be for a while.
Well, isn't that the Avengers?
Because we got Avengers next week, and then the week after that it's your turn.
Movie.
What's that?
The Avengers. The Avengers is a superhero movie.
Oh, I mean, I'm gonna be talking about one that I specifically like, my favorite one.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there any other kinds of movies that are hard for us to get into? Me with the classic movie stuff, I feel like a lot of it has to do with, like, there's an expectation for me. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure on me when I watch them. So I feel like I have to be in a certain mood to watch them, but I don't really know what that mood is. That's the problem.
I think too, Leo, a good way to do it, if you want to, like, sort of take up this project, is, like, maybe in conjunction with watching these movies, also read about them. Like, read about film theory, like, at that time, kind of read about, like,
the context of it.
Yeah, the context. That can help you appreciate it too, you know? Like, read maybe, like, film history books about that time period and, like, why this thing... Because it helps you kind of put it in that larger perspective.
Would it be unfair to just have them try to stand out on their own? Because if they're one of the best...
No.
It wouldn't be fair?
No, it would be totally fair, I think.
Oh, okay.
But I'm just saying, if you need, like, extra sort of, like, motivation to get you into it, like, this could be a way.
Because I'm thinking, like, if they're the 101 greatest movies of all time, they should be great regardless of the context, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the thing too is, like, I don't know, I feel like there's just been so many movies that it's like, I've been meaning to watch this for forever, and then just I hit play and it's like, what, an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, and then you're just like, all right, now I can say I've seen that, you know? There's like this, it's pretty, like, simple, I think, like, once you get into it, you know? But then again, I haven't watched those ones, like, that I have been meaning to watch, you know?
You touched on something interesting there, Kayla. So, like, when I watch, like, a classic film, the only feeling most of the time that I get out of it is like, oh, now I've seen this. But when I see movies that are, like, out in theaters, it's not only, oh, I've seen this. It's, ooh, this is what's happening right now. This is what is happening in culture right now. Is this property, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I'm more drawn to that conversation. But I think I definitely need to watch a lot of these classics to up my credibility and learn a lot more, obviously, because there's something to be learned
like,
from these.
It's like the canon of movies, you know? Like, you have to kind of see those classic ones just to...
The AFI Top 100 for sure I want to get through. For sure.
Yeah, it's good. And I think, too, like, I think some of those movies will surprise you with how modern they feel. Like, especially those, like, 70s movies. I mean, have you seen, like, Taxi Driver or, like, Raging Bull?
70s is my favorite era of film. So if it's made in the 70s, I'm probably going to like it.
And
I really like that what is it, the French New Wave movement that was going on then?
Yeah. Because the 70s, and those people were all ultra influenced by those classics. They all held those movies up as their top movies, you know? And they were essentially just kind of putting new spins on all those things they learned with those movies beforehand.
Yeah. Well, my favorite movie, Harold and Maude, was made in 1971. So there you go.
Yeah, 70s are solid.
Yeah. I just love that aesthetic. All right, are we ready to talk about Perfect Blue?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to play a clip from the trailer starting right now.
Excuse me, who are you? Excuse me, who are you?
Mima was a pop star.
This is Mima's last performance with Cham.
Who desired to become an actress.
I really hope that I can entertain you just the same as an actress.
But sometimes aspirations can be deadly.
I'm always watching Mima's room!
In the world of make-believe,
This is when Mima proves herself.
the price of fame
Don't worry, Mima, it'll be all right.
may not be worth the cost of identity.
Where did this come from? How do they know so much?
Innocence is lost. Dreams become nightmares. And privacy no longer exists.
All right. Kayla, so as our guest of honor, you chose this movie called Perfect Blue, made in 1997. It's an anime.
Mm-hmm.
I had never heard of it, and you said you heard of it just recently. So
yeah.
Can you tell us? Can you tell us why you decided to choose this movie and what it's all about?
Yeah. So I watched this. Like I said, I saw somebody say something about it on, I don't know, Twitter or something. And I watched it a few weeks ago for the first time while you two were doing your podcast. And I had nothing to do because Jared was recording. And so, yeah, I watched it and I was just blown away and immediately wanted to talk about it with somebody. So, yeah, it's a 1997 movie directed by Satoshi Kon. And the general plot is this girl who goes from being a pop idol, kind of the main singer of this trio called Cham. And then she quits that to become an actress, kind of at the urging of her agents. And in doing so, begins to kind of have this psychosis, and she kind of loses herself. And and then it's just this wild twists and turns, kind of from then until the end of the movie.
And she's being stalked by an obsessed fan, possibly, and
yeah,
a ghost from her past, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
possibly.
We'll get into spoilers in a little bit, but Jared, what did you think of this movie overall?
My overall thoughts, I liked it a lot. I really like movies in general, and I'll say this trying to without spoil anything, but I like movies in general where there's a certain point in it where the film, for lack of a better word, kind of breaks. And I have no clue what's happening afterwards.
Yes.
And every single scene and every single moment after it, anything could happen.
Yeah.
When that happens, when a movie does that, I'm like, all right, you got me. I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
Take me wherever you want to go now. You've done it.
Yeah.
You know?
And I love when you can you just have that moment where you stop trying to figure out what's going on and you're just there to be with it. You're just experiencing it. And not until the end can you even start processing what you've seen. I love that. It really takes you out of your own head in a way that's just I am just here with this main character experiencing the things that are happening. And I think that is done incredibly here.
What'd you think?
A lot of times, so I think when you want to share a story, no matter what it is, and you have to decide what medium you're going to do it. Are you going to tell it? Are you going to paint a painting? Are you going to write a song? Are you going to make a movie? So it's a lot of times when I watch a movie, I'm asking myself why is this a movie? And if it's animated, why is this animated? And I was asking myself that question a lot in the beginning of this movie. It's why is this animated?
That's a really interesting.
And then something starts to happen at the end of the second act, and I went, oh, this is why it's animated.
But so can I say something
I'm
super quick?
I'm not done.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay. Sorry. And Jared, like you said, it takes a hard left turn into Weirdsville, which I'm usually a fan of, but I was so confused. And I guess it was supposed to be confusing, but I had so many questions at the end of this because you don't know what to make of anything by the end of it. But
yeah.
I thought it was interesting, and I thought it was. What's interesting is I thought it was really straightforward and easy to follow until a certain point, and then it completely falls apart. But
absolutely,
kind of in a good way. So, what were you trying to say, Kayla?
Okay, so the reason why it's animated, which I think is wonderful, not actually, but so it was supposed to be a normal movie, regular actors, all of that. But an earthquake in 1995 damaged the production studio. And
what?
So, yeah. And which is in the movie itself. There's a point where she wakes up and on the news, they're talking about this earthquake happening. So it was totally supposed to be this live action movie. I should say it's based on a a book or two. I think they're like YA books, which are they're graphic novels called Perfect Blue. So yeah, it was supposed to be live action, and then this earthquake damaged the studio. They had to make it animation to save on money.
Wait,
so there's not like a huge.
Is...
There's not a huge.
I was gonna say
because
I think one of the aversions I have to anime is obviously there's all different kinds of anime, and the ones that I usually like are really, really well polished stuff where they're just gorgeous to look at.
Yeah.
But then there's movies like this where it's really hard for me to get into these because they're so goddamn cheap looking.
Mm-hmm.
And that story makes total sense because even though the animation, like the design of of everything is fine, the animation really isn't that great. But it's not really supposed to be that great. Like,
yeah,
I mean, it's more of a style thing that I just don't like in anime, where like things are frozen, things aren't moving. Like, in the background, characters are frozen, and sometimes people don't have faces. It just
yeah.
I mean, people like that, but to me, it just comes off as horribly cheap, and it really turns me off.
It makes sense, though, right? Like, in context.
In context, it makes sense, you know, because animation is expensive. So, I mean, I guess I've been kind of spoiled in America by all these high budget animated films that I'm just so used to that polish. But it's just not something that's realistic for a lot of stories, I guess.
Yeah. Another thing, so I said it was based on a book. I haven't 100% verified this, but I did see online somewhere that Satoshi Kon, the director, just saw that there was a book, because one of the questions Jared asked right after the movie was finished was, why is this called Perfect Blue? And I was like, I don't know, I'll look that up. And
I was wondering the same thing.
Yeah, so apparently the director saw that there was this book called Perfect Blue, didn't read it, read the plot, the general plot line, was like, this is great, I'm gonna go with this, didn't read the book ever, and just called it Perfect Blue to name it after the original book. So he's like, it's probably not even faithful to the story in the least, but I'm just gonna stick with the title. I think that's wonderful.
It's so
I'm
good.
a big fan of that. Is it true? Who knows? I saw it on the internet.
I hope it's true.
I hope it's true. I like the story.
So yeah, I'll just keep the name.
Yeah.
What do you think this movie was trying to say? I thought I knew what it was talking about, but for the first half of the movie, I'm like, okay, this is a movie about what fame can do to you, what it's like if you take risks, if you want to change your career and, you know, leave a group that you had established, and being taken advantage of in Hollywood, or even though it's not Hollywood, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Movie industry. And all that kind of stuff, and then it just kind of spirals out of control, and the messages get kind of muddled. So I'm curious what you ended up taking away from it.
So Jared, which I hope he'll talk about it a bit. So I think a big thing is she starts out as this pop idol, and this very she's 21, I think, or something. She's kind of newly an adult, and she all of her life basically. Well, we don't know all of her life, but, you know, some of her life up to this point has been this very, curated sort of persona. She's very girly. She's very young. She's very, I'm happy and I'm here and I'm entertaining. And this says a lot about idol culture and things like that.
Sure.
Especially in Japan.
She's Hannah Montana.
Yeah, essentially. But then when she breaks out of that, then she's suddenly in this world where those characteristics, that innocence and her naiveness, it just doesn't matter, and it's not even wanted anymore. And Jared, I think, had a really good point about this.
So there's a theory by Freud. I can't remember the exact name of the complex or whatever, but it's basically the idea of a lot of people mistake innocence for morality, but innocence actually has no morality because it hasn't been tested yet, and morality requires decision making. So this is a thing that actually came back kind of into the cultural fold with you'd be interested in this, Leo, with evangelical girls who were raised really religious and really evangelical and wore dresses all the time and were really sheltered, and their whole life they were just ultra sheltered and ultra given this doctrine. And when they became adults and had to live on their own, the sort of first sign of the ability to be immoral, they completely break. Their personality breaks down. They indulge in cheating on their spouse, drug use, alcohol addiction, and it's because
that fits the bill.
And Freud's whole theory was like, if you have such a sort of sheltered, curated personality and are never exposed to the ability to choose against amorality, you really aren't building up any sense of actual morality. And when you're actually tested in the world, you have nothing to kind of fall back on, because all you have is this naivety. You have this innocence that will be broken, and once innocence is broken, like, you can't be moral anymore in a way, you know, because you were never strong enough to be able to choose being moral. You were like manufactured. So that was like a big thing I sort of thought of during this whole movie. And this is kind of like also there, kind of keeping it with like the Freudian, but you know, her like sort of super ego pop idol version of herself is there. This sort of like really like aggressive, mean id is kind of shown in this stalker guy who's just like, for a while in the story, we think he's, you know, committing crimes and like he's like stalking her, and there's this sort of like aggressiveness to it, and
he has built, this is take place in the late 90s, so and it was made in the late 90s, so this shows a lot of early internet stuff. So this stalker has basically created not a fan page, but a page where, what's the character's name again? Mima?
Mima, yeah.
Or I thought it was Nima with an N.
Nope,
Nima.
with an M.
Okay. With an M. He basically creates this website where it's like a Mima's diary, but it's not really her. And she
Mima's
seems
room,
kind of
even, which is more invasive.
Yeah, it's called Mia's room. Yeah. And Mima seems intrigued by it at first because she doesn't really understand what it is. And then she starts to get kind of freaked out by it. She's like, I'm not writing this stuff.
Yeah.
And we don't really learn a whole lot about the stalker guy. I love the design of that guy because he really stands out. Like, if he's just in the background of a shot, you notice him right away.
Yeah.
He kind of looks like Keanu Reeves if he was addicted to crystal meth.
I mean, he's like... he's an absolute gargoyle. Like, he is, like, just terrifying looking.
Can I complain about something towards the end of the film? This isn't spoiling anything, but
okay,
you don't really hear him talk throughout most of the movie. He just kind of smiles, like, yeah. He doesn't make that noise, but in your head you just think, like he's grinning. And then at the end of the movie, he talks and he's like, "Oh, it's talking like this."
Yeah, the first time you hear his voice, which I'm assuming,
I'm gonna get you. Like, that's what he sounds like.
It sounds like but it sounds like the like villain in the Pokemon
Team
Rocket.
Yes.
So I think that might be like a stock kind of voice that's
Yeah.
used. Well, and it's also
one thing
English
we should mention
translation too. You know.
Yeah. It's dubbed over.
Why,
Did you watch that version also?
Is there not a subtitled version of this? Because we watched the dub version.
Yeah, I've only seen the dubbed version. I haven't seen the subtitled version, which I think
the voice acting for the most part was fine for the English dub, but
Except
that voice really did not fit that character.
Do you think that's what
it was horrible.
Would Keanu Reeves sound like that if he was a meth user?
No, he would never.
No, I'm Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, his voice was just horrifically disgusting.
He should have sounded more like Buffalo Bill, like, "Oh, I'm gonna get you," or, you know, like that kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That was like gross, but it also kind of like pulls this idea of that, like, you know, guy sitting in his mom's basement, like poring over this pop idol. It kind of invokes that in it, you know. This
I get
this
that, but
really kind of pathetic.
The voice did not match the face at all.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, but we can talk about spoilers, I guess, in a bit. But there's, I think, maybe a reason for that as well.
Can we just get into spoilers? Oh, I'll bring up one thing without getting into spoilers. I think the thing that intrigued me the most about this movie was, you know, Mima. She's becoming an actress, and she gets hired as this role on this TV show. And what's happening on the TV show and what's happening in reality are reflecting, like, a lot of the things that are happening in the TV show that are happening in real life. And at first, there's a few times where you'll be watching a scene and you're thinking that it's really happening, and then you realize it's part of the show.
Yeah.
And that's sort of, I think the most brilliant aspect of this movie is that at first it's just like a clever kind of like transition. Like, ooh, interesting. Okay, this is the show that we're watching.
Yeah, and the show is called Double Bind also, which like inherently invokes that as well.
Yeah, and you know, I've seen that done before, where you'll be watching something and it's like cut, and then you're like, oh, that's a TV show.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that this movie does that I think is really interesting is that eventually they do that so many times, and then she starts having dreams and visions, and then it all sort of blends together, and you don't know what is what anymore. So that transition, the first time you see it, is like easing you into that craziness that happens later on.
Yeah. It's interesting because I think it's one of the movies. I've seen very few movies that are so good at like kind of literally putting you in the headspace of a very deranged character.
Yeah.
You know, and you're at the point too, because it does it so effectively and so often that you really don't know what's real and what's not anymore, which is exactly what she's feeling, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like not ever trying to sort of, because what it does at a certain point is it's like, we're not going to try to make sense of this situation. We're purely going to jump into the sort of like confusion of it all, and we'll just let the confusion play, and we'll negate this any like look for meaning or any sort of like end result of this narrative. We're just going to actually like totally jump into this character's head, like fully. It's honestly, it's almost like a James Joyce novel or something. It's like, it's a very hard thing, I think, to pull off well and to pull off effectively, and I think it does it really well.
Yeah, I think this movie is really incredible at getting you into the sort of same psychosis that the main character is in and is experiencing, and you can never trust. There's a point in the movie where you think like it's about a girl and her stalker, and there's this point in the movie where it turns from that into just, I have no idea. I go into a scene and I just have no idea if this is real or if this is just another dream, if it's total fantasy, if it's part of the show. It just becomes this absolute mess of confusion. And I think it's really, really well played.
Which is interesting too.
It's
kind of
well
just going
played.
off that quick, Leo. Just kind of going off that quick. It's interesting too because that in a way is kind of what the internet also became. It became like this thing where like, you know, real famous people had fake accounts and you didn't know if they were actually speaking or not. People like, I mean, political leaders will make up things on purpose to confuse things. You don't know what's real and what's not. Like, so sort of the like virtual space. It's a really good movie sort of reflecting what virtual space became. Where like, what's a show? What's real? What's fake? What's not? What's manufactured behind the scenes? Like, it sort of like does a good job of sort of laying out all.
I mean, not just internet culture, but just celebrity culture in general.
Yeah.
You know, there's so much of a facade and layers of irony or whatever, and you never know if it's really genuine or not.
Yeah, definitely.
So I guess we kind of have to go into spoilers because,
of course,
that's where all the juicy stuff is.
Yeah, it is.
So can I just lay out my perspective of what I think happened here?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, from the beginning of the movie, it seems like a movie about a pop star wanting to become an actress, and there's a stalker, and then towards the middle of the film, you find out that the stalker basically just wants her to be a pop star again because he loves the pop star aspect of her.
Yeah.
And then you're thinking, okay, the movie's going to go into the direction where maybe she's regretting becoming a pop star, or maybe she's going to go back, or something like that. But then it takes a weird turn where she starts seeing visions of her pop star self, where the pop star is like saying like, I'm the real Mimi or Mima, and you regret having my life, and then you regret my the version of you that was the pop star. And then all these weird things start happening. She starts having dreams. Mm-hmm. You see clips of the stalker where he's talking, but it's the pop star, and those two characters sort of merge together. The vision of the pop star and the stalker sort of merge together. And then you get this weird thing where maybe you think that Mima isn't even a pop star to begin with, and she's imagining all of it. And then it layers on the idea that her, I think it's her manager or something, is dressed up as the pop star version of her and is the one doing the murders. And then it the idea that maybe Mima is the one doing these murders that are happening. And it's all of these ideas being thrown together, and you don't know which one is real. So at the end, I don't even know if Mima was a real person, or I don't know if her manager was actually doing that stuff. I don't know if the stalker was real. I don't know what actually happened in this movie.
So I think the stalker, just like my perspective on it, I think the stalker and that like projected version of herself are almost like two sides of the same like part of her personality, kind of wondering if she should regret the decision of becoming a pop star. It's almost like the like good version of herself and the bad version. They're both like internal sort of projections of characters who are both just a part of her, sort of like wondering if she actually made the right life choice. And they both say different things about it, right? The like pop star is kind of like, and they're also saying the same thing though, because they're like, you're tainted, you're doing these things, like, which is this internal monologue that I'm sure a lot of women who are celebrities have when they decide to go dark or whatever, you know, you want to call it the Miley Cyruses of the world, but it's like the sort of like internal dialogue you tell yourself, monologue maybe, that like you're tainted, you're not what you used to be, people won't like you as much anymore, you know? So there's this sort of like internal thing that happens. And I think those characters are like just projections of that, I think. Which also makes me think that maybe she was writing that website thing herself, actually. But she like was in a different sort of mindset, and it's almost like her playing out. It's like a sort of projection of a certain thought she has, you know? You know what I'm saying?
So
yeah.
My question is, if you don't know what actually happened in the story, is that the point? Is that considered a bad thing? Is that considered a good thing? I had no idea what to make of it.
I think it allows you to play with all of the different possibilities it laid out, and it allows you to see from different perspectives that were posited instead of just choosing the one that became obvious. So by not making it clear what actually happened, instead of disposing of certain possible readings, every single reading is thrown up on the table because plausibility is like gone way to just purely being shown what you're shown. And so every single thing you have to interpret on its own merit, and everything is equal because reality itself wasn't the main point, I think.
And I think this does a really, which I love in movies and I love it in books, anytime where you stop trying to figure out what's happening and you're just kind of like rolling with whatever is presented to you. I'm a huge fan of that in general. Like any story like this, you think it's about a woman and her stalker, and all of a sudden you have no idea what's going on, and you're like, I'm just going to experience it until the end and then try to figure out maybe what happened. And I think this, like Mulholland Drive, I think is another great example where there just doesn't seem to be an answer. You know, there's so many different readings. I watched this really good YouTube episode. This person called, I think it was like Bread Sword or something was their username, which is horrible. But in any case, they had this really, really in-depth look at the movie where they're talking about like the exposure, which obviously in animation is probably pretty on purpose. Why one scene would be overexposed and another scene more shadowed. And they're talking about like scenes where, right, the manager, Tadakoro, he opens that letter, it explodes. This is like early in the scene, or early in the movie. He opens a fan letter, it explodes in his hands. There's
it's sort of the inciting incident. Yeah.
And there's one scene, like one very isolated scene where he has bandages on his hands. And then immediately within the same scene even, there's just a shot where he has bandages and a shot where he doesn't. Which in animation is not just a matter of did we set this up right or not. You know, it's like this very purposeful effect.
Here's the thing. I said earlier that a lot of time this animation looks really cheap. So if I would have noticed that, I would have probably just thought it was, you know, this is a cheaply thrown together movie and they forgot.
Yeah, but what if they?
But maybe
why
not.
Why give him bandages in one scene? Like you're writing. So there's this one scene where both the managers, Rumi, who's the one who we find out also is psychotic and thinks that she is,
or maybe
Mima.
Not. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. There's a lot of interpretations.
If that's what was really going on, what was her motivation for doing that? It came out of nowhere.
Rumi's motivation?
Yeah.
Well, Rumi used to be a pop idol, and pop idols have this very like almost like virgin sort of super pure, super stylized, super like everything they do is for this idea of like I'm presenting as this way, right? And so Rumi used to have that.
I don't remember them saying that she was a pop. I believe you, but I just don't remember that detail.
So it's in the same scene. So they're watching an episode of Double Bind. They pull back. It's right after Mima's first scene. So all she had is that one line, which is like, "Hi, who are you? Hi, who are you?" And she's saying it to herself over and over again. The envelope blows up, and then we see them together, the agents, watching this scene. And then they're in this like sort of, they're like meeting room or whatever. And they're watching this scene together. Tadakoro has bandages on his hands. Rumi says, "I used to be a pop idol." And he's like, "Well, that's not the way it is anymore. Like, actresses can make more money and this and that." And so we have this like one isolated scene of this. Okay. And then these other people walk into the room. So you have this like motivation of Rumi used to be a pop idol. She has this very sort of pure and innocent idea of what pop idols should be. And every step of the way, she's watching Mima stray further and further from that in like her acting out the rape scene and then her taking these nude photos and on, where she's becoming more and more like corrupted and like whorish or whatever, for lack of a better word. And so you have this idea that Rumi is like just trying to go back to that pop idol self that she once had and that Mima once had, and she brought out via being Mima's manager. And in doing so kind of takes over her. But then you also have this idea of like, well, are Rumi and Tadakoro the two agents in it together? And like maybe they are. And maybe it's a sort of like they're both doing these things in order to protect but also to preserve this image of Mima. There's so many different readings on this, and there's so many different ways you could interpret it, and I really love that. Yeah. I
feel like, well, there's right ways and wrong ways to do that. A lot of there's sometimes where a movie will make you ask questions and it's unsatisfying, and sometimes it is where you don't want to watch a movie that's horribly confused, like The Room. You're like what the fuck? What even was any of that? You know what I mean?
Wonderful is what it was.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Where there's the right ways and wrong ways to do that. And you know what I feel like this movie is? I kind of feel like the last act of this movie is like a choose your own adventure novel, but like on the way to the publishing house, they dropped all the papers and then put them back in a random order, and they're like, "All right, here you go." So you're like getting all of these endings at once. It kind of feels like almost. I could tell you the specific moment that I didn't necessarily check out of the movie, but I gave up trying to figure out what was going on. Mm-hmm. It was in the third act. It was when things started to go a little haywire, and then it cuts to a scene where the woman who you think is like the other actress is like, her name is Mima. She thinks she's this pop artist for an actress, but she was raped when she was younger, and she's been like insane ever since. And I was like, whoa, this is a weird twist. I didn't see this coming. And then they're like, nope, it's the TV show they're recording. I'm like, oh, it's the TV show. And they're like, nope, it's a dream. Oh, nope, it's a vision. Oh, like all of these layers being revealed. I'm like, okay, I give up. I don't know what's what anymore.
But do you not like that about that? Like, was that a thing?
That's the point of the movie. That's what the movie's trying to do.
Yeah, it's trying to make you...
It wants you to give up.
It's trying to make you stop trying to figure out the ending.
But to what end, though? Like, I know it's the point.
I think, like what I was saying, like, what you end up doing by doing that is you allow everything to have the same... like, they're on the same level of importance. Because by like taking a story like this and kind of breaking it apart and then allowing it to all come back together again, then you have to sort of discard every single part of it that wasn't reality.
Yeah.
And by breaking it and never wrapping it up, you have to then take every single part of what happened and interpret it. And so I think it like keeps it alive and like open in a way by doing that. Whereas like finding closure kind of allows you to dismiss parts of what you've seen.
And it also, if you, the whole way through, believe that you can piece it together, you are constantly doing this thing of experiencing and trying to solve. And there's a point of this movie where you just have to give up trying to solve. Like, there's a point of this movie wherever it comes in for you, but you just realize, like, there is no solving this at this point. I just have to kind of give up and sort of start just experiencing it. And I think I really love things where you're just experiencing with the character or with the story. And all it is just like this experience of experiencing and nothing more. And then at the end, you know, you can see the whole picture of it. You can see everything that happened, and you can start trying to piece together what your best sort of takeaway of it is. And I think this does this so effectively because it jars you out of what you think is happening so many times. Like that scene, you know, she has all these dreams and she keeps waking up. She does that thing where she crushes the teacup in her hands and her hands are bleeding, and then she wakes up and her hands are fine. Her fish are dead, and then her fish are alive, and then there's two of them, and then there's a full fish tank. And you just have these scene after scene after scene of like what is happening, what is going on, and each one almost solves itself and then resets back to a thing. So you have to give up at a certain point trying to solve it, and you just have to experience it. And I think it does that really brilliantly. I think that it does a wonderful job.
It does a wonderful job at confusing the hell out of me, and I know that's the point.
Yeah, it is.
You really don't like being confused, do you, Leah?
No. Well, I mean, I do. Okay, here's the thing. I feel like it's easy to intentionally confuse your audience. Like, if you just wanted to do that as in the last act of your movie as sort of a shock value thing, it'd be an easy thing to do. But why do it? Like, I'm just trying to think, like, if you knew nothing about this, or if you knew nothing about this movie, and I came up to you and I said, hey, I saw this movie that made a lot of sense, and then it absolutely fell apart in the last act, and I was horribly confused and didn't know what happened at the end of it. You have to admit, you can either picture yourself going, that sounds awful, or that sounds interesting. You know what I mean? Like, it can go either way.
But I think the thing about movies like that is that you have to spend some time thinking about them. If a movie is just this like perfect mystery and you go through the whole movie and you're wondering what's going to happen and it ties itself up, either it ties itself up or it presents a pretty obvious way for you, the viewer, to tie it up. In any case, you sort of figure that out, you come to the answer, and then you're just done with it. You're like, that was good, that was bad, I liked the way that it wrapped up, or whatever. Whereas a movie that just is so open-ended, such as this, or like Mulholland Drive, or these other movies that just kind of present this complete
persona.
This complete sort of confusion of there's no answer to what happened here. You spend so much time thinking about it, and you spend so much time wondering, like, what is the takeaway? What actually happened? What is the symbolism of what happened? What am I meant to take out of this movie? Mm-hmm. You get to inject so much of your own thought into it that it becomes a movie that like days and weeks and months and years later you're still talking about as like what happened there. And I think that's a really wonderful thing.
And what I'm trying to say is that can be a good thing and it could be a bad thing. Like, can I give you an example of what I'm talking about? So
sure, yeah.
Jared, do you happen to know who Neil Breen is?
No.
He is an up-and-coming, so bad it's good filmmaker. Like, his movies are awful, but they're hilarious, but they're so confusing. And there's, like, magical rocks and, like, this weird stuff that doesn't make any sense except inside of his own weird mind. Like, you're just like, what is even happening in this movie? And I've seen the panels where he's, like, talking about his movie, and they're like, what's with the magical rocks? And he'll just be like, it's open for interpretation. And they're just like, boo! You know what I mean? You know, so you can intentionally make a film confusing and leave it open for interpretation where it's going like, interpret me, and it can come off really bad, but there's also movies that do it really well.
So can I give you an example?
And I'm not sure which one this is.
So can I give you an example too? I think, or not an example, maybe a commentary on that. I think what's happening there is it's like the mindset of the viewer versus the mindset of the creator. And this has like been going on as long as film itself. Did you ever see Unshin Andalou, the slit eye through the one that Louis Buñuel and Dali made? It's like a classic like experimental film, and it shows like the eye getting cut open. You haven't?
Maybe.
Okay, but it's like they were surrealists, you know, and their whole thing was like there's has a sort of related to a particular sort of reflection of reality, right? Where they're like, we live in this time, this is like the 1930s, where we're supposed to be at like the height of rationality and scientific thought. We've discovered like the relativity of time and space. We're like building these like crazy like weapons and military things, but all of this rational progression is being used for the most like harmful and irrational purposes. So they're like in this world saying like all this stuff is progressing our intelligence, but also we're using it more irrationally than we ever have. In the same way here in the internet, you have this incredible sort of computational ability, this sort of incredible breakthrough of intelligence. And we're experiencing this today, right? Where that like breakthrough, instead of providing clarity, makes everything a lot more confusing and open-ended. So I think what the artist is doing there isn't necessarily saying like, I want to give you a story in isolation. It's saying, I'm seeing this reflection of reality, and to me, the more important thing than trying to find my own sense of meaning is to sort of reflect back how all of these things we're doing is making reality more and more confusing. So I think there's a sort of like actual like social and cultural background to why artists choose to act like this and choose to make films like this, which is different than like putting magical rocks in because they're fun. It's saying, I see this sort of reflection, I see this sort of thing happening, and it's not just because it's rational or just because it's scientifically orientated, it's actually not making anything easier for anybody, you know? So I think it's a very specific period of time where it's sort of like coming back, you know? Does that make sense?
Okay. I think so. So, what are you showing me here? Oh, go ahead. Kayla's going to take a little break. So, we're going to keep going, I think. Is that okay? Or should we take a break? Keep going.
No, let's keep going.
Okay, so my interpretation of what actually happened in this narrative, if I had to choose something, what I would say is that Mima is a real person who is actually a pop star, who actually wanted to become an actress, and because she wasn't finding a whole lot of work, and she was being forced to do these rape scenes that she wasn't 100% comfortable with, maybe she started to regret making that decision, and maybe the effects of growing up as a pop star has put a toll on her, and that combined with the stalker that's been following her and doing these murders, she just starts to go down this rabbit hole of confusion and regret, and she's questioning her identity, and we're basically watching that all go down. And by the end, she kind of accepts who she is and is trying to move forward. That's the best I can piece together of what actually happened. Do you think that's a fair reading?
They're all fair. Sure. They're all fair. I mean, I think though, like, do you think this film is asking you to take that project on?
What project? Sorry.
Of trying to figure out what was real. Or piecing it together. Like, do you think that's what the artist is asking you as a viewer to do?
Well, I know you're going to disagree with this, but I feel like every movie is trying to tell a story. And if you're trying to tell a story, then that implies that there's some sort of through line to it, or there's something to take out of it, right? Otherwise it's just like, nope, there isn't a story here. Bye.
Can I give you example though of like where that kind of as a rebuttal? Say we were having a family...
I knew you were gonna come back with one.
Good. Say we were having a family Thanksgiving, right? And something really wild happens, and like 4 people get in a fight, and like 2 people don't speak to each other. Okay? You and I, because say we're around each other most of the time during it, and we're talking to certain people and we're not talking to other people, we have a part of that story. Other people that would be at that event would be around other people, and they'd have other parts of the story. Other people would have other parts of the story. We all have different personalities and like look at the world a different way, so we could maybe, some of us could see both sides of it. Some of us would really go toward the other side. And so if something like that happened, as simple as that, where like things happened and then you tried to interview all of us and then make a film that took all of our accounts into it, you would end up not knowing who's right, who's wrong, what really happened, what didn't happen. Like maybe you were outside or you were going to the bathroom and something happened and I don't remember it as clearly as I should it, so I told you about something that happened and you take my word for it that it's real, but in reality it's not, and it completely contradicts what someone else said that happened. So like what you end up getting even in like real stories is you have to choose an interpretation that may not be true, you know? And we're all kind of just taking a leap of faith whenever we listen to a story that we got the truth of it, you know?
I think the best example I can think of a movie that at the end was telling you it doesn't matter what actually happened is Inception. Because, you know, after Inception came out, you see a bunch of articles online like, was he dreaming at the end? Did the town fall over? I'm like, the point, if you're discussing what happened at the end, then you've missed the point of the whole movie, because the point is that it doesn't matter.
Right. And I would say this movie has a similar project.
Interestingly, another of Satoshi Kon's movie, Paprika, which I haven't seen, but I have it like on a
has a lot of influences of Inception.
It's supposed to be a huge influence on Inception. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I knew that. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. So there is a tie there. Okay. I'm becoming a little bit more sold. However, the skeptical part of my brain, the cynical part of my brain, is whenever there's a movie that is, quote, supposed to be confusing, the cynical part of my brain is always saying like, that's a bit of a cop out. Like, your movie made no sense. Well, it wasn't supposed to make sense. You know, that kind of thing.
But like,
so it's hard for me to get past that.
I would push like, so if you can't make sense of the movie, something is supposed to come from this movie, right? So if you can't make sense of it in this sort of like point A to point B, how does this play out? Then what are you supposed to get from it? Like a movie like this doesn't feel like it just was thrown together last minute and it's just kind of like not a great movie because they didn't have the resources to make a good one. This feels like if you don't understand it, there's probably, maybe there's meaning beyond the sort of understanding of the linear timeline. So like, if you can't get a linear timeline straight, then what are you supposed to get from it? And so I think then you're going into like elements of like, what do these things symbolize, and what are you getting out of what are the takeaways from the messages that you are getting, as opposed to just trying to make sense of the story in this sort of like what actually happened, which like in a narrative, in a story that's created, there is no actually happened, right? We're not trying to like piece together real history. We're given a partial subjective story by a person who created this. So there's not like we have to figure out what actually happened here, because there is none. We're given a purposeful, fragmented version of a story.
So perhaps you've already said this before, but if you haven't, what is if you don't get a story out of it, what's the message that you get from this movie? What do you think this movie is trying to say?
I mean, I like a lot what Jared had to say about this idea of like when you're forced to be this person, and a lot of this, is about idol culture in Japan in the 80s and 90s and all that. So like if you've grown up and you've become this pop idol who has to kind of project this like purity, this innocence, this virginity, and your whole thing is about kind of maintaining this, she's very soft-spoken, she's shy, she's a little uncomfortable, like these people, like one of the first scenes, she's giving her last performance and these people start throwing these beer bottles and stuff around. And there's this like very like passive sort of thing. So if that's this thing that's been put on you and you're supposed to kind of maintain this, when you become independent, which again, she's not even herself becoming independent. She's supposed to be now more adult because her agents and this cast of, or this crew of Double Bind has put this on her character to become more adult. So she had to be super innocent, and then she had to be pretty risky. And so where does this like individual choice come in? And what is a person who's forced into this innocence and then forced in this promiscuity? How does a person react to that? And to me, that's a huge takeaway.
And you're really interested in like Joseph Campbell's like hero's journey, right, Leo?
I'm fascinated by structure. I like movies with a really solid structure.
And I would argue.
So yeah, I guess.
And I would argue that considering the type of character this film was dealing with, it has a very solid structure for the type of character. And the real difference in structure is in like the hero's journey, right? You're usually obviously given a hero and they go on a journey and they're very like solidly themselves and they have like very specific sort of personality traits. And so it's a very solid structure for that character. But what if the hero, what if Odysseus in the Odyssey, instead of being done with war and trying to go home, what if what he saw at war made him insane? And suddenly you're given the proper structure then of that story with that character is one that really doesn't make sense because their world isn't coherent either. So I think if you want to make a story with an incoherent character, with an incoherent identity, the way to make that story have a solid structure is to make it incoherent like that character. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I mean?
No, I agree. Yeah, you're right. Because you want to put yourself in the head of your character. I mean, that's an option, obviously. I mean, this movie I think would probably be less interesting if we were getting an objective view, bird's eye view of what actually happened. It'd be a much different story.
Of course, yeah.
It would be like a pretty straightforward thriller.
Yeah. And even before we get into the whole idea of like her, taking these nude pictures for this magazine and all that, like the first moment we have of psychosis, which again, I didn't even recognize it until I like had watched this YouTube video about it and then went on to watch it again. But she like pretty much like, I think it's the same night that she quits Cham, the pop group. She goes home and she calls her mom, and half of that conversation we hear her mom's voice and it's like normal colors and everything, and the other half of the conversation is very like overly lit, like very kind of faded out looking, and we only hear her side of it. And in that conversation she's telling her mom like, oh, I'm done with Cham, I'm gonna be an actress now. And then the parts that we do hear are her mom saying, well, your uncle bought like all of these things, like we're all so invested in your career as a pop singer, blah blah blah. And then on her side of it, when it's just her, she's like oh, like so cheerful, and guess what I did, and blah blah blah. And so that you have this like moment of psychosis marked before even anything really starts to happen. It's just this decision happens.
And that idea never crossed my mind during that scene because I'd never noticed the lighting changes, partially because I'm not used to watching anime, so I guess maybe I just thought it was all normal.
You just figure it's like part of the... I totally am the same way. I just thought it was like part of the...
Absolutely.
And you did too, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Also,
I didn't think
like,
about it until I watched the video.
Also, the fact that you don't hear her voice, the mom's voice on the phone sometimes, that happens all the times in movies where like you'll hear the other side of the phone call, and then all of a sudden you don't. It's just because that part's not important, or they're saying things that you expect them to say or something.
So it plays with your like expectations of that trope, you know, by like using it in a different way, you know.
Yeah, I think it's really, I mean, I think a thing I like about anime and about animated things in general is you have like, you know, in a movie, you could very easily have a person wearing a red shirt, and then a second later it cuts back and they're wearing a blue shirt. And that, you know, you just kind of take as like, this is this sort of mishap in the acting
continuity error.
Yeah. But in an animated movie, it's somebody is like purposefully putting that bandage on, or they're purposefully putting this red shirt or this blue shirt on.
Continuity errors can still happen in animated films,
Of course they can, yeah. But I think you have this idea that like if a scene is overly lit, right? Say in this scene, like it's a little too faded out looking. You didn't have that just because you moved the light a little bit closer. You know, you had people like drawing or producing this or whatever in a way that was purposefully done, and in a way that they could easily look back to the other scenes they had made. So every time you see that, you have this feeling of like, okay, these people purposefully made this thing a little bit lighter than they had made the second before.
And I would even argue, though, even in like live action stuff, we should take something like continuity and not think of it necessarily as this thing that has to be a part of a film, but it's like continuity is the same thing as like camera angle. It's just another artistic creative decision. So like Louis Buñuel had the same character played by two different actors. And that's taking this idea of continuity and making it a creative decision. You can decide to change it, and what you're doing is you're playing with expectations, you know?
Yeah, sure. But if you were making a short film and it's a dinner scene between, you know, a husband and a wife, and there's in one shot, half of his steak is eaten, and in the next shot, he hasn't even touched it yet. If I pointed that out to you, you'd be like, "Oh yeah, shoot."
That's a different thing though than I decided to have the next shot. The dad was a different person.
Yeah.
Right.
I totally agree with you.
You said continuity errors are a decision, and I said, well, they can also.
Of course, they can be both. Of course. Yeah, of course they can be both. But I'm saying it's just another thing. If you want to, you could, if you wanted to, play around with it. The same way you play around with the camera angle or anything else. You can always play with everything, you know? Nothing's there because it has to be there. Everything's there because you decide that the story you're telling necessitates it.
And I think in animation especially, you know, you don't have these people going backstage and changing wardrobes or whatever and coming back a week later and shooting the same thing. You know, you have these people who are drawing it out. And I think there's like more of a continuity there.
You have to have a clear vision. I mean, like if you're playing with continuity, I can't say that word, continuity.
Yeah.
There has to be a good reason for it, and it has to be established. Like you can't just like make like a normal, like, you know, run of the mill movie and then have somebody point out that a continuity error that you made and just be like, oh yeah, that was intentional, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in
order to establish it, you have to do it. You know?
Yeah.
So it's like a catch-22 there.
So like if you're gonna play around with continuity errors, I think you have to draw attention to it a bit and have
by the end of this film, it's all about lack of continuity.
Oh, sure.
So there is a total reason. In this particular instance, there's a total reason to do it, I think.
You're right. Yes, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this movie, I don't know. I mean, it's a great, like, trip, you know? Yeah. It's a great thing of...
And you don't know it's going to be a trip until, like, the third act.
Yeah. It takes it as, like, a total just, here's a girl with her stalker, and then all of a sudden, you're just realizing, well, what if it's not a stalker? What if it's really her all the way through? And what if it's... like, all of these things, I think it does this really wonderful job of just keeping you fully unaware of what's going on until the end. I mean, even the end, right? Like, we see her and she's visiting Rumi, the the double, you know, in a mental hospital.
Yeah.
And she's giving her flowers and she's dropping them off. And the whole time she's wearing sunglasses. And like reflection, you know, this whole time. She's like in the train and she sees her reflection. And there's all these things where her reflection is this sort of like psychosis signal. And so she goes to visit Rumi. Rumi's in the mental hospital. And we only see Mima in sunglasses until she takes them off and looks in a rear view mirror. Like we never see her straight on as Mima in the end. And it's got this like overly joyous sort of final soundtrack. And this feeling of like blue skies and a beautiful day and blah, blah, blah. And you have all the way through the end, you have this idea of, is what I'm seeing even real, you know? And
I thought the sunglasses thing was. I thought the sunglasses thing was. I've actually noticed this trend in a few movies. La La Land is the last one I saw do this, where, you know how you can have like subtle things to show like a passage of time, like, you know, a different haircut or something. I've seen a few times in movies where like they show passage of time by like they fade to black and they come back up. And then the main character's like wearing sunglasses and they're out doing something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's kind of what happened here. It's such a weird thing that I've seen before. It doesn't seem like it would work as like a passage of time trope, but I've seen it a few times where I thought that's just what they were doing here.
Interesting.
But I mean, it could also, you know, like a character in a real like live action movie. It's hard to show them being older consciously, you know, because they're just whatever age they are when they were filming it, you know.
Well, like
28, they're just 28 when they're filming it. But like
at the end of La La Land, you know, Emma Stone's character, she's like it cuts back to the future where she's like married and she has a kid, and then she comes in and she is like wearing sunglasses. She takes them off. She's like, "Did you pick the kids up from the, you know, whatever, you know, that kind of thing." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or am I sounding like a crazy person right now?
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I haven't seen that movie, but like, I mean, in an animation though, you could just have them look a little older.
That's true.
It would be nothing. So there's a sort of intentionality behind, well, why aren't we seeing her straight on as herself a little bit older, you know, a few months older or whatever. And there's this like still sort of like refusal to show the true self until, you know, throughout the end. And yeah, I think it just has this like really fantastic way of keeping it. Is Mima really sane? Is she really fulfilling this self? Has she really like found herself? Like the ending kind of has her, you know, somebody's like, oh, is that Mima? No, she's too famous to be here, blah, blah, blah. What would she be doing here? And you then, you know, you have her being like, yep, it's really me. But the only time you see that is in a reflection. So you still have this all the way through the end. It has such a, you know, you think you've figured it out and you think you've resolved it. And then it's like, well, has she really resolved it? Why are we only seeing her as a reflection? Has she conquered this psychosis, or is it still continuing on? Because we're only seeing this sort of like happy and perfect reflection of herself. And I think, I think in a lot of ways, it just really does this wonderful job of keeping you guessing and keeping you unsure. And I do think it's on purpose. I don't think it's just because they, you know, Satoshi Kon or whoever didn't write it out the right way. Or
I know it's on purpose. The thing I'm struggling with is to what end. And you guys have said different ideas, but I don't know. What would you guys give this for a rating? If you had to rate it. Out of 5.
I think I would give it 4.5 stars.
4.5? Jared?
I think I'd give it 4.
4, okay.
What would you
I'd give it like a out of 5.
No, you have to give a number.
Okay, if I had to give it, I'm probably gonna end up giving it a 2.5.
Really?
Not because I thought it was bad, but just because I don't know what to make of it, and I don't know what to make of what I can't make of it. Does that make sense?
You're an interesting guy, Leo.
Yeah. The whole thing, I was watching this, right, and I had suggested it, and I wasn't sure if Jared was going to like it, but I was, like, pretty sure, Leo, that you would not like it, because you seem to really like things, like from the discussion we had a couple of weeks ago about the white ribbon, you really like things in a way that is wrap-upable,
which like for the
not
record
always
though, but which for the record though isn't a bad thing. I want to totally clarify that like that's not a bad thing.
No, of course
but
not.
It's kind of becoming like a fun thing to play around with our movie decisions.
So I know you don't watch Red Letter Media as much as I do, but I think we have a similar dynamic that Mike and Jay do on that show, because Jay loves art house movies. He loves, like, his favorite director is what's his name? Hairspray, Pink Flamingos.
John Waters.
Yeah, he loves like John Waters stuff, and he loves David Lynch, that kind of stuff. And he loves weird art housey kind of stuff. And then Mike, he likes like structure. He loves it when like at the 30-minute mark this happens, at the 45-minute mark that happens, like it's like boom, 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 like it's hitting all the beats at the right time.
So you like classical structure, which is different than structure. Everything has a structure. You like a particular kind of structure.
Yeah, it's like I like a well-written essay with a thesis statement, an opening paragraph, a conclusion. Ooh, that was nice and
a good essay.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of my favorite movies are like that, but not all of them. I like stuff that's open to, one of my favorite movies is 2001: A Space Odyssey, and that's definitely open to interpretation.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
There's lots of, it's just a harder sell for me, I guess.
Yeah.
When it doesn't follow that kind of structure.
Yeah, and that's fine. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all.
Yeah. But I think also, for some movies that it really invite you to break the structure and really inherently break the structure, I think there's also this call to thinking, okay, so if I can't just figure this out, if I can't understand what's going on, how else can I read this? And I think that's a big thing in like a movie like this, It's not calling for you to actually understand what's happening. It's calling for you to think about what behind it.
I would also say too, there are a lot of art movies that I don't think have a lot of art in them, and there's a lot of traditional like entertainment movies that don't have a lot of entertainment in them, So like even if there's a preference, there's plenty of movies in both instances that totally fall flat both ways.
I think if you're going out of your way to make an art film and it doesn't have a clear message and it's more style over substance, it can come off to me as like super pretentious and empty.
Right. And if you're making a traditional structure film where the characters are kind of dull and it's just rehashing old things, it comes off as just repetitive and sort of banal,
Yeah.
So it can totally, that's either way.
That's the spectrum, banal to, what did I say? Can't even,
like maybe incoherent.
My brain's not working anymore.
Something.
Yeah, well, another thing is, if there's a movie that's going to be, weird and wild and not follow a structure, I kind of like it when a movie like that starts off letting you know kind of where it's going to go.
Yeah.
Like 2001: A Space Odyssey, right off that bat, you're like, okay, we're doing something weird here. You know what I mean? And there's this movie called The Good, the Bad, and the Weird. Yeah. I don't remember. Have you ever seen that?
I don't know. I don't think so.
It's I don't know. It's I don't know what country. It's a Asian country. I don't want to say China or Japan because I'm gonna sound racist if I choose one. But it is like a parody on like westerns and stuff, and it gets real weird. But the way the movie starts is with the credits, but they're going the wrong way, and then they start to go on a diagonal, and like all this weird stuff starts happening, and so it tells you right off the bat we're gonna do some weird shit. And like if this movie would have sort of let me know in the beginning that we're gonna be getting in this kind of this weird territory, then I probably would have been sold by it more. But at the same time, I think part of the thing that makes it unique is that it does kind of take you for a loop.
Yeah.
Well, and like, it's been compared a lot to Black Swan, and I just watched that yesterday. And and I think that also, you know, it starts with this sort of this ballet dancer who wants to be the lead in a ballet show, and then
it's somebody striving for greatness that falls down a rabbit hole of chaos.
And there's this sort of gradual sort of descent into the weirdness, and I think that's more effective because that's more of how real world weirdness works.
Yeah,
you know,
that's
you're
true.
like you're not just inherently marked as a weird thing. You know, you just
there was something about the tone of that movie at the beginning that opened up that idea. You know, the tone of this movie. Yeah, the tone of this movie seemed a lot more straightforward to begin with.
It did.
Did you watch Sorry to Bother You?
Yeah.
So that movie takes a really hard left turn, and I really liked that. But it was so weird from the beginning that when it takes that left turn, you're sort of on board for the ride. You know what I mean?
Think, like, Sorry to Bother You or whatever, I think when you start out thinking this is going to be a weird movie, you kind of lose that weirdness, you know? It's in this way that it's marked as weird, and so you're expecting weirdness. And so if you're expecting weirdness, is it really weird? And the answer, I think, a lot of times is no. Whereas if you start out pretty straightforward, and then all of a sudden it comes out of nowhere that it's weird.
Yeah. I'm not saying that all movies that take a weird turn should let you know that it's going to get weird, but I'm just saying it's a harder sell for me when it doesn't. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But I think that's like where you really just have to, and I think, you know, a lot of my favorite books and stuff have this too, of you just have to sort of, you're there and it's real and it starts out real and you're there and you're there and you're there. And then all of a sudden it just breaks into this territory that you just can't expect. And the main character can't expect. And you and them are both going along for this ride that's just inherently crazy and funky and does a lot of strange things.
You and I just remember this movie it reminds me of. Jared, did you ever see this movie called The Congress?
No.
It's a movie that stars Robin Wright, and she plays an actress. She might be playing herself, but she basically goes in to get one of those body scans so they can use her likeness, you know, in other movies and stuff. Mm. And then she's driving down this road, and then she looks in the rearview mirror and she sees an animated reflection of herself, and then all of a sudden she's in this animated world that's like Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And from that point on, I had no idea what was happening. And it might have been, I think it was kind of the point. I think you would like that movie, Jared, but it kind of reminded me of that.
Okay, yeah, I'll see if I can.
And I feel the same way about this movie as I did that one, where I was intrigued by it, but I'm not sure what to make of it. And yeah, it's a 2.5 stars just because it's in the middle, because I'm kind of on the fence with it. So maybe a second viewing would sway me in one way or the other. So
interesting.
I liked the movie though. I enjoyed the ride. So yeah.
Good.
Anything else you guys have to add about it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, well, Kayla, thanks for choosing that movie. It was a good talk, interesting stuff.
Thank you for watching it.
Yeah, good to have you on.
Jared, you just got one ticket for Endgame, right?
Yeah, I mean it was like, this is I think the second weekend it's out, and I couldn't find 2 seats together.
Yeah, I was surprised you were able to find a seat for that time, because they've been selling tickets like crazy for. Like,
it was like now. Yeah, it was like the only other time that I could have gotten in. It was 3 a.m., which, like, I mean, I like being up late, but that would be tough. So
yeah. All right. Well, stay tuned for next week on Monday, where we're going to talk about Endgame and all things superhero movies. So that should be fun. But until next time, check out the In the Can YouTube channel. Ask other people, or share this podcast if you liked it. Leave a review on iTunes. That helps us pop up in the search results. We actually have a few reviews, so more would be cool. And if you have any questions or comments for us, even if it's hate mail or
yeah,
want to make fun of us or whatever, we'll read it and it'll be fun. So we'll see you next week for Avengers Endgame.
See you next week, Leo.
See ya.
You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in the right file.
I am serious. And don't call me Syrocki.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room.
I drink your milkshake.
All right, welcome to In the Can.
Take 10.
My name is Leo Costello.
I'm Jared Wiedmeyer.
And today, we're going to be talking all about superheroes. Your favorite thing in the world, Jared?
Yep, the good guys, the baddies that fight the good guys who do the good things, the good guys who do the bad things. We're going to cover them all.
Uh-huh, yep. So, we've hinted in the past that, Jared, you're not the biggest fan of superhero movies, or just like big blockbusters just in general.
So what it really is, I think, and this is kind of how it happened for me at least, is like my childhood connections are like Batman, Superman, Spider-Man. That pretty much covers it, right? So when those movies came out and I was little, loved them. And I really liked like the early Iron Man movies. I was like younger when the first Avengers movie came out, so I was into them. But eventually I just kind of, I don't know, I just like fell out with them. So I'm not some sort of like absolutist with like hating these things.
Sure.
They just after a while kind of faded off my radar, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think I'd say I'm definitely a bigger fan of them. I watch a lot more of them than you do, but I'm not a fanboy by any means. I kind of wanted to find somebody who was like really into Marvel movies for this episode, but I couldn't really find anybody. There's a friend I have. Her name's Mackenzie. She is like the biggest Marvel fangirl I know. She's having a Star Wars themed wedding. Like this week, and she lives in Disney. She works for Disney. She lives in Florida and she works for Disney, and yeah, she's all about it. So, but she wasn't available because she's got the
that's
wedding
too bad.
up.
That would have been fun. Well, yeah. Mackenzie, thanks for nothing is all I really got to say to you right now.
No, yeah, because she's gonna make us look like assholes now.
Yeah, exactly. She could have refuted so many things.
But we're going to be optimistic about everything, so I think it'll be a good conversation anyways. But first, has there been anything you've been watching? Obviously, you watched Endgame, and if you haven't watched anything else, I'm dying to hear your thoughts on the Dolby Cinema experience.
Okay, you want me to lead off with the Dolby Cinema?
Unless you've watched anything else, we should get that out of the way.
I don't... No, I really haven't been super like watch heavy since we last talked. I've been really busy at work and stuff. But sir, I'll talk about the Dolby Cinema.
Yeah. All right. So the Dolby Theater experience, if you don't know, if you're listening and you're not sure what that is, so you're probably familiar with IMAX screens where a movie is shot with an IMAX camera and then they're visually optimized in IMAX theaters to have like a higher resolution. Well, Dolby Cinemas are similar where they have to be optimized. They don't have to be shot with a specific camera, but they are optimized both visually and audially, so that it's supposed to be like the best cinema experience possible. And there's a handful of these theaters throughout the country, and we found out there's one right next to where you work, Jared. So I sent you on a mission to go see Endgame. So without talking about the movie at all, give me your detailed experience of what that was like.
Yeah, so I walk in, and it's like all of the speakers in it are they're like, they have a red light on them, and there's like, it's just like covered in red, the whole room. It's like ginormous, covered in red. The screen is huge. The screen is like probably the biggest one I've seen a movie on. I've never seen an IMAX movie, other than those like nature docs, I guess, but that's like a different kind of thing because it's like kind of dome shaped. So I go in, and you like are just listening to the like previews or whatever, that like corny stuff. And then they do a sort of like little like show you what it's capable of. and they do like all this stuff with the image, and they cut it down the middle, and they're like, regular things do this is true black, and this is Dolby Cinema true black.
The Dolby True Black, from what I understand, it's kind of like OLED TVs, where like when the image is black, when it's showing a black image, it's as if the projector is off. So like so that the contrast between the colors and the black is really strong. Did it feel that way?
Oh yeah, totally. It was like pitch black, and they had the little bars on the top because this was shot in anamorphic, you know, and the like bars on top, like, you know, when it's widescreen and they have bars on top of a TV.
Oh, I just didn't realize that was called anamorphic. Okay.
Well, yeah, because the anamorphic lens shoots it kind of like a compressed version and then de-squeezes it to make it widescreen. That's how you get those widescreen images, because it's an anamorphic lens. So it's just like pure pitch black, like way cooler. And the sound, they were like showing some things they could do with it, which like they did the whole thing. It was like a 30-minute thing. I'm like, I'm gonna throw up listening to this because it's just so like intense and like loud and immersive. But what's nice is like during the actual movie is they really kind of pick their spots with it. So most of the time you're watching it and it's just kind of like you're watching a way better version of the movie. And then when some sequences kick in, like the whole theater shakes kind of thing.
Oh, it shakes with just the sound?
Yeah, because the sound is so intense, it like literally shakes like the auditorium.
Wow.
Like,
so
it's
I went
loud.
I went to a theater that had Dolby Atmos installed. So I'm not sure how much of a different experience that is. I imagine that your experience was even better than mine, because it's actually an actual Dolby Cinema. But the sound was significantly better in mine too. I'm just curious how much better yours is than mine, because it was both Dolby Atmos. I imagine mine probably had less speakers and less powerful speakers.
Yeah.
But they did do like a sound test thing where like when they use like the deep bass, you could feel your body shaking a little bit.
Yeah, and even like dialogue scenes, it like kind of feels like you're right there. Like it was like a very, very cool experience. It was like totally worth it. Like really awesome.
So how was it during the actual movie? Because you know they always showed you, you know, what it's capable of. But how did they put that into the film?
So, like the actual action sequences themselves, like the explosions are louder. Like the sound of shots is really loud and like crisp. A cool thing, and I like doing this, you can do this with any surround sound, but there's sometimes when people behind or like out of frame are talking and it like comes from behind you or something.
Mm-hmm.
So it like feels like you're almost like in the room.
Like it feels like somebody's talking over your shoulder.
Yeah, which I really like a lot.
Yeah, that's really cool. I always, sometimes when I'm watching a movie and everything just sounds like it's coming from one speaker, I always wonder if it's a bad projection, like if they just forgot to turn on the surround sound, or if it's just the audio mixing that they didn't bother to do that.
Well, I think, and I mean, this is kind of just like talking off the top of my head because I don't know, but I think most movies, regardless of like what they're about, are usually done in surround sound now.
Yeah.
So, like, usually you'll be able to hear a surround sound if you get it. Because so many people even have them in their living rooms now, surround sound.
Well, I'm just saying, depending on the mix, they'll be more artistic with it. You know what I mean?
Oh, definitely.
Because it takes a lot more effort to place sounds in specific places than it is to just optimize for the left and right speaker.
Yeah.
Or four speakers or whatever.
Yeah, but this was wild. And yeah, you could just totally tell it was different. And the image itself was like really, really like incredibly crisp, like incredibly clean.
And I imagine it might be a little harder to tell how much of an impact this has because you're seeing a new movie that's so CGI heavy.
Yeah.
I think it'd be really interesting for you to go and see a movie that's like a remastered version. Like I think they're doing like Apocalypse Now or something.
Yep. They're doing Apocalypse Now.
Just to see how much of a difference, because you know what that movie
looks
like and what it sounds like. So it'd be interesting to see how much better it is. You know what I mean?
I would imagine, especially because that's like a lot of like key scenes in that movie are shot in like really dark settings. So I bet especially there it would have a really cool effect.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why whenever you watch movies that are really dark in general, or action movies or something, and you watch them on VHS, there's so many scenes where you can't even tell what's happening at all, because it's just like a bunch of gray mesh.
Yeah.
But I think what Dolby's doing is really cool, and I think everyone should experience it if they can. I mean, even though I wasn't there, because the home theater system is getting so good that, you know, it's really something special to be able to see a movie in a way that you will never be able to see again. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
if
absolutely.
you buy the 4K Blu-ray of Avengers Endgame, it's not going to be like it was when you went to the Dolby.
No, and even something as like kind of innocuous as like if you're watching it in your home, it can never get as dark as a movie theater can get. And that was even a thing, like walking into it, you know, you usually walk in and there's like one hallway. There was almost this like sort of swerving like 3-tiered hallway to get in. So there was like,
did they have like a big I've seen videos of these Dolby Cinemas, and a lot of times they have like this big projection on the wall of the hallway you're walking into. Did they have that?
No, they didn't. They didn't.
But everything in those theaters are designed to block off light and sound, which is probably why they had that swervy hallway.
Yeah, exactly. It was definitely just to make sure like no light can get into that theater.
What about things like stair lighting and exit signs and stuff? Were there any distracting lights in the theater when the movie was going on?
No, it was pretty pitch black once the movie started.
One thing that always kind of bothers me, even though obviously it's a safety thing, is when I watch a movie, there's just like 2 green exit signs on either side of the screen.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously you block them out over time, but
well, those are still on. I mean, that's just like a legal thing.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, yeah, for the sake of everybody's safety, we should keep those on. Yeah.
Nah. If there's a fire, you just stay in there.
Just figure it out. Figure it out yourself.
Cool. Well,
I mean, if anything, the fire should illuminate the theater, you know? You should be able to see where the exits are.
Yeah, if it's a real danger.
Yeah. If it's just one of these little wimpy fires, I mean, just watch the movie. What are you complaining about, you know?
Yeah. Well, do you think you would have enjoyed this movie specifically less if you didn't see it in Dolby?
Ooh, good question. It definitely would have. So I watched Infinity War the day before I went and saw it.
Okay. And those do have very similar looks and sounds.
So I think like comparing my feeling with that versus this, it felt like categorically different. So I think I definitely would have. Yeah, like the experience definitely makes the movie better, honestly. It's just like it feels like you're more there, and like obviously that movie is optimized for that too, and like made with that system in mind. So you're almost like seeing it on its true format, you know? You're seeing it exactly how it was kind of intended at its best to be shown. So I totally feel like I was more immersed in like the world itself because of the Dolby Cinema.
Okay. Yeah, I can't wait to check one of those out. I always find that kind of stuff really fascinating. And you should also check out a true IMAX screening sometime just to see how that compares.
Yeah, I'd like to. I think the sound of the Dolby would probably be a little bit better. I don't know how IMAX optimizes
That's
their
what
sound.
I've heard.
Yeah.
I think IMAX is just louder. It's not optimized like it is in the Dolby Cinema.
Right. Well, and that was the thing, is because I was going into Dolby expecting like a really loud experience, and it just really was like more clear almost. And it wasn't like, there was like an artfulness to it. It wasn't like pushy with what it could do. It was like just right.
Nice. Yeah, it always bothers me like whenever that's why I don't like going to a lot of live music, because a lot of times it's not the audio channels aren't mixed well, and it's just loud.
Yeah.
I can't stand that.
They just want to like throw as much wattage of power at you as possible.
Yeah. You know what I would hate to watch a movie though is those 4D theaters. You know about those?
Yeah, I saw like a SpongeBob thing in a 4D theater once.
Did it have like the moving seats?
Yeah, and it like shot water at me. I don't want to get wet when I'm watching a movie. Get out of here.
Well, there's some of these screens around now that they don't shoot water at you, but the screens move like you're in a roller coaster or something. And I know somebody on Facebook who said like a warning, like don't go see Endgame in this because you can't get up in the middle of the movie. And like she saw like 3 or 4 people throw up because it's like a 3-hour long movie.
Yeah,
and you're shaking the whole time.
Yeah,
that sounds like a nightmare. Yeah.
I mean, it sounds funny, but
yeah. And it's probably like what? It's like $30 a ticket or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing too, is like I would do this once a year. You know, I wouldn't go to a movie once a week there or anything.
At the Dolby?
It's definitely like a special event.
If I lived near you and I could afford to see movies like that, I would probably see all of the movies that are like really cinematic that I want to see, and I had the option to, I probably would.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I bet a lot of the time, like, the latest Transformers movie is in there or something.
Yeah.
Which would just be, like, painful at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. It depends on the film.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. As it always should.
I guess I could talk about I watched a couple things before Endgame that I could bring up. So I looked at the list of all of the Marvel MCU movies, and I wanted to make sure I watched all of them before Endgame, because, you know, Endgame is the finale of, you know, all of these movies. So like,
yeah, the 5th act, as it were. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's technically the 3rd. They like call them phases.
Oh, yeah, they have the phases.
This technically, weirdly, isn't the end of Phase 3. This isn't a spoiler, but apparently Spider-Man Far From Home is like the end of Phase 3, which is odd. But anyways, I wanted to see if I watched them all, and the only one that I hadn't watched was Thor 2, The Dark World, and I tried, I tried watching that one, and I got about halfway through until I gave up because it was so freaking boring.
That's like known as the worst Marvel movie, right? Thor 2. Yeah.
It was the most cliche and most boring one. It was it was almost unbearable.
Wow.
But I'm glad I did, because there were some details in there that are referenced in Endgame that I won't spoil. That so I was glad I watched half of it. Otherwise, I might have been a little confused by some of those references. But yeah, it was not good.
That was the thing. Like seeing them, like, because I saw Infinity War too, but like I haven't seen all of them. You know, they do a pretty good job of. I didn't feel lost at any point of it, not seeing some of those other offshoots. So that's good. That's like a bonus. Yeah.
Yeah. And the third Thor movie, I think you would really like, because it's more of a comedy, and it's directed by Taika Waititi. But the second one, it feels like one of those like bad romance novels for like middle-aged women with like the handsome shirtless guy.
Sure.
And because it plays a lot on the romance, quote unquote romance, between Thor and Natalie Portman. And
Natalie Portman's in it?
Yeah, and she doesn't look like she wants to be in the movie the whole time.
She probably didn't.
Yeah. And like at the end credits is like she's like sitting there eating cereal, and she's all sad in her house, and then like lightning comes behind her, and Thor's there, and like he walks out of like the lightning strike and just makes out with her. Like it's like that cheesy. It's so stupid.
What kind of cereal was she eating?
I don't know why I'm saying cereal. In my mind, that's what she was doing. But she was just like sad in her house, and then she hears like thunder, and then her dreamboat comes and gives her a big smooch.
A big smooch. It's
also the thing I kept thinking about during that movie was I can't remember his name, but the guy who plays the main villain, he was the 9th Doctor in Doctor Who. And I remember hearing stories about how he didn't know that he was going to be under so much makeup in the movie. And the whole time he just looks like he's disappointed. Like he doesn't want to be there. Like, because you can't even tell it's him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not good. It's really bland. It's definitely the worst the MCU has to offer. And if you liked Thor 2, I guess that's fine, but we have very different priorities. And then I'm really curious what you think about this one. I watched Suspiria, the remake of the 1970s.
Okay, so
film.
it was the remake. It wasn't the original.
Yeah. And have you seen that?
I did, yeah. I saw it in theaters, actually.
I really liked it, and I think I would like it even more on a second viewing. It's a really slow burn of a horror movie that kind of just gets crazier and crazier as it goes along, and it doesn't hold back any punches. And
no, it doesn't.
It's very rooted in reality, and it feels like, I don't know, and it's like set in the 70s right next to the Berlin Wall, and you got all of this like dark stuff happening underneath the surface.
Yeah, I felt
and
really
I really
like
enjoyed it.
I felt really dirty after watching that movie.
Yeah.
Just
Did you like it?
Like there's like a film over me.
When I was watching the movie, I kept thinking Jared would love this, because it I've seen enough of the 70s version to know how different of a movie this one is.
Sure.
But also how much it's paying homage to the original.
It
looks drastically different. It looks drastically different, but it also feels like a movie made from the 70s. They use a lot of those like zooming shots. I don't know what you call them.
Yep, like crash zooms. Zooms.
And a lot of these cool shots where the one character's really close to the camera, and then there's another character really far away in the background above her shoulder or something like that. So yeah, I really liked it. What did you think?
I remember that scene at the end where like the whole screen is red. Like I really felt gross during it. I like the pacing of the movie as a whole, and the performances were pretty good.
Did you find it gross because of what was happening? Or, well, that's not spoil it, but what was happening? Or there's like, they do something weird with the shutter speed.
What was happening?
Like, okay.
I'm not a big fan. Like, blood in movies gets me kind of squeamish, and that one really poured it. I felt really depressed by the end of it, but there were parts of it that were good. I like the Argento version a lot. So,
the original?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think like Argento, for really his like end category, is kind of like a trash filmmaker who made one great movie, and that's Suspiria.
Yeah.
I mean
I've seen a lot of clips of it. I should watch it because it looks like something I would like, but it has like a lot of really bright colors and really iconic imagery and stuff. So
yeah, and the remake didn't feel quite as like playful or fun as the original.
No, I don't think it's meant to either.
No, it's a lot more. It like takes a hard turn to the dark.
It's a lot more grounded.
Yeah, sure. It's a lot more grounded, and it's like, I mean, it's the original is pretty graphic, but it's graphic in almost like the Tarantino kind of like silly way. Whereas this one is like graphic and the like, oh my god, I have to like look away right now because I can't handle this.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
And I guess I probably just have a stronger stomach than you, so I can handle that kind of stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
So when I was putting my review up on Letterboxd for Suspiria, I saw that Kayla gave it 1 star.
Yeah,
did you watch that movie with her?
Yeah, we watched it together. The Walker Art Cinema shows Spirit Award winners, and we both were just like, oof, I feel really nasty after that.
Would you give it that low of a rating too? Because it seems like she hated it.
Maybe.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought you would have really appreciated like the filmmaking and the pacing.
Every part of it that you think I appreciated, I did appreciate. Truly.
But it just grossed you out a little bit too much.
It just grossed me out too much and made me feel way too depressed by the end of it that I couldn't handle it.
Okay. You know, when I was watching it, I was thinking like, you know, you hear all these stories about how there's not enough women in Hollywood and there needs to be more movies with like all female cast. I'm like, this movie is like all female cast and nobody really talks about it in that way.
No,
and like
I think
the one main male character is played by a woman.
Yeah. I think maybe one of the reasons it didn't get a lot of talk about that, for one, it's pretty brutal.
Yeah,
so it's just not a movie.
Definitely not for everybody.
It would just not. It would be a very hard movie in any capacity to sort of get like mainstream discussion. Yeah, and I think that's part of it. Is like a lot of the like discussion about like women in Hollywood is about strong characters, and this one's, they're like kind of evil. So I think sometimes that plays difficult to some of those discussions. That's just conjecture. That's conjecture, though. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's I also wanted to watch one of the classic films that we were talking about last week, but I didn't have time. But maybe I'll do that. Next time.
Okay. Yeah. Start from whenever on the list and work your way.
Yeah. Okay. So that's talking about superhero movies. We could obviously just talk about comic book movies, but that's too broad of a genre because there's a lot of movies that don't seem like comic book movies but are.
Yeah.
So let's just talk about like superhero stuff. So for us, I think superhero movies probably got on our radar around X-Men. Am I right?
Yeah, probably. We're pretty young.
Because obviously the trend really started with Superman in the 70s, and then the Michael Keaton Batman movie, and then there was a bit of a break, and then it was X-Men kind of opened the door again, and then Spider-Man was a big hit, and then Marvel. I mean, there was little ones here and there, but those are the big tentpoles, I think.
Well,
and
Spider-Man,
obviously the Christian Bale Dark Knight movies.
Yeah, the Spider-Man Sam Raimi movies with Tobey Maguire, those like did really well.
That movie was huge.
Yeah, Spider-Man 2 is like definitely in my top 5 for superhero movies. That's one of the best superhero movies, I think, with the Doc Ock, the octopus guy. Those are fun. Those are really cheesy too, really like hokey and kind of tongue in cheek.
Oh yeah, and it completely knows it, and it uses that aspect of it so well. And yeah, I really like those movies. I think hold up really well, despite the fact that he's supposed to be in high school and he looks like he's in his 30s.
Yeah. and then the Dark Knight movies, I mean, they like the Dark Knight, the second one with the Joker, like that one really blew up. And it almost became, I don't know, I feel like a lot of people who like don't watch a ton of movies call that like their favorite movie, you know? Like it's kind of one of those kind of things, and
it's pretty great. Yeah. I think Dark Knight is a great movie, except I think it probably could have been tightened up a bit. I think they could have probably done without Two-Face. He's kind of shoehorned in at the last minute.
Yeah, and it has one of the most. I mean, Ledger's performance in that is electric. Like every scene he's in is pretty much a scene that is quotable and people remember. And he really didn't waste a single second on screen in that whole movie.
Yeah, that's obviously an example of somebody really putting themselves into their character as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. But then there were also like during that whole time, like the Superman movies that were made during that time were flops. Like there was like hit and miss.
Are you talking about Man of Steel?
Yeah, Man of Steel, and then there was that other movie called like, what was it called? It might have just been like Superman Returns or something, or there was
Superman Returns with Brandon Routh.
Yeah, and that like was not very good. That was kind of a miss.
That one was trying to capture the vibe of the 70s Superman movie, but didn't quite land it.
Yeah, I think what happened too is like, and this has kind of been DC's problem, I think, when it's been trying to compete with Marvel recently, is like the Marvel movies that started with Iron Man were lucky because they were dealing with characters that were like well known to a certain generation, but were just being introduced to a lot of people. So like there were a lot of people who had never heard of them.
Yeah, nobody knew who Iron Man was.
No. So, and then that's the thing with DC is DC has this huge lineage of Superman and Batman movies that they're trying to like top, but there's so many already good offerings in that I think they have a much steeper task than the Marvel ones, where they were kind of introducing these characters to a lot of people for the first time. So I think that was a problem.
So I think my biggest problem with superhero movies now, especially the DC ones and the Marvel Cinematic Universe, is that I have a really hard time emotionally connecting with a lot of these movies. And I'm not sure why. Especially with like the Marvel movies, because so many people are so emotionally connected to these movies. I've been to theater screenings with Marvel movies like opening night lots of times, and everybody's super reactive of things. They're crying, they're cheering, they're applauding. And I never get any emotional reaction just because I, for some reason, can never connect to these characters.
This past one that I went to, people were cheering and applauding and stuff during it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's a baseball game or something.
Yeah, and I think the cynical part of my brain is thinking, the honest part of my brain is thinking that I don't think that these characters, I don't think most of them are developed well enough for me to emotionally connect with them. And I think a lot of times when people get emotionally connected to these, I feel like part of it, at least, is that they're connected to these characters because they're such pop culture figures and they exist outside of the movies, and they're in the comic books, and you know, they're in the what's the word? I don't know, they're part of our world in a way. What's that word? Anyways.
Zeitgeist?
Yes, that's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah. No, they definitely are.
So it's for me, like when I'm not going to bring up what movie I'm talking about specifically, but like in a Marvel movie, there will be like a minor character who dies, who has like no personality trait at all or anything. And I hear people in the theater like crying, like, no. And I can't help but think that I equate that to like people who like get really emotionally distraught when they hear that Taylor Swift broke up with her boyfriend or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Where they're not, they're attached to these characters, but not in a really genuine way. And that might be a really cynical thing for me to say. Maybe some people really do think that these characters are really developed in these movies, but Tony Stark, Iron Man, has been in these movies for a long time, and when something good or bad happens to him, I don't get like a big emotional response.
I think another thing too.
Go ahead.
Is like, so like when I think of like the Dark Knight and then the Avengers movies, the Avengers movies play those moments with such high melodrama, like with the crescendo music, and like they really take a moment. It reminds me of like in Lord of the Rings, when characters would die, they'd do it in slow motion and the music would get slower, and they'd really build a death, so you kind of have this much more like melodramatic connection to those scenes. Whereas like the Dark Knight, a lot of the scenes I can think of where people died, it was like kind of like out of nowhere, like when he was trying to save Rachel or whatever, and the building just blows up. Rachel! And it's like it never played those scenes sort of as like emotionally.
And this isn't spoiling anything about Endgame, but one of the things that really bothers me, especially with the Avengers movies, I mean, it happens a lot in a lot of Marvel movies, but it's mostly the Avengers movies, is that they'll do that sort of thing you're talking about, but they'll also like pause for applause, like wait for applause, or pause for like, they'll like leave time in between jokes for people to laugh and stuff,
like a stage play almost.
Yeah, and it really just makes me cringe, like, ooh, this is not gonna look good on home video when you're just watching it by yourself.
Yeah, there was a scene in this recent one where I was thinking about that, because there was like dialogue, it was supposed to be humorous, and it would have been better if it all played in wide shot and was a lot quicker and snappier, but there were these sort of pauses and cuts between it that like ruined the comedic timing of the actual jokes.
Yeah, the humor in a lot of these Marvel movies never land with me very well. I mean, there's a lot of jokes in Avengers, Endgame, and Infinity War, and none of them really make me laugh. I feel like a lot of them are like reference jokes.
Yep.
Or very simple dialogue-based jokes. You know what I mean?
A lot of them are references.
But people just eat them up.
I think part of it is like seeing these superheroes and they're referencing other movies in our world, and it's almost like kind of funny to think that they like live in a world where they've seen like Back to the Future or something like that.
The thing that you got to be careful though, because everybody is in these Marvel movies now, and there's a couple of movie references in Endgame that have actors that are in the movie Endgame. Or in the MCU. So that's like, you got to be careful there.
Yeah. No, that's funny. It's wild. It's like so self-referential.
Yeah, like this isn't spoiling anything about Endgame, but one of them like brings up the Big Lebowski, and Jeff Bridges is at the Big Lebowski, and Jeff Bridges is the main villain in Iron Man 1.
Yeah.
So like in their universe, who plays the dude?
Yeah.
or does the main villain in Iron Man just happen to look like Jeff Bridges?
No, the main villain in Iron Man, it's a whole different timeline where Jeff Bridges became like a weapons tycoon after filming The Big Lebowski.
So it actually is Jeff Bridges?
It actually is Jeff Bridges, and he just like, he dropped the whole acting thing. Yeah, he got really into contract weapons manufacturing, and
That's
he shaved
funny.
his hair. Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's my biggest complaint with Marvel movies now. I think that's what's causing me to have fatigue, is that I just can't emotionally connect with them. And I guess maybe that's my fault. Maybe it's not. But another thing is that a lot of these Marvel Cinematic Universe movies are done in such a bland way. A lot of times there's not very interesting lighting or directing. You know, they found a formula that works and they stuck with it.
Yeah.
Every once in a while there's a movie that feels a little bit different, and like Guardians of the Galaxy, those movies look drastically different.
A thing I really noticed watching this movie, and there's been YouTube videos on this, but like with that incredible Dolby sound, their song track is so dull. It like sounds like corporate music kind of just put over it. And you can really tell the difference because a lot of the Guardians of the Galaxy moments, they use like old 70s songs. And it
really pops out.
It feels really fucking good. Like hearing like Rubber Band Man or like whatever you're hearing, it's just like is a whole different feeling.
And the Guardians of the Galaxy started a trend where they used like old like 70s music in a modern context, but the reason why that works so well in Guardians of the Galaxy is because those songs have an emotional connection to the main character, because he has that cassette tape that his mom gave him before she died. So whenever you're hearing one of those songs, you're hearing, you know, something that his mom gave him. That's why I think Guardians of the Galaxy I have the most emotional connection to Peter Quill, partly because of that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you like Chris Pratt? Are you a big Chris Pratt fan?
I guess so. I mean, I don't know. I think he's very good on screen, and he makes a great leading man. And yeah, I guess so. I mean, he's great in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he plays that sort of like kind of schluppy, like I don't really know. He plays an idiot, right? He plays it pretty well.
Yeah, but an overly confident idiot.
yeah, definitely. There's like a sort of like tradition, maybe. It's a more dumb Han Solo kind of thing. I feel like he's playing more self-deprecating Han Solo.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, for sure. So, another thing that kind of bothers me about these MCU movies is that I feel like they pander to fans maybe a little bit too much with like, I don't know. When I watch them, when I watch these movies, it's hard for me to believe that what I'm seeing is actually happening. I can't help but see like the corporate side of it. Like whenever something happens, like in Infinity War, there's a scene where they're like, she's not alone, and then all of the female superheroes come together and they start fighting, and I'm like, it's supposed to be like, you know, women empowering and stuff, but it just comes off as so pandering and cheesy to me. I don't know.
I think a big thing that I kind of get lost in it is like, so I remember those early ones, like Iron Man, the first one, and like maybe some of those like Avengers ones, but they attempted to also kind of weave some social commentary into it. Because there's like in the original Iron Man, you know, like Robert Downey shuts down his weapons manufacturer because he sees it getting in the hands of terrorist organizations.
Yeah, so there's like a lot of allusions to the Iraq War and everything.
Yeah, and the Bush era politics. So there's like a really interesting grapple with like politics of the time in some of those early movies that really gets lost in the later ones. It almost gets so caught up in its own reference to itself that it loses the sort of like exterior meaning it could kind of have. And part of that is like why they kind of play a little boring to me is because at a certain point you just have to be invested in that story and you can't try to find anything else in it, you know? And so when my brain kind of shuts off when I'm forced to only operate on that one level, which is like not a very hard level to operate on, you know?
What can you be a little more specific? What do you mean by one level?
Like all I have to like think about is like what's happening on the screen. There's no like subtext or there's no like larger like idea maybe to like think about or ponder within it, you know?
I think that's something that the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies did really well, because they were like, okay, we're making a movie about a guy that gets bit by a spider and he has spider-like powers. That's get dumb, that's get schlocky, but that's also have some heart to it, and it does it really well. And the thing I think that makes those movies really interesting is that Peter Parker in those movies, he's like a good guy and he always tries to do the right thing, and no matter what he does, his life is always fucked up. Something wrong always happens.
There's like an interesting thing in those.
He keeps trying because he's a good guy.
Yeah, there's something interesting too in those movies that like obviously they like didn't know this would happen at all, but there was like something weird about seeing Spider-Man battle in New York that's getting destroyed right after 9/11, like because that's kind of the timing of those movies. So there's a sort of weird. Oh yeah, like,
do you know about thing. That? So did you hear about that? You know about that that trailer for Spider-Man that got pulled back then?
It must have been like with the Twin Towers in it, right?
Yeah. So like the trailer was like there was like a bad guy running away, flying away in a helicopter or something, and then all of a sudden they get stuck in a web. And they're like, what the heck? And it zooms out, and the spider web is like between the two towers. And that movie came out like right after 9/11, and they pulled all that out.
Yeah.
And then another thing that's interesting is when that movie came out, they added a whole bunch of like American flags everywhere. And there's like they added that scene where like the New York people come together and they're like, you mess with Spider-Man, you mess with all of us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was like very like root, hooray, hooray, New York, we're strong.
Yeah, there's a definitely like interesting underlying social aspect to those movies that were like just purely by chance for them, you know, but like there was a sort of like social meaning to like seeing that at the time.
So when it comes to these superhero movies, which ones are your favorites and why? And what are you looking for in one of these movies? Like what do you think makes a good one?
Good question. So my favorites were definitely the Christopher Nolan Batman ones.
Did you like Dark Knight Rises?
Yeah, I liked it fine. I mean, I haven't seen it since it came out. It came out in like 2013 or whatever, and I was like maybe 18. So like, yeah, I liked it fine for it was. I was never hypercritical of them. Like, I'm like kind of like you. I was never like a huge fanboy or anything. I just like.
I was a bit for the Dark Knight ones because I had like a Joker costume and a friend of mine had a Batman costume, and this was like senior year of high school, so I wasn't like a little kid. And we would go around in character and like goof off and stuff. So I was definitely really into those movies in that way.
Yeah, I was into them for sure, and I like watched them. And my sister actually a couple of years ago got me like the Dark Knight box set for my birthday one year. So I was definitely into them. But what
those movies stand out compared to the Marvel movies because they seem more like movies and less like fan made movies. Like they're not there's a big emphasis on like the cinematography and the score and everything like that, and there isn't much of that in the MCU movies. And like you said, the score in the MCU movies are pretty bland, especially in the Avengers movies. There's like that one Avengers score that kind of sounds like the Lord of the Rings score.
Yeah.
And they just repeat that over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah. Well, and Hans Zimmer made the score for the Dark Knight movies.
Yeah.
But those movies were interesting to me, at least. One, I mean, I grew up more with Batman than probably any other superhero, so I had initially
you had a prior favorability to him.
Yeah, I had an investment in it already. Yeah. And I think, like you were kind of saying, like the craft was really high on those. Like Christian Bale's a good actor. Like Michael Caine is a good actor. Tom Hardy and Heath Ledger and all those people are really solid performers. Gary Oldman.
That's right. You said you really like performances in films.
Yeah, performance. Because performance is really character. Performance to me is what gets you into the movie. So
yeah.
And the thing with that too is like,
you would hate Captain Marvel.
Would I?
She in that the movie's fine, and I mean I'm all for like female superheroes or whatever, but she has like no character at all. She's like a blank slate the whole movie.
I liked her in Endgame. She seemed cool. I like Brie Larson a lot in general.
Okay, I do too, and I just think that what she's doing with Captain Marvel, even in Endgame, she's just like nothing going on.
Interesting.
But we'll get more into that with the review.
Sure. But yeah, I like those movies. I like the performances. They always felt they did a really good job of never getting so into like the character's psyche that the movies felt slow. They balanced like emotional beats with action beats well, and the story and the way it played out, you kind of have an idea of what's going to happen, but it always felt like it was done relatively creatively.
Yeah.
Like every single scene kind of built on the character, and they took cool risks. Like I always think of like the Joker like hanging that fake Batman and painting his face, and it like smashes into the window.
Oh yeah, that scared everybody in the theater because it comes out
scary.
of nowhere.
And then he has
and
that
also
little,
the home video thing
Yep.
of when he's torturing the guy. That's really dark too.
Yeah, so it like is cool in that way. It's cool in that way too, and like obviously after a while the like, as in a lot of superhero movies, the stakes get like we're saving the whole city kind of thing. But there was like a very personal element between those characters, because the Joker really for a lot of that is like not really, he's just like causing chaos to like target Batman personally. So this sort of like personal element made it a lot more interesting to me, whereas this like big world thing doesn't always as much.
And obviously Joker is like the perfect villain for Batman, because Batman's all about order and Joker's all about chaos. One thing I find really irritating in superhero movies is either when the movie ends with like a big action scene where they're just fighting off a disposable army, or it ends with them fighting basically another version of themselves. There's tons of versions of that, like Iron Man or Black Panther, where they're just fighting another version of the same guy, and I just find that really kind of boring.
One thing like even The Dark Knight did that was kind of cool is like that whole big scene happens between the Joker and Batman, and then the Joker has that whole speech about how like even by beating him, he didn't really beat him. Like there was a sort of sense of like him not really caring about the overarching thing he was doing, and more so like targeting like a feeling.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of action sequences in The Dark Knight. It's mostly like chase sequences.
Yep.
And there's the one scene where Batman's beating the shit out of him in the interrogation room. I mean, the whole movie, Joker's basically begging Batman to kill him.
Yeah.
Just to see if he'll do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Batman, and he won't.
Yeah,
it's such an interesting dynamic.
It's a much more interesting dynamic, I think. Yeah, and that sort of like smaller personal level really like resonated more with me. And then when I was like, you know, that age still, like I never like fell in love with the Iron Man movies or the Captain America movies, but they were like cool enough. But they weren't, I don't know, they just never hit those beats for me that I really wanted to. It never got dark enough, or it never got like connected with the characters enough. It never really felt like more adult. That's the big thing I loved about those Batman movies, is they kind of felt like the one kind of like adult movie I could sneak into as a kid because of the subject matter, you know, which is every kid's little dream, to like sneak into the adult movie.
Yes, I think the Dark Knight trilogy is a great example of how a movie can be not made for kids but appeal to kids a lot. And a lot of times that's all you need.
Yep.
You know, you don't need your superhero movie to be super bright and colorful and made for kids, because what kids like, I mean, especially what kids like is something that they're not really supposed to be watching. And like your kid isn't gonna be traumatized by watching The Dark Knight, but it's gonna stay with them in a good way.
Yeah, because there's that sort of feeling of like, should I really be here? Which is all you want as a kid. All you want to do is watch the R-rated movie or the PG-13 movie that your parents said something
Dark
bad
Knight
about.
movies they're not even R-rated.
No,
it's like a hard PG-13 though.
Yeah, it feels cool.
I think we talked about this before, but that's the difference between the original Star Wars trilogy and the prequels. It's because kids loved the original Star Wars movie, but they weren't really made for kids. They just appealed to kids. And then George Lucas is like, kids really like Star Wars. Let's make some kids movies.
Yeah.
And then he shit the bed on the prequels.
No, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah. So when I watch superhero movies, the thing I'm looking for is a superhero movie that's told in an interesting way, it's like shot well, edited well, with a good score and all that. And what bothers me the most is when I can see the corporate side of it a lot. Like with these Marvel movies, I just see people in boardrooms going like, okay, how can we appeal to the most amount of people in the easiest way possible? And it really turns me off and takes me out of the movie when I see evidence of that. And that's especially in the Marvel movies. But I do like some of those MCU movies. Like I said, I love Guardians of the Galaxy. I think Thor 3 is great. Infinity War I like for what it is. We didn't talk about this, but you watched Infinity War.
Yeah.
I guess we should probably just talk about what you thought about that, because it's such a different experience than any other superhero movie.
Yeah, it's like you kind of warned me about this coming into it, and I think it's a perfect analogy, but you compared it to like WrestleMania or like a WWE event where like you kind of needed to watch the weeks of Raw or SmackDown or whatever, which is like in this case those other movies.
You need to know the storylines going in, and it's not really about a story. It's not really about a beginning, a middle, and an end. It's more about watching two people fight and rooting for the person you want to see come on top.
Which was funny that you like had told me about that before I saw the movie, because one of the first scene of that whole movie is like Thanos like killing Loki and like doing all this stuff, but he's using like body slams and choke slams, and I'm like, he's even like using wrestling moves like
that. Yeah. It's almost like he's about to like jump bounce up against a rope and clothesline the Hulk or something.
I was waiting for him to like take out the table and like throw him through it, like light it on fire beforehand or something, and like give the fingers or whatever. So
go ahead.
So it's like the whole movie it felt very disjointed, super high melodrama, like really like the music swelled and they had the close-ups and the faces were crying. The emotional beats were like ultra melodramatic. It was almost like, it reminded me of like an opera almost. Like it just like pure spectacle kind of takes over. Like the emotions are like heightened beyond anything. And it's just like had this very sort of operatic, like larger than life thing with it. It also like the first hour of it was pretty tight, and like we watched an hour of it and I was like, oh, an hour passed. I barely even felt that being an hour. But then the middle of it was pretty like, it was pretty sloggy. It was pretty slow.
Can you give me an example of where you started to feel that? Like a specific scene?
I wish I could give you a better answer for that.
Okay.
Well, he's like getting all the stones, and like those first scenes were all like very direct fight scenes about protecting the stones or not. And I just felt like there was some dead time where it was kind of like Thanos on his ship plotting to get the stones and people plotting to hide the stones without any actual like confrontation happening.
Yeah.
So it ended up sort of feeling just like two sides waiting for each other and kind of like plotting around, which I actually had thought about it, and like Empire Strikes Back is like largely two sides kind of waiting and plotting around for each other, but The Empire Strikes Back has a lot of really cool ideas behind those scenes. Like, Luke is literally in exile with Yoda, and not really any action is happening there.
It's all character development.
so much character development, and you're building up the sort of like what the Force is about and how it's, because really you don't see it embodied in a character yet before Yoda, but Yoda really, he's like the Zen master, you know, he like truly embodies the Force and like kind of gets you to understand the psychology of everything, whereas dead time in these movies is just dead time.
The whole impact of Vader, Luke realizing that Vader is his father, wouldn't have as much of an impact if you didn't spend the first 2/3 of the movie with Luke reflecting on his life and what the Force means and preparing to confront Vader and all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And there's like moments of that the Avengers try to go for, but it all feels so banal. It's like, oh, Tony Stark pondering his relationship with Gwyneth Paltrow. I refuse to call her Pepper Potts. She's just Gwyneth Paltrow every time she's on the screen.
Yeah, she doesn't really have much character. Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, it's just like, oh, I need to keep my family safe. I need to keep my dog safe. I need to keep this. Like, it's so basic, I guess. And like, yeah, they have needs and desires, but it doesn't feel like ultra attached to the characters all the time. It just feels like emotion.
It's such a hard movie to review because you can't, even though my instinct is to look at a film based on its own merits, you can't really do that with this one because it's not really meant to stand on its own. I mean, whether or not you like the Marvel movies, it's pretty impressive what Marvel has been able to pull off with this, because this is the first time anybody's ever tried to tie this many films together in one universe. And bringing all these characters together is like a nearly impossible task. So
well, and it's
you can't have a movie like Infinity War where you have every character developed really well within the movie, or else it'd be like 8 hours long. You know what I mean?
Well, and that was the thing too. Like, I mean, it's kind of showing its actual origin, right? Which, like, we got to remember, this is from a comic book. And comic books totally work this way. They're serialized stories that go on and on and on, and you read all these different comic books, and there's a way where like maybe the movies started getting bogged down by their own material, where it's like we have so much to cover, and like that's why a lot of these, like, it was a sort of subculture to start with, because those comic books, there were so many of them, and it was such a big world to build in that a very small group of people were interested enough in them to take all that time to understand that world, you know? So it kind of shows its origin in that way, and it being so big and bloated, and you have to really care after a while to kind of get into it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's such a different thing, and I think that might be part of the reason why a lot of these Marvel movies are kind of bland, because they have to fit in the same universe. So if they take a lot of risky moves by making something look very stylistically different or feel very different, then it might not blend very well when those characters meet or come into play with the other ones. So they have to have like a uniform style. And I feel like eventually down the road, like right now, if you wanted to start reading comics, you'd be like, okay, where do I start? There's so many different storylines going on. If I wanna read a Captain America comic book, where the hell do I start? You know, it's been going on for so many years. Where do I go?
Yeah.
And I feel like eventually, superhero movies are gonna be like that. We're gonna be like, all right, where do I even begin if I want to start watching these Marvel movies?
Yeah, and then I mean, even if now, you know, like say you had like a 5-year-old nephew or something, are you gonna tell him to watch 22 movies before they go see the next one? It's absurd. Yeah. You know, it's so much. Yeah. Like,
and I would say that most people that go and see Avengers Endgame in the theater have seen at least like 70% of them.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think like in the actual like cultural moment, we are taking for granted like how much actual work was taken to build up into this.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
interesting. And I have a feeling that these, I don't know this for sure, I haven't looked at the numbers, but I have a feeling that these that Infinity War and Endgame do much better in the theaters than they do on home video, just because they are such event movies. And like I said, they hold for applause and hold for laughter, which I find incredibly irritating. But they kind of need to do that because people are cheering and laughing and crying and hooting and hollering the whole time, and that's sort of what they want you to do.
Yeah. Yeah, and you really feel that when you're in the theater, because it's like, yeah, the audience erupts in applause and this and that, and yeah, you hear like people like say like no or whatever. Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, as a phenomenon, there have been, there's Japanese movies about like samurais and stuff that were 20-some movie installments, but to have it be the cultural phenomenon it's interesting. It's different.
Yeah. I think when it comes to these Marvel movies and when I talk about how I can't emotionally connect with them, I know I come off as like just like a cynical asshole to a lot of people, because like when I see people like crying in the theater, I look over at them and I'm thinking like, Disney's just manipulating you, right? They want you to feel that way, Yeah. But obviously, that's what movies are. They're all manipulation, but it comes off as not as sincere for me in these MCU films.
Because it feels so corporate.
Yeah, these are they're factory made movies. You know what I mean? They're not designed to be an artistic expression. They're designed to be crowd pleasing, box office sensations.
And honestly, too, like, I don't know if we're kind of just dovetailing into the end. Maybe we'll still get to the end game proper, but like I was sitting next to maybe like a 7 or 8-year-old kid on my left, and maybe like a 35-year-old guy on my right. And it's a long movie, and the kid fell asleep next to me. He fell asleep. And the guy to my right, who's probably 35, checked his watch probably 6 or 7 times. And there was just this feeling of like, we're here because this is the culture and we have to be here because it's going to make the most money ever. But like, if you're not like one of those huge super into it, it's like, is this really all there is? Like an 8-year-old is sitting next to me bored out of his mind, and he woke up and he was all antsy and he got up to go to the bathroom and stuff. And it's like, if you're having an 8-year-old just like wish the movie was over, like something's wrong here,
Yeah. I feel like the people who are the most connected to it are people our age, people who saw Iron Man when we were like in middle school or high school, and just have been watching every movie that's come out. Because people who are adults, most of them don't have the time to see all these movies in theaters. And kids who are too young can't, because like maybe their parents won't take them to all of them or whatever. But yeah, that's interesting. All right, let's get into Endgame. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so we're gonna talk non-spoilers first, so don't click off if you haven't seen Endgame. All right, we're gonna play a clip from the trailer starting right now.
God, seems like 1,000 years ago. I fought my way out of that cave, became Iron Man. Realized I loved you. I know I said no more surprises, but I was really hoping to pull off one last one.
The world has changed. None of us can go back. All we can do is our best. And sometimes the best that we can do is to start over.
Even if there's a small chance, we owe this to everyone who's not in this room to try.
We will. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
All right, Jared. So we got to be real careful not to spoil it, so that we'll do some non-spoiler review stuff beforehand, and then we'll get into spoilers. Okay.
Okay.
So
sounds good.
What did you think of this movie overall? Having seen Infinity War just beforehand, what were your overall impressions?
Overall impression, it really kind of, and again, without spoiling anything, but it kind of ended the way it had to, you know? It, like, hit the beats it had to. It was very long, like, really, just like those two people sitting next to me. Like, it kind of sits in. I felt the length. And it, honestly, it probably took a solid hour and a half before, like, action really kicked in, I felt.
Okay.
That being said, I mean, obviously the end piece, without like spoiling anything again, is a pretty phenomenal fight scene. It's huge, you know. It's like Star Wars, Star Trek, and Lord of the Rings final scenes kind of all wrapped up into one. It feels ginormous. A lot of it, it's like interesting kind of seeing all of these different character arcs wrap up. But that being said, a lot of it felt a little talky, I guess, at times. As far as the visuals, it was pretty beautiful. I don't know if I've ever seen a crisper, like, lit image in my life. Like, they're very, very...
Do you think that partly has to do with the Dolby thing?
I mean, it's got to, right? A weird thing, though, I was thinking about this, and, you know, so much of the shot you're seeing is CGI, right? Maybe like 70% of the image at any given time, up to like 100%.
It's almost an animated movie for sure.
It's almost animated. Yeah. But the weird thing is the story itself almost feels like as predetermined as a video game does sometimes. It's like you go into a scene and there's like 5 or 6 allowed actions for each character, and it's almost like as programmed as a video game feels.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. No.
Like, so like video games are programmed, right? And they're like, your character has certain amount of powers and you have to get in one room with an objective and out or whatever. And like, you know what I mean? There's like a level of things that can happen in a game, but there's like a limit, and your character is like pretty limited too. And it felt like there was like a lack of spontaneity. And I think of it in the difference too of like the first Avengers movies. Some of those best scenes in that first Avengers movie are those like characters kind of just bouncing off of each other. And there didn't feel, and that felt like organic. And it didn't feel like there were any moments of it.
Dialogue for you.
Yeah, exactly. That wasn't really here.
Now the characters know each other so much more now, so there's not as much of that.
Definitely.
But I think I'm starting to understand maybe what you're saying. Did you like the movie? Did you think it was good?
I don't even know how to qualify that like meaning in this movie. Like, it's so not its own self-contained thing, so it almost feels unfair to judge it for itself.
This is, without spoiling it, this is really unlike any movie ever in that this movie, above all other Marvel movies, rewards you the most for having seen these other MCU movies and punishes you the most for having not seen them.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it all comes off, and I never know how to like have this discussion without just sounding like an art snob, you know? And it's like, not like I hate these things or anything, or I like deplore them for the sake of it, but like, what am I supposed to say about a movie when a 7-year-old falls asleep next to me and the other guy next to me checks their watch 6 times? You know, is that like,
were there other people in the theater that were enjoying it though?
Well, there's like a huge group of like Marvel kind of diehards who were like cheering during it and stuff, you know, and I'm sure there were a lot of people who enjoyed it, but like, that's not really like, there's almost a way where like the giantness of it and the mystique of the brand itself, like that wouldn't be allowed in any other movie, to have a kid fall asleep and someone check their watch a bunch, you know? Like, there's a way where it feels like
it's a negative. Do you think it's like a negative thing that this movie is specifically made for Marvel fans? And if you're not a Marvel fan, you're not going to get anything out of it?
It gets a pass for it. And it comes to the point, too, where I feel like the whole discussion is just caught up in, like, people who love Marvel are not going to have a bad thing to say about this movie. And people who aren't into superhero movies aren't going to, like, find much in this movie. So it becomes a thing where, like, it's really, like, no way out. And this is the whole thing. Like, I don't want to, like, you know, take a bunch of time saying how bad it was, because that's not really what it was. It wasn't like a bad movie. It was well made. It was like, it had a story to it, you know. There was like crazy action scenes in it. There were, like, weren't these horrific. It wasn't like a bad schlocky Transformers movie, you know.
Was it predictable to you at all, or did you kind of would that kind of throw the rug out from under you a little bit?
I think
without
there
giving
were
anything
like
away.
yeah, honestly, on a pure just like watching the movie level, anytime there's like suspense in a movie, I'm like kind of hooked on it, you know. So it's like there's these things. It's like these characters, you know, they have to do something. And as long as what they're doing is done in an interesting way and there's suspense and there's a question of, because the whole time you're kind of not necessarily questioning if it's going to get done, but how it's going to get done. And it's sort of in the how that makes it interesting. Like, can you ramp up suspense in this? Can you feel like there's something at stake? Can you like throw a twist in the sort of event that's happening? So in that way, I kind of like give up the attempt to like be surprised by the outcome because I know that's not what's happening. So I just want it to surprise me on the level of like what is going to actually happen in this scene. And there was a good amount of scenes where I was like pretty enthralled watching it, you know, and pretty like interested in like what was happening. So it like hit those beats for me sometimes. What'd you think about it?
I think I liked it. I think I liked it just a little bit less than Infinity War. I really liked Infinity War for what it is. But I think the strongest thing Infinity War had going for it was that Thanos was the main character. He was our protagonist. He had the main story arc. We followed him from beginning to end. And that was such a bold and interesting move that I didn't see coming. And I really, really appreciated that because you really sympathize with Thanos. You understand where he's coming from. You see that he's genuinely trying to do a good thing, even though he's fucking evil.
Yeah.
You know? That's
in
such
his
an
mind,
interesting
right?
idea. Yeah. In his mind, he thinks that destroying 50% of the universe is the right thing to do. And he's trying to do a good thing. And I think that was so interesting. So with this movie, I don't think this is spoiling anything, but the main character is all of the Avengers. Just like how I thought Infinity War was going to go. Like, how are they going to balance all these characters? And I was like, oh, they're going with Thanos. In this movie, it's like all of the Avengers are the main character, which is why it's 3 hours long. Because I think almost all of like the main Avengers, I think, have a clear story arc in here, which is good, which is why you needed it to be 3 hours. And the thing that surprised me the most, without spoiling anything, is the first act of this movie, which from what I've heard from Marvel fans or people who are like big Marvel junkies, the first act was their least favorite act, and it was my favorite. I loved it.
Interesting.
They do some really bold choices that I did not expect at all, and I love that. We'll get into that. And then the third act I wasn't as much of a fan of, but the third act is what all the Marvel fans are there for. So I thought that was interesting, but I think it's a miracle that they were able to pull off what they did. I think this is the best version of what they could have done. Like in Infinity War, Doctor Strange says like there's like 43 million possibilities, and there's only one that will work, you know? And I think this is it. I think they nailed it.
Yeah.
But the only problem is what comes with that is the fact that it's there's so much to handle. But the only thing that really irritated me that I already brought up is the fact that it's such an event movie and they pause for laughter and claps and stuff, and that always completely takes me out of the movie. And I don't think the jokes really landed that well for the most part.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't really get a chuckle. I got a couple of them. I can't even remember specific ones, but and there was also a couple. I'll bring it up later, but there were a couple product placements that really took me out of the movie.
Yeah,
you probably know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I do.
But overall, I think it was good. I mean, this is such a challenging task to be able to do this. And what I wrote on my, I think I gave Infinity War 3.5 stars on Letterboxd, and I gave this one 3 stars. And basically, what I wrote is that this movie to me is like it's a very, very well executed love letter to all the Marvel fans and the 20 movies that led up to it. It's like, for the people that have been like watching all these movies, it's like, you've invested so much money and time into our product. This is our gift for you. You know what I mean? And it really is a good payoff in that way. It's really unlike any movie that's been made. I mean, the only thing to compare it to it really is Infinity War, but it does something so different.
In what way do you mean?
I can't really say without spoiling it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It certainly doesn't hold up on its own, but obviously it's not meant to. But yeah, I think it was a good time. I mean, the Marvel people are gonna. There's no way. I can't even imagine somebody who's a Marvel fan seeing this and not liking it, because it's exactly what they want. Yeah. Like I talked to Mackenzie, my friend, and she absolutely loved it. And yeah, I think this is a slam dunk. But the only negatives are, like I said, are what come along with what kind of movie this is.
You didn't feel like it was bloated, or like it lagged?
I didn't really feel the time. There was like, in the middle of the second act, I thought to myself, I remember being probably like 3/4 of the way through the movie, and I remember thinking, you know what? I wouldn't mind if I'm just halfway through the movie right now, because I'm enjoying it. Because I was enjoying the ride. And I think a lot of the reason why people maybe feel that length is because of the first act. But because I liked the first act so much, I didn't really feel that.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But I think pretty much every scene was important. There was probably a few things that probably could have been cut. I think there's a few scenes that maybe last a little bit too long, but I don't think there's any scenes that I would cut out entirely. But it very much feels like, and I mean this in a good way, it feels like a movie that was written by somebody who's watched all of the Marvel movies and is like a gigantic fan of them, and came up with this cool fan theory of what could happen after Infinity War.
Oh, sure.
Like, it feels like an obsessed fan that knows all of the details and finds out a way to make things work. And that's what it feels like. And I mean that in a good way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay. All right. Well, in order to really talk about this, we got to go into spoilers. So, let's go into spoilers. So here is your spoiler warning for Avengers Endgame. Okay. So Jared, after I saw Infinity War, I came up with my own little fan theory of what I thought was going to happen. Can I tell you what that was?
Let's hear it.
Okay. So my theory is that they would steal the time stone and go back in time, and it'd be like Back to the Future 2, where they go back in time to all these other Marvel movies and like change stuff and make sure that Thanos doesn't win. And then I thought that Tony Stark was going to sacrifice himself at the end, and that Captain America would pass on his shield to a new Captain America. And I was pretty damn close.
You were pretty close. And I'll just say, I was honestly surprised when they went to find Thanos that he like destroyed the stones. Like, yes, I authentically was surprised that happened.
Yes, my favorite part of the movie is probably in the first act, where you think that the movie's going to end with, in the trailers, they're like, all right, whatever it takes. Are you sure this plan is going to work? Yes. That seems like it was going to be something that was going to happen in the third act. Like, the whole movie is building up to them confronting Thanos and kicking the shit out of him. But nope, they go there within the first 15 minutes of the movie. They're like, there's nobody there. He's there by himself. And they go down there, and he's like, oh, I got rid of the stones. They're gone. And then they cut off his arm, and I was like, oh shit, is he gonna have one arm throughout the rest of the movie? What's happening? And then they cut off his head, and I was like, oh shit, what are they gonna do now?
I was genuinely surprised that that was gonna be what happened. And
go ahead.
Yeah, and I thought once it happened, it's gonna be like, okay, there's gonna be this giant fight, for the stones. And because when I was thinking during it, I was like, how are they ever going to make any ground against him? Because he has all of these powers with the stones, and he's just going to be able to, like, rule, like, the whole time. It's like, I was trying to think of, like, how they were going to find a way around beating an invincible character.
Yeah.
And they just didn't do it. And I was authentically surprised by seeing that not be what would happen.
Yeah, it was such a bold move to be so anticlimactic right out of the gate, and I love that. And then it goes 5 years later, and I think I loved that thing, but one tiny little thing that took me out of the movie was how slowly they revealed 5 years later. But it's like they know the audience, they know the
later.
It takes like 20 seconds to like 5 years later, and it's like they know that they're just playing with the audience, you know.
I wish I just heard like that SpongeBob voice, and it's like 5 years later.
Yeah. But
like the Avengers have like teamed up with SpongeBob.
Yeah, I think my favorite part of the whole movie is that first act where, from the beginning of the movie to tell when the rat just walks over the van and wakes up Ant-Man. Like, it's a rat that saved the universe, basically.
Yeah.
But that whole first act where it's 5 years later and it's like post-apocalyptic. Half the universe is gone and the Avengers have just given up because they lost. And you're just watching them just wallow in misery. And I that was such a bold move to do for the movie, and I loved every minute of that first act, because it's all about, that first act is all about how people grieve in different ways. Like, every single character is grieving in different ways. Hawkeye lost his whole family and he's off just murdering people, you know, to try to feel something.
Mm-hmm.
Scarlet Witch is just sad, or not Scarlet Witch, but Black Widow is just sad.
Black Widow.
Yeah.
Scarlett Johansson. Yeah.
Scarlett Johansson. Iron Man is very sad because he felt responsible for Peter Parker and he died in his arms. And the first thing he says when he gets back to Earth is, he's like, I lost the kid. And then you find out like 5 years later, he has a daughter, and he's probably the happiest he's been in his life, because he's found happiness in getting a daughter, and he's trying to look on the bright side. And then Thor is just fat, which was really a funny reveal. And he's just kind of lost it, and he's just really depressed because he feels responsible because he didn't go for the head. But my favorite by far is what they did with Hulk. That was probably the highlight of the movie for me.
That he like combined his two personas in one.
Yeah, what's the guy's name? Bruce Banner.
Yeah.
He's like, you know what? I've been fighting the Hulk my whole life, and after what happened with Thanos, I just had to self-reflect, and you know, I started to think of him not as a virus, but as a good thing or whatever. So he's like conscious, smart Bruce Banner, but with Hulk's body, and he's sort of like mellow and relaxed, because you know, everybody deals with grief in different ways, and he's just sort of found peace within himself. I love this idea that if something awful happens, you don't have to be sad 100% of the time. You know what I mean?
Well, you can't be. It's not sustainable to be sad 100% of the time.
Yeah, good things can happen in bad situations, which is, I think, a really interesting and important message. And I think that especially shows with Mark Ruffalo. And also, Mark Ruffalo's performance is so much different. He's a lot more relaxed and a little bit more confident. He's still like dorky, but the way he carries himself is so much more different. Like, he's a lot more confident. Like, he's really like found himself. And I think it was just like a really bold and good move to never have him turn into Mark Ruffalo throughout the whole movie, except for that sequence where with the Ancient One, where she does the psychic thing, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A lot of times in these contracts, you know, they constantly have to like take their mask off so they have FaceTime or whatever.
Right.
And Mark Ruffalo was willing to be in the Hulk the whole time. I mean, even his big emotional scene where he finds out that Black Widow has died, they could have easily written off a way for him to be Mark Ruffalo and be able to express himself in that way. But nope, they just kept him as the Hulk. And that was such a cool idea. I really like that. What did you think about that?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I think, yeah, that whole thing of, I guess, the whole thing with the grieving is interesting, and they're definitely like being very, you can tell that they've spent a lot of time with the characters, I guess, and that like all of the ways they were like dealing with it felt very like in sync. And it was like an interesting move.
Cap is just using his time to just try to help people, get them through these hard times. He's like running a counseling session because that's the only thing he can do.
Because he's so like gung-ho all the time. But I thought it was interesting too because Ant-Man, you know, comes out of the quantum thing, and it's interesting that it took someone who wasn't a part of the situation to try to make it better, I guess. Because you almost
because he wasn't in Infinity War?
Right. You almost need someone outside of the situation to like make you realize what kind of could happen with it in a certain way. So there is like a sort of interesting play there.
Yeah, because I think everybody pretty much expected there to be time travel in some way, but I think most people expected it to be the Time Stone and not Ant-Man messing with the quantum realm.
Right. Yeah, that was like kind of out of the blue. There were some scenes though, like, okay, for an example, like when they all go to Tony Stark's house, you know, and they try to like get him to do it and he won't do it. Like, I understand, I guess, on a basic level why that needs to exist, but like, you know what's going to happen because the movie's not going to go on if he just decides not to do anything.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I thought that scene was setting up something that was really interesting, but it ended up not happening because, you know, there's multiple different ways you can do the time travel thing, and I thought what I thought they were gonna do, this is what I thought that scene was setting up, is that they show that Tony Stark is happy with his new life and everything because he has a daughter, and he loves his daughter, and he's like, this is all I got, you know, and I thought what they were setting up in that scene is that instead of going back and getting getting the stones and then coming back and bringing all the people back, I thought they were going to go back in time and stay there and fix things then. So I thought what was going to happen is that Tony Stark was going to agree to make the time machine, but he's going to be like, I'm staying back here, guys. I'm happy here. I've screwed up enough. You guys go on without me. And I thought that was going to be how they got rid of Iron Man. Is that he's like he leaves them behind because he's like, I found a new life here, but that turns out not to be what's happening. So when that scene happened, I was like, oh shit, is Tony Stark gonna stay behind because he wants to be with his daughter, or is he gonna tragically have to say goodbye to his daughter because he's gonna go back in time or something? You know, that's what I thought they were setting up.
Right. Interesting.
But I did like. You know, I guess I'd prefer them doing that than just having Tony be like, okay, sure, and then immediately figure out time travel. I also liked how they showed that they were showing the process of like figuring out the time travel, like with the whole Ant-Man thing. They're trying to send him back, and he just turns into different ages or whatever. That was kind of silly. And then you know, it's not just like an immediate thing where they figure it out immediately.
Right. Yeah, it takes a little bit. There's a bit of a build. Yeah. It was in all that, though, you know, I think that's where, like, a lot of the people around me were getting restless, you know, because no action really happened from, like, the period of the going and killing Thanos, and honestly,
there's really no action until Captain America is fighting himself in the past. That's like the first action sequence. And
Which is like, that's a solid 50 minutes, probably.
I really like that, though. I really like just sitting with these characters and seeing how they deal with grief and watching them figure out how they're going to solve things. That was my favorite part of the whole movie. I really enjoyed that. And it gets kind of schlocky towards, because, you know, a lot of these movies, like I said, lack a lot of character depth. And I think the first act of this movie is building up all of that. And so the payoff of them actually fighting Thanos at the end is so much greater because you see all this pain that he's caused them. But then that's kind of deflated in the end because they're fighting a Thanos from the past. So that Thanos doesn't really even though he's the same Thanos that killed all the people, it's deflated a little bit because he's not the one who did the action. So it's not as cathartic as it could have been.
Interesting.
You know what I'm saying?
But at the same time as a viewer, you've kind of seen that, you know, so that character still holds that weight for like the viewers, I think.
I thought it would have been really cool and really interesting. I mean, the fans wouldn't have liked this, but I think it would have been really cool if Thanos wasn't in the movie at all after that opening sequence. If the main conflict of the movie was them figuring out how to get these people back and all of the and that was about it. You know what I mean?
So you would have wanted been really cool. It would have essentially ended like right when that big battle started.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
to me,
you could have made more complications happening in the past and stuff like that.
Yeah. Which to me, and this is like maybe where like our kind of watching of it differed, is like you were really interested in like sticking with these characters and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
And like when I like went to the Blockbuster and I know what a Blockbuster is and can do, you know? And I honestly just wanted to see the fights. Like I don't know if I don't know if I have enough.
I didn't expect you to say that.
I don't know if I have enough initial interest in their characters to want to see them talk about how they feel. I just kind of wanted to see them all kick ass. So I was like throughout the whole movie just kind of waiting so like when do I get to see it?
Yeah, it's kind of funny because like when Doctor Strange's portal started showing up and all of the Marvel characters started coming back, I was like, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Here comes all of the pandering Marvel fan kind of stuff that they've all been waiting for. Let's get it over with. That's kind of how I felt. I wasn't like, fuck yeah.
Yeah. No, I saw it and I was like, well, I mean, this is why we're all here, right? We wanted to see all of the Avengers avenge or whatever. So we're getting all of them. It's one big group. It's kind of like the end of the Lord of the Rings and the Return of the King when they all go and they fight the orcs at the gates of Mordor.
In general, I get kind of turned off with just giant action sequences with like two armies fighting each other because it's really difficult to make that really compelling for me because there's just so much chaos going on.
Well, and that's what I was wondering too. There's so much chaos going on, and I was wondering, like, as I was watching it, I was like, how the hell are they going to present this to me? And there's, like, almost moments of it where it gets so chaotic and there's so many explosions, I almost want the screen to just blow up into this, like, abstract expressionist painting of color and just give me, like, pure sensorial input. That's all I wanted was to turn into, like, a Jackson Pollock painting.
Jared, you need to see Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse because they do that in that movie.
Do they?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, because that's like all I wanted. I was like, just give it to me so much until the film itself literally can't contain what it's doing and it just blows up into like a mess of color and sound. I would have loved that.
Yeah, dude, you're going to love Spider-Man so much, dude. I think Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse is one of the few like perfect superhero movies because it balances character and action so perfectly and it does exactly what you're talking about.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I gotta check it out. And also watching this too, I was thinking of, and like watching it, and of all of the ones watching him fight, I definitely liked watching Spider-Man the most. Like, there's that sort of like graceful sort of flying thing he does, and he's kind of quick-witted and funny.
Then he does the kill mode thing.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching Spider-Man the most, which kind of makes sense because that's also the one I had the most connection to as a child, you know?
Yeah. Did you watch Spider-Man Homecoming?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So you don't know this Spider-Man very well.
I saw him in Civil War, and he was like witty enough, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's nice that he's actually young looking and not Tobey Maguire.
Yeah.
He looks like a Harvard grad student, you know?
Yeah.
Finishing his PhD at age 34 or whatever. Like.
Yeah. I think my favorite person to watch in the fight scenes was probably Captain America. It's so weird because he's one of the corniest designed superhero characters, but they pull them off so well, and they use the shield in different ways. And normally I would find the idea of like Captain America picking up Thor's hammer like really cheesy and like just like cheap fan service. But the thing is that it's really, really earned, because the idea is that you can only wield the hammer if you're worthy. And in Avengers Age of Ultron, Thor was having like a contest to see who could pick it up, and nobody could move it.
And Captain America could.
Captain America could, like, he budged it like a centimeter in that movie.
Yeah.
So they set it up like a long time ago, so the payoff really works.
Wait, he had never picked it up before?
Correct.
Oh, for some reason I thought he already had it, because that moment
that was like an oh shit. That was probably like the highlight moment for like a lot of Marvel people. It was like,
yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah, because the moment he caught it, the like audience I was with just like erupted in applause. That's funny, because for some reason in my head, I thought in that Age of Ultron scene he actually picks it up. So to me, that happened, and I was just like, well, he's done this before. I totally missed.
They're like hanging out at a party, and he's like, all right, who can ever wield the hammer is, can rule Asgard, He's like, all right, and then Captain America, and it moves like a centimeter, and then it focuses on Thor, and he has this like, oh shit look on his face. So the payoff of him picking it up and Thor just goes, I knew it, was like, that was like the one like fan servicey moment that I got like really pumped for it. Like, that was cool. That was really neat the way they did that.
Interesting.
And okay, the most irritating moment for me in this movie, how in Infinity, I already talked about this before, but in Infinity War, there's that moment where all of the female superheroes happen to be in the same place at the same time, and they're like, she's not alone, and then all the female superheroes kick ass together. They do the exact same thing in this movie. They do it again.
Yeah.
It's just, it comes, I mean, obviously it's good, but it comes off so corny to me, because like the odds of all of this female superhero movies just happening to be in the same place at the same time in this big fight, and it comes off as so corny and pandering to me.
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
I kind of liked it.
Yeah. I know everybody loves that scene, and people think I'm like sexist or whatever for finding that irritating, but I don't know.
I mean, the way I think of it with the odds thing, and this is kind of what we were talking about before we started with the whole time travel thing, but like, I never think about the odds or the probability of any of this happening, because it's so far out of reality anyway. So that's why I've never understood any sort of social discussion about any of this stuff and the odds of it or something, because I'm just like, we're not watching a documentary here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and I think, because you can kind of think of like the little girls in there too, and like seeing it.
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
Like a cool thing.
But you can have female superheroes just being badass, and working together or whatever. But when you overtly go like, she's not alone, and then have like this wide shot of them all together, all I picture in my head is like Disney people in a boardroom going like, what the female audience would really like is if we put them all together and had them be like, it comes off as really cynical to me.
Interesting.
I know I'm in the minority there, but yeah. Speaking of the female superheroes, I think Disney, I think they really messed up by having Captain Marvel introduced before this movie, because she really had nothing to do in this one. She shows up in the beginning to save Iron Man as like a Deus Ex Machina. She just does some like cool
saving shit. Yeah, she's a Deus Ex Machina.
And then
she's cool.
She shows up, she saves Iron Man, and then she's like, okay, I'm gonna go, bye. And then she shows up at the end of the movie to destroy the spaceship, and then she doesn't do anything for the rest. So like, she has like 2 scenes in the movie.
Yeah, the spaceship though, the 2 coolest parts of that final thing, just like on a pure moment, I liked it when she flew through the spaceship. That was really cool. And then when Ant-Man just punched that like flying thing. Yeah. That like flying like cool. Snaky thing, and then the giant Ant-Man just like punches it.
The space whale.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I kind of dig it.
But I think another issue with the Captain Marvel thing is because she's so powerful, it's hard. I mean, this is more of one of those nitpicky things that you said you should not think about during these movies. But one thing but when you have like a character that's as strong as Captain Marvel, I can't help but think like, because they're basically playing football with the gauntlet. You know, they're trying to get everybody's trying to get the gauntlet. And all I could think was like Captain Marvel could just grab the gauntlet and fly into space, and Thanos can't fly, so he wouldn't be able to get it. You know.
Yeah.
But you kind of like, got to turn that part of your brain off.
That's like always a thing. I think that's why a lot of people never get into Superman, because Superman is so powerful.
Yeah.
Superman is probably my favorite superhero, but I think a lot of people don't like, because everybody's like, oh, Batman's cool because he has no powers, really. Or like, ooh, Iron Man's cool because he has no powers. And I'm like, no, Superman's cool because he can do freaking everything. Like, I don't know. I always thought maximalism is cooler than minimalism in superheroes.
Yeah, but I don't know. It just causes a little bit of conflict there, I think, because like, if Captain Marvel came with them on the mission to go back in time, she could have done it all herself, but they had to come up with some excuse to have her not in the mission. So she's like, "Oh, there's other planets that are struggling too. I gotta go help them."
Yeah, she's a humanitarian.
Yeah, but what's more important, helping other planets or going back in time and fixing it so you don't have to go and help the other planets? Like it comes off to me as just like, okay, we need to get rid of Captain Marvel. We got to send her off somewhere. What could we do? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a movie.
Our complaints about this movie are so different. I find that so interesting.
Yeah. I mean, if you get me in a movie where I'm just there for a ride, just give me a damn good ride, essentially. Yeah.
We haven't talked about the second act at all, the whole time travel, the time heist. So, you know how I said this movie feels like it was made by like an obsessed fan?
Yeah.
So, what I mean by that is like the whole plot they have with the time heist, it feels like there was like a Marvel fan who like wrote like an article about like the history of all the time stones and pointed out, if you think about it, there was one point in time where 3 time stones were in New York at the same time, even though there's not a movie that ever explicitly says that. But it seems like they did their homework and figure that out, and then decided, okay, we found 3 times where we can go back, and that's going to be the most efficient way to do this possible. I thought that was so cool.
And so that Tesseract thing, is there an Infinity Stone in it?
Yeah.
Okay, so how did they get that one? The one Loki disappeared with?
So Loki disappears with it to go into a Disney Plus TV show. Do you know about that? There's going to be a Loki there's a lot of characters that kind of fuck off in this movie, and it's like a little trailer for like a Disney Plus show that's coming up.
Interesting. So
like,
anyway,
okay.
Tell me how they figure. How do they find that stone?
So remember, Captain America and Iron Man are like, "Hey, we fucked up. Loki got away with that.
Yeah.
But we have a plan." So they go back to the 70s and they get
that's right.
Yeah.
I remember that scene now. I like that scene, like,
where you see Stan Lee, a young Stan Lee.
Make love, not war.
Stan Lee looks just like Mark Maron in the 70s.
Yeah. No, he does.
Like, for a second, I thought they actually casted Mark Maron for that.
That was actually, I think, the first scene that I heard the big audience applause for, was when he showed up.
Because apparently that's the last one.
Well, he's dead, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I thought they were going to do a thing where like they recorded like a shitload of them on a green screen with that, and he was just going to be showing up for years and years and years.
Oh, okay.
I thought... Or I can also see Stan Lee agreeing to give away his likeness to Disney so that they could digitally recreate him.
Yeah.
And put him in all the movies.
Imagine the sentence you just said. I gave away my likeness to Disney so you could recreate me in your movies. What world do we live in, man?
Yeah, I know.
How weird.
Did you see that? Did you watch that trailer I sent you for the Congress?
I didn't. Because
that's sort of what that movie's all about. Is that
okay?
A studio comes up to Robin Wright and he's like, we can offer you a shitload of money and you never have to work again. You just have to give us your likeness so we can use your body and voice and movies forever.
Oh,
that's basically what the movie's about. But anyways,
I should see it.
Yeah. We haven't really talked about that second act much at all. You said that when you watch a time travel movie, you really gotta not think about the logistics of it and just kind of go on for the ride.
Yeah, because this is my perspective on the time travel thing.
Yeah.
It's like we don't actually know how it would work. Like our greatest scientific minds don't expect a movie to get it right. Just like allow them to work with whatever thing they have and like just be there for the ride. Because I don't know. And then there's these people who will go online, you know, and talk about it as if they're like the second coming of Einstein, and they're like, well, actually, so time travel.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if you're that smart, you'd be at an MIT lab somewhere actually talking about it. You're a nobody. Yeah. Just stop it. Just watch the stupid movie, you punk. You know? I heard that in the like, what's it called? The lobby outside, and so like a group of people, and they were saying,
is that what you said to them? You went up and you're like, you punk.
I should be like, what are you doing? Who do you think you are? Get out of here. Yeah. Okay. It's just like, who cares, you know?
I agree with you for the most part, Jared. However, like I said, when a movie sets when there's a time travel in a movie and they set up specific rules, they're like, okay, here are the rules that we're gonna set up for this, and then they go by those, and then they go out of their way to break that rule. That's the only time I have like an issue with it.
So did this happen in this movie?
Yeah, I'll tell you. There was one instance, at least one that I can tell you. So they're kind of they're not going with the Back to the Future theory, where when you go back in time, you can affect things in the future. They're going with the theory. They're going with the theory that when you go back in time, you create an alternate reality, a branching timeline.
Right. So, the string theory.
Yeah. And they abide by that pretty well until the end of the movie, where they send Cap back in time to go bring back the Infinity Stones. But because they split off into 3 different timelines to get the Infinity Stones, he would have to go up to 3 different timelines to bring them back. He couldn't just go into quote unquote the past to bring them back. And then and then he shows up on the bench, and he's like an old man, and he decided to live out his life. That's completely contradictory to how time travel had been working in the movie so far. So like, if he shows up as an old man, that means that he just went back in time of their established timeline, and he didn't go into a branching path.
Didn't he have, though, like, because it's quantum, right? So it's like 5 hours can be 5 years and all this stuff. Didn't he? I thought he just had like the buffet of timelines. Like he went to all 3 of them, did what he had to do, and then went into that 4th one for fun, because time is like infinite in this quantum thing. So he just like did his thing. You know?
That's a possibility, but it wasn't really well explained.
He did the buffet. But he got it all.
Did he have like multiple Pym particles with him? Did they establish that?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe
because I know I'm getting nitpicky here, but like you need a Pym particle thing to go back in time, and I think there was like, you know how they had like a limited amount of Pym particles, like they only had one chance to do it.
Sure.
There was a bit of a logical fallacy there, because if they don't actually affect the past and they just go into a splitting timeline, then they could just go back in the past, get more Pym particles, come back, and they'd basically be able to get an infinite amount of Pym particles.
Well, that's kind of what they did when they went to the 70s, right? Because they got extra Pym particles, so they could just get the Pym particles.
So I was thinking, like, why didn't they should have thought of that earlier?
Would you ever go back in time?
Of course. Who wouldn't?
You would? Would you want to go back in time to a time you were alive, or would you want to go back in time before you were alive? If you had the choice, you could only do one or the other.
I guess before I was alive, I could figure out where we came from. I could figure out if Jesus was a real thing.
Oh, you'd go like, see, I would want to go back, like once penicillin was created. I would want to go back no farther than that. Like,
you don't want to get sick.
No, I don't want to be around any time where I can get some weird bacteria. I don't want to be around any time where if I'm like in this alternative timeline and my tooth falls out, they like give me a shot of whiskey and operate on me. Get out of there. I don't want to get sick. I don't want the weird dental work of the past. Just get me a regular timeline to go through.
There was a couple other things that I thought didn't make sense to me after I thought about them, and I don't think these are nitpicky things. I think these are legitimate things that they kind of screwed up on. Is that so what's the blue robot's name? Nebula. When she goes back in time, she's like, we're not the only ones looking for the stone. Thanos is here as well, and the past version of me. I feel like that's something she probably should have told them before they went on this mission, and maybe they could have thought of a different time period they could go back and get that stone.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, because it's not like it was only that one. Or no, is it always in that place? The Soul Stone, isn't it?
Yeah, but Thanos isn't always there. They could have gone into a time where Thanos wasn't there.
Good point.
Yeah. Also, Nebula how the Soul Stone, you have to sacrifice somebody that you love in order to get it.
Classic.
Nebula knew how that worked, and I feel like that would be also be a good thing to tell them, because they kind of find out on the spot. Black Widow.
So they should have known beforehand that they were gonna. They should have agreed.
It feels like the plan was a little bit. It feels like the plan was a little bit half-baked. I think it would have been neat to have a scene. I think it would have been neat to have a scene where Nebula's like, hey, in order to get the Soul Stone, somebody needs to sacrifice another person. So, all right, let's fight to see who's going to go.
Also, I don't know how you feel about this, but if I had to send someone to the timeline where Thanos is nearby, I'm not sending Black Widow and Hawkeye. Why would I send the B team to go where, I would give them Captain America or Iron Man or something with them.
Especially because Captain America's dealt with Red Skull before.
Yeah. Well, and that's funny because, would they just have gone in a big fight if they saw each other,
Yeah, exactly. And the funny thing is, when Captain America goes back to return all of them, that means that he's going to have to run into Red Skull. That's going to be awkward.
That's true. That's a good point. I never thought about that. Do you have to give away anything to return the stone, or do you just return it?
I don't know. It's like, hey, I found this on the ground.
Hey there.
I don't know.
Oh, hey, man. I'm here to bring this back.
And this is also a little bit of a nitpicky thing, but the idea of the Soul Stone is you have to sacrifice somebody you love. But they didn't really sacrifice each other. They were just trying to sacrifice themselves.
Oh, so you would want the Red Skull to come out and be like, your sacrifice is insufficient.
yeah, that would have been funny. He goes, on a technicality, you didn't sacrifice her.
He pulls up his horn-rimmed glasses. Excuse me. What do you think sacrifice means? You didn't really come in here with the right mindset. We're gonna have to do a do-over.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be funny. Or that'd be funny if they sent back Captain America and he's like, you have to sacrifice somebody. And he's like, hey, Red Skull, I never told you this back during the war, but I actually love you. And then he throws him off.
he Mufasa's him, what he did. Yeah. That would be interesting.
I really liked the sequence with the, there's this nice little detail that I really liked when the Hulk went to go get the time stone, and he mentions Doctor Strange, and the Ancient One's just like, he's not here yet, or something like that. But she hasn't at that time she hasn't even met him yet, but she's all powerful and all knowing. So she's I love the idea. She's nonchalantly oh, that guy that I don't know yet, yeah, he's not here.
Yeah.
That was kind of cool.
That was an interesting thing where he's the Hulk's just he just gives it to Thanos. And she's like, what? He's like, yeah, I'm telling you. He just gives it up.
I liked that he got that stone without having a fight sequence. It was just all about dialogue and convincing her that he needed it for a good reason. That was a nice change of pace.
Yeah.
Because all the other ones, they're just kind of fighting.
Yeah, definitely.
I really like the Captain America versus Captain America thing. I think the biggest reaction a dialogue or a line had was that is America's ass.
Oh, yeah. That one got a pretty big reaction. The other one that got a big reaction was when he was in the elevator and he whispered "Hail Hydra" to one of them.
And then he just walks away.
Yeah, that got a pretty big reaction in the theater.
Did you understand that at all? Have you seen The Winter Soldier?
Yeah, because the people who took that were actually Hydra, right? And not S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Because that might have been horribly confusing if you didn't know what Hydra was.
well, yeah, and I know what Hydra is, and I actually didn't see The Winter Soldier, but they explained it in the movie that they were actually Hydra, and I had already known who Hydra was. Because I saw Hydra's still in the original Captain America, too. Because that's who the Red Skull is affiliated with.
Yep.
So it wasn't a big stretch. I knew what was going on.
Were there any points at all where you were lost? Because like I said before, I think I called this movie like a love letter to the Marvel fans, because it's like the movie, when they go back in time, it's all about referencing these old movies and stuff. And it kind of made me, I had kind of a little bit of an epiphany. I was like, oh, that's why all of these movies look the same, is because that when they go back in time, they don't have to, like, it's not jarring.
Yeah.
The only time that it's a little jarring is when they go into the Guardians of the Galaxy world, because that's a little bit more saturated color wise.
Yeah. The only part of the whole movie I was confused on was when Ant-Man comes back and he's looking for his daughter, and I didn't know if he was looking for his girlfriend or his daughter, because I didn't see Ant-Man.
Oh yeah.
So I was like, they like met, and I was like trying to like read the situation, and I was like, romantic, family. I like couldn't figure out what was happening, and then it like
when the daughter opened the door, you didn't know if that was his wife or his daughter, or
right?
whatever.
And then he said
apparently
you got
she only
big or whatever.
Apparently she only aged like 5 years, but she looks like she aged a lot more than 5 years.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because he said, like, you've gotten bigger, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's his daughter, unless Ant-Man is a creep, but, yeah.
He's a little bit of a creep, no. What'd you think of what they did with Thor? He's like the Big Lebowski now.
The Big Lebowski. It was funny.
Completely lost it. Yeah.
I like that I like that they leaned into it, like, they gave him the sunglasses, and...
Yeah.
There was
this is just a little nitpicky thing, but like they didn't add any fat to his face at all. It was just like a fat suit. Like his chin still looked like chiseled and stuff.
Yeah.
So it stood out to me a little bit.
Well, he was wearing a beard.
Yeah. But
I don't know what his face looked like.
His face didn't look like it had gained weight. It just looked like he was just wearing a fat suit.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was fun. But I did cringe a bit when he was playing Fortnite, and they cut to him playing Fortnite like 4 times. It's like, oh man, this is not gonna age well.
That's the product placement you were thinking about.
Yeah, that, and also the scene where Tony Stark figures out how time travel works. He gets in his car and he like is like speeding up towards the Avengers headquarters. And then it's like, and it stops, and like the camera's like, the Audi logo is like right in front of the camera.
Yeah,
it's like buy Audi.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's a fun time, but I'm surprised that they have product placement in this movie, because this movie's making so much money. Why have product placement at all? You know, imagine how much money they'd have to be giving them. Holy shit.
Yeah, for real. I mean, I'm sure it's a pretty big amount. They just see it as free advertising. I mean, I don't know how many cars Audi's going to sell because Iron Man. Although you never know, the kind of douchebags who would want to buy that car would be like, yeah, I want the Iron Man car. You know, there's like a Wall Street broker or something. Like, yeah, I'm Tony Stark, you know. So I could see it.
Did you get any emotional reaction out of this movie? I mentioned I didn't really, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, because I never do in these movies. But was there a part that you got like choked up a little bit?
Nah, not really.
Because people were losing it in my theater when Tony Stark died. They were bawling.
Yeah, he died. Well, the way I kind of went with that is he died, and then he was like the thing, and they kind of gave it a pause, like maybe he comes alive, And then the next scene, it's his funeral, and I was just kind of like, oh, okay, so they killed him for real. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really liked how they didn't do the cheesy thing where he's given like a big speech while he's dying and stuff. It's more of like a peaceful death, and Gwyneth Paltrow comes down and she's like, we're gonna be fine. You know, you don't have to.
Yeah.
You can rest now or something like that. That was nice.
I don't know if it would be a peaceful death if Gwyneth Paltrow was the last thing I saw, but it is what it is. She gives them,
yeah. You know how I'm always like looking for like setups and payoffs in movies and stuff.
You said setups?
Yeah, setups and payoffs.
Yeah.
So, when all of the people come back from the snap, and they're showing all the characters, they show somebody in a different Iron Man suit, and it shows their face for like a split second, and I didn't realize it was Gwyneth Paltrow. I was like, wait, who is that? And I was like, wait, who was that? And then you see her again, and it's like, oh, she's in an Iron Man suit, and that's never been established that she has a suit or knows how to fly it.
In Iron Man 3, I think she's in a suit.
No, he puts her in a suit to protect her, but she's not like using it.
Oh,
you know what I mean? He doesn't build a suit for her. That was the first time that she was ever actively using a suit to like fight or whatever. And I guess it's implied.
Well, I mean, they gotta have something to do.
Yeah, I guess it's implied that during those 5 years, he gave her a suit and taught her how to use it and stuff. But I think it would have been nice if they. Yeah, I think it would have been nice if there was a little bit of like a line of dialogue or something to set that up. Like maybe when Ant-Man and the guys go over to Ant-Man or Tony Stark's place to ask him to do the time travel. Maybe he's working on her suit, and they're like, Tony, I thought you'd given up, you know. And he's like, well, just for precautions, you never know, something like that would have been cool.
Sure. Yeah. Or she they come and she's like flying around or something. Or
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. It was just really jarring to be like, oh, whoa, oh, she has a suit now. Okay. Like I didn't have a problem with it, but it was just, a little
Kinda
setup
came out of nowhere.
Yeah. I think my favorite scene, weirdly enough, in the whole movie is the first scene with Hulk when he's in the diner, and they're asking him to help out with time travel, and he's just like taking selfies with little girls and stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know. There's something about that scene I just found so charming, and really refreshing and bold.
Interesting.
Yeah. What about you? Did you have a favorite scene?
My favorite scene is probably when Ant-Man punched that thing in the face. Or I liked that. I liked the part where in the big fight the Avengers all come together and do things together. That always looks kind of cool. Spider-Man flying around. That looks nice.
Yeah.
One thing I'm a little this week.
One thing I'm glad about Tony Stark dying is that maybe they'll stop using all of these suits that generate out of nothing. I'm really getting tired of it. Because Tony Stark developed a nanotechnology where he doesn't wear like an actual Iron Man suit anymore. It just kind of builds around him,
Yeah.
And with like Ant-Man's helmet just kind of dissolves around him. Spider-Man's mask just kind of dissolves around him.
Yeah.
It just seems
Pratt's
like
thing does that.
Chris Pratt. Yeah. I'm so tired of it. I just want to see, and like Black Panther's does that too. But at the beginning of Black Panther, he has an actual suit and he like takes off his helmet and holds it on his side. That looks so much cooler to me. And I want to see more of that. I feel like the CGI of that dissolving thing really always takes me out of the movie, and I'm excited to see less of that maybe.
Yeah, I see that. That makes sense to me.
Yeah. Real quick about the Fortnite thing. I think the thing that took me out of it wasn't necessarily that it was product placement. It was the idea that 50% of the people on Earth are gone, and yet there's still like a large team like keeping Fortnite servers up and like working on the game. It seemed a little far-fetched to me.
Well, and that was like the thing too, just in general, when the 5 years later comes up, and you like have this giant empty sports stadium.
Yeah.
And then like phones are still working. All of Tony Stark's high-tech stuff, like all this stuff is still working pretty well. That was kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So something I thought that was interesting is, again, tying to the idea that these movies are all connected and you're rewarded heavily for seeing all of them, is that there's a couple plot points that wouldn't make sense unless not only you watched the previous movies, but you watched the end credits, like the little thing that's after the credits.
Yeah, there wasn't one on this one.
Right. What I'm saying is, like, if you watched Ant-Man and the Wasp, and you walked away after the credits, if you watched Ant-Man and the Wasp and you walked away during the credits, you wouldn't know why Ant-Man is stuck in the quantum realm in this van. It's
really?
Yeah, exactly. It's only in the post-credits scene that you see him go into the quantum realm in that van.
That's like something that should probably be in the movie.
Right? And also, you know how at the beginning of the movie, Tony Stark, he's lost in space, and Captain Marvel shows up as a Deus Ex Machina and saves him?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it seems like it's completely out of nowhere. But in Captain Marvel, a movie, the after credit sequence is a clip from Avengers Endgame where Black Widow and the people are like hanging around going like, what are we going to do? And then Captain Marvel shows up and they're like, who are you? And she's like, where's Captain Fury? So it's implied, if you've seen the post-credit scene of Captain Marvel, that they sent her off to go save Iron Man.
Oh, okay.
So it becomes less of a Deus Ex Machina, but only if you do that homework yourself.
Okay. Interesting.
So I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah, I think if it's important, put it in the movie.
Put it in the movie like proper before the
and
credits.
Then after, and the after credit thing, like they had it right at the beginning where it was just them eating like shawarma together, or like Deadpool telling you to go home or something like.
Yeah, it's not plot stuff.
Yeah, it's not important to the story. I think that's better.
What about the Iron Man one where it's Nick Fury saying, I want to talk to you about the Avengers Initiative? That's sort of plot related. Do you think that should have been in the movie?
Well, it's definitely plot related. And yes, it should have been in the movie.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. I thought, what did you think of the credits during this movie? Because for like the main Avengers, they like show the signatures of the actors.
Yeah.
That was really interesting. What did you think about that?
I liked it.
I liked it too, but it felt a little bit like I was going to Comic-Con and like, getting their signatures,
Yeah.
That kind of that kind of fan surfacey kind of thing, like,
Yeah, definitely. It was cool seeing their signatures though.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really interesting way to show that this is like the end of an era. Like they're signing off.
So they're signing off. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And then you heard the little hammer and anvil at the very end. Did you catch that?
Yeah, what does that mean?
I think that was just like a subtle reference to the first Iron Man movie. That was like the sound of him building the first suit in the cave. Or
oh, okay.
Speaking of Tony Stark, I didn't mention this before, but I really liked how starved and like skinny he looked when he got back to Earth because he was in space for so long. I feel like that was CGI.
It was.
There was something.
Yeah, he didn't lose all that weight for that moment. It was CGI.
Yeah, and the way he was acting during that moment, like, cause you can tell he's like putting everything into that performance.
Yeah,
the way he was acting during that scene, I was like, oh, he's gonna die. Robert Downey Jr. is putting everything into this performance. He's letting go. He's putting his all into it.
Yeah.
No, not that. Just the way he was acting. Like it was very very, very emotional and like over the top, but in a good way.
Yeah, it was.
Do you think was it CGI with old Captain America when he was old? Because it was so convincing that it almost looked like they casted a different actor. It looked really good.
I would have to look at the body again, but I think it might have been a different actor.
Because I could see a little bit of Chris Evans in there, but it really looked like a real person.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious how they did that. Yeah. Do you think this movie would get nominated for any Oscars besides visual effects?
No. I think
some people apparently are saying that they're trying to campaign Robert Downey Jr.
No.
for Best Actor.
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that either. I mean, he was good, but
it's also like it would have come out in the summer maybe or something if they were thinking that was a possibility. That's like this isn't the right time to.
Well, technically, not technically, but this is considered a summer movie. Like, even though it's spring.
Tell that to the outside, you know.
No, well, okay. This is what I'm saying. So there's a podcast I listen to called Slash Film, and they always have a summer movie wager, and every year they're like, okay, should we include Avengers Endgame because it's in April, but it's definitely a summer movie.
Yeah.
So they always have a debate whether or not like what's considered summer. And like every year they're like, okay, we're drawing the line at April 30th. Okay, we're drawing the line at April 12th. You know, they're always changing it.
Summer movies are June, July, August. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
But I think but
kids are out of school for summer movies.
Yeah, it's just. But there's like a summer movie is almost kind of a genre too, which is why I think people consider
summer
this a summer
blockbuster.
Movie.
Yeah, summer blockbuster.
Overall, what would you give this for a score out of 5 stars?
After talking about it, yeah, like 2.5. Like
2.5.
Yeah, as like putting it as its own movie, and then like probably putting it in the context of like the larger thing, 3 stars, like you did. Like I can see this like in the larger context of like if you're into Marvel, if you're like watching it for the whole thing, yeah, like 3. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I said 3 stars as well. I think the parts where I think the parts that lose points for me is the idea of it like pausing for applause and laughter. That really is a big no for me.
Yeah.
I can't stand that kind of thing. Also, I didn't think the comedy worked, and again I couldn't emotionally connect to it. So that really takes a lot of points off in my book.
And I think it could have been even lower than 2.5 for me, just because it's hard. Like, what do I give a movie where that kid is falling asleep during it and the other guy checks his watch 6 times? You know, it's like it's a hard thing to like watch and see happening in a theater and not think like, I don't know if this is successful right now.
This movie's so strange because if you go into it as a Marvel fan, and what my friend Mackenzie said was, I wanted the movie to destroy me, and that's exactly what it did. You know what I mean? If you're a big Marvel fan, this gives you exactly everything you want, and there's no way you're not going to like it. And if you're not a Marvel fan, it's going to be easy to get bored. So it becomes very divisive in that way, to the point where people might have turned off our podcast because like, oh, they're not Marvel fans. Why should I listen to what they have to say?
Oh, definitely, and it makes sense,
which is unfortunate. But
if you just want to hear what like fellow fans want to say or whatever, which I mean, this movie was for you, you know?
Yeah, this movie is definitely not for people who aren't big Marvel fans. It's for like I said, it's a love letter to the fans. You know,
if
they've watched these movies and they've invested their time into it, this is the payoff. You know,
absolutely.
And for that, it's like in that aspect, it's like a 4-star movie, but I don't know. Like I said, I can never really emotionally connect to these movies, and I'm gonna, until somebody can prove me otherwise, I'm blaming it on the movies themselves.
No, exactly.
Because I emotionally connect to other movies, but not these ones for whatever reason.
Yeah, no, I'm same. Right there with your partner.
So before we reveal what movie we're going to be talking about next week, if you like this episode, feel free to share it on your social media accounts and leave a review on iTunes. That helps us show up on the review. Somebody said that we're credible and intelligent, which is nice.
Nobody who's ever met me, I don't think. So
yeah, that was nice. So if you have any positive or negative thoughts, feel free to leave it there.
Yeah.
If you have any questions or comments for us, email us at inthecanmovies@gmail.com. If you just have if you have questions on what we think about a specific movie or anything, or any comments on how to make the show better, we'd happily take that. So, Jared, it's been a while since we've done our normal back and forth thing.
Yeah.
Because last week, Kayla was on.
Yep.
And this week we're doing Endgame. So it's your turn. So I issued you a challenge to pick American film because you tend to do the foreign films. I'm just kind of curious to see what kind of things you find interesting in like American films. So what do you got for me?
Yeah. So this week, or for next week, I guess, I'm going to take you back to 1980, and we're going to see Raging Bull by Martin Scorsese.
Yes! Yes, thank you for giving me an excuse to watch this, even though I've had every reason to. Yes. That's one of the many movies, I should say, that I've been dying to watch but haven't pulled myself together to see. So
yeah, I'm really interested in what you'll have to say about it. It's in many ways a lot like Scorsese's other movies. De Niro and Joe Pesci are in it. In a lot of other ways, though, it's a much different kind of movie from Scorsese's usual. So I'm gonna be really interested in what you have to say about it.
I really haven't seen many of Scorsese's movies, but I've enjoyed all of them. I've seen let me take a look here real quick. He has 64 credits. Holy shit.
Yeah,
prolific. I didn't realize that. I mean, looks like a lot of them are documentaries and stuff. But off the top of my head, I've seen Goodfellas, I've seen The Wolf of Wall Street, and I've seen the Bob Dylan documentary.
Did you see Taxi Driver?
It. I haven't seen it. Not yet. I know.
Oh, okay.
I know. Do you want to choose that one instead?
No. I like Raging Bull more than I like Taxi Driver, actually. So I think this will be a good one.
Okay. I think even though he doesn't only do gangster movies, I tend to not enjoy gangster movies as much, even though I did enjoy Goodfellas.
This is a boxing
movie,
not a gangster movie.
Oh, yeah, I know. But for some reason, I always associate Scorsese with gangster movies.
Oh, totally. Well, Goodfellas and Casino and The Departed. That's his genre. That's definitely like wheelhouse. So.
Yeah, but I am really excited to see that. So, all right, we'll see you next week with Raging Bull.
Yep. See you then, Leo.
See ya.
You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in the right file.
I am serious. And don't call me Syrocki.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room.
I drink your milkshake.
All right, welcome to In the Can.
Take 11.
My name is Leo Costello.
I'm Jared Wiedmeyer.
And today we're going to be talking about Martin Scorsese's Raging Bull.
Yes.
But first, we have a discussion topic. We couldn't really think of one this week, so I thought of the idea to kind of go through our top 10 favorite movies whenever we don't know what to talk about, and just kind of go from 10 and go up, just to do a little profile on what we like about them. So we'll kind of work on those if we can't think of anything. So today we'll talk about our 10th favorite movie of all time. But first, Jared, have you been watching anything this week? Oh, actually, I want to mention right off the bat that yesterday was May 4th. We meant to record yesterday, so May the 4th be with you, Jared.
May the 4th, thank you. Yeah, I went to a May the 4th themed party, and
oh, you did?
Yeah, the Star Wars Blu-ray was playing on the background. There was like some like TIE fighter kind of like party strand things coming from the ceiling, so it was pretty good.
And we have to mention that sadly we lost Peter Mayhew this week. Chewbacca.
Yeah, may the, I don't know, force be with him. No.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
that's some sad news. It's surprising he lived that long because usually people that are that tall, you know.
How tall is he? Was he?
He was like 7 foot something.
Nice.
He was a tall dude. I mean,
he was actually in that costume then, right?
Yeah, and he did the voice and everything. And
well, he did the roar. I mean, the voice is being liberal.
I'm not sure.
I guess.
I've never been sure quite how much they altered his voice or anything.
To make it sound like weirder.
Yeah, I've never gotten a definitive answer on how much of that, because I know like the little, that kind of stuff, that was all him. But like the louder roars, I'm not sure.
I like the idea that like maybe he didn't have a roar and he was just like, and they had to like edit it to make it sound like an actual roar.
Oh, like it was just real bad, and they had to put something else in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, has there been anything else other than that Star Wars thing that you've been watching this week?
I saw The Incredibles 2 a couple of days ago.
For the first time?
For the first time, yeah.
Are you a big fan of the original Incredibles?
Well, the original Incredibles is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. The new one, I really liked how much they featured Jack, who is obviously the best character.
I think it's so funny that you say that, because that was the one part that I couldn't stand.
Really? I love Jack.
Yeah.
Jack
I'm like,
is...
oh, they're really overusing this cuteness factor.
It feels
like the only reason... I felt like the only reason why they didn't set it in the future was so that they could use baby Jack to
Hell
get
yeah.
people to go, aw.
I'm all about it. But it almost felt like a TV episode. It felt a little more like kind of thin than the original did. The stakes didn't feel as big in this one, to me.
Yeah, and I thought the twist, the villain reveal, was pretty obvious
from the beginning.
Yeah.
Like so literally, like when those characters were introduced, Kayla was like, "They're gonna be bad guys," like in the first second, and I was like, "Of course they're going to be," you know.
And the third act is kind of like it's like it ramps up a little too quickly. Like, what? Okay, what's going on here?
Yeah,
like, it's really, that third act is really unmemorable.
I do like guy though. I do like the guy whose superpower is severe acid reflux. That's
the old guy.
Yeah, the refluxer or whatever. That's pretty great.
Have you been watching anything else here?
I've got a lot of stuff in the queue right now that I might watch after this. I'm gonna try to watch The Red Shoes by Michael Powell and Emil Pressburger. Powell and Pressburger. So I got that in the queue. I picked up 2 from my library. There's a movie that came out I think last year called Madeline's Madeline, and it's by Josephine Decker, I'm pretty sure her name is, and she's like a very indie, like true indie artist working in New York, I think. And I really wanted to check out her work, so hopefully I won't be disappointed with that.
Okay.
What have you been watching?
And you're gonna watch Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, right?
Yeah, when I find it. Post it on your Plex thing or whatever.
Yeah, I keep debating whether or not I should put that as an episode for this show, but I mean, I feel like you're gonna watch it eventually, so I'll hold off on it for a little while. But
okay.
It is really good. I have some news things I wanted to bring up. Did you see the trailer for the Sonic the Hedgehog movie?
Oh yeah.
So people have been going crazy over that because they really did a number on Sonic's design. But I think the movie has a lot more problems than just that. I am happy to see 90s Jim Carrey back, though. That's kind of nice.
Yeah, that'll be great.
But I think the thing that's interesting about this is that the director came out and said that because of the backlash, they're going to be redesigning Sonic
wow.
for the movie.
Wow.
And I don't think that's ever been done before.
That's crazy.
I mean, there's been reshoots in the past with movies with people aren't very happy with what they see, but it's a whole different ballgame when it's animation because that's such an expensive process.
Yeah, that's a lot of work, especially when it's your main character, to have to redo everything your main character is in.
Yeah. And like I said, at the end of the day, I don't think that's going to fix the main problems that I think this movie has. I mean, a lot of these movies with like animated characters that get turned into movies, a lot of times they do that cliche of like, they're in our world now. Like they did that with the Smurfs.
Yeah.
Or, like they find a portal to the human realm. I'm like, just make an animated Sonic movie.
For real, for sure. Don't talk shit about Garfield, though.
I almost said Garfield, but that doesn't really fit into what I was.
And that was kind of a decent movie. I haven't seen it in a long time, but like my kid self watched it, liked Bill Murray as Garfield.
Your kid? What?
Yeah, when I was a kid, my kid version
I thought you
of
said
myself.
your. Oh, I thought you said you had a kid. I was like,
yeah.
Do you have a kid that I don't know about?
That kid I stole when Garfield came out really liked that movie.
But yeah, I think there's also that issue with like, oh, we're bringing in the military, and it's just like these tired cliches. I'm like, they could easily just make a Sonic movie where he's got to keep Dr. Robotnik from enslaving animals, because that's basically what's going on in the original Sonic.
I love it. That's what it should be.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Because, in the original Sonic, at the end of the level, you pop that little machine thing and all these cute animals pop out. I mean, that's all you need.
Yeah, I totally agree. Keep the military out of my Sonic, is what I say.
But I'm just curious what you think of the future implications are of just being able to change your main character's design just because the fans don't like it. Like, I mean, in the future, animation is going to be a lot cheaper, and faster. So, like, how much is that going to happen from now on?
Honestly, probably. I mean, so that whole problem is also predicated on just like taking old content and making it. So maybe if people decide to actually invent something new, people can like their original animation, and they won't have to worry about.
People don't do that anymore.
No, exactly.
Something new. What?
Something new. How do we make money off
Blasphemy.
of that? Yeah, exactly.
I do have a little bit of news from my own personal life that is kind of related to this, but it's kind of fun. Is that I was asked to be the opinion editor at the campus newspaper for next semester. So that's exciting. So I kind of want to lean into doing a little bit more opinionated stuff. I mean, but like reviews and, hard opinions from students. I think that'd be fun. So I wrote a review for one thing that I saw, actually, is that I went and saw one of the plays on campus here at UWO. It was, I think there was a movie on it, but I've never heard of it before. It's called Boeing.
Okay.
It was basically about this bachelor who devised a way to juggle 3 fiancées because they're all stewardesses at different airlines. And he uses like this itinerary to keep track of them so they never meet each other, and comedy ensues. It's like a Cary Grant screwball comedy kind of thing.
Yeah, I honestly feel like I might have seen that movie.
The movie has what's his name? Nutty Professor.
Jerry Lewis?
Jerry Lewis, yeah.
Not Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, not Eddie Murphy, no. So yeah, I'm writing a review on that, so I think that's going to be a fun thing for me to do next semester.
Is it going to be a positive or a negative review? Are you just going to tear apart all these people around you?
Well, the nice thing is that the plays here only run from Thursday through Sunday, and it's a weekly paper, so even if it's an awful review, it's not going to negatively affect how many people show up.
Sure.
But it was a pretty good show. The only downside is that like there's an Italian, there's a French person, there's somebody from Germany, and only a few of them attempt accents, and they weave in and out of them constantly. So like, college productions, they don't normally, try really hard to do accents. So
yeah,
depending on how much you care about that kind of stuff, it kind of takes you out of it a little bit.
So you're telling me there are characters, they're like an Italian person, and maybe the first 2 scenes they decide to do an Italian accent, and they just drop it for the 3rd scene they're in, and then at the end of the movie they're like, let's go back to Italia.
It's not like they drop it halfway through. It's more like line by line. Like there's some words they can't say in that accent.
Oh, okay.
You know, like a bad accent in the movie, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And a few of them, like there was a woman who was trying to do a French accent, but it just sounded like she was trying to do a accent.
Awesome.
You know what?
Yeah.
A vaguely European accent.
Yeah.
But yeah.
She was doing an EU accent. Just putting them all together.
Another interesting thing that happened to me over the past week. I'm not sure how much of a big deal this is. It's probably not at all, but I got a notification on Facebook that said I'm a top fan of IMDb, and I got like a badge next to my name.
Wow.
So whenever I post something or comment on something that IMDb shared, there's a little badge next to my name now that says top fan.
Oh, congratulations.
So maybe that gives me some credibility or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you're like a when sometimes they'll say like verified member or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like one step closer to being a Rotten Tomatoes certified critic.
Yeah.
Which would be awesome. That would be really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was exciting. I didn't really watch a whole lot. I watched a stand-up special by Anthony Jeselnik. Do you know who he is? He's a stand-up comedian.
Was he a writer for a TV show that I can't remember?
He seems like the kind of guy who's like written for like late night talk shows and stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't think you would like it very much. He intentionally tries to make really dark jokes, but he's like a really nice guy, and he's not necessarily. It's not necessarily all shock value because he lets you know that he's in the wrong and what he's saying is fucked up. But it's just like they're just really well constructed jokes. It wasn't as good as his first special on Netflix, but it was still really fun. He has this great joke where he's like, it goes something along the lines of, I have this neighbor who has Alzheimer's, and every day at 10 o'clock in the morning, he knocks on his door and asks me where his wife is. And I have to tell him that his wife's been dead for 10 years. And I've thought about moving, but it's worth it just to see the smile on his face. Like, that's a great joke. That's a really well-constructed joke.
Yeah, that's funny. Mm-hmm. I actually saw John Mulaney's first stand-up special on Netflix.
Live?
No.
Oh, on Netflix.
Yeah, like one of his old ones.
New in Town?
I think so.
Was it like a bright blue background?
Yes.
And it starts with like a sitcom-y kind of a thing?
Yes.
That's one of my favorite stand-up specials of all time.
It was
so
funny.
Good.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, a friend of mine and I quote that all the time together.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Yeah, he's a really talented dude.
And
he's like an old school working class comedian.
Yeah, I like his shtick. I like him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely check that out. And I saw Endgame a second time. It is right now. It just became the second highest grossing movie of all time.
You literally read my mind. I was just gonna ask you where it is. How far is it behind Avatar right now?
Let me take a look. I will say that Avatar, I think, took like 14 weeks or something to get there, and this movie's there in 2 weeks, which is crazy. So I don't think that Avatar has a lot of cultural relevance anymore, so I think Endgame is a lot more fitting for that title. So yeah. I'm really happy to see it do that well. Even though it's still just like a corporate product made by Disney, but so what? I
mean, that's what's gonna end up making that list at this point anyway. So
yeah, exactly. So Avatar made $2.7 billion, and Endgame is at 2.1.
Oh, it'll pass it.
It'll pass it for sure.
Yeah, it'll pass it.
Yeah, because it's gonna be in the theaters for at least a month, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
But I enjoyed Infinity War the second time around, so I was curious if I was gonna feel the same way with Endgame, and I kind of did. I enjoyed it a little bit more. I ended up giving it an extra half star, but Maybe I'm just cynical and maybe audiences put me off, but there was barely anybody in the theater the second time around, and I actually got a little emotionally connected to it. I got choked up a couple times, I laughed out loud a couple times, and I didn't really the first time. So I don't know what's with that.
Interesting.
I do have to clarify something that I screwed up last time. I said that there wasn't a setup for Pepper Potts in the Iron Man suit. But when you first meet... spoilers. Sorry. If you haven't seen Endgame, just skip ahead a minute or two, because I want to bring this up. But when you first meet Tony Stark's daughter, she's wearing like a blue Iron Man helmet. And he says like, don't mess with my engagement gift for your mom. And I thought that was just like, it's established that in this universe there's kids that are like fans of Iron Man and they wear costumes of him and stuff. So I figured that's what that was, because there's so much of this like nanotech that where everything just kind of pops up out of nowhere that I haven't seen like a real helmet in a long time.
Right, exactly.
So I guess that's why I didn't catch that. And I mentioned this to you on Facebook, but I realized the second time around that there's a lot of themes about parenthood in the movie that I didn't catch on to the first time. Because you got Iron Man with his daughter, you got Thor talking to his mom, you got Hawkeye with his family. There's like all these themes of parenthood. So
yeah.
I think there's something there. I will say that I heard, because I heard the score more because it was a little quieter in the theater. Man, the score for that movie is so bland.
It's so boring, dude. Like at my job, I have to do a lot of like scoring for the videos I do, and I have this thing called killer tracks, which is just like kind of like real generic, kind of going by it. And every single thing I heard in that score, I was like, oh, I could probably find this on killer tracks if I wanted to.
Well, the thing that irritates me about the Marvel scores in general, they're all pretty bland. Especially the Avengers movies. There's like two songs that just get repeated over and over and over again. There's one that goes like bum 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 bum, and then there's the one that's like da 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 da. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So they just take those two themes and slow them down, speed them up, put them at different pitches, and that's the whole score.
I wonder why they never got like a John Williams or like a Hans Zimmer or something to do their score.
I don't know.
It's not like they don't have the budget for it.
The thing is, like, so when you watch Star Wars, pretty much every character has their own theme.
Yes.
You know? And can you imagine if these Marvel movies, like, each character had their own theme, and then when you watch Endgame, you know, they're using those themes intermittently and, like, you know, going back and forth. But that'd be so cool.
That would be cool, for sure.
The time travel of Cap at the end still doesn't make any sense to me. How he just shows up on the bench. It would have been easily fixed if, like, you know, when they try to bring him back, and he shows up on the teleporter thing and he's old. But I think they just wanted to have the visual thing of him just sitting on the bench.
Yeah.
And they didn't think about anything else.
Yeah.
The last thing I want to mention is, I mentioned this last time, but I think one of the strongest performances is Hulk. You know, with these motion capture performances, a lot of times you hear like, you can see the actor's performance through all that digital makeup. I've never really thought that was true until Hulk in this movie. Like, you can really see Mark Ruffalo's performance in that. It's pretty incredible.
Props to Mark Ruffalo.
Yeah, I think he gives one of the strongest performances in the movie. It's a good job. So yeah. That's pretty much all I had.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it was better the second time around. Once you know what they're going for, and once you realize some of those themes, it stuck with me a little bit more. Yeah. So should we talk about our number 10 favorite movie?
Sure, let's do it.
So just to clarify, these aren't what we think are the best movies of all time. These are our favorites. So,
and also there was a rule where we could only pick one movie for like per director.
Yeah.
Which that would honestly like have changed mine a good amount, because I think my whole list would have maybe like, there's definitely at least one director who would have 3 movies on it, but I could only do one, which I'm not like complaining or anything. It's like good to get.
I think it's a good rule.
It's good. Yeah, it's good to get more variation in there, but that's like just like a clarifying thing too, that was also a part of the sort of parameters. So.
Yeah. So I've been talking a lot lately. So why don't you tell me what your number 10 is?
Sure.
And why?
So my number 10 is Annie Hall by Woody Allen.
Mm-hmm. I've seen it.
Good. And well, first I guess I just like the elephant in the room thing. Like Woody Allen did reprehensible things. And it's always a really fruitful discussion, I think, to have of like, where does someone's personal life and their art end? But
oh, I love that discussion.
It's a really great discussion, but
yeah,
on just like the actual experience level, my kind of feeling of it is like, it's hard for me to literally enjoy things less that I really like, regardless of the backstory to it sometimes. So like for this particular thing, while I totally obviously think Woody Allen is awful for the things he did, that has never made me not laugh at Annie Hall any more or less, you know?
What exactly is he? Did he marry his stepdaughter or something?
He did, and there were also stories that he abused her when she was younger. Different. Okay. He married a different stepdaughter, but he abused Mia Farrow's daughter.
Okay.
So yeah, not a good guy by any means.
So you're able to separate that when you watch the movie then?
I think the thing is like, it still is like kind of there in my thought. It's the same thing with like Roman Polanski too. Like those things are still there in my thought, but I still appreciate the films regardless of thinking about it, I guess. So it's just one of those things where it's like, regardless of how I feel, I tend to still enjoy what I'm seeing on screen.
That's sort of how I feel too. I personally think that it should be left up to the individual to be able to separate that. Like when the Michael Jackson documentary came out, there were some radio stations that were pulling, Michael Jackson songs. Yeah. I don't really think they should be doing that. I think it should be up to the listener to be able to decide for themselves whether or not he's guilty or whether or not they can separate that. Because and I think somebody like there are many people who watch that documentary and can't listen to Michael Jackson or know about Woody Allen and can't watch his movies. But me personally, I definitely think Michael Jackson is guilty and everything. But if I heard Thriller come on at a wedding, I'll dance to it. Just because I can separate that.
I think a good thing of that too, though, real quick, is just like Woody Allen. This is kind of, and Polanski too. This is kind of my like practice on this. Is like I'll rent their movies from the library if I see it, but I wouldn't buy a ticket to go see a new one they made, because I'm not directly funding them, but I'm still, do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not financially helping them, but I still will enjoy their work. So
I think that's a good compromise.
What I tried to do is I tried to not financially further them in any way, but I still will like watch their stuff.
Yeah, I think it's a good compromise for sure. And I kind of feel the same way. Like, I'm a big fan of Louis C.K.'s comedy. I think he's a brilliant comic, and the stuff he did was not good, obviously. But when he had that movie that came out, I just pirated it because I'm like, I don't feel like giving him money right now because I'm not a big fan of what he's done. But I'm very curious to see what this movie is. Yeah. It wasn't that great, but
yeah, go figure. But yeah, I'm totally for the like financial boycotting of these people while still like being honest about how you actually responded to the works,
Because how I honestly think about it is like, what if we found out today that Vincent van Gogh was a serial killer pedophile? The brushstrokes are still there. What are you going to do? Are they going to take the paintings out of the museum? That art is still valuable, I think,
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
So what do you think about the actual movie?
Yeah, how do I actually feel? So the reason I like Woody Allen's comedy so much is I really enjoy the like very like a lot of the cultural reference he makes. He has a very like highbrow cultural reference. So he'll reference like critical theory. He'll reference like old movies I really like. He's really involved with like a lot of Bergman stuff. he has that scene in Annie Hall where he's in the line and that guy's just like pontificating, and he takes Marshall McLuhan out, and he's like, "If only
that's
life
my
were
favorite
this easy."
scene.
Yeah,
you don't know my work. You don't know what you're talking about. How dare you say those things about me? Yeah, I really like that movie too. How Woody Allen, he's not afraid to just like completely break the rules of his narrative. Like at that point, they hadn't really established the idea of breaking the fourth wall at all. But he's like, "Fuck it, we're gonna do it.
Yeah,
we're gonna break the fourth
wall." That movie starts with him directly talking to the camera.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, so that sort of sets that idea up then.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think
my favorite bit in the movie is Christopher Walken's role. He steals the movie for me. Yeah. What's that one? He has that one scene where he's like sitting in the bedroom and he says
he's like sometimes when I'm driving and I see the headlights come to me, I think, what if I just drove right into the headlights?
And then Woody's like, all right.
He drives him to the airport, yeah. And like you just see his face and it pans over to Woody Allen. And Woody Allen just looks absolutely terrified in the car.
Yes, that is, yeah, that's probably my favorite moment.
There's also movie. Like, and it's the first scene they actually shot during production, but the scene where him and Annie Hall are cooking lobsters together is like,
oh yeah, that's a classic.
It's so like loose and it feels very alive. It's a great scene. It's an interesting. So that movie won Best Picture in '77, and
don't they? It beat Star Wars.
It did. Yeah.
Don't they? Don't they do the lobster thing again when their relationship's not so hot and it's like
it doesn't
he's
work.
trying to have fun? Yeah.
Yeah. And
they do something similar in 500 Days of Summer, which is probably
they do.
Paying homage to it.
Definitely. The interesting thing about Annie Hall too is originally he wanted it to be a murder mystery movie, but it wasn't editing together very well at all. So Woody Allen and his editor just decided to scrap that entire part of it and make it a completely different movie. So it was completely saved in the editing, which I think is a really interesting like kind of side story about it. And he actually ended up kind of making the movie.
That's something that Annie Hall and Star Wars have in common, then.
Yeah, it was saved in the editing.
Yeah, those are both, highly saved in the editing.
Yeah, and then he made a movie later called Manhattan Murder Mystery that was kind of the movie he intended to make with Annie Hall.
Were there any other Woody Allen movies you would have put on your top 10 if it wasn't for that rule?
No. I really
Manhattan.
like Crimes and Misdemeanors a lot too. That's a little bit more of a drama. He also has a really good drama called Interiors that's pretty good. He has another one that's a little more dramatic called Match Point with Scarlett Johansson that I like a lot. Manhattan is really beautiful.
I haven't seen too many Woody Allen movies. I've seen Annie Hall, and there was another one I watched for a literature and film class that was very odd that you've probably seen called Zelig or Zelig.
Where he's the radio guy.
That's such an odd movie, but I remember enjoying it. I don't remember much from it, though.
He's interesting because he, like, more than a lot of other American directors, really plays with the medium a lot. He kind of messes around with it.
And he's so prolific, too. He makes, like, one movie a year.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw, what's that? The Owen Wilson one. Midnight in Paris. And Blue Jasmine. I saw Blue Jasmine, too.
Yeah, those are both pretty good. But yeah, I couldn't think of another movie of his that would have made my top 10. I doubt this movie would have made my top 10 if other directors would have been in there. But it's like,
okay,
it's pretty up there as far as like more cerebral intellectual comedies go. It's my favorite in that kind of genre.
Is it the only comedy in your top 10?
No, there's one more.
Okay. Are you looking at your Letterboxd list right now?
At this very moment? No, I'm not.
Oh, I was curious because you wrote little notes on each one. I was curious what you wrote.
Oh, yeah.
For Annie Hall.
Yeah, let me see if I could find that. I don't know where is that like put on the. This is so stupid. I'm gonna ask you like how the app works on the podcast, like a 70-year-old. Yeah.
Let's not do it then.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Oh wait, I found it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. I said, hilarious blend of personal and cultural humor. Great modernist filmmaking at work. That's what I said.
Okay. And that was 77, yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, my number 10 is much different. It's Scott Pilgrim versus the World. And I don't believe you've seen that one, right?
No, I have not. The one thing I know about it is that there's a lot of moments where like power-ups and stuff like that kind of go on the screen.
Yeah, there's a lot of... It's basically like a comic book, a video game, and a movie kind of rolled into one. And it's an Edgar Wright movie, so that it's the pacing is just... It's so good. And I was blown away by it because you see all those like special effects elements that you're talking about. And when I watched the trailer, I thought those were just put in for the trailer. But no, it's the whole movie. And it's one of the most energetic movies I've ever seen, and it's so much fun to watch. And you could tell that everybody was just having a blast making it. And it's really creative. It's got a lot of Easter eggs to like video games and stuff. And if you're not hooked by the opening credits, then you're not gonna like it. The opening credits, it's like an adrenaline rush straight to your veins. It's pretty incredible. Yeah.
Edgar Wright's cool because he's one of the few current directors, like Woody Allen, who like primarily does comedy, but also has a very distinct style all his own. Like,
yeah, I think it's mostly in the editing.
And music. Music.
Yeah. I mean, the music in this movie is great too. Do you know the band Beck?
Yes.
I believe they wrote all the music for the movie. And then the actors performed the songs. And then there's a couple Beck songs in the movie too. Okay. But it's really something special.
Is Edgar Wright British? Is he British?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's what I thought.
Yeah. And I love the Cornetto trilogy, Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, World's End. Those are all great, but there's something about Scott Pilgrim that puts it above it for me. It's just so ambitious, and it really swings for the fences, and I think it's a home run. There's literally no other movie like it.
So I'm assuming because it's number 10 that another Edgar Wright film wouldn't have made your list if you could have done more than one.
Hot Fuzz might have made it.
Okay.
Probably not though.
Okay.
Cuz I have like a top 20 list. So if those are good, but I don't know. Scott, mostly these top 20, my top 10 favorite movies are mostly movies that just like really emotionally connected with me, and Scott Pilgrim vs. the World was a really intense experience for me emotionally.
Is it streaming on anything?
It just, I'm not sure.
Okay, because it is one I want to check out. I'm sure I could find that in my library though pretty easily. It's pretty popular.
Yeah, I'm really curious what you think about it, because it's just so unique and so fun and full of energy, and I can't think of anything bad about it, except for the story's a little cliche, but it's sort of meant to be.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But yeah,
sometimes you need like a very cliched story in order to experiment with the form, because then you can not lose your audience through experimentation when you have a story they can follow easily, I think.
It's a play on the video game trope of saving the princess, because basically he has to, in order to date this girl that he likes, he has to defeat her, I think it's 7 evil exes.
Yeah.
So it's such a video game thing, and then there's no explanation to why you need to defeat them or anything. It's just like, you got to defeat them. And something that's really cool is that throughout the movie leading up to each of these battles, the number of that evil X shows up all the time. So like when he's fighting like the 5th evil X, the number 5 is seen all over the place. So you notice these things like more and more the more you watch it.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to check that one out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, so should we talk about Raging Bull?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's talk about Raging Bull.
Okay, so we're going to play a clip from the trailer starting right now.
The Bronx Bull, the Raging Bull. Let's hear for the great Jake LaMotta, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm the best. And I can take him more than anybody.
You're dead. You're married. Leave the young girls for me.
There's no way I'm going down. I don't go down for nobody.
Listen with him. Why does he have to make it so hard on himself?
If you beat Sugar Ray, you'll get a shot at the title. You feel that way?
There's no one else around who wants to fight me. They're all afraid.
You've done a lot of bad things, Joey. Maybe it's coming back to me.
All right, Jared, you listening?
Yep, I'm here.
Your mother sucks fucking big fucking elephant dicks. You got that? Sorry, I had to do that right off the top. That's gotta be one of my favorite movie insults of all time.
For all of the like seriousness in this movie, there's a lot of good moments of comedy in it, especially between the two brothers.
Yeah. There's not very much comedy, but when there is, it really hits.
Yeah, there's like some moments.
So that's a great line from Raging Bull, which is your choice for this week, Jared. So why don't you introduce the movie for the listeners?
Yeah, so Raging Bull was shot in 1979 and it was released in 1980. This was a pretty monumental moment for both De Niro and Martin Scorsese's career. So the movie stars De Niro, Catherine Moriarty, and Joe Pesci, who also actually was pretty much discovered in this movie. He was just a B-movie actor before this.
He is so good in this movie, man.
He is. He was nominated for an Academy Award.
He was playing a little against type, too. It's usually Pesci that's the off the hinge nut job. Here he's the voice of reason, kind of. A little bit.
Yeah. So just a quick background on the movie. So Martin Scorsese in like 78, I think, made a movie called New York, New York with De Niro, and it was a huge flop. And Scorsese had a really bad cocaine addiction. And De Niro wanted to make this movie with him for a while, but Scorsese said, I have no idea how I can make this film. I hate sports. Anything with a ball is no good to me. So he had no... That's literally a quote from him. So he had no clue how he could ever make a sports movie. But Scorsese's cocaine addiction got worse, and he was actually hospitalized. And on his hospital bed, De Niro came in with the book, and he's like, this is the time right now to, like, make this movie. So
the book is based on a true story written by the
Jake
main
LaMotta.
character, Jake LaMotta.
And Jake LaMotta was actually a consultant on this movie, and he was part of the reason they ended up making it in black and white, because Scorsese wanted to make it as like period piece right as they could, but Jake LaMotta was describing the kinds of gloves they used at the time, and they had trouble finding any gloves that were the right color for the time period.
Interesting.
That was one of the reasons they did it in black and white. The other reason they did it in black and white is that there was so much use of blood in the movie that they were afraid they would get an X rating instead of an R rating and wouldn't get a wide release.
And I think another reason why it works so well in black and white is that the boxing matches are shot in such a unique way, especially with the lighting. You only see like the first few... Oh, I dropped my pen. You only see like the first few rows of the crowd, and then it's just like pitch black.
Yeah,
like they're fighting in this empty void, and it makes you feel it makes a very focused feeling, and that probably wouldn't have sold as well in color.
No, I don't think so.
Because that contrast just works so much better in black and white.
Yeah. And so I picked this movie because I think it has great acting. I think it's a really interesting... I think it's Scorsese's best movie. I think it goes and kind of wrestles with the themes of masculinity in a really interesting way.
Oh, for sure.
And I think the kind of like off-kilter experimental things they used in the boxing rings, I thought you would be pretty impressed with that, because they do a lot of like weird zoom stuff. They put like fire in front of the lenses to make it look like it's super hot. They like really change it, and they really change it too based on like the mental state of Jake LaMotta during the fight.
Yeah. I would say that the only experimental parts that I noticed were during the matches, and it was pretty much all editing. And I agree that the acting is great. The two aspects that I thought were the best were the two things that I won an Oscar for. Because it won for De Niro for Best Actor, and it won for Best Editing. And the editing and the acting is incredible.
Yeah, Thelma Schumacher edited it. She's great. And also, in part of that editing, and I think it's a cool thing to do in the fights, is they put like animal sounds, and they put like birds, and they like really get weird with the sound of it. And they like,
I didn't even notice that.
And they make like the punches are super loud, and the bells are like they smashed glass together to get the sound of some of the bells and stuff in it, and like
interesting.
Yeah, it's a really cool way of making a boxing fight.
I would have never guessed that. I did notice that sometimes with the really juicy punches, you know, it sounds like they're hitting a watermelon or something. It's like whoosh, like you can hear the blood just coming out of their faces.
Yeah.
So one thing that I thought was really interesting about this. So after I watched the movie, I watched Robert De Niro's acceptance speech for the Oscar, and he so the character of Jake LaMotta, basically the way I could describe this plot is a boxer is a selfish, violent prick until the movie ends.
Yeah, it's a boxing movie, but it's really way more about his sexual insecurities and his jealousy and his inability to accept help from anybody, and his sort of.
He has kind of a he kind of has a reverse arc. He doesn't really get better. He just kind of gets worse.
Yeah,
and he's a pretty unredeemable character. And the thing that I thought was really interesting and odd is that when he was accepting his Oscar speech, I didn't realize that it was based on a book written by Jake LaMotta. And then he thanked Jake LaMotta, and it cuts to Jake LaMotta and the crowd, and he smiles, and the crowd like applauds for him, and like some people stood up. I'm like, this guy's a fucking asshole. Why are you applauding him? Like that would never happen in like these days.
Yeah.
Like imagine if like Bill Cosby wrote a book about his life and they made a movie on it, and then at the Oscars like, I want to thank Bill Cosby for inspiring this wonderful story, and everyone's like, oh, thank you, Bill.
Yeah.
You're such a great like. What is that just a relic from the 80s, or what
I don't
was
know.
going on there?
I don't know. Maybe they admired his like bravery in telling the story so honestly, but yeah, I'm not really sure.
You do have to admire that, because he does not paint himself in a positive light at all.
No. Yeah. So it's very like kind of his whole thing kind of building off of that. One of the things that's really interesting to me about this movie is it takes this thing that Scorsese is very famous for kind of into like looking through, and that's like male relationships and masculinity, and it really doesn't romanticize it at all. And it's an interesting thing too, because he's such a great fighter. You know, he was a champion. He like beat Sugar Ray Robinson, and all of the things in his life that make him so horrible is also the reason he's so good at boxing. These like rage and all this like problems he has.
He is just a violent person inside and out.
Yeah. And he like, I think for part of the reason he can't change his life is because he thinks a lot of these things that make him the way he is like what gives him value, because he can make a lot of money boxing. People make money off him. So I think there's a problem where he can't understand that he thinks becoming a better person or trying to like go through these things would end up somehow making him not as good of a boxer, you know? And that's sort of like just a lot of men, I think, that idea of like pure aggression being this very positive thing I have, when in reality it's like a thing that really destroys a lot of people's lives.
This movie's a really interesting movie to look at in terms of how the women and men are treated differently. And it's not that Scorsese is looking down on women, it's that the time of the movie that takes place is like Jake is very demanding. He's like the only time he's like ever a little nice is when he's asking Vicky if she wants to go for a drive with him. But when like they first have an intimate moment, he's like, take off your panties. It's not a question. He's like he's a very demanding lover.
Well, and there's a thing too with him where it's like she is like a goddess until she has a sexual interaction with him, and then because he has such a low opinion of himself, she becomes like a whore to him. Like once you've like had contact with me, if you've had contact with someone as lowly and gross as me, then you would be able to with anybody. Exactly, because I'm so low.
So he gets so defensive if she even looks at a guy the wrong way.
Yeah.
And then also even like other female characters in the movie, like there's a scene late in the movie where he's being introduced to some guy's wife and he goes, "This is my wife." Like he doesn't even say like her name.
Yeah.
He's like, this is all the value she has, is that she's my wife.
Well, and it's also this thing of like,
I think he calls her like Mrs. Johnson or whatever.
Yeah, and it's it's a thing too where it's like, by him saying that, right, he's saying right off the bat, like, she is mine, in a way of like, this is my property, like, don't fuck with it. Yeah,
there's definitely that idea of women as, you know, or wives as like their property.
Yeah,
like, you do what I tell you to do. You speak when spoken to. So I guess the plot of this movie, from what I got, is Jake LaMotta. He wants to be like the best boxer, not only in his weight class, but he wants to be like a heavyweight champion, even though he's a middle class.
Yeah,
champion.
He wished he could fight Joe Louis, and he's mad that he couldn't fight Joe Louis.
And he's got this abusive relationship with his wife, and then he leaves her for another woman, where he forms another abusive relationship, but he ends up having a few kids with her. And then once he becomes the middleweight champion, he goes on to he creates his own nightclub, and he sort of puts on like little comedic routines for them. Is that right?
Well, he becomes the champion. Part of that is a huge build up to that. The mafia, though, is like a big part of it, and they won't let him get a shot at the title until he like pledges his loyalty to them, and they make him throw a fight to show that like, we own you, kind of thing, you know. But I
wasn't quite. It took me a while to figure out that they were part of the mafia. I thought that they were just like agents, and they were trying to recruit him. It took me a while to figure out that they were part of the mafia.
Yeah, it's there in the subtext, and obviously, like, I've seen this movie a few times, so I knew that going in. But it's it's like something you kind of have to figure out.
It wasn't until he threw the fight and he's like crying afterwards that I figured that out. Until then, I thought he didn't want to be represented by like somebody in a suit. You know, he just wanted to work with his brother.
There's an interesting
speaking
thing
of his
too.
brother. So there's that dynamic with his brother, because his brother, played by Joe Pesci, they're both kind of scumbags in their own way, but Joey kind of tries to keep him on task, you know, he tries to get Jake to keep his weight down, and he looks out for him a little bit, but he's still a little bit of a scumbag.
He beats up the mobster when Vicky's out with him.
Yeah.
To like defend, like, because I think obviously he's like a flawed character. He's not like a good guy, but he does love Jake LaMotta. Like, he does care about his brother.
And I think he beats up that mafia guy not to protect Vicky, but not to protect Jake, but to protect Vicky, because he knows what Jake would do to her if he thought that she was sleeping around.
Oh, interesting. And he never tells. That's a good point, because he never tells Jake what happened, and then that comes in later in the movie. Jake's like, "What happened that night at the Copacabana or whatever?" And
that's gotta be the best scene in the movie, where he's setting up the TV.
Oh yeah.
And he's like, "Why don't you tell me what happened?" Because he heard that Vicky was at the nightclub, and then he goes, "Did you fuck my wife?" Oh, he says something like, "I swear to God, I'm gonna kill somebody." And then Joey's like, "Yeah, you keep talking about killing people. Why don't you kill me? All right." Yeah. I'm trying to help you out. You're fat as shit. Maybe if you would do a little less time eating, a little more time fucking, you wouldn't have such problems in the bedroom. You know, that's a great scene.
Yeah, and then he's like, "Why'd you say you?" He's like, "You could have said anything you wanted, but you put them with you." And he's like, "You don't even know what you said." And it's like he's so built up this picture that like he couldn't think of it another way, you know? He can't trust anybody. He can't form any sort of relationship with anybody.
Everything to him is a fight. It's gotta end in a fight somehow.
It's not only got to be a fight, but it's also got to be really painful for him. He's like kind of a masochist in a way, because even in the fights, you know, he's always winning in the later rounds, even people he probably could have beat up earlier. And there's that scene when he loses the belt to Sugar Ray Leonard. Leonard puts him up against the ropes, and he's just like, hit me. And he's just
that white shot where he's like, come on, like that.
Yeah.
Are you talking about?
Yeah, and he's like, at the end of it, he's bleeding everywhere. Both his eyes are swollen shut, and he goes over and he's like, "You never got me down, Ray." And I was reading Roger Ebert's review of it, and the last line of it was so great. But it's like, Jake LaMotta would never want to be knocked down in the ring because he would never want the pain to stop. Like, this idea of like, as long as he stands up,
that's what makes him strong, is that he likes the pain.
It's the way he's able to like, because he feels so bad about the world and all the people around him and himself. Like, the pain is this sort of like almost like absolution for him. It's like a ritual he needs to go to because he hates himself and his life so much. Almost he like has to be brutalized in a way.
Mm-hmm. And then there's that scene early on where he's basically begging Joey to punch him in the face, you know, and Joey doesn't want to do it, but he eventually does. That was the only scene where I thought the punches didn't look very good.
Well, and it's because it's Joey's not a boxer.
No, I mean, like, it didn't look like he was actually hitting him. Like, the blocking wasn't.
Oh, okay.
It looked a little silly. But the punches in the matches in the ring looked pretty good for the most part.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and two, also, though, continuing with the plot thing, when he opens the nightclub, he lets a 14-year-old drink, and he gets put in jail for that, and then his wife leaves him, divorces him, and
makes out
takes
with the
the
14-year-old, doesn't he?
Yeah. And his wife leaves him, and it's so interesting. So he gets 10 grand in bail, and he goes and he finds the motel they're staying in, and he tries to get the jewels out of his belt, and he tries to bring him to a pawnbroker, right? And the pawnbroker's like, well, if you just would have given me the belt is worth so much more.
Yeah,
but it's like I
thought he was just gonna sell the belt, and he starts hammering. I'm like, what the hell are you doing?
Well, it's like interesting because it's like this idea of like he couldn't understand the value of like what he did. You know, he can't like attribute value to his actions. He has to attribute it to like, oh, the jewels on the belt. You know.
Oh, like the belt itself isn't worth anything
because
I'm not worth anything?
Yeah, because he won it, and he's like, well, if it's something that I won, how could it be worth anything?
Oh wow, I didn't think about that. I guess that aspect of his personality is never really clearly expressed, but it's very subtle. It's not something I thought of when I was done watching the movie. I didn't really think about him having a low value of himself, but it totally makes sense, and it's probably something I would have caught on more a second time around. You know, because on the first time viewing it, it just looks like he's just a fucking prick, but you don't really realize why. But that totally adds
well,
up.
because it's such a kind of rich character, and you start to realize like all of these things in his personality sort of kind of feed to that, you know. And it's like if someone was more like, I mean, so you've heard the phrase like toxic masculinity, right?
Oh, for sure.
This is like the epitome of a movie about toxic masculinity.
Yeah,
you know?
Rachel talks about that all the time.
Yeah,
she would really like this movie.
Yeah,
it would make her angry, but she would like it.
It's like a case study in toxic masculinity.
Yeah,
and that's an interesting.
Because it's all like, don't be such a pussy, you know.
Yeah.
What the fuck you talk? Yeah.
And it's interesting too, because like it is a hard. You don't like him ever, you know. And you don't like the character, but at the same time, it feels important to make a movie about these things in an honest way that like truly shows how awful it can like mess someone up and really derange them. You know, you need to like be honest.
Do you think he's a tragic character? Do you have sympathy for him? Do you think he's like a product of this toxic masculinity?
See, I think that's the thing with it is there is a sort of tragedy in not necessarily him as an individual, but sort of as in the culture that creates people like this. There's like a tragedy that people ruin the lives of others so much because of these ways like social systems kind of make men, you know? So in a way that's tragic, but it's not really tragic for him. It's almost more tragic for everybody around him, you know?
You know what I kept thinking of during this movie? I kept thinking that I feel like Perry Calavello from Windy City Heat watched this movie and didn't realize that aspect. Didn't realize that he's not a great guy.
Yeah, that he's not a role model.
Yeah. I was like, this guy is Perry Caravello to a T.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he even compares himself to De Niro within the first 30 seconds of the movie. So
yeah,
it's pretty obvious. But yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I definitely with the toxic masculinity thing. Like, there's even little things like the wives rarely ever talk. I don't think Joey's wife has one line in the whole movie.
She might say like a few things aside, but she never gets like meaty chunks.
She never gets a scene.
Yeah.
And they're always you almost never see Joey or I almost said Perry. I can't think of his name. Jake. You never see Joey or Jake with the kids. It's always the wives.
Yep.
And then when the wives are bothering them, they're like, go in the other room.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's an interesting, so the opening scene, where it's that opera score, the really kind of beautiful score, and it's him in slow motion shadow boxing in the ring. And you see the ropes of the ring are almost like imprisoning him inside of the ring. It's like he's like a prisoner.
That.
And there's a story.
I didn't think about that because prison bars are usually vertical.
Right, but it's like a different way. And there's a story that so De Palma and Scorsese, like career-wise, they always kind of had a little rivalry going on. And De Palma said I can't remember the movie, I think it was Blowout. He was like, he made this movie and he's like, okay, I finally topped Martin Scorsese. And he went in to Raging Bull and he saw that first scene and he said the first thing he thought was, oh my God, I'll never be able to top Scorsese no matter what I do. It's like the first thing he sees right away, he's like, oh my God, he did it again. But that's an interesting, and like thinking, he's a prison there. And then when he actually goes into prison, that's maybe my favorite scene in the movie, when he's in there and he's like fat and he can barely move and he's like yelling, why?
And he's
punching the wall and then he bangs his head against the wall and he just...
It was such an interesting idea to have him in shadow during that shot.
Yeah, and he just screams, I am not an animal. Just like as loud as he can.
Is that what he says? I couldn't catch that.
He starts crying. He starts crying and he screams, I am not an animal.
Oh, okay.
And
I didn't catch him say
It's
that.
so like there's a sense where that is heartbreaking, but not necessarily in the sense of you feel bad for Jake LaMotta, but there's this sort of like feeling of manhood that like is encapsulated in that moment, and that feels tragic.
Because he feels like he's finally getting justice served to him for being a prick, but he thinks he's just being a man. He doesn't really think he's being animalistic, even though at that point he's just wasting himself away, and he's at this club and hitting on women, underage girls, and he isn't even thinking of the consequences of it.
Yeah.
There's something he says. He says, like, does that look like a 14-year-old girl? Like, what does it matter? She looks like she's 21, so what's the big deal?
Yeah.
He says something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a film history question for you.
Yeah.
So Rocky, what year was Rocky made?
1976.
76. So I think, from what I understand, Rocky was like the first like major like boxing movie. I'm sure there's been others, but I imagine that this movie got compared a lot to Rocky. So I'm curious if there were any other like tentpole boxing movies besides Rocky, and how this compares to them. Because Rocky, this is like the anti-Rocky. Because Rocky, he's a good-hearted guy, rags to riches kind of a story. But here it's more he's just like a violent guy. So it's
That's actually
I'm just
interesting.
Curious what you think about that.
So there's a few stories I have about the Rocky thing. So the first time a Steadicam was ever used in a big film, it was in Rocky. And there was
was the Steadicam used for? Was it made for that movie?
It was made and used in Rocky. It was like the big where he goes up to the statue up those stairs is a Steadicam, and at the time there was very few people who knew how to operate a Steadicam. So Scorsese hired him to do the Steadicam in the movie, but he actually had to fire him because he said the shots looked too much like Rocky. And he's like, it's nothing about the work you're doing, but people are going to be reminded of Rocky. And in the actual...
So Scorsese hired a guy from Rocky to do Steadicam work, but he fired him because it looked too much like Rocky?
Right. He said, like, it's good work and everything, but it's going to remind people too much of Rocky. And
interesting.
It's interesting, too, because in Rocky, a lot of the boxing shots are from outside the ring, but Scorsese really wanted to make everything inside the ring because it's inside LaMotta's head. So what they did was they had Steadicams, but they put the operators on roller skates, and they skated around the action in the ring to film it.
That sounds like it'd be incredibly difficult, especially since the ring probably isn't very flat.
Yeah.
Or stable.
Well, in the ring too, I don't know if you noticed this. It's kind of hard to notice, but that actual size of the ring is bigger or smaller depending on how Jake feels. So there's actually different sized rings, and it's in scenes where it's like he's just like when that really good looking guy or whatever, he just is like beating the shit out of him and like ruining his face. It's a smaller ring because all Lamada wants to do is focus in on this one thing and just beat his face to a pulp. And then in this some of the Sugar Ray Robinson scenes, the ring is bigger to kind of show the grandeur of the fight and the importance of his rival in it. So they actually changed the size of the ring throughout shooting to better reflect Jake LaMotta's like headspace.
I never noticed that. If I had noticed that, I probably would have just thought it was they were just using different lenses to make it look that way.
Mm-hmm.
I probably wouldn't have thought that they built different rings.
Yeah.
But I was thinking about Rocky, because Rocky, yeah, you're right, it is shot outside of the ring a lot because you're meant to feel like a spectator, because most of the time I think his girlfriend is in the ring and you're seeing the matches on television a lot, so you're meant to feel like a spectator and you see a lot of crowd reactions and stuff. And in this movie it's opposite. You don't see a whole lot of crowd reactions, you barely see any of the audience, and you're just in the fight with him.
Yeah, and the crowd reactions only
really
come.
effective.
The crowd reactions only come when it's important to Jake, like in that scene where he
when blood
splatters. Yeah, there's that scene, the same scene where he beats that guy who Vicky said was good looking. He finishes the fight and he doesn't celebrate winning. He just looks right at Vicky, because that whole scene isn't about the fight. It's about him acting out these jealousies and insecurities on him, and then it's like when he beats this guy to a pulp, he looks at her like the message is sent.
Yeah, like not so good looking anymore, is he?
Yeah, exactly.
Is this the first Scorsese movie to have that stereotypical Italian, like, what you talking about, get out of here?
No, when his first movies, one was called Mean Streets, and that was actually one of De Niro's first big parts, but that's Harvey Keitel and De Niro and some other people, and it's all about small-time mobsters in New York. So Scorsese grew up in that milieu in New York. He grew up in Manhattan in a low-class neighborhood, and he always kind of, from the very beginning of his career, he made films about those people. So that was always kind of his world.
Like yeah, as soon as I think it's De Niro said, "Forget about it," I'm like, "Hey, there it is."
Yeah,
that classic line.
Yeah, it's a very like, it comes out of Scorsese's reality,
There's this YouTuber I follow on. His name is Ralph the Movie Maker, and he loves Scorsese, and he grew up in New York, so he has a little bit of that accent, and Joe Pesci kind of looks like him in this movie. I'm like, oh my gosh, Ralph's like a little Joe Pesci, and I never realized it.
Oh, funny.
Yeah, he's a funny guy. I think the moment I knew that the editing was going to be really great is the first shot is Jake LaMotta like rehearsing like a stand-up routine at his club or something.
Yeah.
And then it cuts to the 40s at the boxing ring. And the editing, especially the audio editing, is so unique because it's silent for like a second, and then boom, like a really loud punch, and it's really jarring the way that's done. It's like it's edited, it's off just by a little bit, but intentionally.
And it's like that shows too, because it shows like Jake LaMotta 1964, and then it's a jump cut that's a match cut, so you jump back in time to him in the same posture, and then just taking a big punch to the face.
Yeah, it kind of makes you feel like you're getting punched, because like when you get punched, it takes like a split second for your brain to register it, It's sort of how it made me feel. So for the first fight, he wins, but then he's declared the loser on a technicality, but I wasn't sure what happened there.
Oh, I'm not talking about? Yeah, I'm not sure.
They're like, it's like he won the fight, but then they said the other guy won for some reason, like they had something against him or something. I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
I thought race was gonna play into it because he fights a lot of black boxers, and it's the 40s, but you don't really get a whole lot of racial stuff going on in this movie.
No, only as undertone, probably.
Yeah. Yeah. Obviously De Niro's acting is really incredible. I love how the makeup work is really good too. Like he's got that big fat nose throughout the whole movie. And the makeup on him when is it in the 60s later in the movie?
Yeah.
The makeup is different, and he looks older, and he looks like he's been punched a lot, and his face is sort of warped from that.
Yeah.
And he carries himself so much differently.
Well, and an interesting thing too about De Niro's whole thing. So De Niro actually trained with Jake LaMotta to learn how to box in preparation for this movie, and he actually fought 3 fights in New York in a professional boxing circuit, and he won 2 of them.
Really?
Yeah, LaMotta said he was a really good boxer. So he actually learned how to box. And then for those older scenes when he's old and out of shape, they actually suspended production for a while, and De Niro went to Italy and gained 60 pounds by eating a bunch of spaghetti. And they had to stop production for a while because De Niro almost had a heart attack from all the weight he put on. But I think this is a really good.
Such a fast.
It's a really good performance because De Niro, does, now it's super popular, but like adding all this, like going and doing actual boxing training and putting on all this weight. But he's so good because he does all that stuff, but he doesn't just let that outside stuff become his performance. He still takes all of those internal things, and all of his like subtle acting still plays a big part of it. So he does all that method to make his character look the right way on the outside, but he doesn't stop it there. He really still builds his character, and he really creates a very like memorable and specific personality for the character.
Yeah. Did you ever see The Fighter, the Mark Wahlberg boxing movie?
Yeah.
I feel like Mark Wahlberg did a lot of the training for the boxing, and then he sort of stopped there.
Yeah.
But then Christian Bale did the De Niro thing where he learned how to box, he lost a lot of weight, and he did a lot of really subtle performances.
Yeah.
So if you want to see like a contrast between like what that can do, take that extra step, I think that's a really great movie to see that side by side.
Yeah.
Because Christian Bale is putting everything he's got on that film.
Yeah.
And Mark Wahlberg is just kind of like boxing man.
Yeah, and it's important to go that extra step and really create your character, not just like create the outsides.
Yeah. I feel like there's like only, there's a ton of boxing movies, and I feel like there's only like 2 kinds of boxing movies, and this isn't one of them, which is interesting. It's either like rags to riches, a guy just really wants to be the best, and he has a girlfriend, and the girlfriend doesn't want him to fight, and they have like an on again, off again relationship, and then they win or lose at the end, which is Rocky.
Yeah.
And then you have like the boxer is just like I guess that's pretty much it. That's pretty much every boxing movie. But this one kind of breaks that mold. And
well, in this one,
it's about a guy, and he doesn't really. I don't think he ever loses a fight, except for that time he
does. He loses
like,
to Sugar.
Like a technicality.
He loses to Sugar Ray when he gets the pulp beat out of him to lose the belt.
Oh yeah.
And he also throws that fight. He throws a fight.
Oh okay.
Yeah.
But there's most of the time it's pretty convincing that he's like one of the best. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not like working his way up the ranks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he's not like a mediocre fighter at the beginning and a great fighter at the end. He's pretty consistent the whole way through.
Right.
Which is interesting.
I think part of that too is like, Scorsese isn't really interested in the actual sport. He's more interested in the man. So like the movie is more about manhood than it is about boxing. And Scorsese said himself too, he's like boxing, he's like anything can be boxing. He's like every time you make a movie, it's like stepping into the ring. So he really wanted to make this like larger statement on being a man and not necessarily just a statement on being a boxer, I've
been wanting to make a video essay about what is the best, what sport makes the best kind of movie. because I think there's some interesting stuff there, and I think boxing is probably one of the better examples because you can get up close with your characters, and it's such a black and white sport, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know this movie's not about the boxing, but with boxing you are able to get a bit more intimate with it.
Definitely.
I feel like football doesn't make as good of movies.
People have helmets on. It's about a team. Teams are really big in football. There's like 50-some people on a team.
Yeah, it's just hard to get intimate with that, and the action happens so quickly.
Yeah, basketball would be a good one too because there's a lot fewer players. They aren't wearing helmets, so you can see their face. Like, there's a lot more ability to.
They also
explore.
move really quickly there. That's why I think baseball is one of the best sports for movies because it's slow paced. You can see like actors in anticipation, you know, waiting for the ball to come, you know, all that kind of stuff. That makes for a lot of good drama.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. There was like a weird edit that every once in a while there was this weird edit. There was like a sign that showed up that said annual summer dance. It was like a poster or something.
Yeah.
And then there's a few other times in the movie where there's like, it shows like a sign or something and it takes up the whole screen. But the first time it happened with that summer dancing, I was like, what? Oh, weird. It was like a weird, it took me out of the movie for a split second. So I wasn't sure exactly what it was.
You haven't seen a lot of like French New Wave films, have you?
French New Wave films can be American films, right?
Well, they're like traditionally it's from like the early 60s to maybe the late mid 60s, but it's a group of French filmmakers who all kind of did very like kind of weird, untraditional effects and stuff. And it's a very like that whole like making a poster, the screen is a very new wavy thing, and it's actually meant to like, it's explicitly supposed to take you out of the movie. It's like a rupture in the narrative. It's like trying to make you be almost like aware that you're watching a film, you know?
Okay.
And that can be like this interesting thing too, because that then can like continually make you aware that like LaMotta's personality is constructed. It's not like something natural or just like a part of it, you know? It like refers and deflects, and it like creates this thing where you become aware that like manhood and the masculinity he's living is also a construction, like the movie itself is, you know?
I thought the thing that threw me off though was that I don't remember there being an annual summer dance happening after that graphic.
Yeah, that's where they were. They were in a place, they were all dressed up, they were at a dance.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's the place that he meets Vicky at? Is it like a country club or something?
So that's like this kind of cool, like lazy New York weekend. She's outside. She's at like a community,
she's at a pool.
A community center, like at a pool. Yeah.
Oh,
okay. And she's a neighborhood girl, you know, this is like a lot of things in New York. There's these little like neighborhood community centers and neighborhood pools where people go and meet and talk and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you, Vicky's relationship with, Vicky's relationship with Jake is interesting because it seems like she's never fully interested in him. Like when she first goes out on a date with him, it's almost like it's against her own will, but it's not really. It's like in society, if a man asks you out, you're supposed to say yes or something.
Well,
she doesn't really hesitate at all to say no, but she doesn't look excited.
She plays it cool. I think she just in general plays it cool. That seems to like, and she's young too. She's 15 when that scene starts. So she's not like I don't think she's fully ready to like be in the adult world yet, you know? She doesn't build up that like personality.
She really doesn't look 15.
She was 19 when this movie was shot.
Really? Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought her performance was good, but I thought the performance of his first wife was excellent. You only see her for like one scene.
Yeah, she's only has a few scenes. She kind of plays that like very like loud, intense Italian New Yorker.
But you can tell she's fucking sick of Jake's shit. And she is so angry. And when she's arguing with Jake at the beginning of the film, it feels like a real like domestic abuse situation.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like a movie. I feel like I'm watching like a real couple fight. When Vicky and Jake are fighting, it feels a little bit more like a movie domestic abuse kind of scene.
Interesting.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't know. It felt more natural and organic with the first wife. You know.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But with Vicky, it's that typical yelling at the wife and then backslapping her in the face, and then she walks away.
And some of those scenes,
that kind of thing.
well, and there's that scene, the big one. I think it like gets pretty real. Like when she goes in the bathroom and yells "go away," and he knocks the door over.
Oh yeah, I did not see that coming. He just fucking knocks. He
just knocks it right through, and then he goes over to Pesci's house, and that scene is shot with, like kind of with a shaky handheld camera, but he's like there, and then in the background you see Jake come in, and he just starts unloading on his brother, and then Vicky comes in, and he just decks her and like knocks her out cold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was pretty intense. And then Vicky is just like, yeah, I've slept. She's like saying, I've slept with anybody. What
do you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
Yeah.
Because his jealousy too, it's pathological. Like it doesn't. Nothing matters if it's real or like it doesn't matter. Like because he is so pathologically ingrained that this is the story and this is what's happening to him. Like there's no sense
convincing him.
No, there's no sense that reality matters. Like it's so ingrained in him that nothing could change him, With
that scene and also the scene where he's asking Joey if he fucked his wife, it doesn't matter what they say. He's going to be convinced that happened anyways.
Right, because it's a pathology, because it's a part of his personality. It's not a thing that actually arose from like narrative situation or whatever. It's like how he is. It's his internal self.
And the movie never gives you a definitive answer whether or not Vicky slept with Joey
or the
lobster guy.
It doesn't
matter.
It
doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it can be interpreted either way, but it really doesn't matter at all.
Right. Because it's not a movie about infidelity. It's a movie about sexual like insecurity and jealousy, and that's really what it's
this
about.
Is my wife, only I'm the only one allowed to be with her, and if anybody else, they're gonna hear it. They're gonna get it. And I think it was a really nice idea to have that confrontation scene with him and Joey while he's working on the TV, because it's in the 40s or early 50s, and it's right after he wins the title, and it's like he finally has success and he can afford this. He's got this nice TV and he's setting it up. He should be happy. But instead, he's gained weight, and he's still pissed off about the Vicky thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like that success doesn't, even though he wanted it, it didn't mean anything to him.
It's an interesting thing too, because during that whole scene, De Niro is always framed with the TV, and the TV is just static. It's almost like representing his head. It's like it's like literally no signal is coming through.
Yeah, and I liked how it's clear that it's early television and they don't really know what they're doing. And there's a part where Joey's like, yeah, I think I could see something, and it shows the TV and there's like nothing there.
Yeah.
I feel like Joey probably has the strongest character arc in this movie because he does make a change. He is a bit of a prick in the beginning, but at the end he's sort of given up on Jake, and he doesn't want any part of him. And during the acceptance speech that Robert De Niro gave, he mentioned that the real Joey tried to sue them or something, which falls in line with his character in the movie, that he doesn't want, he's not a fan of his brother anymore,
Yeah.
But which might not be the reason why he's sued, but that's what it seems like.
That's a really tragic scene where he sees him coming out of that like cafe or whatever, and he tries to hug him, and you can just tell that Joey just doesn't want him by him at all, and he can't look at him in the eye.
It's like he's more affected by Jake's violence than his own wife. Like he's been emotionally battered. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he's just like standing there, and he says he's gonna call him, but you get the sense that he's not gonna call him.
Mm-hmm.
And then you of course get that great scene where Robert De Niro tries to call him, and then he says that line that I said earlier. That's got to be like one of the greatest insults I've ever heard on film. Yo, mother sucks fucking big fucking elephant dicks. Yeah, I thought this was I thought this was really great, and I like movies with like characters that aren't very good people, but when you do that and you're not making them good by the end, you're not giving them a strong character arc, you have to have like a really interesting and powerful message, and I think that this movie definitely has that.
Yeah.
They do that that it's a bit of a cliche now, but that the montage of them growing up with the family, and you get the vintage footage, like the home video kind of thing, and
it's
feels
beautiful,
really natural.
I think.
Yeah, and it looks like a real family.
Yeah, and they have that sort of like kind of quiet operatic music under it. The first time I saw this movie and I saw that scene, I cried. I just thought it was really beautiful, like with the music and the Super 8 and the way it's put together. There's like such a like a authenticity to it.
I never really got that emotional with this movie. I think the closest I got was probably that television scene. But there's a music cue. It might be the operatic thing you're talking about, but there's a music cue that's used a few times in this movie. There's a few. It makes me think. It sounds a little bit like Somewhere Over the Rainbow. You know what I'm talking about? There's a few notes in there that I think are similar, and I kept thinking of Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
Yeah, because the one like opera scene, it's like kind of like da 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 da. You know, it's like
that's not the one I'm thinking about.
You're thinking of like, I think in the background is like just kind of like it's situational. Strings. It's kind of like very 40s sounding. It's like very of the time. That might have been what you were talking about. Yeah.
Do you know how this movie, I mean, obviously it was received well, but do you know what the conversation was around this movie at the time? Were they talking about the masculinity aspects of it at that time?
Oh,
or was it more about the filmmaking? Okay.
So the big thing that came out of this, from what I read, and Roger Ebert was kind of the biggest champion of this. He's been a big champion of Scorsese's whole career. But they were talking a lot about how, you know, this movie kind of shows, it's a boxing movie, but it was also like a redemptive movie for Scorsese, and how they kind of, him and De Niro both wrestled with a lot of things that kind of made their life, well, specifically Scorsese's life, kind of go on a downturn. And they brought up a lot of that stuff about like masculinity and the corrosion of it on the men, and the problems it causes. And it kind of like was talked about as like, this is, a lot of people called it like Scorsese's confessional. Like it was kind of a movie that was Scorsese putting out all of the kind of ruin he made in his own life, and how he was dealing with like men, not just in like sort of their social relationships, but on a very like personal, intimate level. So the whole like, and right away too, people said like, you know, this isn't a movie really about boxing. It's about a man's insecurities and jealousy ruining his life and everybody's around him. So it was very, very like strongly received as being about that. It actually lost Best Picture to a movie called Ordinary People, which now is seen as like one of the greatest like screw jobs in Oscar history, that it didn't win Best Picture. This movie kind of now is always referred to as the best American movie from the 80s. Pretty much universally on any of those best of lists, this will be number one.
Back to the Future? Hello?
Well, kind of a different agenda.
yeah, for sure. So that the famous, I think probably the most iconic scene in this movie is, I forgot what the character's name that he's fighting, but it's the slow motion
Sugar Ray Robinson.
Yeah, and then he gives up he's not throwing the fight, but he kind of gives up the fight, and then he just lets Sugar Ray just wail on him. I forgot what the reason why he let him do that was.
So this is kind of what I thought when I saw it. So Joey's watching it on TV, right? And he kind of has this last flourish at the end of the round, and he doesn't get him down. And Joey says when he's watching...
Jake does?
Yeah, Jake kind of tries to give him his all at the end of a round. And Joey, from watching it on TV, says he just gave him his best. This fight is over. And I think Jake LaMotta is so worn out by the end of that, and he knows he's going to lose, and he just wants to get pummeled. Like, that was kind of the thing I was saying earlier with the, like, he wouldn't go down because he didn't want the pain to stop. I just think he wanted to get brutalized. Like,
I feel like in any other boxing movie, that kind of scene would only happen after, like, his wife leaves him with the kids and he's, like, lost everything and he's like, fuck it, I don't have anything left, just beat the shit out of me. But that's not really what's going on here.
Right, because he never had, like, it's not about what he has in this movie, it's about who he is. Which is, it's so much more damaging because who he is he has to fix that, and he has no ability to fix that, and his inability to do that, he doesn't lose them right away, but he ruins their lives in the process.
So I asked you this earlier, but I kind of want to reword it. Do you think Jake LaMotta is a victim of toxic masculinity? Is he a sympathetic character in that way, that he's a victim of this pattern?
I think,
or is he part of the problem?
I think a victim is a hard word to use for someone who has so many victims themselves. It's hard to use the word victim for someone who abuses people. I think.
Well, I mean, think about, like, Michael Jackson. He was definitely abused a lot. It doesn't excuse what he did, but he is a victim who victimized people.
I think there's a very, like, this is, like, a very nuanced discussion. I think he's a victim in, like, a different way than, like, Vicky is a victim. Vicky is, like, truly a victim of his thing, but he's sort of like a prisoner instead of a victim. He's like he's like trapped in himself, and he's a prisoner of toxic masculinity, whereas the people in his life are the victims of his toxic masculinity. I think that would be the way I would say that.
Are there any examples in the movie of a male character who isn't a victim of that, who's a decent person?
Maybe his maybe his, like, older trainer, the guy who cries with him when he throws the fight.
But you don't see much of him.
No, you don't.
I don't even know the character's name.
Don't.
If I could want anything to change in this movie, it would probably be that.
Well, it's a movie. It's a movie so much about LaMotta, that I think it can be hard to add that.
But maybe if Joey was a little bit more of a redeemable character, that maybe if he was sort of like a audience surrogate almost, or something to show you the contrast a little bit more, I think would have been interesting. It might have been made the message a little hand-fisted.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think that might have been interesting to just see a character who isn't like that, or maybe just like a side character towards the end or something. Like, what if when Jake LaMotta is, like, saying hi to those people at the nightclub at the end of the movie, if he doesn't pay any attention to, like, the guy's wife, he's like, hey, this is my wife Rose, she's a whatever, you respect her, or something like that. Would that be too cheesy or something?
I think maybe the thing respect her would be,
or I mean not that word for word, but somebody, like, towards the end of the movie, show a guy that's like the anti Jake LaMotta, and then Jake LaMotta's like, get the fuck out of here, you fucking pussy, or something like that. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying. I don't know how it would fit. I'm not sure.
Okay. Just like a little side note, like, this is what people should be striving for, and then this is Jake LaMotta. I think, not like a big scene, just like a little taste.
I think that's a hard thing too with, like, and this is a thing in general. It's always it's a lot easier to understand the problems of things than to fix them. And I think, like Martin Scorsese making it, he probably as an individual didn't feel like he had answers either, he just felt like he needed to tell a story that was about it, but he probably hadn't felt like he had found a sort of, like, tried and true alternate way of being,
Yeah. There were a few scenes in this movie that I thought were maybe unnecessary, but after thinking about it through the lens that you're giving me, those scenes make a lot more sense now. So I think you've given me a better perspective of the movie, that I'm respecting it even more than I did before. Comparing this to the other Scorsese movies that I've seen, it seems like he likes to make movies with despicable characters, But here, I think it's pretty hard, unless you're Perry Caravello, to see Jake LaMotta as a good role model. But something like Wolf of Wall Street, he's a pretty unredeemable character as well, but the movie plays it as if he's a good guy, somebody to strive for, but the subtext is all, you shouldn't be like this guy. So it's interesting to compare this to Wolf of Wall Street, because, you know, a lot of douchebag frat guys watch Wolf of Wall Street and think, that guy's awesome, I want to be like him. But then,
yeah,
if you realize what he's really doing in that movie, you realize that he's a fucking prick. So it's interesting to compare how he handles despicable people in both these.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Both these movies.
This movie is definitely, it tries to be a lot less fun. And Wolf of Wall Street has a lot of style to it, and a lot of that style is showing like fun parts of it, whereas the style in this film is usually someone getting beat up. So,
well, I think a big difference there is the themes. I mean, like, this movie's about violence and toxic masculinity. Those aren't fun subjects. But Wolf of Wall Street is all about excess. And excess can be fun to watch.
Yeah.
You know, just on its own. So it's not innately, like, something hard to watch, like domestic abuses or anything like that. So I think maybe that's why he took that angle. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like... Wolf of Wall Street's kind of like Always Sunny in that way, where it kind of makes it look like the characters are cool, but the subtext is like, no, these guys are fucking pricks.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah. I think it's at the end of that famous slow motion scene that you see that wonderful shot of the blood dripping from the ropes.
Yeah,
that's such a cool shot. I mean, all the stuff in the boxing ring is so cool. I mean, and it's in such high contrast to the rest of the movie, because it's a lot more, like you mentioned before, it's a lot more experimental. I didn't realize all that audio stuff, and like you said, they put fire in front of the lens and all this stuff. I really want to go back and rewatch those matches to see if I can catch any of that, because I didn't at all.
Yeah, there's like, it's in the, I think it might be the first fight in the movie. They like put fire in front of it, so you get it. It looks kind of like the way desert shots do, where the heat
where
waves.
It's like wavy?
Yeah. And the boxing scenes, they were originally scheduled to be shot in 2 weeks, and they took 10 weeks to shoot. So they put everything into those scenes. Yeah, they really tried a lot out.
De Niro is such a fascinating actor to me. Unfortunately, I haven't seen a lot of his classic stuff. You know how, like, when you first watch a movie and you recognize an actor as that actor, and then throughout the rest of your life you always associate them with that movie.
Mm-hmm.
To me, Robert De Niro is like Meet the Parents.
Yeah,
like that's my default De Niro.
Yeah,
when it really should be this.
Yeah.
but he's such a subtle actor, and like off screen he's such an interesting guy because he's such a shy and introverted person.
Yeah.
There's when I was taking acting classes at the theater department on campus here, there was a guy who was very introverted and very shy, and he always talked about how much he liked De Niro and stuff, and he was kind of like a social weirdo, like nobody really talked to him, you know?
Yeah.
And he had to give like a solo performance in front of the class, and we had never really seen him act. Like when we did exercises in class, he didn't really participate. So everybody, when he was about to perform, everybody had to look like, oh, this is gonna be awkward. But then he fucking knocked it out of the park. I was like, holy shit! It felt like he was like channeling De Niro's energy. It was really, really interesting.
That's wild.
Because usually, you know, you think of actors as, you know, jaded people who are looking for attention and just want to entertain people, but De Niro is a whole different animal, and there's not a whole lot of other people like him that I can think about. Maybe Joaquin Phoenix has a little bit of that.
Maybe. Yeah, I love actors. Actors are... I always think of this, like, you know, movies, I can, like, kind of approximate some of the other jobs. Like, I can kind of figure out how to do sound. I could kind of figure out how to do the lighting, but, like, I could never do what actors do. So I really appreciate actors, and I think the whole, like... I think that like Hollywood stars kind of the whole vanity thing, but most actors are really like thoughtful, serious, interesting people, and really great to work with, I think.
I mean, in the dramatic roles I've seen De Niro, and it never seems like he's acting ever. And yeah, in his comedies, it looks like he's acting. It looks like wouldn't it be funny if we got Robert De Niro to play this character, kind of a thing?
Yeah, definitely.
Actually, the first movie I think I saw where I recognized Robert De Niro as Robert De Niro was probably the Rocky and Bullwinkle movie. And that's probably his best performance, to be honest.
You should see Taxi Driver. I'd be interested to see what you think of his performance in that.
I've been here. Every time somebody mentions something about Taxi Driver, I'm like, that seems like it's my kind of thing.
Yeah,
because it's a darker story than this, isn't it?
It's
about a little bit of a mentally deranged kind of person.
Yeah, he's more of like kind of a sicko, kind of a sick weirdo. This is just about a horrible guy, but this is a little more like talking about men in a sort of way that it affects a lot of men, whereas Taxi Driver is a very specific kind of like killer kind of bad person. So it's a little less universal in that way.
Is De Niro a method actor?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a tricky. So what were you gonna say quick though before I go on?
I was gonna say, how do you feel about method acting? There's that classic story about, I forgot what actors it was. It was two famous actors. I think it might have been Laurence Olivier
and Dustin Hoffman.
Yeah. And Dustin Hoffman is being like a method actor, and then Laurence Olivier is like, why don't you try acting or something like that?
Yeah.
So there's basically two schools of thought in acting, where it's like you either act the part or you become the part. So I'm curious what you think about that.
So
whether you think there's a difference or not.
So I've worked with people who do both.
Really?
Yeah. So method acting is a little too broad of a phrase. When people think of method acting,
there's definitely a spectrum.
Well, and there's a lot of
on
people
the extreme.
who
you got the people who won't answer unless you call them their
exactly. And there's a lot of people who do method, and it's pretty normal. But it's just like an example. Some people do method acting, and like the one I predominantly work with the most is like, say there's a really sad scene in it that involves crying. And they'll have to think of something in their own life that would make them sad. That's a kind of method.
Yeah, that's probably like the least extreme version of method acting, where instead of acting sad, you're literally making yourself sad.
That's called, I hope I'm right on this, or the actors should really come at me, but I think that was Lee Strasberg's form of method acting. But there's also like the Stella Adler school, there's the Stanislavski method, there's like a lot of different method actors who all had different method.
There's no wrong way to do it, no. I don't think.
Me personally...
I mean, method acting can get kind of dangerous depending on what role you're playing, but that's about it.
Yeah. Me personally, I like working with method actors more. They're a lot more... I feel like I direct better when I direct method actors because they're a lot more attuned to their character a lot of the time. So, for an example, I work with someone who he's like at the Guthrie, which is a huge theater here, and he once for a role, he actually was auditioning for a homeless person role, and he was homeless for 3 days, and he went to the role after doing that in like rags and like dirty and like smelly and gross. And what he was great to work with, because what he would do is like there'd be a script and we kind of would block it out, and he was so in his role that if like a blocking thing didn't work or a line didn't work, he would like, it would make him so physically uncomfortable in his character that we just knew it wouldn't work. So I actually got a much better understanding of some of the characters I wrote by working with them through their method.
Interesting.
So I really prefer that because I think it makes better performances, and it also makes the shots more intentional. It makes the cuts more intentional. I think it like plays a lot better. The other way of doing it can get really good performances, but I think it requires a little bit more patience usually, because they have to try out a few different ways of doing this thing before they figure out the right one.
Yeah, I think the other way is a lot better for stage acting, because if you have to do it over a long period of time, it's a lot more sustainable to not do method acting. Method acting is good for like, you got to do it great just one time.
Yeah.
You know, just give me this one shot. But if you're doing like a theater run for 5 years, you're doing a show 12 times a week, you don't want to put yourself through that. So
right, you have to do like a more relaxed kind of method or something.
Yeah, you have to be able to turn it on and off.
Yeah.
You'll lose your mind.
Yeah.
And I haven't acted in a long time, but I really enjoyed doing it. I was really into theater in high school, and if I were still acting today, I think I would probably be leaning more towards the method acting aspect of it. Like, I remember there was like times where I would play a character that's supposed to be like if I was supposed to be out of breath or something, I would be like in the green room, like running in circles or something, doing push-ups, trying to literally get myself out of breath. And whenever somebody like had to slap me or something, I would ask them to just hit me. Like, I don't care. I had one director who was like, but that's not acting. I'm like, so what? It'll look better. It'll look better, because the slaps always, especially in like when you're not very good at it, they always look so hokey and they take you out. But if you're willing to have somebody just slap you, you know, it's gonna look so much better.
Yeah.
And the play I saw on campus the other day, it was like there was like one slap and people chuckled in the audience because it looked so hokey. You know, they do like a big wind up and then they go like that, and it's like, you know.
Yeah. You know what also never looks right, when it seems like this happens more on play, but like somebody is really mad and they're charging another actor and other people hold them back. It always looks like they like know that they're supposed to be held back. Yeah, it never feels like it's like real, you know?
Yeah. There was also a part in the play where like one actor grabbed another actor and they started rolling on the ground. And like before he pushed them over, you could see the actor like look back, like, all right, I gotta measure this up. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think another thing too, real quick.
What's funny is I think when I was acting, I think I was a decent actor for how experienced I was. But when I took the actual acting classes in college, I got like D's in them. And I honestly think it was because I was getting really into film, and I really can't stand like theater acting, like really broad, over the top stuff.
Yeah.
So I was making a lot of more subtle choices, subtle facial expressions, you know, that kind of thing. And that just doesn't play well for theater. You gotta kind of be big and broad, and I really didn't like that. So I think that's probably why I got a lot of points off, or maybe I was just bad, but who knows?
Yeah, I think too a thing with like so I've worked with some non-actors too who act, and part of the thing I do with a lot of them is I try to teach them some method things, like the whole like, oh, think of this thing in your life that you're unhappy with for this scene. And a thing that happens a lot with untrained people when you do that is they can maybe do that for one take, and they don't have the emotional ability to continue it through multiple takes. So that's like another thing that's nice for like trained actors, is they can keep on going there and they know how to do it consistently. Whereas untrained actors, you really get like one shot and you like better get the focus right, that camera better move exactly how you want to. So it's like important in that way too, I think, to get really good trained actors for roles.
Did you ever see that documentary, Jim and Andy, about Jim Carrey on the set of Man on the Moon?
Yeah.
Do you think he was being an asshole, or do you think that was necessary for the role?
So I don't know if it was necessary for the role, but...
Oh, definitely not. But there's something kind of meta going on there, because Andy Kaufman was such a prankster and such a lunatic that it makes sense to do that, to play him.
Yeah. I wonder if that's a case where, like, the ends justify the means, because that's a pretty good performance in that movie. So, by the end of the day, I guess if you get a good performance, you can say it's okay.
But then you got Jared Leto trying to be the Joker, and he's sending like used condoms and dead rats to his co-stars just to be an edgelord, and then the performance is just awful.
Yeah, exactly. That performance sucked. So I don't care what he did to like get to it. Yeah. He should have spent less time trying to do weird things to people and more time trying to act, you know?
Yeah. Well, the costume didn't help him at all. How are we gonna know this character is damaged? That's right, damaged on his forehead. That'll do it. What's that? Show don't tell? I don't know what that means. Anyways, we got really off topic here. What would you give Raging Bull a rating? I'm guessing you'd give it a 5 stars.
Yeah, this is a 5-star movie for me.
Yeah, I'd have to say so too. I was going into this conversation, I was going to say 4 stars because at first when I got done watching it, I wasn't really quite sure what the movie was trying to say because he was such a unredeemable character by the end. But I probably would have caught the toxic masculinity thing eventually upon like a second viewing, but it really makes a lot of sense from what you said, and yeah, I gotta give it 5 stars. I mean, everything has a purpose, and it's done so well. The editing is so incredible. I think this, I'd be really curious to see a color version of this, just to see how ineffective it is.
Yeah, because I think this really needs the black and white. I think it really does.
Yeah, it does need the black and white, but it'd be interesting to see it in color just to show why it doesn't work in color.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd like to see that for a lot of movies, actually, just to see,
just to ruin them.
Just no, not to ruin them, but just to see why sometimes a movie is better told in black and white.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wonder if there's ever been a movie that's made to look in sepia tone, like intentionally, like not black and white.
There's
just like
I
sepia.
feel like there's like some like Western movies I saw that I feel like kind of edge toward it in certain scenes, but I don't know if it was like we'll do this for the whole movie kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
Sepia feels like a bit of a gimmick though. Black and white is like a good artistic choice, I think, that can really make sense, whereas sepia is like gimmicky.
Yeah, because black and white, it just allows you to focus more on what's happening in the frame.
Yep.
And contrast, lighting. You can just. That's why when I took a photography class, and we shot all of our photos in black and white, and the professor said that it's so that we can build a relationship with light.
Yeah.
Because it's harder to build that relationship when you're seeing in color, because you don't see those light values as much.
I think black and white too can be a lot better for performance, because you really focus in on their facial expressions more when it's black and white, because you don't have as much other stuff to look at, you know?
Can you think of a movie that had no reason to be black and white and would have been just as fine in color? I got a really good example.
Honestly, this is going to be a bit of a hot take, but
The Artist?
most Hollywood movies that were made before color was an option would work just fine in color.
What, can you say that again?
So like movies from like the 30s and 40s, or that was an option then, but like a lot of those like Hollywood movies that are just like comedies or just dramas or whatever, that they were really only black and white because it was like the option they had. Those movies would work in color.
Well, you got to give those a pass, because it was like color was somewhat of a new thing, and it was like, these are the two kinds of ways you can make movies. You know, it was kind of like, are we gonna make it in 3D or not? You know, kind of a thing.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's not like they're making a artistic conscious decision.
They're just making a decision.
Like, yeah. So that doesn't really count. I'm thinking like modern movies, like Good Night and Good Luck or something like that.
Sure. What would be a movie you would choose?
I mentioned it earlier, which is that Louis C.K. movie. It was called I Love You, Daddy, which is an unfortunate title for the things that he did. But still, there were some interesting ideas going on in that movie, and it had a lot of potential, but it just kind of fell flat. And it's shot in black and white, and I think it was to sort of make like a Woody Allen kind of feel, because he's definitely going for a Woody Allen thing. I mean, you can tell throughout his show, Louis, and other things he's done, that he's very inspired by Woody Allen's work, but it doesn't really it is shot digitally, and it doesn't look great.
Yeah,
it looks like he shot it in color and then put it in black and white in post.
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember I shot a movie. The long one I did, the 40-minute one, is in black and white, and they always tell you to shoot it in color and then edit it to black and white because when you shoot it in color, you keep more of the information. And I shot it in black and white from the get-go, and I didn't care about the information I lost because it was about...
Was that so you could pay more attention to the shadows and things like that?
And it was, and you can like have monitors do it for you, but it was about the principle, you know? It wasn't about like making it better or whatever. I just did it for the principle of it.
Did you end up having trouble in post? Did you have any regrets? Like, oh, I guess I wish I would have had more information.
No.
Or something like that.
No.
No. Okay.
No.
That's interesting. Okay. Oh yeah, I think that about wraps it up for Raging Bull.
Cool.
Yeah. Great. I don't think this movie would get made today. I mean, it would. It's kind of like a woke movie, but because Jake LaMotta is benefiting from the movie, I think there'd be a backlash if it was made today. If this movie was made today, Jake LaMotta certainly wouldn't be invited to the Oscars.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
They certainly wouldn't thank him or applaud him for his bravery. I thought that was so interesting when I saw that. I was like,
that's wild. Huh.
Yeah. So we're gonna reveal what we're gonna talk about next week.
Yeah.
But first, share the podcast if you like it. Leave a review on iTunes if you thought it was good. And if you have any questions or comments for us, email us at inthecanmovies@gmail.com. So, last week, Jared, we talked about superhero movies a lot, and it got me thinking about my favorite superhero movies. And my top 3, in order, like number 3 is probably The Dark Knight. Number 2 is probably Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, believe it or not. And for next week, we're going to watch my favorite comic book movie, since it's on my mind, which is Logan.
Okay.
The Wolverine movie.
Okay.
I think it's really something special, and it's really trying to be a movie first and a comic book movie second. It's got a lot of really interesting things to say. It pays homage to a lot of westerns that I think you'll like. You'll probably get more out of it than I did in terms of that. And it's got, I think it has the best performances in any superhero movie ever, from Hugh Jackman and what's his name, Professor X,
Patrick Stewart.
Yeah, really dynamite performance, and it's one of the best looking superhero movies too. So, we're not quite out of the water yet with the superhero stuff. So
it keeps on going.
I'm dying. Yeah, it just keeps on going. When it comes to the superhero movies, the ones that I'm dying for you to watch is Logan, Spider-Man, and probably Thor Ragnarok. Maybe that's a good one. But yeah, I'm really curious what you have to say about Logan. I've only seen it. I think I've only seen it once or twice, but I think I've only seen it once in the theater, and it really stuck with me. So
okay,
I'm dying to watch it again. So yeah,
cool.
So we'll see you next week for Logan.
Yep.
Thanks
for
listening.
Bye.
Bye.
Here we go. You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in the right file.
I am serious. And don't call me Syrocki.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room.
I drink your milkshake.
All right. Happy Mother's Day, everybody. Welcome to In the Can.
Hi, Mom. Take 12.
My name's Leo Costello.
I'm Jared Wiedmeyer.
And today I have a little bit of a cold, so I apologize to the listeners if I'm a little nasally. But I'll try not to cough directly into the microphone here.
And I feel perfectly fine today, but I also apologize if I'm a little nasally, because that's kind of my default, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, we're both Midwest boys, so I guess that's both of our default.
Yeah, this is true. Although
Right.
I think we sound relatively normal compared to most.
Yeah, we're not as bad as some others. I definitely was a lot more nasally in the past, but I think I've grown out of it a little bit.
Well, neither of us really have that, like, oh, hey, Dare, I'm here. Oh,
yeah.
Ooh, I gotta tell you
For
this
sure.
one, eh? Okay, you'll like this. So
okay.
I was at a conference, a business conference in the Wisconsin Dells on Wednesday and Thursday. And it was kind of like it was like a media conference. So people from all over the Midwest were there. And there were two people from Oshkosh. One of them was from your regular public access thing, and the other one was from Titan TV. So,
okay, those are both from, or at least Titan TV is UW Oshkosh's TV station.
Yeah,
That's cool.
I didn't like go up and talk to him because I'm not I'm not a weirdo, but they were there.
Okay, well, what have you been watching this week, Jared? I was able to sneak a few things in. What about you?
Yeah, so I finished the Decalogue, which is Kieslowski. Yeah, the red guy. It's 10.
So that was 10 films, right?
Yeah, 10-hour-long movies. We tried to watch one a night, but you know how life works. But we just finished it. Fantastic. I think Kayla gave it 5 stars on Letterboxd. I really liked it a lot. They were really great.
On Letterboxd, is it considered one thing? Is it listed as one thing?
Yeah. It's considered one thing. You buy it as one thing. It was made for television originally, so they aired as episodes weekly. But I think when they showed it at film festivals, because he submitted it to, I think, like Venice and Cannes and some other ones, it was actually 2 5-hour movies. So you would watch the first 5 hours. I think there was like an hour intermission, and you went back for the second 5 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd be able to handle that.
It's hefty. That's a whole day, you know?
Yeah.
And then, what were you saying?
Ahead.
Oh.
No, I was just going to mention how with Avengers Endgame, they were apparently some theaters were selling tickets where you could watch like all 22 of the Marvel movies like in a row.
Oh my God.
Like, why would you do that to yourself?
You'd have to camp out. You would need like a long weekend. You need like a 4-day weekend to do that.
Yeah. I'm like, who has the time or money for that? Nobody.
No one. Nobody got money for that. The other movie I saw that I really liked. Okay, so as like a sort of side note, I saw this like 13-minute animated short called Asparagus. It's in the Criterion Collection. And that was kind of cool. It's like this woman made it with the AFI grant and like another grant, and it was really like experimental and kind of weird. And then I saw Madeline.
Was it nominated for an Oscar?
No, I don't think so. Actually, it might have been. I'm not sure. I never looked it up afterwards. And then
what is it called? I'll take a look real quick.
Asparagus, from like 70 something, I think.
Okay, I don't think they had that category back then.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and then I saw this other movie called Madeline's Madeline. It was this like kind of experimental film by Josephine Decker. She's like this independent filmmaker based in New York. She's fantastic. I really hope she gets like a festival darling kind of movie that gets a wide release soon, because she's got a real interesting vision, and it was really good. It was like predominantly actor driven. Helena Howard, she's like 16 maybe, she was the star, and she had a fantastic performance. And Miranda July, another filmmaker, played her mom in it. She was really good. It was all about, she was this like young actor in like this theater troupe who was kind of, she has like a lot of mental issues, and she was being used by the theater director as sort of like inspiration for the play they were doing. And it kind of became about this sort of like parasitic relationship this theater director had, because she kept on trying to like use her emotional turmoil to like find inspiration for her play.
Sounds like it would be a good double feature with Suspiria.
Yeah, exactly. It was good. It was
some
good.
Similar themes going on there.
Yeah, without the witches, I guess, but
yeah, without the witches and brutal, horrific gore scenes. Yeah. Anything else you've been watching here?
I saw the Comeback Kid, that John Mulaney special.
Oh yeah.
It was good. It wasn't as good as New Kid on the Block.
Or New in Town?
New in Town. Yeah, not New Kid on the Block.
New in Town is one of my favorite comedy specials ever. It's such a perfect set.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Comeback Kid, that's one where he talks about Bill Clinton a lot, right?
Yeah.
His mom knew Bill Clinton
in college.
That's a good story.
Yeah, it was funny.
we gotta go see Bill.
Yeah, he won't
if you're
remember
listening
you.
and you haven't, if you're listening and you haven't watched John Mulaney's New in Town, check it out. It's a great special.
Yeah, it was funny. I haven't really watched anything else. Cutthroat Kitchen, that like Food Network show, has kind of been my like I'm too tired to do anything else watching lately. But yeah, otherwise, I'm gonna try to watch more movies this upcoming week, I think. But man, it was like a long week. You know, when like you have a really long week at work, it's hard to sort of get the energy to watch like movies afterwards.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it was like one of those kind of things. So, what'd you watch?
Well, I had some time on my hands, and I was thinking about that conversation we had a couple weeks ago about catching up on classic cinema.
Yeah.
So I rewatched Kung Pao Enter the Fist.
Oh, that's number 6 on AFI Top 100, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Have you seen that movie?
Oh, of course, yeah.
So obviously I'm joking, but one of my roommates had just got done watching Ace Ventura, and it was reminding me of Kung Pao Enter the Fist because they were both directed by Steve Odenkirk, I think.
Okay.
And I showed it to her, and I forgot how hilarious that movie is. If you're listening and you don't know this movie, it's basically this director. It's basically him inserting himself with green screen into these old kung fu movies and like dubbing over everybody's voice, and then he adds in new scenes, and it gives the sense of like somebody just having fun with like these old clips, and it's the dumbest movie in the world.
Yeah, it's really stupid in like the best way possible.
Yeah, it's so funny. And there's like it's very quotable. My favorite scene is "That's a lot of nuts." That's a lot of nuts. Yeah, it's so you can't even talk about it without you not sounding like a moron. But yeah, it was a good time. I think the only scenes that don't hold up in that movie are the weird CGI scenes, like the CGI baby in the beginning.
Yeah.
And then the CGI cow fight. It's really obvious that this was a movie that came out like right after The Matrix, and they're just copying all the Matrix stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
There was like a ton of movies that did that.
Yeah, that was
The
like
Matrix came out.
That was like one of those movies. I feel like in the 90s, it was like Pulp Fiction came out, and a ton of movies tried to be Pulp Fiction, and then The Matrix came out, and a ton of movies did that like bullet time thing.
Oh yeah, it was definitely one of those tentpole movies.
Did you ever see? There's like a video of Will Smith, because Will Smith was originally pitched the role that Keanu Reeves had, and
in The Matrix, right?
Yeah, and he didn't take it because he was like talking about it. He's like, the Wachowskis came to me and they're like, so dude, you're gonna be like a secret agent guy, but you know like kung fu, and you're gonna like jump up and the cameras will all stop. And and Will Smith was like, what?
Man, I bet he regrets that.
Yeah, well, he said Keanu was perfect for it and stuff, you know, but he was like, I just like did not understand the vision when they pitched it to me.
So yeah, I rewatched that, and then I went and saw Detective Pikachu. Were you do you not know what that is? You gave me the most confused look.
No, I know what it is. I'm just surprised you went and saw it.
Well, I mean, I grew up with Pokemon. Did you? You were probably a couple years too young for that, right?
Yeah, it was around. It was like sometimes I'd catch the show when I was a kid. Everybody had those trading cards, which I hated because I feel like I bought a pack, you know? I was like, okay, I got to catch up. And like every pack was like just a bunch of energy cards or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what's even the point of this?
I was really into them when I was in elementary school. I remember getting in like fist fights with my best friend over like a Pokemon card.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah. But I grew out of it after elementary school, so I'm not like into it now anymore. But you know, it hit some nostalgic beats for me, and you know, there's that curse of like video game movies just being awful all the time.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think, I mean, it's not great, but it's not awful either. Like, it does exactly what it needs to, and the character designs are good, and it's got good humor. It's just lacking in the character and the screenplay a bit.
Does Pikachu wear a little detective hat?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, good. I like that.
Yeah, but it's got one of the dumbest plot twists I've seen in a movie in a long time. That completely deflates everything else.
Are you gonna spoil it? Are you gonna spoil it?
Nah. Okay, fine.
Okay, put the spoiler.
All right, so, I'm just gonna spoil Detective Pikachu real quick. So basically, the main character can hear what Pikachu is saying, and they can understand each other. And he was separated from his dad left him when he was 10 or whatever. And then if you find out at the end that the dad, this is gonna sound really convoluted, but it makes a little bit more sense in the movie. But basically, Mewtwo transferred his dad's consciousness into the Pikachu, and it was his dad the whole time, and he didn't know it. And they give Pikachu amnesia, so he doesn't know who he is. And I'm like, how would you not recognize what your dad? That Pikachu sounds just like your dad.
Wait, so Mewtwo is Mewtwo a good or a bad guy?
He's always been a good guy that's had a lot of experiments done on him, so he seems evil, but then deep down he's good, kind of a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, like Caesar from Planet of the Apes or something.
Oh, sure, interesting.
So yeah, it was real dumb. But it was charming. I don't think it was awful. It was exactly what it needs to be. Yeah, the trailer for Sonic played right before the movie, and it's night and day. Those two.
Oh, I'm excited. I might actually go see that for Jim Carrey's sake, mostly.
Yeah, I missed '90s Jim Carrey.
Yeah,
it's a shame that they brought him back for this one, though.
I kind of hope it's one of those 0 stars kind of movies. We just need a total bomb, you know?
I don't think so. Somebody was I heard somebody on YouTube talking about I bet this is gonna be 0% on Rotten Tomatoes, but those are pretty rare. And
I know.
They're almost never kids movies.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of critics that are okay, it's bad, but kids will like it.
Yeah.
So it's very rare for kids movies to get a 0% for that reason. And then, I actually wasn't joking before. I watched Citizen Kane last night.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. What'd you think?
It went by a lot faster than I thought it would. I thought it was going to be a real slog to get through. But like you said before, it really feels like a modern film. The way it's paced and the way the story is done. And I think by far the best element of it is the cinematography.
Yeah.
It's just amazing what they're able to do. Beautiful lighting, really harsh shadows in some scenes.
Mm-hmm.
And really, really great. There's a lot of miniatures I was surprised by.
Mm-hmm.
And matte paintings. Oh, that was great. Yeah, I really liked it. I didn't realize, I think you mentioned this before, that you never see Charles Foster Kane objectively. You're always seeing it through the memory of somebody else.
Yeah.
And I can't really think of another movie that's really done that in that way, which is really interesting.
Yeah, it's a special movie. It really is.
And I'm really curious how I would feel about the Rosebud twist if I hadn't known about it before, because how could you not know that Rosebud is his sled or whatever?
Yeah.
I'm just curious what kind of emotional impact that would have had on me if I didn't know.
Yeah.
And also, it kind of reminded me of Zima Blue, that short from Love, Death, and Robots, because they're both about main characters who found wealth and fame but longed for simpler days of their youth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah. The cinematography in that is, man, it's incredible.
And he's such a tragic character. He was given all of his money at such a young age, and he didn't want it. And he found success, but at the end of the day, he was reminiscent of the simple days where he could just go outside and play.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a beautiful movie.
Yeah, there was only 2 parts that I really didn't like. And that was the one of them is just a product of its time. It's that opening newsreel at the beginning.
Yeah.
It's Xanadu, Charles Foster Kane, look at him go.
Yeah.
This is the weekly news.
Well, and it's interesting when you think about it. When people were actually in theaters watching that, they would have actually seen one of those before the movie, you know?
Yeah, I understand it's a product of its time, but it's just like so overbearing and cheesy and
it's like the equivalent of like at the beginning of Tropic Thunder when they do the trailers for all of those movies for the actors in it.
Yeah,
it's like what you see
and nowadays, like a newsreel at the beginning of a movie is just really lazy exposition.
Yeah.
But in terms of what it was trying to do back then, it's a fair excuse to get away with that. And then the only other thing that I really didn't like, I don't know if you'll remember this. It's a very specific moment. It's right at the beginning of the last flashback, I think, when he trashes that room. There's this right when it flashes back, there's this close up of this cockatoo or something, and it like screams like ah! I was like, what the hell was that?
Do you know why he did that?
So weird.
Do you know why he did it? Okay.
No.
So it's actually it's closer to the end of the movie.
Yeah.
And he put it in there, and this is a direct quote from Orson Welles. He said,
"Can I guess?
Sure.
Was it to wake people up?"
Yep. He said, "I just needed to put something in there that I thought would kind of get the audience's attention."
It certainly got my attention.
Exactly. Well, and he I watched. There's
I want to see a movie made nowadays to do that.
Just
like right before. At the beginning of the last act of Endgame, just have somebody go ah! to the camera.
Well, and he did a bunch of interviews, and people asked him "Oh, how did you come up with all of these really complex and new ways of shooting?" And he was like, "Ignorance." He's like, "I just didn't know what the rules were, and I just asked for things, and nobody told me no, so I just did all this stuff. It's cool." Yeah, he just didn't know it wasn't possible. A lot of the stuff they were doing.
Interesting, yeah. Also, the makeup was really good too. I don't think enough people talk about the makeup.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't. There's only a couple shots where you could see the creases, but for the most part, the makeup's pretty good. And this isn't the movie's fault, but another thing that kind of irritated me was the quality of the sound and the music. Like those old movies, if you watch them really loudly, it gives me a headache just the way they're mixed.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know how I could describe it. It's not the movie's fault, but it's just
it's like something from movies of that time period.
When you listen to these old scores and they're not high fidelity.
Yeah.
It sounds like there's a loud concert going on in the room next to you, and it kind of messes with my head sometimes.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but I got that one out of the way.
Cool. Number 1 of the AFI 100 out of the way.
Yeah. So I showed you a video essay that was made in 2008, I think, called "Everything is a Remix," and it's a series of video essays that I really enjoyed. I forgot who shared it with me originally, but I love them so much, and they're all about how pretty much there's no such thing as originality. Everything is either copied, transformed, or combined to create new things, and it's a bit of a semantic argument. And you said, and I showed you the video essay, so I'm curious what you thought of it, and you said it could spark a good discussion about originality.
Yeah, especially related to movies, and kind of just to preface it, I think you would agree with me that that's kind of the general consensus, is everybody kind of thinks of the idea of everything being a remix, and originality is just combining things in kind of new ways, or you would generally think that's what people think of movies right now in general, right?
I guess so. I honestly don't think most people think about it that way.
Yeah.
Or don't even think bother to think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's interesting because so a big part of what that video is saying that I think is really important is it contextualized it in terms of capitalism and money, and how it is kind of part of the reason that things happen that way isn't because it's the way art is always made, but in a culture where money is the main profit, you kind of need to use old things to be able to get back on your investment. This is especially true in movies because movies are a big investment for art.
Yeah, it reminds me when he's talking about patents and how it could it could cost a lot of money and resources to create a new invention, but that somebody else could take that invention and change it a little bit, and be able to sell it for a lot less because they didn't use all those times and resources, which is why we need patents. But Disney basically destroyed the idea of like copyright holding and what is it called? I think it's patent. What's the term where you're able to fair use? No,
creative licenses?
Well, public domain. So, like, a lot of Disney's properties were based on things in the public domain, like, Cinderella, Snow White, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But then when it came time for their stuff to be in the public domain so other people could use it for inspiration, they were like, nah.
Yeah.
Not us.
It's not public domain anymore, sucker.
It used to be like the death of the artist plus 60 years or something, then it went into the public domain, but it's a lot more complicated now, and it's mostly because of what Disney did to it, which is a shame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was especially interesting to me and kind of like synchronic that you showed me this video right now, because I'm reading a book right now called Modern Cinema, and it's this like survey of European art film from 1950 to 1980, and that whole book is talking about how like modern cinema at this time was like literally creating new stories, and it was about like directors and filmmakers who use editing in completely different ways, and they were trying to tell stories about things that, like, instead of telling stories about people or like journeys or whatever, they would tell stories about memory, and like they would have like kind of concepts or ideas be the main plot instead of actual things that happened. So they were trying to use the form in totally unique ways and in things like ways that had never been done before at that time. But a lot of their stuff actually ended up just getting co-opted into like regular films, like the ways they edited or the ways they shot things. But it's like interesting that was like considered a project back then. Like people thought new things could kind of be made, but we're sort of at this point where we don't envision a world where anything new could be made, which is I think why these huge blockbusters are so popular, is because people couldn't imagine a new thing happening, so they just go see the old thing,
Well, I think people are just like addicted to nostalgia now. They just like seeing what's familiar, and it's a riskier thing to get into something that's new because like, oh, I don't know what that is, Yeah, people enjoy the familiar, which is why in that video essay he said that out of the top 10 movies over the past 10 years, I think it was like 70 something out of 100 of them were either remakes or sequels to established franchises or something.
Yeah.
So that movie was made like 8 years ago. So I went through the past 10 years and looked at the 10 highest grossing films from each of those years, and I wrote down a list of what could be considered original movies from there, and I only came up with like 11. So despite whether or not original movies are still getting made, it's obvious that that's not what people want. Actually, it could be what people want.
It could be what people want, yeah.
Yeah. It could be what people want, but that's not what sells.
Yeah. And a big reason it doesn't sell is because, a huge chunk of these budgets are marketing. So the movies that get marketed the most and get, the McDonald's toys and kind of become a larger part of like the economics than just the movie itself, that's like what makes it. Like a lot of people don't even listen to festivals and see what is made, What were you gonna say?
I believe the rule of thumb is that you double the budget for the production, and that's usually what is spent on marketing.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you spend $2 billion on a movie, you're gonna probably spend $2 billion in marketing that movie.
Yeah, so it's a hard thing for newer unique stories to sort of gain traction, because those they don't usually have the budget for huge marketing. Their marketing usually ends up being festival premieres and awards they get there, and they hope they get picked up or whatever by a distribution company.
You know what list I would love to see? I bet somebody's made it, but like a top 10 grossing movies of all time, but like adjusted by how much the budget is. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, like what the difference was, you mean?
Yeah, because like most of these movies are multi-million-dollar movies, but if you somehow make a mathematical equation to balance that with how much money was spent making it and how much money was spent marketing it, then you might be able to get a better sense for like what the highest grossing movies are that have like more, without being biased towards what was the most expensive.
Most of them would probably be horror movies, like Paranormal Activity and Blair Witch Project. Those things would probably be there.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that most of the movies that are on this list that I wrote, you wouldn't really consider original because they fall into pretty standard formats and genres.
Yeah.
I'll just go through them real quick. One of them is Avatar, which they talked about in the movie, in the video essay. And Avatar, I guess you could say, is an original movie, but it's very much a subgenre that he calls, I bet you laughed at this, he calls it Sorry About Colonialism.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where white people feel bad about the bad stuff happening on their behalf. So like Dances with Wolves and Pocahontas or whatever. Yeah. And then there's Up, which is a bit of a genre movie as well. Then there's The Hangover, which is, just like a standard comedy. Despicable Me, How to Train Your Dragon. Most of these are kids' movies. Brave. Ted was on there.
Oh.
That's Seth,
weird.
That's Seth MacFarlane.
Raunchy
movie.
Comedy, yeah.
Yeah. Frozen, Gravity, which Gravity might be based on something. Secret Life of Pets, which is basically Toy Story but pets.
Yep. And
then Sing, which is one of the worst movies I've ever seen. So let me ask you, Jared, do you think there's such thing as original movies in general, or is it impossible to be completely original?
So I think okay, so this is how I'm thinking it. There was like a time, I think, where like this book I'm reading, a lot of those movies are like very much their own thing. And for movies to be made that weren't just, for a long time, movies were just almost like theater but with a camera kind of thing.
Yeah.
But the attempt to sort of like create an art that was just cinema on its own sort of allowed for like new ways to use the camera, new ways to use editing, and that project I think is still viable, and I think you could tell a story that is original. Like you would obviously you like using people and doing this stuff, but you could make it, the story plot wouldn't have to be like a hero's journey, it wouldn't have to like have a very specific narrative. It could focus, what it would have to almost do is it'd have to choose like certain feelings or emotions or like internal struggles, and it would have to try to visualize those things in a way that like only the person making it could attempt to visualize it. It would have to be very like personal and very specific. But it's possible. I think you'd have to completely throw away everything you kind of know about stories and movies to do it, though. You'd have to be trying to do something completely new. You would have to completely give way and like rethink the whole project of like making things. But I think it's a hard thing. Even there's just so much, there's so many videos we see now, there's so many photos we see, like it's hard to like photograph or film like the human face or like a landscape or like objects anymore and sort of get any new meanings out of it. And a big thing with it too is like a lot of things just by their existing are always pointing to something else, like a a glass of water is, you know, it can always be taken as, oh, this is a symbol for this, or like, oh, I've seen someone pick up a glass of water in a movie like this before. And like, even like without consciously referencing things, the audience themselves can kind of make connections to what they've seen before. So that's a hard thing too, I think, when we live in such a media saturated world, to be able to sort of cut the cords from all of the media that came before you. But I even think of something as recent as like Eraserhead in 1977 by David Lynch.
Yeah.
That's a pretty unique movie. Like, it's not really referencing many other things, and there's a lot of scenes in that movie that really are not really related to anything else that I can think I've seen, you know?
Well, I guess my argument is that even if you went out of your way to make a movie that's not based on anything and not taking any ideas or techniques from anywhere, you're still making something based on what you've experienced in your own life, and therefore it can't really be original. That it becomes a semantic argument there over what's considered original or not. Because even the most original movie in the world is based on something. There's a reason why somebody wrote something down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like a feeling or a emotion or a expression of something. Like
if you literally grew up under a rock and were given a camera, you couldn't really do a whole lot.
Yeah.
I mean, that goes without saying, but like, just look at the movies that I watched this week. Like, Kung Pao Enter the Fist is obviously a remixing of a bunch of other movies, and it's like telling the hero's journey story, so that's definitely not original. Then you got Detective Pikachu, which is based off of a video game, which is that also had like a card game and all this other stuff. And even Citizen Kane was based roughly on William Randolph Hearst.
Yeah,
right?
The newspaper tycoon. Yeah.
So I don't know. What's like the most original movie you think you've seen?
The most original movie I think I've seen. So for its context, like if I was to take the movie and consider it not in light of whatever's come after it, but only what it had to work on before, there's a couple movies in like the early 60s by Alain Resnais, a French filmmaker. One's called Hiroshima Mon Amour, Hiroshima My Love, and the other's called Last Year at Marienbad. And both of those are pretty distinct. They like don't, there's like scene by scene, like the story will being told, you know, with voiceover, and then it'll stop and it'll say like, no, I don't want you to be dead. And then like a character will come back to life, or it'll be like, this happened. And then in the middle of it, it'll be like, but it actually didn't. Maybe this happened. And it'll give like alternatives to it. So it's almost like there's not like a story. It's like there's a bunch of like recollections, and all of them are kind of held up to be possible, but none of them are given the sense of this is it actually happened. So there's like a thing there where like moment by moment the movie is kind of always changing itself. And then Hiroshima Mon Amour is one about two people. One is, so they meet in Hiroshima, and one of them is Japanese and the other's a French woman who lived in France during the war. And she kind of like recollects her story. So there is like the backdrop of the bombs being dropped in like World War II, but editing is used in a very distinct way where like you cut between the past and present within like shots. And for the time it was made, it's not really like a flashback in the conventional sense. It's almost like a present time flash into memory that kind of jumps right back into it. So there's like a sense where that movie is sort of formally telling a story that had reference to reality, but was totally kind of doing its own thing. And there was like people I think who were trying to build on that and kind of explore things, but those things are almost literary. You know, there's like Proust has a lot of books that kind of dig into memory a little bit like that. So there is some sort of like literary tradition they might be tapping into, not necessarily a cinematic one. So it's hard even then to really say it was this like, you know, birthed of itself original kind of work. But I think it's important for artists to at least try to create something new, because the sort of ability to imagine something new is really it's like the first step toward imagining any kind of different future or any kind of better world. So I think there's a sort of larger importance to trying to create the new, you know?
I agree with that in general, but also I feel like if you're going to tell a story that's not original, you should at least tell it in an original way. And I think that links to Logan, which we're going to be talking about, because it's certainly not an original story by any means.
Right.
I mean, it's a sequel and sort of a reboot in a way, but I think it does it in such a unique way that it is something to be admired. So it's not a necessary thing to be original, but...
No, definitely not.
Yeah. And I'm trying to think about it like an analogy of like art, like paintings. Like I feel like what people know and what's popular is just it's a very narrow scope of types of painting. You know, you got I don't know a lot about painting, but you got expressionism and all these other kinds of ways of looking at how to do a painting. And I feel like what we're used to and what we're used to seeing is just a very narrow scope of what's possible.
Yeah.
And then if you dig deep, you could find movies that are more abstract, more like what is it called, splatter art or whatever, that don't really make a whole lot of sense when you look at them, but it makes you feel something. And there's not a whole lot of that available. So if you get something like that, it feels more original, even though it's just like a different style.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm making any sense here.
Yeah, that's making sense. And that's interesting too, because even if you were approximating a movie like abstract expressionism, which like Jackson Pollock kind of stuff, you would still be referencing a painting style. So that wouldn't be original either, in a way.
No, I'm thinking about it as like a metaphor.
Sure.
Like,
sure.
So a movie that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, that I don't know. Let me think about it this way. Like, you've seen The Holy Mountain, right?
Yeah.
So The Holy Mountain was like one of the most like original movies I've ever seen, because like everything is literally not meant to be taken literally. It's all like metaphor and it's all visual storytelling, and it was unlike anything else I've ever seen. But then it made me think, this is just like a different style of painting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
It's a different way to look at the medium, and it's definitely original. But if this happened to be the popular form, it wouldn't feel original because it's what people are used to. It just felt original because it's not something I'm used to. There's probably a lot of other movies out there that are like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
But it certainly didn't feel like 99% of the stuff that I've seen.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I think that's a good thing to at least attempt, you know? Like, it might end up... And that was, like, in the remix video, too. He talked a little bit about how, like, sometimes inventions or discoveries were made simultaneously by two people that totally didn't talk to each other.
Yeah, the craziest one I thought was Alexander Graham Bell and this other guy who filed patents for the telephone on the same day.
Yeah.
And they both look similar, too.
Yeah. So it's
he showed pictures of them.
It's like two people having an original idea at the same time. It's like it's in the air almost or something, you know? It's weird.
Almost like it's inevitable. What's the least original movie you've ever seen?
in like, yeah, what's 0% original?
I've got a good answer for you, but I want to see what you can come up with.
So Gus Van Sant made a Psycho
that's
adaptation.
Exactly where I was going.
Yeah, a shot for shot.
Exactly where I was going.
A shot for shot remake.
I literally have that pulled up on my computer. A shot for shot remake of Psycho. Yep.
Yeah.
That's funny that our minds went to the same place there.
Yeah, and that was literally... I mean, have you seen the movie ever?
Oh, I've seen the original Psycho. But
yeah.
I've seen the trailer for it. It's got
Vince Vaughn.
What's his name?
Vince
Vaughn.
It's not good. It's like if if you saw the original Psycho and an alien saw it and just tried to completely redo every beat, it's almost like it's missing its like core. It's really weird.
It's missing its soul.
Yeah, it like doesn't have like the thing that makes it alive, you know?
You know, it's funny is I think he should have made that, but never released it, just as an experiment for himself.
Yeah.
No, but in the video essay, he references that Hunter S. Thompson rewrote The Great Gatsby just to get the feel of what it felt like to write a great novel.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe that's what Gus Van Sant was trying to do, maybe.
Definitely. Well, and that's the thing. Even some of our most original artists in all the disciplines, the first part of their career was often pretty derivative or pretty regular. Like Picasso was he made paintings for medical books when he was a kid and stuff. So like he perfected the sort of like realistic representation of things before he got into his cubism and his like weirder stuff. So like there's definitely a period of time for artists in pretty much any medium where they kind of have to create something that's totally a copy of something else to just get the feel of it before they can try to make their own original things.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah. And in terms of what's popular, do you think people, the general audience, do you think they'll ever crave more original stuff, or do you think they're never gonna lose appetite for that?
I think.
Do you think the general public's ever gonna grow fatigue of Marvel movies or Disney remakes or anything like that?
So there's a couple interesting things going on there. The first thing I would say is that there were original movies in like 60s, 70s, and there was a big audience for movies that were weird, and people would go to movies hoping they would see something completely new. So if it's happened before, I would guess there's going to be a time.
That's probably happened around the Andy Warhol era.
Yeah.
Where he was making like 16-hour-long movies of just a shot of a bridge or something.
Yeah. So I think there's even people now who want something new. So the audience might not be huge, but I think there will always be an audience for it, and it'll like wax and wane in popularity. The second thing of that, though, is like general audiences. So like the general audience of Back to the Future in the 80s, you know,
yeah,
are a different, like 20 years later, teenagers weren't born yet. So to them, the things that they see that are very reused can feel new to them because they're just so young and haven't seen movies before. So so for a lot of people, they don't have that reference, you know.
Also, I might have the decades a little wrong here, but in the 80s, weren't there a lot of movies being made that took place in like the 1950s?
Yeah.
And now there's a lot of movies taking place in the 1980s.
Yep.
So you make what you write what you know. So when you grow up, you're gonna end up making movies from the time period of when you're a child, which makes sense. You know, we're starting to get into movies that take place in the 90s. There's a lot of those coming out.
Yeah, literally mid 90s by Jonah Hill. Or Greta Gerwig made Lady Bird in like the early 2000s. So yeah, it's like when
Captain Marvel took place in the 90s.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So it's like when those filmmakers, they're like talk about a time they grew up in, which is a choice. You know, you can also make movies set in the future, or you can make movies set in like no time, almost if you wanted to. But yeah.
And you mentioned earlier that a lot of the reasons why these not very original movies get a lot of butts in the seats is because they market a lot. How do you think something like The Holy Mountain would do if it had a Avengers Endgame level marketing budget?
I think a lot of people would go to it and be very confused.
And disappointed.
Yeah, because I think when you're trying to market to people who just see, and a big portion of like why this is going on with movies too is just audience expectations when they go to a movie. It's like, I just want to go see some things. I don't want to think too much. I just want to kind of enjoy some entertainment. And if you're giving them something different than that and they didn't sign up for that, they're like not going to like it. A lot of it's about expectation, you know?
I think a lot of the reason why popular cinema isn't original film is because of the system that's in place, like you said. But would it be going too far for me to say that people are just too stupid?
See, and I don't think it's a matter of them being too stupid. It's just like, it's more a matter of effort, I think. I think
that's fair.
If anybody puts in the effort to try, then they could. I think it's more effort than it is like actual intelligence level.
Well, the reason why I bring that up is because like when I went to go see Hereditary, and there were some teenagers that were there that were on their phones the whole time, and they were visually bored because they were expecting like a dumb jump scare fest movie, but they got like an emotional family drama with some scares in it.
Yeah.
And I couldn't help but think like effort is probably a better word, but I couldn't help but think like these girls are dumb and they just want the dumbest shit in the world. But when they get something that's a little bit smarter, they're like, this is boring.
Yeah, I think it's effort. I think it's effort and expectation. And you have to be trained to like watch movies sometimes, you know?
But should that be the case though? Should you have to do homework in order to enjoy something?
For some movies, not every movie, but even movies that are pretty enjoyable on their own, like Pulp Fiction, right? If you have seen a lot of movies before and you get the references, your experience is a little bit more enriched. It's like an extra layer, you know?
Yeah.
And there are some movies that literally are just like, this is not, like, you need to have read some things and have a sort of cultured background to be able to kind of jump into this to really get the full meaning. And I'm not like advocating that every single movie in the multiplex be like that, but you know, if there's 12 screens in a movie theater, I think we can devote one of them to those kinds of movies, you know? I've never been...
I mean, are they gonna make money though? That's the thing.
That's also like, it's like in terms of budget, it'll be smaller, but also like nobody asked Van Gogh when he was painting if, is that ever gonna make money, you know? And he never wasn't thinking about that when he made it. Like, everything doesn't have to be a product of the market.
No, I'm saying if a theater is gonna open up a screen just for those kind of movies, why would they if nobody's gonna go to see them?
Yeah, and that's where you get things like, you know, maybe they can be subsidized, or there's like options.
Yeah.
And I think you can't, and they will never make money if the market never allows them in there in the first place, you know? So it's kind of like a what comes first thing. Because there were a lot of very like new and strange movies before that like people were like, nobody's ever going to see this, it's too weird. And they became like cult favorites, or they became like pretty big, surprisingly, or they had a small audience that really admired it. So there's like...
Almost every time I see like a general audience member who sees a movie and I ask them if they see a movie, they go, yeah, I saw so-and-so. It was weird. In my head, I'm like, yes, okay, I want to see that. Like, Sorry to Bother You. If somebody saw Sorry to Bother You before I saw it, I was like, what did you think? And they go, it was really weird, and I didn't like it. And in my head, I'm going, okay, it's probably like original.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be good. Yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah. So, do you have anything else to add about that? What do you think of? I know you like Tarantino, but what do you think of his style of? Almost like every shot in a lot of his movies and almost every sound cue is like a reference to something else, because that guy is like a human library, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So
do you think where do you draw the line between homage and ripoff, I guess?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think
it's all an intent.
It's an intent, but it's also just how it plays. Like, it has to feel transformed in a way. I think a big thing is, like, ripoff takes all of those same pieces and tries to recreate the exact same feeling or mood, where homage takes pieces of different things and is purposing it for a completely different mood or tone. So it's more of the emotional impact than it is the actual visual thing, you know?
Okay.
So, and I think that's what Tarantino does, is he takes a lot of, like visual cues, or like you said, those like sound cues, and he's repurposing them for like completely different tonal or story or thematic purposes than the original movies were using it in. So I think in that way it ends up feeling more unique.
Yeah. And it's not like he's taking things that really change the story. Like, I really like this female character in this old movie that had a patch on her eye. I'm gonna give my character a patch on her eye as a homage to that, you know. And it's not really changing the story at all,
right?
You know,
Right.
It's just it's like little bits of candy for those who know a lot about cinema like he does.
Well, and it can also be things too, like on the level of execution. And this is a thing I hear like Martin Scorsese say a lot. He'll like shoot a scene, and if he feels stuck on like how to tell it, he'll think like, oh well, how would John Ford have shot this scene, or like, oh, how would Stanley Kubrick have shot this scene? Like, so they're used as like a reference point for like, what about their movies kind of worked? What part of that can I integrate into this in the execution to make sure my movie works, you know?
And that's what inspiration is.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with inspiration. Like, you watch Paddington, and it's pretty obvious that the person who made Paddington had a lot of influence from Wes Anderson and whoever made I can't think of it. I'll just forget it for now. But there's a lot of Wes Anderson-y kind of clips in there, but it doesn't feel cheap. It feels like he loves that style and he wanted to do something similar. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with more Wes Anderson-y kind of stuff out in the world.
Right. And there's something different than like, you know, Paddington versus like YouTube videos that truly just rip off the Anderson style.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And it's like purely and totally just trying to like mimic that, you know?
Mm-hmm. It's not a parody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like, you know, this was like always a big thing in music. Like people would cover other people's songs, and because they're like, their voices were different, like the emotions might be different, like they might try to cover a song and make it more sad or more upbeat. It's like kind of like that, you know? It's like taking this thing that already existed and putting yourself into it, and then it changes by putting yourself into it.
All right. So I guess the moral of the story is more originality, the better. It's difficult to do, but it's not necessary. And if you're not going to be original, at least tell it in an interesting way.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Speaking of originality, let's talk about Logan.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to play a clip from the trailer starting right now.
We got ourselves an X-Men fan. Maybe a quarter of it happened, and not like this. In the real world, people die.
Logan.
I don't want to talk about it.
Logan.
Just stop.
Be careful. I need the girl.
What girl?
Go get her.
No. No. No.
All right, Jared. So last week we talked about superhero movies, and Logan is my favorite one. Well, right now it is. It's hard to choose, you know, but I really do think that this is my favorite superhero movie. It's a spin-off of the X-Men movies. It is definitely a reaction from Deadpool being so successful, being the first R-rated big budget superhero movie. And then they're like, let's give it a shot with Wolverine. And it definitely had potential to come off as like R-rated for R-rated sake, like just being gory for gory's sake, but I really don't think it comes off that way. And I think the story has a lot of interesting things to say, and I think it's shot beautifully and acted wonderfully, and I've been dying to hear what you think about it. So what did you think of Logan?
So it's definitely, this is like what I thought about it. And they show Shane on the TV when they're in that hotel waiting.
Oh yeah, that's definitely intentional.
Which is a similar, I mean, it's a similar movie. Shane is also about like a cowboy with a kid and leaves him at the end and all this stuff. But it reminded me, you know, Westerns for a long time, they were kind of doing the same thing, and they were very moralistic and kind of telling the same sort of American story. And eventually filmmakers were like, I don't like want to tell that story. Like, let's use the Western, but let's use machine guns and get blood all over the screen, and like let's start telling Westerns for adults. And this kind of felt like that. It felt like the Wild Bunch with a superhero movie, where it's like, we're gonna take it and like all the scenes where there would be blood, we're gonna show it. Like, we're gonna have them swear. Which, like you kind of said, those things are all related to the tone of the story and the characters, so it doesn't come off as cheap. It's like earned through the type of story they're trying to tell. But yeah, it very much felt like this, like, let's make an adult movie in this genre. Not every, not every single piece of superhero movie has to be just for kids or marketed to kids, which this could never be. It's like,
no,
even as an adult, which I am, it's pretty bloody. Like,
right,
it's excessive.
And
so.
I think the reason why this works so well as an R-rated film is because Logan, he has metal claws in his hands.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They reference it in the movie that he's essentially Freddy Krueger. Okay.
Yep.
You get attacked by a guy with blades coming out of his hands, you're gonna get cut up real bad. And this movie doesn't shy away from showing you that, of how brutal that would actually be. And the other X-Men movies are very cartoony compared to this. And there's a great line in this movie where so the comics are real in this universe. Like, people adore the X-Men and they make comics books out of it. And the little girl, she has these comic books, and there's this great line where Logan's like, maybe half the things in this book happen and they didn't happen like this. In the real world, people get hurt, and it's not funny. And I think it's a really interesting take that maybe these other X-Men movies that we've seen are basically movies based on the comic books in this movie.
Yeah.
Like, if these powers were real, it's violent, it's brutal, it's not happy fun time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think what I love about this movie the most, and I assume that you got this, is that the movie very much is about getting old.
Yeah.
Both from Logan's perspective and Professor X's. And Logan, he's getting old, and his healing power is wearing out, so his cuts aren't all healing, so he just looks awful. And the adamantium in his body is poisoning him. I guess it's always been poisoning him, but now that his healing factor is wearing out, it's like it's literally infecting him because he's got all this metal in his body, and he's just exhausted the whole movie. And then Professor X, he pretty much has Alzheimer's.
Yep.
And when we have somebody with Alzheimer's that has like the most powerful brain in the world, that can be very dangerous. So I'm curious what you thought about all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I thought it was good. It's a sort of, it feels like there's like an interesting thing being there said where it's like, well, if we're gonna go this place, we're gonna go this dark, it has to almost feel like an end of the road kind of thing. Like, I don't know if like this could have spawned like its own few sequels in this world where like Wolverine's going around killing people all the time. It like sort of has this feeling of like finality to it. Whereas Deadpool,
there's a story that like Patrick Stewart and Hugh Jackman were like holding hands and like crying during the premiere of this, because they're like, there's no other way we could have said goodbye to these characters than doing it this way.
Yeah. So the age stuff is good. The like sort of wariness of the whole thing, like they feel like they're emotionally very spent, and you can also see it physically. And I thought it was really interesting too, like having the kids in it, because it's almost like seeing this new generation who are coming into the world, and all of their like role models are people who are really tired of being in the world, which can cause a lot of emotional problems,
Another thing to note is that in this world, mutants just stopped being born for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And the bad guys are basically trying to create new mutants, and Laura, who's one of them, ends up being basically a clone of Logan, and she's, I guess, technically his daughter. So then you have the aspect of, you know, kind of looking at your younger self and how youthful and optimistic you were back then. And also an interesting thing is I usually get really annoyed in superhero movies when the bad guy is just like, they have the same powers as the main character and they're just fighting each other like Iron Man or whatever.
Yeah.
But this movie has a really interesting twist on that, in that the main villain is a clone of Logan, who's basically a younger, stronger version of himself.
Yeah, like as if it was from a different movie of him or something.
Yeah, and you have this theme of getting old, and then halfway through the movie you're introduced to this younger, stronger version of himself, and he has to face that, which I think is a really powerful move. Did you see the twist coming with the clone?
I mean, they were saying that they were gonna make like a new one or whatever that had like no soul, I think they said, or something like that. But I didn't think it was gonna be exactly Wolverine. I thought it would be something more powerful, honestly.
But there's that clip of there's that great scene where Professor X is saying, you know, he had the most wonderful night he's had in a long time, and then all of a sudden Logan sticks his claws through his heart.
Yeah.
Did that not shock you at all?
It shocked me, yeah, when I saw it. Yeah, definitely. I was like a little confused for a second. I was like, why is he just killing him? Like out of the blue. It was weird.
And the sound design and the score in that moment is so good. And apparently the shot, do you remember the shot where the clone, he's walking down the stairs, and it's when Logan first sees him?
Yeah. Yeah.
Apparently that's 100% CGI. The clone, which is pretty impressive.
That is impressive, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like Hugh Jackman's stunt double with his face put on it. And it looked really good.
Yeah, wow.
I don't know if you know this, but Logan is the first movie to be nominated for an Oscar for Best Adapted Screenplay.
Really? The first superhero movie to be nominated?
Yeah. I think other superhero movies had been nominated for Oscars in the past for like visual effects or whatever, but this is the first one that was like screenplay. I think it's well deserved. I don't know how you feel about.
So what do you like? What do you kind of like about the screenplay and the story?
Well, I was watching it with Rachel, and she said that she loved the dinner scene when they're having dinner with that family, and she said that the dialogue just felt supernatural. I'm not supernatural, but very natural.
That's funny. Yeah,
I agree with that. But also, I think the story itself is really tight, and the pace is really good, and you really feel desperation in Logan and Professor X, and you feel the grief that they've gone through, because they've gone through a lot of stuff, and they're just trying to. I mean, the whole plot at the beginning of the movie is Logan's trying to buy this boat so they could just live on the ocean, so they don't have to deal with anybody anymore, because pain and suffering just follows them everywhere they go.
Mm-hmm. And
I think that's really interesting. There's only one scene in this movie that I really don't like, and you referenced it earlier.
Which one?
Is the exposition scene of the nurse who had the video on her phone. And you watch the video of like what's happening at this facility where they're experimenting on kids. I think it comes off as like a really cheap exposition. And also the thing is, like, that video, it's supposed to be like raw footage that she took at this hospital that she wasn't supposed to take, but it's like all edited together.
Yeah.
With like voiceover. I'm like, wow, she edited this on her phone?
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive that she's really good at editing video. And yeah, I think that was kind of lame. And then it kind of sets up the clone, and I think it would have been neat if that came completely out of nowhere.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And for me, it kind of, when I was in the theater, when I watched it for the first time, it did, because the part about we're building a new clone, you know, that exposition scenes like that, my brain kind of turns off, because I'm like, oh, dumb exposition scene, I'm not gonna pay attention.
Do you know what it kind of reminded me of, actually, the movie? Because it's essentially a chase movie, right? They like get the girl and they're on the road and they're being chased by these people from the corporation that are trying to get the clone, right? It's a chase movie. It reminded me kind of No Country for Old Men, about like older people in the West. They're getting chased by this inevitable thing coming to them, which really the thing that they're actually fighting against, the actual antagonist of this movie, is just time. You know, it's not only like time, like kind of corroding away Logan's body, but it's also like the time he has to spend still trying to be a superhero and not being like on the ocean, like you said. Like there's just a sense,
and also the time there is, they're always on the clock because somebody's after them all the time.
Yeah, so time is really the biggest antagonist, and in that way, it kind of reminds me of Old Country for No Men, and like the Tommy Lee Jones character.
No Country for Old Men.
Yeah.
You switched the words around.
Did I say no old men?
I think you said New Country for Old Men or something.
Which is a very different movie. But yeah, it kind of has that feeling of like, I just don't want to do this anymore. Like, I don't see the purpose in it anymore. I think that's an interesting thing in it. There's like a few times where he says he doesn't feel like a purpose in it, where that's like an interesting thing to kind of throw into this movie that is hitting like a lot of the genre beats of a chase movie, you know, and you're kind of expecting like what's coming is what you're expecting and stuff, but he doesn't seem
Wolverine
to actually feel purpose.
Because Wolverine is such a tragic character in this movie, because you realize that because of his healing abilities, he's outlived all the other people in the X-Men.
Mm-hmm.
We never really get a definitive answer on how the other members died. Maybe he just outlived them, but that's sort of his curse, is that he has to watch all the people that he loves die, and no matter how hard he fights, no matter what he does, you know, they always die.
Yeah.
So he's like super depressed, and he carries around an adamantium bullet just in case he wants to kill himself, and it doesn't come off as like overly cheesy in terms of trying to pull your heartstrings. Like, you really believe that this guy has really been through the ringer, and he's just exhausted the whole time. Another thing I really like about this movie is the makeup is so good, especially on Logan. Like you could see that his healing factor isn't healing a lot of these wounds, and he's got all these scars around him, and he looks so awful in this movie.
Yeah, he does. He looks really beat up and grody. Yeah.
When I was watching, I was like, wow, they're really showing Hugh Jackman's age. And then a trailer for like The Greatest Showman came out. I was like, oh nope, he's still a handsome Aussie. Yeah. Do you think this the R-rated was necessary for this story, or do you think it was overly violent for the sake of violent? Because I don't think it is.
Well, like you kind of said earlier,
if this was a movie about Cyclops, and he's like blasting his eye beam, and they're like exploding and guts everywhere, then I think it would be like too overly violent for the sake of violence. But like I said, you can't realistically show a guy with claws coming out of his hands and have it PG-13.
Yeah, definitely. And I think too, a lot of the throughout the whole movie, Logan, you know, he's like older and he has to kind of preserve his energy more, and he gets affected more. His fighting style is very like, he's always going for like quick kills. Like, he's always trying to hit people in the head and stuff. And it's especially against the Laura, who is much more like acrobatic and kind of jumpy, twisty. Like, the fighting style kind of works that way too, where like if he's trying to go for the spots of the body that are like easy kills, like that would produce a lot of blood, you know? So it like makes sense too, just like where they get hit and those sorts of things. But like, of course that's what would happen if that was your superpower, that you had giant steel blades. Like it makes a lot of sense.
And you brought up something I didn't really think about, is that he always goes for the quick kills. It's like he's old and tired, and if somebody's going to fight him, he just wants to get it over with.
Yeah, he just right away is always going for like in the head or whatever, or like cutting off extremities.
I think that's sort of what that first scene is about, is when he's at the limo and those guys try to rough him up, and he's like you're not gonna want to do this. Please trust me. Just go away.
Yeah. And that's like interesting. Like when you think of another superhero like Batman, you know, Batman like has the no kill policy. So like you could make an R-rated Batman movie, but a lot of it would probably be what the villain in the movie would do and not necessarily Batman, because Batman doesn't really try to draw blood or anything like that.
Yeah, I think a R-rated Batman movie might come off as a little gratuitous, possibly. It really depends on the character, for sure. I think there was only one shot that was like gratuitously violent, and that was when the kids are running away from the bad guys, and there's that one kid who can like control nature or something, and he basically takes all these branches and like explodes one of the guys like a watermelon.
Yeah.
That was a little over the top, but that was like the only one.
And I will also say though too, just like real quick while we're on the topic, there's a sense of like the cumulative impact of all that blood. Like, and in each scene you kind of understand the logic of it, but by the end it's just kind of like, oh my god, this is a lot. Like there's a sort of like fatigue you end up starting to feel, maybe, where it's just like so gruesome, you know.
And that's probably the fatigue that Logan feels.
Yeah, definitely.
There was something I noticed towards the end of the movie that I'm not sure is a bad thing or a good thing, but towards the end of the movie, you could probably play a drinking game every time you see Logan wake up in this movie. At the last act of the movie is just like a series of him like waking up being like, what's happening, and then falling asleep, and then waking up being like, what's happening, and then falling asleep, because he's so tired he can barely stay awake for more than like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, he's like sleeping for 2 days or whatever at one point.
Yeah, I really like the scene where these kids who idolize him, they idolize him so much that their safe haven is based on these random coordinates in an X-Men comic, which coincidentally happened to be right next to the Canada border, which is where they're trying to go. But that aside,
okay, that's the thing I actually don't understand. Like, why are they safe in Canada?
I don't know.
Okay,
because Canada.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, it takes place in the future. Maybe Canada has a lot stricter security or something.
Sure.
That's a little bit of a lazy thing, but you get the idea of what they're trying to do. Or maybe it's not safe in Canada. Maybe it's a pipe dream.
Yeah.
You know, maybe they're not safe once they cross that border.
Because it ends with them still running. You know, you don't really get to see them be safe. Like,
yeah. But at least Logan, they fought off the bad guys that were chasing him. At least they did that.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I really like how they idolize X-Men and they idolize Logan. And when he finally wakes up from those 2 days, they trim his beard to look like he does in the comics.
Yeah.
Which is great for two things. One, it pays off. It shows like how much they care. They idolize Logan. And then it shows how much he's like, god damn it, what did you do? You know, I'm not that guy anymore.
Yeah.
And then three for the audience, it gives you that satisfaction of, yeah, we're getting Wolverine, you know?
Yeah.
We're getting the classic X-Men Wolverine. And by that time, he's got like this steroids essentially that amp him up, and he's got the white wife beater, for the lack of a better term, on. So you get to see, for like a few minutes, you get to see like the Wolverine at his prime action that a lot of people want to see, which is a lot of fun.
I'm really glad Wolverine is one of those superheroes that you're just really glad they didn't ever try to translate the comic book costume to movies.
the blue and yellow spandex.
Yeah, because that would have just been absurd.
Yeah. Well, I watched a really interesting video on like the X-Men costumes in the movies, and they were talking about that yellow and blue outfit in the comics. And there's an interesting thematic thing about that costume that comes across well in the comics, but might not come across in the movies, where so Cyclops is like the leader of the X-Men of that group.
Yeah.
And Wolverine is like the second-hand man, but he's always like disrespectful, but at the end of the day he knows that Cyclops is the leader. and that is shown thematically that if you look at Wolverine's and Cyclops' costumes, they're pretty much the same, except for the yellow and the blue, they're inverted.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a way to show their, what's the word, dichotomy or whatever?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's a visual thing that comic books do really well, but it would probably come off as cheesy in the movies for sure.
Yeah, it definitely would.
What did you think of the whole plot about Professor X having basically Alzheimer's and like having strokes in the most, because he's basically one of the most powerful weapons in the world, and he can't control it because every time he has like a seizure or whatever it is, people's minds almost explode.
Yeah, so I mean, like, just for kind of like confession, I guess, on my side, I didn't watch a lot of the X-Men movies, but I like get the gist of like what they are and who they are.
Yeah.
And
were you confused on what Professor X's powers were?
No, I like know what they are. I just haven't seen a lot of the movies. But it's, I don't know. I guess it was just like a part of it. He doesn't really use it purposefully, which is kind of the point, but he does in a way. Like, he did it because those people with the guns came in or whatever. And he used it for the horses that one time. Like,
he doesn't have a lot of power, control over it, it seems, which is why he's stored away in that.
Which, when you have Alzheimer's, you don't have control over your mind, you know? So
yeah.
It, like, makes sense.
Yeah, and there was only a couple moments in the movie where he was able to control it for a short amount of time.
Yeah.
So it's like you have to take care of this guy because you care about him, but he's dangerous, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I think too, it's interesting, like, superhero movies that are like this, because the superhero as a character, you know, are like the only really story you can tell by the end of them is they must feel some kind of regret for what they've done. Batman does a similar thing. Batman goes in hiding or whatever and like feels regret for all the like destruction he's caused and stuff. And
yeah,
but superheroes are different than like cowboys, right? Where like superheroes are almost like gods, where they can just like kind of control everything. Whereas like cowboys, the scope of the story is always a lot smaller.
Yeah. Well, another reason why I really like this movie is that the scope is smaller.
Yeah, they're just trying to get away, which is kind of nice. They're not trying to save the world or anything.
Yeah, which is a really nice change of pace. It's a nice, small character story, which is sort of which is why I'm looking forward to that Joker movie, because I see a lot of qualities in that trailer that I see on Logan. You know, just like a smaller character study kind of a story. I really liked the production design of this movie. There was a lot of like really subtle future designed things that it didn't really put a spotlight on. It was just like, oh, that's clever, because it takes place in like 2019 or 2029, and the cars look futuristic, but just a little.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they look like they could be made now, but they look just slightly futuristic, which is, I always appreciate that when like a movie takes place in the future and everybody's not driving a flying car.
Yeah, it doesn't go overboard with it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you have the driverless container trucks that don't have any. It's just like a one of those train cars, but on wheels on the road, which is neat. And I think the train might have been a levitating train or something.
Oh, I couldn't tell.
Yeah, but that kind of stuff I really appreciate. And like the group of bad guys, the blonde guy with the glasses, that's after Laura. Apparently, those group of guys in the comic books are like cyborgs. They're like half man, half machine.
Yeah, he had that like bionic arm.
But in this movie, they just have like bionic arms, which is all you need.
Yeah,
you
definitely.
Know, it's like not over the top or anything. Yeah. So, what did you think of this compared to just other superhero movies in the past? And do you see what kind of qualities that I see in it, I guess?
Well, I definitely see how it's different than other superhero movies. Like, you kind of recently have, for this podcast, I've been on a superhero kick that I haven't been on in a long time. I've been seeing a lot more superhero movies than I usually do.
And I usually don't watch a lot of superhero movies either, but it's because of Endgame, it's just been on my mind, I guess.
Yeah. So, like...
But we'll take a break from it after this.
Yeah, like, comparing it to what I've been seeing recently, it's nice that it's not so melodramatic and kind of cheesy like some of the Avengers movies were.
Yeah, it takes itself seriously, but because of its tone, it doesn't come across as cheesy when it takes itself seriously.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, when you take yourself seriously, when you have like goofy, like a talking raccoon or whatever, it can come off cheesy because it's like, okay, we're obviously not in the real world here. But here, because we're in the real world, it's a lot easier to take stuff seriously.
Yeah. And actually, I was thinking about this too when I was watching it. This is actually an interesting movie to watch after Raging Bull, because they're both about masculinity in a way. And there's like a relationship there between sort of like over the hump men who used to be very strong, but a lot of the things that kind of made them strong are fading away, and they have to deal with sort of their reduction of powers, and they're trying to relate to the world, but they really can't. So there's like a lot of that actual like rage that kind of carried over from Raging Bull into this movie that I was thinking about. Did you think about that at all?
No, I didn't. Because, I mean, obviously Logan is a very masculine character, but it didn't really seem like his masculinity informed a lot of what he does. You know what I mean? He's not like the kind of guy who's like, man up. He's a rough and tough guy because people rough and tough him up. I don't know if that makes sense, but I don't think he's a prisoner of toxic masculinity.
Well, no. It's not literally like a 1-for-1, but I think both of them have those undertones, I think, maybe. But yeah, not like a 1-for-1, but it is interesting that he's trying to like find a new place in the world. And
the only like scene where I even thought about masculinity was the scene where he goes off to help the farmer guy fend off those bullies that he's got.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm the man, the men will take care of this, sort of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it makes sense because the dude's got giant muscles. Who else are you gonna say?
Yeah. So I thought about that for a second in it. I mean, overall, I think during the movie it got a little like numbing watching all the violence, and I think I liked it more when it was done than while I was watching it, if that makes sense. Like, thinking about the themes brought me more enjoyment than necessarily watching the movie all the way through, and it just honestly a huge part of that was just how gory it was.
I think you just need to watch more violent movies, Jared. I think that's what we're learning. Do you feel that way when you watch like Kill Bill?
Kill Bill is so much like not cheesy, but corny.
Well, it's attention.
Yeah. And it's a lot more like, it's like Kill Bill is also like one at a time usually, except for that one fight against like the Crazy 88 or whatever, which is the opposite of one at a time.
Black and white scene?
Yeah, the opposite of one at a time.
Yeah.
But there was like a sort of very like intentional kind of sloggy nature to this. And I think too, a lot of the...
What do you mean by sloggy?
Like, it just like, Logan's old and slow, and it kind of trudges along, and the violence is really brutal and kind of hard to watch. It's just kind of like a harder thing to watch. Which is like to say, again, like, it works well after you see it, and you can kind of think on the themes more. But during it, you have to be ready. You have to have an empty stomach almost to watch some of it. Yeah. It's very different though, as far as superhero movies go. It's totally doing a different thing, which is interesting. But it still hits a lot of the emotional beats, and the sort of story beats are very similar. Like, they kind of follow this traditional, chase scene. We're here. This is what's going to happen now. Like, you're not really ever surprised by the turns of it, minus the clone thing.
Yeah, which is a great twist. I mean, the reaction in the theater when I saw this, you could hear a pin drop because people were just like, "What?" Because you don't believe that they're gonna kill off Professor X, and then to think that it might be Logan is just like, what the hell is going on here? And yeah, I think the underlying theme of the movie is, or part of it is, there's a line where Logan says, you know, bad shit happens to people I care about, which, you know, is something a lot of superheroes have said in their movies, but you really feel that weight in this film more than pretty much any other.
Yeah.
Where,
well, Avengers is kind of premised on
everything.
that. Iron Man is really premised on that in the Avengers, you know?
Yeah, but I just don't feel as much of the weight of that as I do in this movie. And also, the last shot of this movie I think is just wonderful.
The cross that turns into an X.
Yeah, that's a nice touch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I almost wanted to do like a slow clap at the theater when I saw that, because it's such like a beautiful moment. Like, here lies an X-Men sort of a thing, and it took the way it's shot. It takes you like a few seconds to realize why she tilted the cross over, because when you tilt the cross over, one of the X's is, one of the legs is longer. But as you zoom in, it looks more and more like an X.
Yeah, yeah.
So that was really clever. Yeah, that's about all I had to say. I think it's pretty great.
Yeah, it's definitely different.
You still gotta watch Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
I'll get around to it. I'll do it.
That's the only other superhero movie I'm dying to hear your reaction.
I promise I'll see it at some point. I need to take a little bit of a hiatus though, I think, for a second.
No, I know, but yeah, I mean, Spider-Verse is a lot different. It's not as gory as this one, that's for sure. That was always one complaint I had in those X-Men movies, is that you got this guy with these blades coming at him, and you never see like a drop of blood whenever he fights people.
Yeah,
and like he rarely even takes out his claws in the other ones because of that.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, one other thing is, you know Chekhov's gun, right?
Yeah, there was like 80 Chekhov's gun in this movie. There are so many.
Did you say 80?
I mean, I was being hyperbolic. Yeah. There's a lot of setups.
I like that kind of stuff, though.
Yeah.
You know me. I like setups and payoffs.
Yeah, you like the structure.
Yeah. Well, the best one, well, the most obvious one, I think, is the adamantium bullet, which is because in the beginning, you know, I carry this adamantium bullet around in case I want to kill myself. And then you realize that there's a clone of him, so then you know how the clone's gonna die. But the way it's executed is really well done. And I just kind of want to comment on that. Even though it's like a cliche and a trope, it could be done really well still. And okay, one last thing I wanted to mention is that the act. You said you like acting. A lot
yeah, I enjoy acting. Yeah. Good acting, yeah. It helps. It helps a movie.
No, what I mean is that's something you like to look for specifically.
Yeah,
a lot.
Yeah.
So, what did you think of the performances in this? I think that Hugh Jackman and Patrick Stewart just give dynamite performances in this.
They were really well reviewed, the performances, from what I read after I saw it. I think for what they had to work with, it worked. I think a lot of even the emotional scenes are kind of written for the genre. Jackman has a lot of rage in it.
Yeah.
Professor X kind of, has that like quietness. I mean, I wasn't like, they were like solid. They're better performances than other superhero movies are, I would say. They're like solid. The script is like definitely written like for its genre, and it works. I wasn't like blown away with, and there was never a sense where I felt like their emotions were like revealing something I didn't know, but their emotions supported the themes well, I think, if that makes sense.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the little girl, Laura, she did a great job too, and it's especially, how I always say that bad child performances like ruin a movie.
Yeah.
But I think she does a really good job, that actress.
Yeah,
even though Even though she doesn't even speak a whole lot.
No, she doesn't. And when she does speak, it's not in English. So.
Yeah. Apparently, when she's yelling at him, when she first starts talking, Rachel knows a bit of Spanish, and apparently she was saying something like, I always want to talk, but you never let me talk because you're always telling me to shut up or something like that.
That's funny.
All right, Jared. Do you have a movie picked for next week?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. So before we tell you what that's going to be, share this podcast if you liked it, and leave a review on iTunes. That helps us show up on the search results. And if you have any questions or comments, we have an email address at inthecanmovies@gmail.com. So, Jared, what do you have for me next week? What you got?
So next week, we are going to watch a movie from the 21st century in color from me.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty wild.
Wild stuff.
We're going to see We Need to Talk About Kevin by Lynn Ramsey.
Oh, I've heard about this. Is that with John C. Reilly?
Yeah, John C. Reilly is in it. Yep. And Tilda Swinton and, is his name like Ezra Miller, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From what I understand, this movie has a lot of really dark comedy, right?
Yeah, it's a darker movie. Yeah, there's some comedy in it. I saw it a few years ago. Lynn Ramsey made it. I really like her work. It's like a good story, but there's also a lot of like sort of visual poetics that help tell the story in a really interesting way. So I'm excited to see what you think about that.
I did not see that one coming. That was made in 2011.
Yep.
So this is the most modern movie you've chosen.
Yeah, I think so.
What did Lynn Ramsey also do? She did something recently. You Were Never Really Here.
Yeah.
I liked that one.
Yeah, and she made Ratcatcher. That was her debut, which I was considering for this movie, but I wanted to make it as modern as possible for you. So.
Okay. Is this movie sort of a demon child sort of a thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There's another movie like this coming out soon. I can't remember what it's called, but it looks really interesting. I'll tell you the name of it once I remember it. But it's the premise of the movie basically is, what if Superman was real, but he just wanted to kill people?
Jeez.
Like this kid's like has powers, but he's evil. So, all right, I'm looking forward to seeing this one.
Yeah.
So we'll see you next week for We Need to Talk About Kevin.
Yep. See you next week.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Here we go. You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in the right file.
I am serious. And don't call me Syrocki.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room.
I drink your milkshake.
Hello and welcome to In the Can.
Take 12.
Take 12? I think it's take 13, dude. Isn't it?
Dude, it's take 13?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we're at 13, bro.
Holy damn, we're way ahead of that. All right, take 13 then.
Okay. My name is Leo Costello.
I'm Jared Wiedmeyer.
And I'm feeling much better this week, Jared. So no sniffles for me this time.
What, Claritin? Was it allergies or a cold?
I think it was a cold. I got sick like right after I ate some Chinese food. I bet somebody had some dirty hands over there or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
some unsanitary restaurant food.
I downed a NyQuil bottle in 2 days, and then I was fine.
Awesome. You mix up some 7-Up. Have a good. No.
Yeah. Well, how are you doing, Jared?
I'm doing good. I just got up from a nap. I'm feeling rested, feeling ready to pod. You know, I think this will be a good one.
Yes, it will. Today we're going to be talking about, what is it called? We Need to Talk About Kevin. But
yeah, we need to talk about it.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where we're going to go with this discussion. There's some interesting things I want to bring up, but we'll see how it goes. But first, have you been watching anything this week, Jared? You said last week that you wanted to catch up on stuff. So did you?
Yeah, Yeah, I didn't as much as I wanted to. I actually got hit with overtime at work, so I had to stay up till like 10 o'clock at night working 3 nights this week. So that kind of derailed some of it, what I wanted to do. Yeah. But I did rewatch Cries and Whispers, which is a Bergman movie and one of my favorites. And I rewatched that. I just wanted to see something really serious and depressing, and it like fulfilled that for me. It's a great movie. It's one of my favorites. That one probably would have been on my top 10 had I been able to take more than one movie from one director. So I saw that, and I don't know if I've seen anything else. I obviously saw We Need to Talk About Kevin. Yeah. But I can't remember anything else I watched this week, actually. What did you watch this week?
I didn't really have time for anything because it was my last week. It was finals week.
Sure.
I did manage to watch a new sketch comedy show on Netflix called We Need to Talk About Kevin. It was called I Think You Should Leave. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, I think I've seen a couple sketches from it. Did you like it?
Well, like most sketch comedy, it's kind of hit and miss, but there were a few that really made me laugh. I mean, it's only 6 episodes and they're only like 16 minutes each. And I think this is like the second or third sketch comedy TV show that Netflix picked up from an SNL cast member who was only on for like a couple seasons.
Oh, sure.
Because the creator of this is Tim Robinson. And he was on SNL for a couple seasons, and I always thought he was funny, but they never really gave him much to do. But he really gets to kind of do whatever he wants in the show. So this sketch comedy show, it's sort of like Curb Your Enthusiasm in the way where it's like it's all about awkward social moments and taking them to, well, in Curb Your Enthusiasm, a lot of the humor comes from like awkward social moments taken to their logical conclusion, right?
Yeah.
So this show, it's more like taking awkward social moments and taking them to their illogical conclusion, like past the point of reality.
Right, like surrealist kind of.
Yeah.
And I saw two. I saw one with like there was like a taco bar on a date, and the other one was like a guy giving an award out or something, and it was like a dog humping him.
Oh yeah, I didn't like that one. There was one I really
thought they were
liked.
both pretty crappy.
There's a few, I mean, it's a short watch. You can watch it in one sitting. So even if you find one sketch in each episode that you like, I think it's still worth it. Because there are some real good ones in there. My favorite sketch was probably one with Tim Heidecker from Tim and Eric, and he's playing this he's playing this guy who's like really into jazz, and they're playing charades, and he keeps like all of the ones he puts in the charade bucket are like deep cut like jazz musicians, and he's like irritated that nobody knows who it is, and it's really funny. Yeah.
Which one is Tim Heidecker again?
Tim Heidecker, he's the shorter blonde guy. He was in that Jordan Peele movie Us. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I love Tim Heidecker. He's one of the brilliant comic minds today. He's awesome. Yeah, but that's pretty much the only thing I saw. There were some trailers that came out that I think you probably have some words about a couple of them. The first one was The Mountain. You want to talk about that one?
Yeah, so I kind of stumbled upon this one, but I just like saw it for the color, which is kind of like this kind of faded out, sort of very warm toned color.
It looks like an Instagram filter.
Yeah, don't you think? Kind of like a vintage Instagram filter.
Especially because of the aspect ratio. What is it, 4:3?
4:3. So it's almost the Instagram 3:3. I mean, although you can do different ratios now on Instagram. But it's like, I think one of the comments you said, it looks like Wes Anderson and Yorgos Lanthimos had a love child.
I didn't like say that. Somebody online said that, but...
Oh, okay. It's very totally true. What it looks like. It's like that sort of Wes Anderson, like, centered aesthetic, kind of vintage with, like, the sort of, like, menacing surrealism kind of feel in it.
Yeah, it's got Wes Anderson's sort of tone, visual tone, but then Yorgos Lanthimos is like, it feels like a Yorgos Lanthimos movie.
Like his narrative tone, almost.
And it's got Jeff Goldblum in it. What's it really about? I was having a hard time deciphering what it's about. You want to describe it?
So I think it's about what I kind of read it. It's like set in the 1950s, and it's about a kid who I think his mother dies, and then he goes to work with a doctor who's played by Jeff Goldblum, who does lobotomies.
Okay.
I think that's what it's about.
Yeah, I think I read that too.
Yeah. So it's set in the 50s. It's about this guy who goes around and I think he primarily lobotomizes women. So
just for sport? No, I'm kidding.
Man's favorite sport.
It's like, I'm tired of these complex women. I gotta dumb them down.
Yeah, so it looks, just on tone alone, it looks interesting. It's made by Rick Alverson, who also made, it's like called Entertainment and the Comedy. I actually haven't seen a lot of his work. From what I've read, it's pretty polarizing. He kind of does a lot of that, like, intentionally a little off-putting stuff. That seems to kind of be his wheelhouse.
He made a movie called The Comedian, also with Tim Heidecker, and Entertainment. And I've seen the trailers for both of those, but I haven't seen them. But they both look really weird and darkly comedic and interesting.
Yeah,
this one.
He also made a movie.
This new one looks
that.
a bit more serious, though.
Okay, he made a movie before that called New Jerusalem, which I think was a little more serious, and that was actually the best reviewed one he made, and it was a little more like realist and a little more sad, I think. And then The Comedy and Entertainment were both like more like formalist and a little more like,
they're like absurdist comedy, dark comedy. Like, I think I might be wrong, but I think Entertainment is based on a Tim and Eric character called Neil Hamburger or something.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it said in the review I read of it that it is.
Have you ever seen?
It looks.
Did you ever hear of? This is kind of tangentially related, but did you ever hear about the what is it called? The case of Tim Heidecker or something like that? Tim Heidecker did this, and he did this Andy Kaufman-esque thing. You can find it on YouTube. It's called like the trial of Tim Heidecker. It's like,
did he go to like local news shows and do shit? Was that him?
Yeah, he's done that, but this is sort of a thing.
Okay.
If you watch it, it's like an 8-hour long thing of like it's shot. It looks like it's shot in a real courtroom, and it's like this fictional trial of Tim Heidecker on trial for murder, and it's like just like this 8-hour long play that looks hyper realistic.
Oh, wild.
And it's got like a lot of really subtle humor and stuff. It just looks like a really odd trial that you would see on like Judge Judy or something. It's very Andy Kaufman-esque.
Okay.
And, yeah.
I love Andy Kaufman.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. Yeah, I just thought of that because of Tim Heidecker.
Ooh,
it's coming up a lot today.
This movie, The Mountain, though, on the IMDb parent guide, sex and nudity, severe. Violence and gore, severe. Profanity, moderate. Drugs, mild. Frightening scenes, severe. So it's got something in store in there.
Do you always look things up on the parent guide? why
of course. I gotta know what my kids can and can't see, you know?
No, but really, like, why did you... I'm just curious why you brought that up. Like, what
I was scrolling through it, and everything said severe next to it.
Oh.
That's the only reason why.
Oh, that brings up a random question I have for you. So, my roommate Rachel, who's been on the show before, said that it's really hard for her to watch like rape scenes in movies, and she thinks that if a movie has a depiction of rape in it, that it should be on the label, on the like when it says R rating. I think we might have talked about this before. But I'm just curious what you think about that.
Like, are you talking about like when it's on the like if it's the Motion Picture Association thing and it lists off the things inside the box?
Like rated R for gore, depiction of rape. You know, do you think that should be in there? Because that can be very tricking for some people.
Yeah, definitely. That's like a perfect place to put it. That's what we already do with that stuff.
Right.
So, yeah, totally makes sense.
Okay. Then there's the trailer for the Batwoman CW show.
Yeah.
And I brought
How
this
many
up with
CW
you.
shows you watch?
I don't watch any. I've always
No, me
found
neither.
them. I've always found. I mean, I watched like I watched Smallville for a little while until I got bored by it because I thought I was expecting like a Superman show, but it's just like a high school drama show with Superman in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm all
CW
for
shows. That's the intended audience, man. It's like high school.
Those shows, and they always look so cheap to me. Even though the production value is decent, they just look so cheap.
It's like soap opera for young adults, you know?
Yeah. And I'm obviously all for women empowerment and diversity and stuff, but this trailer came off to me as just super cringeworthy and like forced. Like he's like she goes into the Batcave and she's like, I want this bat suit because Bruce Wayne's not around anymore. And the security guard's like, this suit is perfection. And she goes, it will be when it fits a woman. And then she's like, never let a woman do a man's job, even though she's literally like stealing Batman's persona and stealing his like costume. And then she's like, don't let a man take credit for a woman's work.
I think though it's like dude, talk about like CW always has that kind of level of like kind of cringe to it, and it's also like
pandering maybe.
The target demographic is going to be like young adult teens anyway.
Yeah.
So like have at it.
And the
like,
thing
I'm
is,
not ready to. You know
and the thing is, I'm all for those kind of messages, but the thing is, it's just so forced. Like I was talking to Rachel about it, and she was looking forward to the show because she really likes Ruby Rose, and
Sure.
I was trying to explain to her why my distaste for the trailer, and it had nothing to do with like the feminist messages in it, but I was saying to her, like, look at compare the way that trailer shows powerful women compared to something like The Favorite, where the women are very powerful. But there's never a scene in The Favorite where they're like, never let a man handle politics. It's a woman's job. You know, they just do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, part of that too.
It's all about showing and not telling.
Yeah. And part of that too, you know, is like the difference between a prestige movie directed by a modern auteur versus the CW.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
You know what you're getting into, you know? Like,
yeah, you're right.
If you were like watching something and there was like some sort of ham-fisted expression in like Days of Our Lives, it's like just what that thing produces, you know?
Yeah. There was also a comment on the YouTube video that made me chuckle. It was something like somebody wrote, it was something, I might be quoting this wrong, but they said something like, so a woman needs to hate men in order to be powerful? Wow, how woke. I'm not sure how valid that statement it is, but it made me chuckle.
Yeah.
But that show will probably make a lot of money from merchandising and the fact that those shows are so cheap. So
yeah, definitely.
It'll be around for a few seasons.
Yeah, and I remember when I was like in the old Batman, like in the 60s Batman show, Batgirl was in that show.
Yeah.
Like, so there's definitely a precedent for that character.
Did you grow up with the Batman animated series, the WB show?
Yeah, I did.
That was my favorite show growing up.
It was so good. Batgirl was in that one too. She was in that show.
Yeah.
She was cool in that show, yeah.
Yeah, she was badass.
And those kind of movies they made in between them, she was always super cool in that.
Oh, you mean like the animated movies?
Yeah, they had like the Mask of the Phantasm and like Sub-Zero. Mask of the Phantasm was a really good movie.
Oh yeah, that
was good.
Yeah.
And the spoiler alert, the Phantasm is a woman in that, and she's pretty badass in that movie. Yeah. That's a good movie. That's a really good animated series.
Yeah. Yeah. And that show was pretty subtle too with a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that show was definitely ahead of its time. It was pretty ahead of its time.
Did you know that they animated that everything was drawn on black paper to make everything have that dark aesthetic? Like they started with black paper.
That's so smart.
Or a black background. Yeah.
Build from black. Yeah.
That's what made that show look so unique. Yeah.
It's the little things, you know. What a simple solution, you know, to give something its feel.
And then there was a trailer for It Chapter 2. Did you like the first It movie, or did you not see it?
I didn't see it. I saw the original It, like from the 80s or whatever, but I've never seen the one that came out, like, what was that, 2 years ago now? 3 years ago? Yeah.
Well, I think it's a really well done movie. It's got a pretty good script and it's got really nice visuals. The only thing is I just didn't find it scary. I found it kind of funny, but I don't know. I'm different when it comes to that. I'm sure other people found it creepy.
Yeah.
But the second one looks... Did you see the trailer for it?
Yeah, I did. I like how they did it because it's just kind of like an extended scene of the movie, which is always a good way to do a trailer, I think. Because you're kind of giving them, like, here's a taste of the tone that's kind of coming out.
Yeah, I really... Like. It was a really well-cut trailer, I'll say that.
Yeah, it was. And Chastain, always... She's great. I mean, she's one of our best actresses, for sure.
And It Chapter 1, the girl who plays the younger version of Jessica Chastain looks like Molly Ringwald, and in the movie they're like, you look like Molly Ringwald, because it takes place in the 80s. And there was like a rumor that Molly Ringwald was going to play her.
Oh, okay.
I think
that would have been interesting.
Yeah, that would have been interesting. But Jessica Chastain is the go-to redhead for sure if you want a really good actress.
Yeah, she's great. She's great. She's always one who I feel like I really want to see her act in more European movies, or like movies that you're like big time European directors are doing.
Is she European?
No, but she's always expressed interest. Like, you know, Michael Haneke, the guy who made The White Ribbon.
Yeah.
She has like talked a ton about how she just like would love to be in one of his movies, which I think would be really cool. Okay. I could see her do really well in one of Yorgos's movies. Like, I'd love her to go that. She would be so good in those roles.
She could pull off that dialogue too, that stilted dialogue.
She would be so good in a Yorgos movie.
But yeah, I think I'll find it Chapter 2 entertaining, but not necessarily scary. The first, like the production value and like the design of the characters and stuff is really cool.
Yeah,
and
there's an interesting thing where like sometimes it feels kind of hard for me to get scared watching a movie with a really high production value. Do you ever feel that?
I can understand what you're saying.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original, terrifies me, and that's like partially because it's shot like on Super 16 in Texas, and it feels a little grimy. Same thing with even like Psycho, which like still has that Hitchcock like structure that's so great, but it's the lowest budget movie he ever made, and it kind of feels like it. Like, I feel like low budget in the hands of a good director and a solid cast makes the best horror movie. Like, if you overproduce it, it's too polished to be scary sometimes, I think.
Maybe. That might have been part of it, but I think also, I think I just don't get scared as easily as most people.
You're so brave. I mean...
I don't mean that to be like a humble brag. It's honestly, it's kind of a problem.
Yeah, you wish you could be scared easier.
I kind of do, yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
A little bit, I guess. Yeah. Did you notice who plays the black guy grown up?
No.
He is the Old Spice guy. Look at you, man. Now look at me.
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I dig it. I saw Bill Hader in it too. Who's Bill Hader playing?
Well, he's playing Finn Wolfhard's character, the nerdy kid with the glasses.
Sick.
And apparently he's like a shock jock when he's older.
Okay, he's like the Howard Stern of his generation.
Kind of, yeah, from what I understand.
Okay, so. I dig it.
Yeah. So we talked about Batman earlier, and Robert Pattinson has been cast, I think it's confirmed, as Batman in the upcoming The Batman movie.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, do you think they should be making another Batman movie, or do you think we need a break from Batman?
Okay, so I'll do that one first. I think it's pretty... I mean, it's overplayed, obviously. But honestly, though, like, if it's gonna keep on coming out, I'm, like, all for Robert Pattinson being the guy.
Me too, man. I mean, people roll their eyes because he played a vampire, so he's already played a bat kind of already.
You must not know.
People make fun of him.
he's had one of the best 10-year choices in roles since Twilight ended. I think he might have the best choices of roles in the last 10 years outside of Joaquin Phoenix than any other actor.
I agree with you. He's worked with some amazing people.
Yeah, he worked with the Safdie brothers. He worked with Cronenberg.
But yeah, I think the general audience are kind of rolling their eyes because they only know him for Twilight, because the movies that he's been in since then are indie films. But he is a really incredible actor, and he's got some really great range.
Yeah, he's been in nothing but good stuff.
You've seen Good Time, right?
I love it. Yeah.
I was kind of sad to find out that you saw Good Time, because I really wanted to bring it up on the podcast. Like, see your initial reaction, because that's such a awesome movie, and he's amazing in it.
The directors in it, the Safdie brothers, I've been following them since like the very beginning. They're like someone I've always been keeping an eye on. Yeah, and I really hope they get a movie soon that just propels them into like the forefront, because I think they're really good.
They are.
They actually made a movie.
If you guys haven't seen, if you're listening and you haven't seen Good Time, go and watch it. It's a really, really fun movie, but in like a dark way.
They made a movie called
Go ahead.
They made a movie called The Pleasure of Being Robbed, or The Joy of Being Robbed, I forget which. But essentially what happens was they were given money by Tiffany, like the diamond store, to make a commercial for them. And instead of making a commercial for Tiffany, they just made a feature-length film about someone who gets robbed like
for the same price as the commercial?
Yeah.
What? That sounds like them,
Tiffany people. The Tiffany people were like, sure. They just like let them do it.
So, for the production splash art at the beginning, does it say like Tiffany's?
I think it might. I mean, they're the ones who did it, you know. And it's like ironic too that the title of that movie is The Pleasure of Being Robbed. Like they just essentially robbed Tiffany, you know.
That's funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, the only hesitation I have about Robert Pattinson is I'm not sure how his chin is gonna look in that cowl.
Oh, you don't think he has strong enough of a chin?
I don't know. I mean, obviously it depends on how the cowl is constructed. You know?
That's true. Dude, CGI can make anybody's, anybody could have the bad chin.
They just give him a CGI chin.
A real strong dimple chin, yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay, here's what I think about the Batman thing, though, is that I think Batman has been kind of overdone lately. However, I love Batman so much, and I just want to see a comic book accurate Batman on screen for once. Like a detective heavy Batman. You know? Like I want to see a Batman animated series Batman movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be amazing. But the downside, the first like negative sign I've seen about this is that the villains are going to be, excuse me. Apparently the villains are going to be Catwoman and the Penguin, which were the same villains in Batman Returns.
Yes.
So I'm like, come on, guys.
Who's playing Catwoman?
If I were to make a Batman movie, I would make it almost like a film noir, detective heavy first, action second. Make it a character study on Batman. And you lean into the weirdness. I want his Batcave to have a giant penny and a dinosaur in it. I want the Riddler. I want Clayface. Make it awesome. Make it weird. You know, they're never willing to go like weird with it.
Yeah, I like the idea. If you lean in that film noir, though, you could really play with you could deconstruct the whole femme fatale thing with Catwoman. You could play around with some stuff with that.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much interesting stuff they could do, but they just don't. I don't know why. It'd be so easy. I mean, there's so much source material to go off of.
Yeah. You know what they almost need? Like, all of these superhero movies have such huge budgets. They almost need Batman on just a lower budget. They need it on that, $60 million range like the Joker movie was, you know?
Yeah.
Just get a few big actors and get a limited kind of thing you can do and just, play in that range.
Agreed.
Come up with. That would be cool.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure. Did you think that the Batman, when we were talking about superhero movies, we never talked about the Joel Schumacher Batman movies? Did you like those growing up? Because
when I was a kid, I loved them.
Oh my god, I was so into them.
They're obviously listed as so bad now, but I was 7-year-old me or whatever was the target audience of those, and I loved them. So I had that VHS. I watched that at least once a week.
Yeah, I was the same way. And to be completely honest, there was a while where I didn't like them like everybody else. But now, I think for what Joel Schumacher was trying to do, I think they're fine for what they are. I mean, they're supposed to be like campy, like the 1960s Batman movies. You know, they're supposed to be over the top and goofy.
Yeah.
And for that, I think they're perfectly fine.
Yeah, I would agree with you, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, they're super over the top and goofy. You want to talk about Jojo Rabbit real quick?
Sure. Yeah, so you got to kind of lay the groundwork for this.
Sure. So Taika Waititi, who I think we're both fans of.
Yeah, I mean, I like his stuff. I like What We Do in the Shadows, and I like some of his work on Flight of the Conchords. He directed that. Yeah.
And you haven't seen Boy, but Boy is really good.
Yeah, I really want to see
Thor Ragnarok is one of the better Marvel movies. And he made Hunt for the Wilder People, which is also really good. So he's an incredible director, very funny guy. And he's making a movie. He's directing a movie and starring in it, kind of. In this movie called, I don't know why it's called Jojo Rabbit, but he plays Adolf Hitler, and he's New Zealand, so he's not the typical kind of person you would likely see play Hitler. And the IMDb description, it's PG-13, by the way, which I find odd.
Oh, wild.
Yeah. The description says, a young boy in Hitler's army finds out his mother is hiding a Jewish boy in their home. Actually, that's not a good description. Letterboxd had a better description. Let me look that up real quick. Jojo Rabbit. I think it might be called Jojo Rabbit to hint towards like the movie Harvey.
Yeah, because isn't Hitler like an imaginary friend in this movie?
Yeah. Okay. So this is a better description. Jojo Rabbit is about a young boy living during World War II. His only escapism is through his imaginary friend, an ethnically inaccurate version of Adolf Hitler, who pushes the young boy's naive patriotic beliefs. However, this all changes when a young girl challenges those views and causes Jojo to face his own issues. So the reason why I bring this up is because, Jared, you are Jewish.
Yes.
What's the right way to say it? I can't think of the word. Transitioned? Or what's the right way?
Converted. I
converted. I couldn't think of the right word. You recently converted to Judaism, and can you tell the audience your thoughts on depictions of Hitler? You'll say it better than I can.
Yeah, I in general really just don't. It just bothers me how much attention he gets in general, and I just don't like how much time people spend obsessing about Hitler and thinking about Hitler, and just how much mental energy Hitler kind of gets. And I think it really just bothers me.
I think you've expressed to me in the past that you feel the same way about evil people in general, and I think that'll tie very much into we need to talk about Kevin.
Definitely. A big thing though, like with the Hitler thing is like, I don't know. So like when I converted, you spend obviously a lot more time in the Jewish community. You become a part of the community. So I was around a lot of people who like their parents or grandparents were survivors or they were survivors. And it's just like, it hits a lot closer to home now,
Sure.
Like the thought of that person. And it's like which is why I'm glad the director's playing him, because he's his mom's side. He's Russian Jewish on his mom's side.
Okay.
And he doesn't look super white, the director.
No, he's got that kind of New Zealand caramel skin to him.
Yeah, and he's Jewish. So
yeah,
at least there's like something fun in this Jewish guy playing him and destroying his like image. But
sure.
But I just in general am like, I just don't like thinking about him.
So I got a couple questions for you just to clarify some things. So does it bother you if Hitler is in a movie at all, or is it more about being satirical and humorous about it? Like, does it bother you if Hitler is just in a World War II movie and they're just depicting him, or is it more about empathizing or satirizing him?
So the way I stand on it, did you ever see the movie like Downfall? where they kind of like humanize him a little bit.
No. Is that the one with the meme where they change the subtitles all the time?
Yeah. Yeah, I hate that movie.
No,
I think the project of Hitler in that context is dumb. Like,
so what
you're
are they
empathizing
trying
when you try to empathize and
how?
humanize him and make him a person or whatever, like you've got to ask the question, like, to what end and for who are you doing that for?
Sure.
I actually kind of like it a little bit more when he's a side character, when he's not the main character of a movie, and when it's like heavily satirical. Like, I always really liked his how he was handled in Inglourious Bastards by Tarantino.
Yeah.
He's like kind of like a whiny child in the first scene, and then he just gets his face blown up.
And it's just very cathartic.
Yeah, I think I like that the most.
Okay. What about your thoughts on and this is sort of what this movie's doing, I'm guessing, we haven't seen it, but like how Mel Brooks treats Hitler, because Mel Brooks obviously is Jewish and he's older, so he was around when he was more prominent. But yet he constantly satirizes Hitler in almost all of his movies, especially the producers, where he's got a musical about him. And there's a song called Springtime for Hitler. And he always carries around I don't know if you know this, he always carries around a comb. So at any time he could like make a Hitler mustache and do like a sing Heil thing. You know, he's all about making fun of it and making humor out of that awful person. So I'm just curious what you think about that.
I think like humor is a good coping mechanism for a lot of people. You know?
Yeah.
And I think it's always a different feeling when it's a Jewish filmmaker making a film about Hitler, and especially when it's satirizing, because it's a sort of like, it's sort of like saying like a fuck you, I'm still here thing, and I can do whatever I want with your image. Sure. Like, it's like, we're still here, you're not, we own your image, we'll just destroy you kind of thing, which is fun.
And I'm glad, I'm interested in the fact that you brought that up, because I'm curious, like, so would you feel the same way about this Jojo Rabbit movie if Taika Waititi wasn't Jewish?
I don't think I would feel differently. Put it this way. I wouldn't feel negatively about it, but it wouldn't be as funny or satisfying if he wasn't.
Okay.
Because do you know what I mean with that?
What if you went into what if you watched the movie not knowing who made it though? It's hard to like the overall question I'm trying to get to is how much does a film change in your mind depending on who made it?
So this is there's a deeper sort of general question here about like I don't think we can honestly look at films if we depersonalize or dehistoricize them. Because films, like everything else, are a part of history and are a part of a past. And I think to like truthfully and fully look at any film and any piece of art for that matter, we have to like look at its past and its person. And I'm not saying it can like, in some cases maybe it can delegitimize a work, but I'm not really interested in the way of like going against it, but in the way of like if a certain person makes it, it can add a background or like a sort of overlay to it that is different than if someone else makes it. So like for instance, in the Inglourious Bastards one with Tarantino, he has the Hitler thing, you know, and it's like good that happens, you know. And you know the scene where Eli Roth comes out and hits the Nazi in the head with a baseball bat?
Yeah.
It's like it would have been good no matter who did it, but it's like if Brad Pitt would have been, it means even more. Like if Brad Pitt would have done it, it still would have been satisfying. But because it's like this very like muscular, like Jewish guy, it like adds to that.
Can a movie be, can a movie's value be subtracted depending on who it is? Like hypothetically, I know this isn't realistic, but hypothetically, if the person who made Inglourious Bastards was a Nazi sympathizer, even though that's not realistic, hypothetically, if that was the case, would that change how you view the film, the value of the film for you?
We'll put it this way. So when I was a film student, we actually had to watch, I think, 2 movies by Leni Riefenstahl, who was she was a Nazi filmmaker. She made Triumph of the Will. Have you ever seen that or heard about it? So I had to watch Triumph of the Will and another movie. Yeah. And this is kind of how I feel about that, is by doing that, you can't dehistoricize it, because when putting it in its proper historical context of it. I'm not saying it delegitimizes the film, but you learn about some historical things about Nazism through like understanding that lens. So if you try to take away the historical context, I don't necessarily say like that film is like canceled. I don't like think that's helpful. Yeah. But I think by keeping the history of it, it allows you to look at it through a different lens, you know?
Okay.
So I think it's important to keep the history to a film.
This is sort of tangentially related, but if somebody makes a good movie and then later on you find out something awful about them, are you able to separate it from the act? Like, can you watch a Kevin Spacey movie and still enjoy his performance now, or are you not able to separate that?
We kind of talked about this last week when I talked about Annie Hall. Remember?
Oh right, yeah, we did.
And okay. I think there's like levels to that. Like I don't think I could watch a Bill Cosby movie or show anymore and like it.
Not even Ghost Dad?
I just don't think that's something I could watch anymore. Kevin Spacey is also another person I don't think I could watch anymore. Okay. So some of those kind of vary for me, but I
only bring that up because that's sort of related to the director's relationship to a film.
Yeah. So and Mel Gibson, I can't watch.
I was about to ask you about like Passion of the Christ or something like that.
Well, that movie is problematic because it has really negative depictions of the Jewish people in it too. Yeah. I think like the way they show the rabbis as these sort of like sneering like people in the corner. Like
he did the same thing with I'm gonna get the country wrong probably, but what's that Andrew Garfield movie? The war one that he did.
Oh, Hacksaw Ridge.
Yeah, did you see that?
I didn't. No, like I said, I don't watch his movies.
Oh right, sorry. But like the depiction of, I think it's the Vietnamese. I'm really bad at history and war and stuff, but I think it's the Vietnam War he's in. I might be wrong, but the depiction of the bad guys essentially is like almost comical.
I think that movie's World War II and it's the Japanese.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. What's the thing called where they stab themselves? Is it Harry Carey? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, like honor suicide or whatever.
Yeah, there's a scene where like they're about to be bombed and they know they're gonna die, and there's a depiction of them performing that, but it's done so comically. It's like a war propaganda cartoon. It's really over the top and cheesy.
Yeah. I don't think he's a very good guy. He's got some bad opinions about people.
For sure. Yeah, so when you first said the thing about Jojo Rabbit, I was at first I found out that this isn't what you think, but I was concerned that you were gonna be like, I'm not interested in seeing it, and then you found out that he's Jewish. And then I thought you were going to be like, oh, he's Jewish, so that makes it okay. But that's not necessarily your thought.
No, it adds a different context to it.
Yeah, I didn't. Did you read that article? You sent me an article as soon as I sent you the link to the IMDb page.
Yeah,
I didn't read the article, but I love the quote where it said like, Taika Waititi, did I do any research? Because Hitler's a fucking cunt or something like that.
Yeah. Which if I could like, that totally encapsulates my opinion of it, you know?
Sure.
And it's like a thing, it's like this, you know, like a person like Hitler, I don't give a fuck if he's done any historical justice. I don't care. Like put him in a movie just so I can see him get like blown up or something.
What do you mean by historical justice? Is there anybody
like doing
who's
like showing him as a human,
justice?
Humanizing him? Like I don't care. Like I don't.
Okay.
I don't see the point.
This is actually a good transition into we need to talk about Kevin. Do you think some people are innately evil and those people are 100% irredeemable, even a little bit?
So I think this is tough. So it's really hard for me to like say anything about a sort of like essential nature of a person, but you can definitely judge people's acts as completely evil. So while I couldn't say like if and let's just transition to we need to talk about Kevin because it's a good segue. Like I couldn't necessarily say
we're about 40 minutes in, so that's usually when we end the discussion. So let's transition into it.
Yeah. So I couldn't necessarily say Kevin was evil from birth, and I couldn't say something like, oh, all these signs of him are like evil from birth, so maybe we should lock him up prematurely or something. I think that's horrific. But like you can definitely say like what he did is an inherently horrific act, you know? You can say acts are pure evil.
Let's not talk about Kevin too much because we still got to intro it, but just about evil people in general. So like it seems that you don't think that we should be paying attention to people who commit horrendous acts. We shouldn't be putting them in the spotlight, but we should be learning about them historically, it seems. I'm just trying to get a full grasp on how you feel about this sort of thing.
So I think there's a big difference between like, you want to talk about like just purely historical people who actually existed. That might make this discussion easier.
Sure. Like, so my opinion on Hitler, obviously he's an evil guy and he had a lot of, bad ideas. But obviously, I don't think he's irredeemable, but I also think that he's a human like all of us, and something led him to believe the things he believed and do the things he did. I wouldn't say that he's inhuman or anything, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we need to empathize with him. We don't need to feel bad for him, but we still need to understand that I think that could happen to any of us to a certain extent. And and
so I think what you're saying though, the whole thing of like any of us could commit bad acts is what you're saying, right?
For sure.
Kind of.
I mean, yeah.
There's a difference between that and like wanting to make a film like humanizing Hitler. Because you can make a movie about regular people who can turn into the bad acts of regular people versus like
I'm
a man who tried to kill the entire human race outside of a small sect.
Sure. I guess I'm curious what you mean by humanizing him. It's a little bit of a vague term.
So like Downfall. We'll take the film Downfall.
Sure.
Which like that tries to be essentially like a character study of Hitler. And it tries to like show him as sort of like a full character, and like interrogate exactly the things you're kind of talking about. And I don't have any interest in that. Like, I don't care.
Isn't
that
the same way you feel about like you said that you don't like movies about like serial killers? Is it the same thing?
Yeah, it's pretty similar. I don't have any interest of like empathizing.
How he got there?
Yeah, like the acts are so horrific. I don't think they deserve the time and the thought.
Interesting.
I think they should be known. I think it should be known. I think they should be known about in a historical context, but I don't think they deserve to have a movie made about them. If that makes sense.
Do you think part of the reason of that because you don't want anybody to see it as a blueprint of how to get to that point?
I think because I don't know if that's
I fully respect your opinion, but I just don't agree.
Yeah. I think and again, I'm not like advocating not talking about bad people, but that's again like different to me than making a movie about them. Do you know what I'm saying? And like how that's different.
I know what you're saying.
And I like movies like The White Ribbon was a movie that was very much about like evil. And I think those movies are important, but I think thinking about it in a broader term and like bringing it down to like everyday people is different than like sort of taking this very controversial historical figure and kind of using their image for profit. I think that's kind of gross. That's like probably the biggest part of it is like, ooh, I made this Hitler movie. Let me make a couple $100,000 as like a salary off of it. And all these people will go to the box office. Like, I don't like the idea of those movies kind of raking in profit. I think might be like the key of it. Does that make sense?
No, that's starting to make a little bit more sense for sure.
I think that's
what
honestly
if it was
the
like
thing that makes me feel the worst.
What about biographies? A biography, or not biography, a documentary about Hitler where it's showing historical footage and describing the life instead of depicting it in an entertainment sense.
So I think, so I'm not gonna, I just don't have interest in it, I guess would be the best way I could say it. I'm not gonna like say that the filmmakers who do that like shouldn't or whatever. I'm just saying I don't have any interest in watching it.
So you don't think it's wrong that people do that? You just don't have an interest in it.
I don't have any interest in seeing that. Yeah.
But you don't think it's wrong that people do that? I'm just curious. I know I keep asking you like similar questions, but I'm really just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, there's nuances to it.
Okay.
I think I don't like the idea of people monetizing and getting profit off of the evil deeds of people. And I just don't think they deserve to be thought about that much. I think they deserve to be known who they were, and there shouldn't be like a sort of like erasure of them, obviously. I totally don't believe that, but I just don't think they deserve to be propped up in any way. And as far as the whole like documentary thing, like personally I just wouldn't watch it, and I would be more interested in documentaries about like survivors or something like that instead.
Yeah. All right. I think there's room for both personally. But transitioning into, we need to talk about Kevin without giving away too much about the plot. Would you say that you would feel the same way about a depiction of Hitler if Kevin was a non-fictional character?
That's a good question. Because there's a movie that Gus Van Sant made that was about non-fictional, one of the, non-fictional ones. I think...
would you have hesitations about, we need to talk about Kevin if he was a real person?
I think a thing with it is like... Yeah, it's like, how do we talk... So, I don't know how to get into this without talking about what he did, I guess. I'm kind of running into that wall.
Okay. Well, let's get into it then.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to talk about, we need to talk about Kevin, Jared.
Yeah, we need to do it.
Okay, so we're going to play a clip from the trailer starting right now.
You just have to rock him a little bit.
Did you say mommy?
No.
Shouldn't he be talking by now?
I wouldn't worry about it.
Ball?
No.
He's just a boy. Just a sweet little boy.
Just because you're used to something doesn't mean you like it. You're used to me.
Great shot, Kevin. You're natural. First he cries too much, then he's too quiet. And you see it as some kind of personal vendetta?
You think I'm exaggerating?
Listen, buddy, it's easy to misunderstand when you hear it out of context.
Why would I not know the context?
Franklin, pick up the phone.
He's just a sweet little
Pick up the phone.
Just a sweet little boy. That's what boys do.
So that was actually a really good transition into this movie. So this was your pick this week, Jared. So you want to introduce the movie for the listeners here?
Yeah. So We Need to Talk About Kevin is a movie from 2011 directed by Lynn Ramsey. It stars Tilda Swinton, Ezra Miller, and John C. Reilly. And it is a movie about essentially like the childhood of a school shooter with a sort of, how do I say, non-conventional choice of weapon. So that's kind of what it's about. And I chose it not necessarily for the subject matter, but I really thought the construction of the story was interesting because instead of relying on a linear plot, it relies on like associations of colors and associations of like mood and rhythm and the style. This is like a sequel.
This is like a spiritual sequel to Three Colors Red.
Yeah, everything is red.
A lot of red in this movie.
Yeah, almost every frame I feel like has some red in it. So I just remember enjoying it as a mood piece and as an interesting way to construct a film other than the regular sort of linear way.
Yeah.
And Lynn Ramsey is one of my favorite living directors. She is like really great, I think, at kind of constructing movies like this and like finding the emotional beats and tones in stories instead of just like going from point A to point B.
And I'm not sure if this is a politically correct thing for me to say or anything, but she's a very good director. But I've seen this movie and I've seen You Were Never Really Here, and there's not really a feminine, it doesn't seem like there's like a feminine touch to the directing. And I'm not necessarily saying that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I think it's interesting. And I'm not sure if that thought is worth anything, but that's something I thought. Like, after I watched You Were Never Really Here or this movie, I wouldn't have thought that it was directed by a woman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a good way of saying, you know, like a lot of those preconceptions we sort of have about like what a woman's movie is. Kind of gets slashed down by someone like Ramsey, who like, totally transcends any sort of like desire to pigeonhole. Yeah, she doesn't like get pigeonholed. Her abilities transcend like any sort of like, she's just an auteur, you know. She's a great director. Mm-hmm. Like, so I don't think, it just like totally transcends that sort of thing. But like, I do think there are some moments.
Greta Gerwig's movies, for instance, they very much feel like they have a feminine voice behind them, and that's not a bad thing. But it's interesting to see this compared to something like Lady Bird or Frances Ha. You know.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
So
Frances Ha was directed by Noah Baumbach, by the way. It was directed by a man. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking Greta Gerwig.
Yeah, she starred in it, but it was directed by a man. Yeah.
Good call. But anyways, you said this movie is about a school shooter, but I wouldn't necessarily describe it that way, because I think one of the most fascinating things about this movie is that you don't know exactly, you know that Kevin did something awful at the beginning, towards the beginning of the movie, but you don't find out what it is until like the last 10 minutes of the movie. They hint at it and they give you clues, but I would say this movie is about just about evil. And how you can't always prevent it. Let me say what I wrote on my Letterboxd review, because I was able to say it a lot better in the words. I said it was an incredibly well edited and paced story about evil and its effects on a community. Despite its premise, the film, okay, I'll say the other things naturally, but yeah, I think it's about evil and how it affects the community, because you're not told what he did right away, but you see how it has affected his mom, and you see how it's affected the community, and how the community is mourning, and how the community treats Tilda Swinton's character. And that's what's really important. And I love this movie, by the way.
You did.
This is my favorite movie that you've introduced me to so far on the podcast.
Okay, cool.
I really, really, really enjoyed it. I gave it 5 stars.
Cool.
On Letterboxd.
Cool.
My favorite thing about it by far is the editing and the pacing. This is honestly one of the best paced movies I think I've ever seen, because not a single scene goes on for too long. It's like the scene, it gives you the information that it wants to tell you, and then next scene, and it never gets boring ever. And based on the plot summary, I mean, it's basically the plot of The Omen, you know, demon child, evil child.
Yep.
And there's when I knew about the plot, and I immediately thought of a lot of cliche scenes that I was expecting, and I didn't get any of them, which was so refreshing.
Yeah, that's cool.
You expect the scene of Tilda Swinton talking to her husband and being like, we need to talk about Kevin, and having like this long emotional monologue. And you expect a scene where she's at like a group therapy meeting where she's, you know, spilling her guts about what happened. And you expect to see a scene where Kevin at a young age kills a rabbit or something as a sign that he's like a serial killer or something.
Yeah.
You don't get any of that. No cliches at all. And that was so refreshing to me.
Yeah.
And I'll say one more thing before I let you speak.
It's cool.
I have a lot to say about this because I really, really enjoyed it. But so Kevin is basically, I guess he's kind of pure evil. He's just an asshole to his mom specifically, and he's nice to his dad, and his dad doesn't really see the evil in him. And he has a younger sister, and he's a dick around her, but only around her mom, it seems. Or only around his mom, it seems. So it's like he's actively just trying to piss his mom off the whole time. And what I find really interesting is it never gets kind of tiring the way he's acting throughout his childhood. And they just keep up finding, the screenwriter just finds new and interesting ways to show his personality. And it never gets boring, and it's always something interesting, and it was just like entertaining, like seeing the scene, and really, really well paced.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because he's like definitely like a psychopath, like just the way he purposefully is like mean to his mom, and even when he's like nice to his dad, you can kind of tell he's like manipulatively being nice, you know.
Yeah,
he's not even
fake.
Yeah, it's not fake. He's doing it because he knows like how he's manipulating emotions, essentially. Yeah. And even like scenes with his mom, he's kind of doing it in the opposite end, right? He might not even have any sort of like rhyme or reason to why he's pissing off his mom, but he knows like what he could do to kind of manipulate her to anger, and he does it purposefully.
My nickname for this movie is Perks of Being a Sociopath. Because he was in Perks of Being a Wallflower.
Yeah.
So let's talk about some of the things that Kevin does in the movie for the listeners, just so they get a sense of what this character is. So as an infant, he's like screaming all the time, and the mom can't get him to stop crying. And then when he's a toddler, he won't play catch. He won't do anything. There's the first scene that you get where you really see it is she's trying to pass the ball back and forth with him, and he won't do it. And then he does it one time, and she's like gets so excited, and then she does it again, and he's like, "Nope,
you won't do it.
I was just teasing you, bitch."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And there's another scene where she like puts up all those maps in her room, her office.
She's really into travel or something.
Yeah. She really likes travel. She like wants to travel, and she's like an adventurer or whatever. And he walks into the room. We'll kind of role play here. He walks into the room, and he goes, "I hate it," or something like that. Yeah, and she's like, well, you know, I'm just trying to make it special. I'm trying to make it show my personality.
He goes, "It's dumb."
And then she's like, well, I could help you make your room show its personality, your personality too.
He goes, "What personality?" And this kid's like a toddler.
Yeah.
There's so many quotable lines like that.
Yeah.
So then she goes into a different room and is on a phone call, and immediately he just trashes it with paint.
He splashes paint all over the walls.
Yeah. And there was a sound effect playing of a sprinkler. And I thought that he had hooked up the paint to the sprinkler, but it turns out that was just an audio foreshadowing until later. Right?
What's the sprinkler scene later?
Where she finds the bodies.
Oh, yeah.
So I was confused. There's a lot of weird audio cues in that I noticed. So when she walks into the room, you hear like a sprinkler, like that kind of sprinkler. And I thought that he had hooked up the paint to a sprinkler, but he just had like a squirt gun. I'm like, why am I hearing a sprinkler?
Yeah.
And then you don't realize why you hear it until the last scene of the movie.
Oh, that's super interesting. That's such a brilliant move. You gonna catch that? I didn't think about it. That's such a brilliant move. Because, like, you know what you're constructing in your film, and it's just, like, totally taking control of your...
There's a lot of really nice, subtle...
Your tools,
foreshadowing. Like, the first shot of the movie is the window, and you don't find out why the first shot of the movie is that until the very end. And then it cuts immediately to her at this tomato festival thing.
Yeah,
what is that called?
In Spain.
Yeah.
Oh,
they do that thing where they basically play dodgeball with tomatoes.
Yeah,
and the screen is just pure red.
Yeah, like oversaturated red. Kinda.
Is that where she meets her husband? I was a little confused by that. Why was she in Spain? Is it just because she was traveling?
Was she just on travel? I think she was just traveling. Yeah.
So the structure of the film, it cuts back and forth between present day after Kevin is in prison. We don't know why yet at the beginning. And then it cuts back and forth from then to her meeting her husband, having Kevin, and you see him as a toddler and as a teenager. And then you basically, so you're seeing how Kevin grew up and how messed up he was. And then you see the aftermath of something awful he did. And you also get little snippets of the mom showing up to the school with an ambulance. So you know something awful happened, but you don't know exactly what. And I thought it was just a brilliant move to not reveal exactly what he did until late in the film, because that's not really important. What's important is how it has affected people.
Right. Yeah, and it really just focuses on that.
I mean, so I guess we'll spoil it because it came out a few years ago. But I think even knowing what happens in the movie, it's still a fascinating watch.
Oh, definitely.
But you find out that he shot up the school with a bow and arrow.
Yeah. Well, and I would say too, it's a really fascinating watch, even knowing what's happening, because the construction is so at the forefront. Yeah. Like you kind of see it based on how it's telling its story, and the what isn't necessarily the most interesting part of the story.
Yeah. It's how the characters. It's how the act has affected the characters that make the story interesting, not what happened, even though that is a reveal at the end.
Yeah, definitely.
But from like 10 minutes into the movie, I sort of predicted it was going to be a school shooting.
Yep.
And I was watching it with my roommate, and when he was like, so they cleverly show him doing archery with like a suction thing as a toy. And that's how they transition him into being a toddler to a teenager, is he pulls it back again. He's got a real bow and arrow.
A real bow and arrow, yeah.
So that's sort of foreshadowing how he shoots up the school. And I sort of jokingly said to my roommate, like, what if, like, because I was saying, I bet he's gonna shoot up the school because that's what it seems like. And then I jokingly said, like, what if he shoots up the school with a bow and arrow? Like, I thought that would be silly, but it was like, terrifying. It was really terrifying, yeah. And you don't see him actually shoot students down. You see him,
which is good, I think.
Yeah, you see him laying out the plan. He buys all these like bike locks, so he locks up the school so they can't leave. And you see him. It's sort of like an artistic thing they do, because they show him shooting the arrow, but it's in the gym, and it looks like the gym is empty.
Yeah.
But it shows him shooting the arrow, and then it cuts to kids being wheeled out with arrows in their bodies.
Yeah.
Wheeled out of the school, which was really, it lets you see the massacre in your own brain.
Yeah, and it does it. So there's a different movie called Elephant by Gus Van Sant, and it's about the Columbine shootings, and it is a similar thing, but in a totally different way. So it's just like mostly, as far as the shooting scene goes in that movie, it's just like a steady cam that follows them from a distance, and you see them shoot the people as it goes, kind of like as like a real time thing. Totally different way that it's being done here. It's done much more like, sort of like artistically, and because it's forefronting the personalities of the people instead of the actions itself, you know?
Yeah.
And that's what it's really giving you to think about, because like Van Sant's project in Elephant was way more about just like kind of deadpan showing what happened and leaving you with that. And this is much more about showing you the people and then kind of having to tie you into like those worlds.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
So, and another thing that I loved about this film is that there's not a whole lot of dialogue.
No.
And very rarely do people have like monologues, very short sentences. You don't get a lot of and there's a lot of the story that's told visually.
Yeah.
and it's done. The visual storytelling is so natural, you don't even notice it. And I think this movie should be shown in like college classes on how to do show and not tell. I think it's so good at that.
Like, to kind of go to a theme that we talk about a lot, I think it's a 101 way of showing like this is how you make a movie that doesn't necessarily follow the generic plot structures and make it interesting, you know?
Oh, for sure.
Like, here's a good way to make a movie artistically and different while still being interesting.
And it constantly jumps between sort of 3 different timelines. You have the present day, you have the flashbacks of her raising him, and then you have the quick flashbacks of her at the scene of the crime. And it never feels disorienting.
Well, I think
I think a lot of that has to do with the fact of how Tilda Swinton plays her character. I mean, obviously she has short hair in the present and long hair in the past, but just the way she carries herself is so much different.
I think it's also too because of the strength of like the shots and the colors, everything that's in the frame is made so intentional to allow continuity between different time. Like the visual language of the film is so intentional, which also allows it to be so seamless. Like you're getting these colors of red.
More specific? Oh yeah, the colors.
The colors of red. An example, like taking the fingernail out of the mouth and taking the eggshells out of the mouth.
Oh yeah,
things like that.
That was also a neat way to show how they're related. Like they're doing similar actions.
Yeah, they do similar actions. The beats. Like, well, you did the other one, the like toddler doing a bow and arrow and then cutting to the teenager with a bow and arrow. So it finds these sort of like visual rhythms within the story to allow it to jump in different places, whether that be a match of color, a match of action, a similarity in sound. Like it's very like organically put together and it flows in a way visually. It has a very distinct visual language. It's very intentional.
My favorite scene in the movie is that describes the relationship between, what's the name of Tilda Swinton's character? Eva.
Yeah.
My favorite scene in the movie that shows the relationship between Eva and Kevin is the scene when he's a toddler. He's definitely too old to be wearing diapers, and she's trying to get him to learn how to count. She's like, "What's after 7?" And he goes, 72. What's after 10? 84. And then he like counts to 50, and he's like, "There, you happy?" And then she like writes out, she's like kind of pissed off at him, so she writes out a math equation and she goes, "Here, solve that since you're so smart." And he crumples it up, throws it behind her, and then there's like this pause, and she's like, "No, you didn't." And like he like shit his diaper like intensely, and then she's changing his diaper, and he just has like this creepy smile on his face, like he's enjoying the fact that she doesn't enjoy doing it. And then as soon as she's done, he like forces out another shitstorm, and he just to piss her off, and then she throws him against the wall and
breaks his arm.
He's got like this, breaks his arm, and he's just kind of smiling at her a little bit, like, "I got you to do it."
Yep.
Or something like that.
Yep, totally.
Like, this kid is just pushing her buttons like to insane degrees. And then the other like really effective scene in that sense was when he's a teenager, and she walks in on him masturbating, and he just smiles at her. And it's not that he wants her to walk in on him. I think it's that, this is my interpretation at least, it was that he was finding joy in the fact that it made her uncomfortable.
I think there's a thing too, and there's a couple like sort of mini monologues he has that go to this, but he finds like shame and those kinds of things kind of ridiculous, and he just doesn't buy into like social niceties and beliefs, and he wants to like downplay them. Like he has one where after they go mini golfing, they go to a restaurant together, and he does this whole thing about like, "Oh, you'll ask me about this."
She's trying to connect with him.
Yeah, but he feels like everything is so fake. He doesn't believe in the realness of anybody else's feelings. So he's sort of, because he doesn't really have any of his own that are like real, you know. So he feels like the whole world around him is fake. And he even says that thing about the media, about how like...
Yeah, I was going to bring that up.
Yeah.
Because there's only 2 lines in the movie that are like long, and they're both from Kevin. The first one is when he's at... I think he's at the prison when he's talking about the media.
Yeah.
And he's talking about like everybody's just watching TV. Nobody's real. And what are they watching? The people on TV are watching TV. And who are they watching? They're watching people like me because I'm interesting.
Yeah.
No. If you live your life like everybody else, you're not going to show up on the news. You gotta be like me to be interesting.
And that directly relates to what we were talking about earlier, and I was talking about with like representing evil people all the time.
Yeah.
Because I think there is a point there that there's got to be some sort of pointing to a sort of sick society that's constantly obsessed with evil people and evil doers.
Especially when it comes to school shooters, because a lot of people, including me to some degree, are like, we shouldn't even be showing the school shooter's face on TV. We shouldn't be giving them any attention because that's exactly what they want. And that's sort of what this movie's about, because in the scene where he does the school shooting, that artistic scene where he's like shooting nothing and it's, he takes a bow. Like it's a performance.
Yep.
And then when the firefighters cut the bolts off of the door and open it up, he's like in the Jesus pose.
He just lets himself be taken.
And he lets himself be taken. He's like smiling at his mom the whole time. And you hear this applause. It's a non-diegetic applause. People aren't actually applauding him, but in his head, he's like, I pulled off a great performance,
Yeah, and I think that's like a part of like what I was talking about with like, I just don't like how obsessed we are with bad people. And not even in the sense that maybe it'll cause duplicates. Although in the last, I think 2 months, there have been 2 different, one an attempted school shooting and one a carried through school shooting in Colorado. And both of them cited the Columbine murderers as their like inspiration for doing it.
Yeah.
So there is a thing there that does happen. Like, but I just think it can be so bad to just spend so much time with such negativity on the news and such a glorifying is a weird word, but it is this sort of like, we're iconicizing them. We're putting them up as like icons. We're showing their images everywhere. Like, everybody knows.
Everybody knows who John Dillinger is. Everybody knows who, they're not icons. We don't look up to them, but they become pop culture figures.
Yeah.
In a way.
They become way more well known than the victims. Like, yeah. Like everybody knows who John Holmes is, the guy who did the Dark Knight Rises shooting, and like nobody could name a victim. I
can picture his face in my head right now.
Yeah.
He's got that red hair,
Exactly. And since he did that, like when I went to the Marvel movie, when I went to Infinity Endgame, I was horrifically anxious about 20 minutes into the movie that there was going to be a shooting. Like that still gets me every time I go to a jam-packed theater. I'm terrified. Like when I worked at the Mall of America and I went to midnight showings of like Star Wars or Avengers movies, I would specifically ask our managers to make sure there were cops in the theater for the movie, because it scared me so much. And I like the things they did have still kind of like, they ruin a culture in a way, they make us anxious, they make us scared. And it's just like, because we put so much attention to them is a big part of it.
And then it becomes sort of a competition in a way of like the kill count. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a really dark, fucked up thought that I had when the Dark Knight Rises shooting came out. I mean, obviously it was an awful thing, but how many people died in that?
I don't know.
It was less than 10.
Was it?
I think so.
Okay.
I might be wrong. But I think because of the way that these people are portrayed in the media, one of my first thoughts were, that's it? He was armed to the T in a crowded theater. It should have been like this was the first thoughts that came through my head. He was like armed to the T in a movie theater. It should have been a fish in a barrel. When like, that's not how I should be thinking about it. You know what I mean?
It's crazy. It like desensitizes you to it, It's so easy to when it's like this. And it's like kind of like what Kevin's saying, It's like we're just kind of, we sit there and we watching it. It's like far enough that it almost doesn't even feel real in a way.
Yeah.
And it like, it's just
so
tragic, you know.
So let me ask you, why do you think Kevin did what he did? Why do you think he is the way he is in the movie? The only clue that we really get is there's a point where his mom says, what's the thing with the CD? He had his mom was trying to spy on him, and he had these CDs.
He had
and said, "I love you."
He had a virus loaded onto the CD.
Yeah, it was like was it a trap for his mom? Is that what it was?
Yeah, it was.
So his mom puts in this CD in her computer that says "I love you," and it just completely corrupts her computer with viruses.
Yeah. Yeah,
so,
and it was like in case she would snoop around, she would find it, she'd want to watch it, and it would happen. It was like totally set up for her to find it.
And then she asked her like, why do you have it? When she said why do you have these? Was it about those corrupted CDs?
He said I collect them.
So does he collect the viruses? Because it showed like a bunch of porn right away. I wasn't sure if she was talking about the porn or the virus.
I think they're kind of synonymous at this point, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
sure.
Why do you have CDs that cause viruses? Essentially.
Yeah. So he goes, because I like to collect things. Some people collect stamps. I collect these. And she goes, what's the point? And then he goes, this is like the one clue we get about his motivation. He goes, there is no point. That's the point. And then at the end of the movie, she's in the prison. She's visiting him in prison. And she finally asks him, I just need you to tell me why you did it. And he goes, so, okay, real quick. So throughout the movie, we see her visit him, and they don't talk much at all. And he looks like he's sort of not enjoying it, but he looks like he's satisfied with what he did. But then at the very end of the movie, he's being transferred to a different prison because he's turning 18, and he's got his head shaved, and he finally looks like he has some remorse for what he's done. And she asks him why he did it. And he says, I used to think I knew, but I'm not so sure anymore. So those are the only clues of the motivation. So I'm curious, what do you think? What do you think he was trying to do? Why do you think he did it?
So we have to talk about it, I think, not based on how I feel people like that in general do it, but in how the movie is telling us that he did
that's
it.
What I'm asking.
Right.
Yeah.
This is an important thing to do while you're watching a film. I think you have to allow the movie to speak to you on its terms.
Yeah.
I think what the movie is making Kevin as, I think Kevin has a total, you know, he's a kid. He like lives in the suburbs. He's like, I think he just doesn't believe in the society and the culture he lives in. He like doesn't, he thinks everybody is fake. He thinks everything in it is fake. He like doesn't care. He doesn't connect to anything around him. He doesn't feel like there's a purpose or a point to anything.
He doesn't see any value in his peers at all.
No, he sees no value in anything outside of him, really.
Yeah.
Like, and the one thing he finds value in is just a skill he can use to cause destruction.
Yeah.
So
and the enjoyment he feels pissing off his mom.
Yeah. So I think this is a movie that posits that he's evil to the core.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a movie that says he would inevitably sort of carry this out or people like him would, but he did. And I think it's a movie that's saying that there are people who are evil.
Yeah, I was about to ask you if you think this movie's saying that there's such thing as evil people and you can't change them.
I think it is. You know?
Okay. Do you think so? The community that Tilda Swinton lives in, they vilify her because of what her son did.
She's like a pariah. Yeah.
Yeah. So a really powerful scene right at the beginning of the movie is you see this seemingly nice looking older woman. She comes up to her and she goes, how's your day going? And she's got kind of this like held back smile, and she just slaps the shit out of her like really hard. And it doesn't look like she's like a for the lack of a better term, like a bitchy woman. It's like she couldn't help herself. And it makes you really wonder, holy shit, what happened to this woman? So I'm curious if you see any fault in Tilda Swinton's character, if she had anything, if she's at fault, if she's guilty at all in this situation, or do you think the movie is saying that she's guilty?
So I would say, for one, this is like a side note, but it's very ironic that she is like a world traveler and then she can't escape this town after this happens. I just want to say that is sort of like a thing I want to put aside, but I want to get back to
it's like the pain she feels is inescapable.
Yeah. But back to what you were saying. Guilty? Is that the word you used? Is she guilty?
Yeah, well, because it seems the community or the town definitely sees her as guilty, except for the one guy in the wheelchair who is a victim. He's a victim. Who's a victim, and he's the one person who tries to empathize with her.
I think survivors of things are more, because in a way, a survivor has to feel, I'm luckier than other people who died during it. But I think and when we talk about this in general, I'm going to like generalize this to all kind of evil people and evil acts. There's a quote by Abraham Joshua Heschel, who is a rabbi, and he said, "Some are guilty, but all are responsible." And that's kind of the way I think with a lot of this stuff is there's a difference between being guilty and being responsible. Okay. And she might not necessarily be guilty for what he did because he's guilty for what he did. But the entire culture is responsible for creating a better culture and a better society where this stuff won't happen. So I think he's guilty and he is sentenced as such in a court of law. And she, like all of us, are responsible, if that makes sense.
I would say that the movie is trying to say that she's guilty if Kevin didn't start out right off the bat as being this evil child.
Which is
like
why
right off the bat, he was just a pain in the ass.
Even as a baby, like crying,
And which is why when she gets pregnant with her second child, she doesn't tell her husband because she desperately wants a second chance to have a decent child, essentially.
And she loves it that it's a girl too. But I think
and then oh my god, that when as soon as Kevin sees the infant sister, he immediately puts his hand in like a glass of water and starts spraying it on her.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, real quick, Kevin reminded me in that scene, he reminded me of me at one particular moment of my life because I got in trouble a lot when I was younger. I hit my little brother and sister, which wasn't right, obviously. But I distinctly remember one time when we were camping and I had like a stick I was playing with. And I remember hitting my brother in the back of the legs as hard as I could with a stick, just because I wanted to see what would happen. And so I can kind of see that in Kevin a little bit. Like he just wants to fuck with people just to see their reaction. It seems.
It seems like though too, he like knows what the reaction will be,
Yeah.
Like there's almost a sense of he has more knowledge than a person his age usually.
Oh, for sure.
So he like kind of knows the outcome. So it almost in a way eliminates that sort of like childish naivety that you had versus like what he kind of displays, you know?
That makes sense. So it seems that he's highly targeted on doing all of this bad stuff for his mother's sake. Because at the end, not only does he do the school shooting, but he kills his father and his little sister,
but not his mother. And
it's when he gets taken away by the police, he's smiling at her as if he did this all for her.
Well, in a weird way,
I'm curious. What is this movie trying to say about his relationship with his mother? Like, why target the mother?
I think in a weird way, when he's like bowing at the end of it, every performance needs an audience, right? Yeah. His mother is like his audience.
But why? That's my question.
I think. So I think this is what the movie is positing. I think the movie is saying that they have kind of a contentious relationship throughout all of it. And I think he just wants his mom throughout a lot of the movie to just say that, like, I hate you, I wish you were dead, kind of. He wants her to drop all of her niceties and just act evil to him.
Or be honest with him.
Right. But like be honest in a malicious way and just say like, I hate you. I hate the way you act. Like I wish you were dead.
Which is why he smiles as a toddler when she breaks his arm.
Yeah. Like,
and there's also the scene where I think her and her husband want a divorce.
Yeah.
And they're discussing custody. And And the husband's like, well, I think we know who's going to get who. Because obviously she hates her son.
Right.
And then you find out that Kevin was eavesdropping. And the father's like, son, don't misunderstand what you heard. You know, it was out of context. And he goes, don't you think I know? I am the context. And he looks like he sort of enjoys being that context in a way.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's like a slippery, because obviously it's a combination of like a psychopathic personality maybe and the way she treats him, because obviously there's a lot of people who have bad relationships with their parents and don't end up that way. But it is like it's a specific case study, right? We're not meant to like universalize these things. But yeah, it definitely, I think, posits that like he just wants her to be as open in her hatred as he kind of is sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
Because he sees it all as like a fault, like a veneer. He thinks it's all fake, everything she does, you know?
And I really enjoy, I said this before, how there's no cliche scenes where she's like breaking down and telling somebody about how evil Kevin is. I'm like, I was expecting a scene where she's like, has this monologue with her husband. She's like, you don't understand, he's evil. You just don't see it because you're naive. But you never get that scene.
Right.
But you feel it through the way she acts.
Right.
And that's such a powerful move.
And it works with her personality too, because she's not someone who just says what she thinks. So she's a good character to not have sort of those monologues and those things. She's very closed off and sort of in her own head a lot. And she tries to like work with what she's got a lot, I think. And she snaps. Yeah. She does. She like snaps and breaks down at points, obviously.
Can we talk about the scene where Kevin gets sick? So Kevin, she finds Kevin as a toddler. He's like lying on the ground and he threw up and he's sick, and she takes care of him and starts reading him a story. And it's the one scene in the entire movie where he's being nice to her, and he wants her to read for him. And usually he's really nice to his dad and mean to his mom, but his dad comes in when they're having this one nice moment together, and Kevin immediately is like go away to his dad, like he's being it. So I'm curious what you think that says. To me it shows that Kevin just he's only nice to her when he has like a use for her, because she's taking care of him directly, or maybe it's because she's giving him a certain kind of attention.
So I think the reason that, so that's the movie right before he gets into bow and arrow, and the story is about someone who's shooting bows and arrows, and like I think he's into it because he likes the story, and he wants. I think he's getting off on hearing the violence in the story. And he just wants to hear the violence.
She's reading Robin Hood.
Right. So I think he likes hearing about the archery and the violence. And it's not even about her. He just is like enjoying this violence in the story. That's what it's about. So
you don't think it has anything to do at all with her taking care of him?
No.
Interesting.
No.
Okay.
He doesn't.
I'm gonna have to go back. I want to go back
warmth.
and rewatch that scene and see if he shows any affection for her before they start reading the book.
Yeah, because I don't think he does. And you know, this was my second watch of it, but like noticing that the content of the book at the time he was cozying up was about bows and arrows, I was like, oh, okay, this is why he's interested in this.
Okay, I didn't even think about that, because, okay.
I wouldn't have either on my first watch. I only got it because it was my second watch.
Yeah, this movie I think is going to be really interesting on a second watch. You mentioned it a couple times before, but let's talk about the use of the color red. Because you said there's a lot of use of color, but red is the only thing I really noticed.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Just like the color red. Yeah.
So the movie opens, or kind of opens, with that Barcelona. Is it Barcelona or Spain?
Barcelona.
Yeah.
Barcelona.
Did I say it weird?
Yeah, you said Barcelona or something.
Oh.
I mean, the way it really is, it's like Barcelona. There's like a lisp.
Yeah.
In it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Van Gogh.
Silly Europeans.
It starts out with that tomato festival, and that I'm not sure what that scene is saying, other than it's obviously symbolic of blood,
It's mood.
So
pure mood.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So red is sort of symbolic of blood from then on out. As soon as you realize that Kevin has done something awful, because the next big thing of red you see is somebody had vandalized her house with red paint, to show that they don't want her around.
Right. Well, and from her perspective too, the sort of like through a traumatic situation, like details of it kind of puts you in like PTSD or whatever. And like the night that's happening, she's seeing all these red flashing lights and she's seeing the red blood of the victims. So it's almost like, because part of it's like through her memory and through her experience, all of the red and shots are like oversaturated because they're almost like stuck in her brain in a certain way,
Yeah. And then so every time she goes home, she has to live in it literally because her house is covered in red. And throughout the movie, she's trying to remove the red and it's difficult. Which is symbolic of her. She's trying to get rid of the memory of these victims and she can't get it out.
She can't do it. She can't just like sand it off. There's no like tidy cleanup of it.
It made me think of, I'm going to sound like a smarty pants now, but it made me think of Macbeth. There's a scene where Lady Macbeth, who is sort of the mastermind behind all the evil going ons, from what I remember. And there's a scene where she's trying to wash out blood from some clothing, and she's saying "out, damn spot," and it won't get out.
That's really nice too, because Lynn Ramsey is Scottish, and that's that Scottish play. Yeah, that's a good kind of.
That's probably intentional then.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a big part of her culture,
And then I wasn't quite sure what this scene was trying to say, but there's the scene where she's in the grocery store and she sees the presumably a mom of one of the victims, and she goes to a different aisle to avoid her. And then the shot of her in the other aisle, it's just like wall to wall tomato soup cans that are red, which is tying back to the opening shot of her at this festival. So in the festival, she's in a different country and she's in an escape. And then when she goes to the other aisle, she's escaping from that woman. So the tomatoes is like representation of that. Is that kind of what you got out of that?
Oh, that's really interesting. Well, and just to kind of play with that further, the difference between the raw tomato and the processed tomato, the difference between like memory and like the after effect of it,
Yeah.
There's like some interesting, the state of the tomato, that could be a good essay for this movie.
And with all of this symbology, it could sound to the listeners, like a hoity-toity kind of artistic film, but it's super digestible, I think, to laymen. I mean, I would recommend this movie to anybody. And it's not like, there's hardly any gore because you don't see like the arrows piercing through anybody, but it's the symbology is so well done that there's a great quote from Red Letter Media where it's like, you might not have noticed it, but your brain did. And it works on such a good level.
I think it does a good job of it too, because it uses its visual. Essentially what it does is it doesn't duplicate its information. So if it's conveying information through sight, it doesn't try to emphasize it with sound. And if it conveys information through sound, it doesn't try to symbolize it through visuals. So it never duplicates its information through one or the other.
One of the few times where it does commute information through sound is she gets this data entry job at a travel agency, I think, right? And everybody seems very nervous and uncomfortable working with her because of her son. And then eventually there's one guy that shows a little bit of interest in her.
Yeah.
But then, I mean, that's the way it's shown visually that he shows interest in her because he puts his hand on her shoulder. But then it's told audibly at the Christmas party, which, by the way, why did they even invite her to the Christmas party? But it's shown audibly that he was only interested in her because he wanted to take advantage of her and sleep with her or something.
Yeah, because he's like, you're kind of like a marked woman, like nobody else would do this kind of thing.
And he literally leans into her ear and like says that to her, and that was like the only scene where I think something was said explicitly through dialogue and not visually.
Which, this is an interesting thing, but there's this kind of idea that like pure cinema uses its visuals almost only. And I think there's a point to be made there, but also these aren't silent movies. These are sound movies.
Oh, yeah.
And we've got to say, like, sound can play a part.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying...
Right.
I'm just saying that this movie is told so well visually that it's very rare that you get a lot of messages audibly.
Right. But when you do get those messages audibly, they don't try to redo it visually. You know what I mean? Like, they pick one way to do it and they don't repeat
both.
themselves. Ramsey doesn't repeat herself.
Yeah. I mean, there, in a way, this movie is kind of repetitive because it's basically a scene of her experiencing the community after the fact, and then a scene of her raising her kid where the kid's being a dick. That's sort of repeated generally.
It's like cyclical rather than linear, the construction of it. Yeah.
But it never feels repetitive.
It never feels repetitive, right? It's like cyclical without being redundant, for sure.
Yeah. And like I said before, the film always finds new and interesting ways to show how Kevin is a dick. What exactly happened with the Drano? Because the gerbil went missing, and then it's implied that
Kevin put the gerbil
in the garbage disposal.
In the garbage disposal, and she put the Drano to like clean out the blood and like kind of like break down the gerbil body.
And then presumably she left it out, and Kevin did, and then somehow the daughter. Somehow the Drano got in the daughter's eye, but it's not really quite clear whether or not he put it in her eye or if he just allowed her to put it in her own eye. Because she's young.
I think the way I kind of read that was like, if he would have just like held her down and put it in her eye, she would have said Kevin did this. But I think what it was is it was left out and Kevin saw it and didn't do anything about it and didn't try to stop her, and like maybe even like could have seen her do it from a distance and just watched, kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I think that was what was going on there, but I don't think he like held her down and poured Drano in her eye or something.
Okay, this is kind of a weird hypothetical question I just thought of, but because it seems like he's doing all of this for his mother's sake, if hypothetically in this story the mother died like in a car accident or something, do you think Kevin would have kept being evil? Because it seemed like he was doing it just for her, or do you think he would have just found a different audience member, as you said?
Yeah, I think he would have still done. I think he would have still did it. I think that's a good question, but I feel like there's like something like I think he just sees his mother as sort of like a very pure form of everything he hates socially, and like just the closest thing to him that represents all these things he hates, and like finds no value in. So I think he would do it anyway, but I just think his mom is sort of the like closest version of that he's close to constantly.
And I think it's also the fact that the mom is the one that's constantly showing him affection and love and trying to be a mother to him, that it makes her the perfect target to fuck around with. Because the dad is nice to him, but he's sort of like a passive father. He's not around all the time.
Yeah, he's always, and he just kind of says like, "Hey, champ." You know, he doesn't like.
He's not being. I mean, he's a good father, but he's not paying as much attention to him as his mother is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in the beginning of the movie, we see a lot of scenes where Eva, the mom, is visiting Kevin in prison, and they're not really talking. Did you read that as first of all, I'm not sure. I didn't catch whether or not she's wearing different clothes, so I'm not sure if she's visiting him multiple times or if it keeps going back to the same day. But I couldn't figure out if if the movie was implying that she keeps visiting him and they never say anything, or they're just not. We're just not seeing those conversations.
I think they don't really say a lot to each other. I think they just kind of sit there and it's like a standoff, and sometimes he does like the fingernail thing, and sometimes
So the first time we see her visit him, he just like he's biting his fingernails and he's putting the fingernails on the table. And then from what the scene read to me Like they didn't say anything, and then she just left.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think they said anything. I think that one where he says it when he's like the shaved head or whatever, he said something.
Yeah.
But I think there were just like some times where she visited and he just said nothing to her.
What do you think the last scene of the movie is saying, where he has the head shaved, and do you agree with me that he looks like he has a little bit of remorse in that last scene? He looks different. He has a different face on his face.
Yeah, there's something.
Something has changed, and he says that he's not sure why he did it anymore.
There's a feeling I get that I feel like he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't like being in prison. That was kind of the thought I had.
Yeah, because he's like, do you know what happens in those places? Because they're transferring him to like a higher security prison, I guess.
Yeah, so I think maybe like that's part of it, but I don't think he like feels bad about what he did or anything.
Do you? Because I read it as maybe he's starting to have second thoughts about what he did, and they're saying that he's only going to be in prison for like less than 10 years, I think, right? Because he was tried as a minor.
Yeah,
or am I wrong?
I don't remember. That might sound right though.
I'm pretty sure he's in prison for less than 10 years because he was tried as a minor, and from the way I read it is that he after he faces the punishment of what he did, he's starting to have second thoughts about why he did it, and that maybe just barely might be a path for redemption for him in the future. Not redemption, but a second chance, because he's not being tried as an adult. And I think the movie's giving a hint that once he is given the second chance, that things might be different. That's what I read it as.
Okay.
It's definitely not a happy ending.
No.
But it's an ending. It's an ending that says that once they see the consequences of their actions, these people might have second thoughts about why they did it.
Well, and just to disclaim though, the consequences of his actions was like dead and injured people.
Yeah.
Maybe like once he realized that he doesn't like being in prison,
Yeah.
But that's different. The actual consequences of his actions are the victims. He just doesn't like punishment.
I'm saying the punishment for his actions.
Right. He doesn't like punishment.
Right. And it kind of reminds me of something I just saw in the news recently of this woman who was, I saw it on Reddit. It was this woman who was just sentenced to 11 years in prison for manslaughter. She was drinking and driving, and there was two images side by side, and in her mugshot she has like this beautiful smile on her face, like she looks like a model, like it's like almost creepy. And she's like she looks like proud in a weird way. And then the shot on the right is her hearing the sentence, and she just looks miserable, like her life has been ruined. And it kind of reminded me of this movie, because he's like, he doesn't really feel remorse until he faces the punishment for what he's done.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't mention the most important thing. The biggest problem in this movie is that Lynn Ramsey doesn't know how to hold an N64 controller, apparently.
Why? What happens?
There's a scene where John C. Reilly and Kevin are playing N64, and they're holding it on like the far end prongs, when like every game ever is designed where you hold your left hand in the middle prong and your right hand on the right prong. But they're holding their left hand on the left prong and the right hand on the right prong. It's like there's a lot of almost every single time I see characters in a movie playing video games, they're just like button mashing like they've never played a video game before.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's so hard to get right.
That's weird. And you would think too, like maybe John C. Reilly or someone would like get it.
It's so weird.
I don't know.
There's this not, I want, for the lack of a better term, this famous scene in I think it's in 40-Year-Old Virgin, where they're playing like a Nintendo. Two characters are playing a Nintendo game, and they're just button mashing.
Yeah,
but they're playing with PlayStation controllers, and it's like, how could you get that wrong?
Is that the one where weird. Is that like Seth Rogen and they like are just giving insults to each other.
Yeah, it's Seth Rogen and Paul Rudd.
That's one of the best scenes of the movie, where they're just like insulting each other back and forth.
But they're playing the wrong console for their controller, and they're holding it wrong, and they're just button mash. Like,
they're doing it just to fuck with you, just to get in your head.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Every single time I see people playing video games and movies, they're doing it weird. I don't know why that's. I don't know why that's a thing. Anyways, I just thought that was interesting.
That's funny.
What do you think about the acting in this movie? I think this is probably the strongest performance I've seen from Tilda Swinton, and she's a great actress.
Yeah, she is. And she carries it. I mean, she's on screen almost every scene, and she really does a great job. She's fantastic.
You see how much of a struggle it is to raise this child in her head, and I don't think she ever really gives up on him. There's a few scenes where she gets frustrated, but overall, I don't think she ever really gives up on trying to be his mom, because she's always asking if he wants to go out to dinner with her or just go out and play mini golf or something, you know? And sometimes he says yes, and sometimes he goes fuck off, you know, but she's always trying.
Yeah, and
I think she's a good mom.
I think after the repercussions too, I think she plays those scenes really well. She seems really distant and really just like, feeling like she has like not much to her life, you know, and she's really strong.
I just had an interesting thought. You mentioned how she likes to travel, yet after this incident, she still stays in her community. Do you think part of it is maybe she feels like she deserves the punishment?
Yeah, it's like penance or something. It's that's interesting.
John C. Reilly might seem like an odd choice for this movie because most people see him as a comedian, but he's a really talented dramatic actor as well. Even though he's got a really silly looking face, but I mean, he was good in this movie, but he didn't really have a whole lot to do.
Every dramatic movie I see him in, though, he does what he needs to, you know. But he, like a lot of dramatic movies I see him in, he was also in The Hours, but he was in a lot of PTA's early work. And that was different.
Isn't that a comedy?
No.
Wait a second.
The Little Hours. The Hours is like,
Hours.
Yeah. The Hours is like, it's based on a Virginia Woolf.
Funny.
Yeah, it's based on Mrs. Dalloway, and it's like 3 different time periods, and he plays like a 50s husband. And he's like a similar character. He's like kind of like an aloof husband in that. He plays that a lot in his dramatic stuff, except for when he's doing like the early PTA stuff. Those are a little different characters.
Yeah, and also the actor who plays Kevin as a toddler is really good too. And
they look so similar too.
Oh my god, yeah. It's partly because of that jet black hair, but their facial structure too.
Mm-hmm.
But I always have to praise child actors because so many of them are bad in movies. And this kid is really good. Like, I mean, it seems like just being an evil child and having like that menacing look on your face would be an easy thing to do, but there's a lot of subtleties that this toddler does.
I think honestly especially that would be a hard role to play. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know how he has this look on his face? Like, look at me. He always has like this default kind of menacing look on his face. If he just had that look on the whole time, I think that would be an easy choice, but there's subtleties to what he does.
Yeah.
And especially with that, with the scene where they're passing the ball back and forth.
Yeah.
You could see in his face that he's just toying with her, you know?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, what was I going to say a second ago? So throughout the movie, you keep on seeing new and interesting ways of how Kevin is just like this evil kid. Did you start to find those scenes a little bit humorous? Because I did. Not because what was happening was funny, but just because I was like, oh my god, this kid is fucking evil.
There's like this sense of like sheesh to it. Like it's like yeah.
Where it makes you laugh because you're like, you just can't fathom how evil this kid is. The point where the scene where I laughed, I got like a chuckle, was like the mom sitting on the couch, and Kevin is making just a jelly sandwich, not a peanut butter jelly sandwich, but a jelly sandwich, which is probably symbolic of blood as well, and he just slams it on the table.
Yeah,
the jelly side down.
I think
and
I
then it
laughed
just cuts
at
to
that
Tilda
point,
Swinton,
too.
and she's like, "Oh my, you gotta be fucking kidding me!"
Yeah, and then the ants crawl on it. Yeah.
Yeah, that made me laugh because you're like, Jesus, this kid, my God.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine anybody watching this movie and then naming their kid Kevin.
Yeah, it's like it kills the name for you. There's no way you could use it.
Yeah, for sure. Also, with the way this movie is structured, is obviously it's not a classical structure, but it is structured well, like you said. And there's sometimes when a movie has like a traditional structure, it doesn't seem like there's a point to it, but here it seemed like there was like a point to it for sure. Like I said before, like it's not important what he did, it's how it's affected people, and you don't even get introduced to Kevin for a while. But also in the beginning of the movie, you see that she has a daughter, and then eventually you realize that the daughter's not around in the present, and then you realize the husband's not around. And you start halfway through the movie, I started thinking, oh my God, wait, what happens to the oh no, what happens to the daughter?
That's interesting. Yeah, and this was even.
And it's also unclear whether or not in the present if they got divorced.
Exactly.
And they're just not around.
Yeah, that was what I had thought. It was like, oh, they got divorced and like custody went to him or something. But then, yeah, you see them and you're like, oh God. Yeah.
Yeah. They also lived in a really nice house in the past, and she's living in like a scummy house in the present. Did you? I know it's not important, but did you figure out what the husband did for a living?
No.
There's like one line about it.
No, I'm sure whatever it was, it made decent money though. But no, I don't remember.
And she's an author.
Yeah.
She wrote a book.
Yeah.
But there's only like one shot where that's introduced, because there's like a poster for her book at a bookstore, and Kevin is like staring at it.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I couldn't figure out why he was doing that, because he's not around his mom at this time. Like his mom and her daughter are walking around downtown, and the daughter goes, "Hey, look, it's Kevin." And Kevin's just like staring at this poster for his mom's book. I wasn't quite sure what the point of that was.
Well, and that's like afterwards she asks like, "Did you see me?" And he says no. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he just like, he doesn't like seeing his mom be successful, because maybe that shows that she's happy, and he just doesn't like seeing her happy. I don't know. There's something about that.
Yeah, maybe he like just hated seeing her. He didn't like the pose or something, or he didn't like the like persona she was putting on in it or something. I don't know.
Yeah. And speaking of personas, you had mentioned that as a teenager, Kevin is saying how he thinks like most people are just artificial and stuff like that. And the first scene where you get the sense that he feels that way is when he's a toddler. And I wrote down this line just because I thought it was a great line. It's when he destroys his mom's room, and she says something like, "You should get a hobby." And he's like, "I don't want a hobby." And she goes, "Well, you get used to it." And then he goes, "Just because you get used to something doesn't mean you like it. You're used to me, aren't you?"
Yeah. Yeah.
So even as a toddler, he knows that his mom just can't stand him.
Yeah.
And it also shows, that line also shows the artifice of like, why have a hobby? Why enjoy something? Why enjoy something if you're just doing it to get used to it?
Definitely.
So, you said you really like Lynn Ramsey as a director. So, what about the directing shows through in this movie for you? Because first, can I ask you, like, what do you see as a director's role? Because it's sort of a vague job in a way.
Well, and it varies too. Some directors are more hands-off, and they just kind of like frame up the shots and kind of like block out the action. Some directors
so you call it like workmen. What do they call it? Workmen's directors? What's that term?
I mean, that's like a good term for it. They just kind of are there to like do their job.
Yeah.
And then there are some directors who they do that stuff, obviously, but they also are like much more close to like planning out the whole movie, and they like kind of create a sort of visual structure, and they really have a larger thing. And a lot of the times too, these directors will have similar themes or a similar style in all their movies. Auteurs, you know, and Ramsey is.
Do you
more
get
of
that sense with Ramsey? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I do.
So what aspects of her directing shine through in this movie for you?
I think the style of editing and the story construction is very her. Like the sort of like more poetic, sort of like visual connection between things instead of a linear plot. Like she kind of hangs on to like poetic images longer.
I really like that aspect of this movie, but I wasn't quite sure if that was her signature, because I've seen the only other movie I've seen of hers was You Were Never Really Here, and that definitely has a lot more of a traditional structure to it. At least it's linear in structure. You know, it does. The editing in this movie really stood out to me, and I didn't really get that sense from You Were Never Really Here.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I'm asking.
Yeah.
About her directing.
And I don't think every movie she makes is structured like this. Definitely not. But she like in a lot of her movies kind of takes time to like be more poetic with how it's made.
I didn't realize that she co-wrote the screenplay. Okay.
Oh yeah. Well, she would. How do I say? Yeah, she would like want to be involved in that. You know?
Yeah, the screenplay I think is one of the strongest aspects here. And it looks like it's based off of a novel. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did. Which I haven't read.
Okay, I was going to ask if you knew anything about the novel and if it's different than this in any way.
Yeah, I haven't read it. I would assume this seems like very like visually told, you know? Like it definitely was translated into a visual work.
What did you think of the music in this movie? I thought that the score was good, but every once in a while there were some odd music choices.
Yeah,
not bad music choices, but odd.
The sort of like kind of poppy, sort of like happy music choices.
Yeah.
That was like one of the only parts of the movie that felt a little forced to me, and it was a little too ironic, like a little too like flippant. I think it's better when it sort of just sticks to its score, and some of those moments just feel a little too like forced, I think
I can get behind that, but I don't think it didn't like those moments only lasted it was very short, and it didn't take me out of the movie. At least
it didn't detract from my rating of the movie. It was just like one choice made that I was a little like, you didn't need to do that, you know.
Another theme I think this movie is about is nature versus nurture.
Mm-hmm.
Like when it comes to evil people, how much of it has to do with there's just evil people in the world, and how much has to do with how they're raised. I mean, the daughter seemed like she turned out fine.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think this would be a good movie to watch. Looking through that psychological sort of is that Carl Jung? I think is behind Jung. I think he's the one that's sort of behind the nature versus nurture thing.
Well, that's like I mean that's been going on for a long time.
Oh yeah, but I think that's if I remember my psychology class correctly, I think he's the one that's usually tied to that discussion. I didn't quite understand there's a couple times in the movie where it's showing an alarm clock that's flashing 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Did you read anything from that? Because I wasn't quite sure what that was about.
I mean, it's red. It knows the color.
Oh, yeah, other than that, yeah. There's a part. One of the times it does that, it like blurs out, so the whole screen becomes red.
Yeah. I don't know if it's just that sort of like thing of like anytime your clock kind of resets, it goes to midnight. But I don't think there was any sort of special attention paid to that. Like I don't think anything happened in the movie at that time that was particular. I just think it was maybe just for the red and the image.
Yeah. Do you remember also the fact that like that's in the present when that happens, and like the fact that her life is sort of disheveled and she's not paying attention to like setting her clock timer and stuff.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's a good pickup.
Do you remember when you first watched this movie, do you remember when the first moment you started to realize what Kevin had done? Like when do you remember the first moment, the first scene that you started to think that he was going to shoot up the school?
When I first watched it, I couldn't like honestly say.
Okay.
I think they kind of at the very beginning kind of say it, like, because they have the thing, and they
Not
don't really say
outright.
though, like if it's like if
You
he's
know
going to
he
be
did
a
something
victim.
awful.
Yeah, exactly. So you
Yeah.
kind of have an idea of that. But I think like once he gets the bow, it really comes together.
Yeah. And then there's that close up of his eye, and you just see the target in his eye.
Yep.
Which is a very obvious symbol because it really lingers.
Yeah.
And then the moment it was solidified for me of like what he was gonna do was when he ordered all of the bike locks.
Oh yeah.
And I'm curious, like, how is that not a red flag for his mom? Because he said something like, I could sell them to the students at school or something like that.
Yeah, that was his thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much you could ever imagine your kid doing that, though, you know? Like, I'm not a parent.
That's
so
true.
this movie would have a totally different
she
meaning
knew
for me
that
if I
he's,
was
like,
a
evil.
parent, I'm sure.
But she knew he was like fucked up.
Yeah, but
you know?
imagine the like response like her husband would have if she said like, I think, you know, Kevin's gonna try to shoot up a school.
Yeah, and that's a scene that I was expecting to see, and I'm so glad that I didn't get that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because she might have had that conversation with her husband, but we don't see it. I don't think she did, but
I don't
she
think
might
so
have.
either. I don't think so either.
That's everything. I think I've mentioned everything that I like about this movie. It's so well done.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think overall this movie is about nature versus nurture when it comes to evil, and I think it's more about how a community is affected by a horrendous act and what goes through somebody's mind that commits this kind of horrendous act. And I was looking forward to this movie because it looked interesting because I had seen the trailers before, but I was kind of fearing that it was going to be, you know, a melodrama, you know, with like a lot of scenes of just like people crying and like, you know, like tragedy porn or whatever. Like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Just like overly like melodramatic and
Yeah.
stuff, but this movie's not that at all.
Well, and I think too, kind of going back to like the original thing I said of the whole like, I think there's a difference because it's not using a real event. It's like doing that to sort of like interrogate evil. And I think there are films that have to interrogate evil. I think that's an important thing to do.
Yeah.
And I think the whole like, yeah, I think it's structured in a way where it's depressing to watch, you know, and you don't feel good by the end of it. But it does like, I mean, obviously this has been a pretty long discussion, so it brings up a lot of questions, and I think it allows you to like sort of interrogate those themes in a way that's more useful than like a Hitler movie. Because a Hitler movie, you kind of go in it, you watch it, and the only thing people really say at the end of it is like, wow, isn't that guy evil? You know?
Yeah.
It doesn't like open up the discussion.
There's not a lot
like
of
this
nuance.
film. Right. But this film can open up a much better discussion, I think.
Yeah. I think if this movie were told linearly, it wouldn't be nearly as impactful.
No, because then it becomes all about the act. And I like the way when it makes it delinear,
exactly.
It decenters the act, it de-glorifies the act, and it becomes more about the characters, which I think is
what's interesting about this movie is it decenters the act, even though the act is still the climax of the film, which is really interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't like make it the beginning of the film or something. It still like keeps it in its place.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, because the act is a reveal scene, but it's not like the movie was building up to it.
Yeah.
I was when that scene was happening, I was there was still like 5 or 10 minutes left in the movie. And I was thinking, how is this movie going to end? Like, what's going to happen now? And I thought either one of two things were going to happen. I thought either there was going to be a final confrontation with her son, which is how it ended, or she was going to commit suicide, which I think would have been the melodramatic way to end it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm just so thankful that this movie doesn't commit to any cliches that I can possibly think of. And it's mostly visual storytelling without it being pretentious, which I think is difficult to do for sure.
Yeah. Well, she's just an incredible director, you know? So she pulls it off.
I mean, like, I think the best example I can give for the visual storytelling is instead of having a scene where the community gets their pitchforks and torches and shows up to the front of the house and is like, your son is evil, we want you out of this community, that's a scene you could see in this movie, you know what I mean? But instead they just have her come home on Halloween night and all of these kids are banging on her door wanting candy, and she doesn't want to confront the community so much that she is just in a fetal position, she knows that if she shows her face to these kids that there's going to be a backlash, mm-hmm. And that it communicates the same thing, but just purely visually.
Yeah.
It's
much more
so
elegantly.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Would you recommend this movie to everybody?
Yeah. I think it's a really good movie. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think it's really accessible too.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think this is a good movie for moms?
I don't know. I would imagine that. I imagine my mom watching this and like what. I don't know. I think she would have a lot of really interesting things to say, actually. I think this might be more so a movie for moms because it's about a mom.
Yeah, I'm really curious what a mother's perspective of this film would be.
I think that'd be really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's also, we didn't mention this at all, but I think it's also kind of a movie about unconditional love.
Mm.
Like how are you willing to love your child unconditionally, even though they're obviously evil from the very beginning?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Because even though she says that she would want to split with him, or actually, you know what? She doesn't say that. She never gives up on him. And it's the father that says, I think we know who is go with who. And she goes, what do you mean?
Yeah,
which is interesting.
She never says, like, I want him out of my life. She's definitely exasperated with him. Yeah. She definitely, does all those things, but she doesn't, ever say, like, get out of my life,
Yeah, and you never get the scene where she yells at him and is like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
It's all visual, man. It's beautiful.
Good. I'm glad you liked it. So you said you'd give it 5 stars?
5 stars, man.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm giving it 5 stars too.
My full review, I said, incredibly well edited, paced story about the evil and its effect on the community. Despite its premise, the film never falls into cliches or becomes repetitive, gripping from beginning to end. Incredibly powerful performances from Swindon and Miller. Also, fuck Kevin.
Sweet. So yeah, this is both of us give it 5 stars. Sweet.
Oh, you gave it 5 stars too?
Yeah. I remember I remember liking it the first time I saw it, but like rewatching it now, I appreciated it even more.
Yeah.
Because I didn't remember how elegantly paced it was. So
yeah, because of the pacing and the way that the story is told. I mean, I know I can handle darker stuff more than you can, but even though it's a depressing story, it's incredibly entertaining. Like I never once like wanted to even look at my watch or anything. I was enthralled from beginning to end. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, let's I think we talked about Kevin enough.
Yeah.
And we did need to talk about him for sure.
We did what we needed,
We did what we needed to do. Okay, so before we reveal what we're going to be doing next week, share this podcast with other people if you like it. We're trying to get some more listeners, and if you did like the episode, leave a review on iTunes. It helps us show up in the search results. And if you have any questions or comments, send us an email at inthecanmovies@gmail.com. So, Jared, for our next episode, we're going to be doing something a little bit different.
Yeah, so throwing a curveball.
Yeah, we're throwing you guys a curveball. So we're going to have a guest on our show, but Jared, unfortunately, is not going to be there because of time issues. but I kind of wanted to get a more credible guest. not that our guests haven't been credible in the past, but I thought it'd be interesting to get. We have a radio TV film program at the school I go to, and I thought it'd be fun to interview one of the professors. So that's what we're going to be doing next week. We're going to be interviewing Dr. Karen Murphy. I think that's how you pronounce her name. And we're going to be talking about, I'm going to be talking to her about her perspective on film, what got her into it, and why she enjoys teaching it. And and we're going to talk about the movie Under the Silver Lake, which is a movie, Jared, I know you want to watch, and you're probably going to feel bad you're not part of that conversation. But I referenced the movie to her because she's really interested in old Hollywood and gender roles in film, and I think Under the Silver Lake is a perfect movie for that. And if you want to watch the movie, it's available on Amazon, and it's got a little bit of everything, even though it's not for everybody. But I think it's great. And so we're gonna be doing that next week. And Jared, you have plans to do an interview with one of your professors down the line, and I'll butt out of that one.
Okay, yeah. We're
just to make it up to you.
Yeah, I'll pick an extra avant-garde movie for that one that I knew you might not want to take.
I think I think that would be a good idea, because we're doing sort of a Under the Silver Lake just came out last year.
Yeah,
so I think it'd be because my thing is contemporary film, so I'll talk about a contemporary film with my professor, you talk about a weird ass arty farty bullshit movie with yours. Okay, and for the week after next week, Jared, you're visiting me for Memorial Day. You're gonna be in town, so we're gonna record in person, and I think we're gonna talk. We have a mutual interest in talking about John Wick Chapter 3.
Yeah.
So we'll be doing that the week from next week. So should be pretty entertaining for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So
Full
stay tuned.
Yeah, things are switching up. So.
Yeah. All right. We'll see you guys next week on In the Can.
See ya.
With Under the Silver Lake.